Philly to Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it. Deep fly ball to right field. This time, Jose cranking this one to left, and that one is out of here. Jose Altuve. His first home run since April 28th. And the Astros lead it 6-2.
Can't even imagine how good that feels for Jose Altuve.
That's here with 2 outs. And
oh, yeah.
Did he do it again? You better believe it. Jose Altuve. A 2-home run game. Making up for lost time, and the Astros lead 8-2. That is 14 Astro strikeouts. This one to right field into the gap and run down by Cam Smith. What a night of pitching, hitting, and defense as Cam Smith comes up with the catch. Jose Altuve, a 2-home run game, and the Astros win the opener of this 4-game series to move to within 2.5 games of the Seattle Mariners in the American League West.
We love that. We love that. They're 50 games in now, and they're 26-24. And last night is a big series, man. A big May series for the Astros. Kevin Eschenfelder and Jeff Blum on the call. Space City Home Network last night. Not 1, 2 home runs by Jose Altuve. You had a lineup last night. Victor Caratini, 3 for 4 last night. Jake Myers got a knock last night. Seth, I would say that it was a big, big night for the Astros Circle of Trust, in so much as I just named 3 players that were not selected to it, that were clearly listening to Payne and Pendergast yesterday. And they said, man, we got to go out and prove ourselves. Jose Altuve has to go out and prove himself tonight.
Altuve now joins the pantheon of notable Astros who have been booted out of the Circle of Trust and immediately respond.
Yep.
Alex Bregman did it 3 times.
Yes.
I can't remember if they were as immediate as this one, that Altuve heard the news, got his push notification from our Payne and Pendergast account, and saw that he was out of the Circle of Trust and fought his way back into it. Now he's got to keep this up for a little bit, Sean, this young feller.
Oh, no doubt.
Whippersnapper out of Venezuela.
I like what he's made out of, though. I think this kid's going to be something someday. So that was
Jake Myers
level. It's funny last night when Jake struck out on his first at-bat. It was very tempting not to get out the phone and retweet the Circle of Trust and say,
Yeah.
Because for those who missed it yesterday, as I predicted the night before when Jake had another good night, I said, boy, we did our first Circle of Trust yesterday. And the night before that, I said, man, Jake Myers is going to be a spirited debate, I think. It was my gut feeling because you're a little more pro-Jake than I am. And it didn't get nasty or anything, but you wanted to put Jake in. I wanted to leave Jake out. We're both rooting for him to be in there at some point. Ben broke the tie and went against all the grains of the last few years by voting on my side of a Circle of Trust debate. And when Jake Myers struck out on the first at-bat, I'm like, And then his next at-bat, boy, he laced one up the middle. And so I sat back. I didn't tweet after either of them. I said, you know what? I'm just going to let this marinate, this Jake Myers thing. But Altuve, Myers, Caratini's on the fringe right now. For those who missed it, the Circle of Trust, the smallest one we've ever had, it's Hunter Brown, Framber Valdez, Jeremy Pena, who had a couple of RBIs last night. Ironically, and Josh Hader's in there in the bullpen. Ironically, the 5th member, Isaac Paredes, was the only Astro to not get a hit last night. He's been their hottest hitter of late. He didn't have a hit. Everybody else in the lineup had a hit. At
least he advanced. He had that fielder's choice
in RBI.
Cam Smith and ended up.
He scored a run. He got out there. Right. Yeah. So I'm cool with Isaac. Eschenfelder in that last cut said, man, great win all the way around. Offense, defense, Lance McCullers,
Well, yeah, and
so
Lance is looking more like classic Lance in that he'll scare the hell out of you in the first couple of innings.
Yeah.
And then he reined it in. He burned up so many pitches early on.
Yeah.
Got a mound visit in the first inning. His first 5 pitches were all balls.
Yeah.
Walked the first batter in 4 pitches and then threw another ball and gives up 1 earned run per inning in the first 2 innings. And you remember, if you can think back long ago enough, if you're old enough, classic Lance, when he was really good, would routinely terrify you in the first inning.
Yeah.
And then he'll reel it back in. So that was a lot of that last night. He's just got to, continue to hopefully get more efficient.
Good Lance, classic Lance, is never going to be a guy who throws 96 pitches over 7 innings. This is just, it's never been who he is. He walks guys. He led the league in walks one of his healthy seasons a few years ago. That's just, this is a poor man's version. Last night was a poor man's version of what Lance probably aspires to be this season, I think, which is not super efficient. He's a little less crazy wild than he's been his first few starts. He was around the strike zone a little bit more last night. He struck out 8 guys last night in 4 1/3. That was good to see. So with Lance, I think it's almost, not to be disrespectful, with Lance right now, I almost feel like him like I do about Colton Gordon and Brandon Walter, which is, man, just don't do anything. Don't do what you did in that series where he gave up 7 runs in a third of an inning, and they were toast in that game. Just don't do that. Last night's fine for now. 4 1/3, 2 earned runs, 8 strikeouts, 90 pitches. Keep them in the game. Don't let the game get out of hand.
Well, and I think in a lot of ways, without the same velocity and the power that he used to have when he was young and before all these injuries, if that never comes back, he's gotta have to be a funkier pitcher, and which is what he did last night. He used a big arsenal to get things under control and keep batters from getting completely comfortable. But yeah, the guy he's always been able to obviously have a vicious curveball back in the day.
Yeah.
But to be a junkier guy, to be like kind of Zach Greinke. Greinke made that transition really well on into his late 30s. And Lance might just have to do that transition a little bit earlier than his age would suggest.
I really wanted to see him get through the 5th inning just so he could get the win last night. Yeah. You know what I mean? You got to pitch the first 5 if you're a starter to get the win. And I know wins are way less important now than they used to be. It's all about WHIP and ERA and FIP and everything else. But just symbolically, for him to get that first win back, he just couldn't close the deal in the 5th. They put a couple guys on, and then at that point, when he put that second guy on, I'm like, Joe, he's at 91. Let him go. Let him try to get a double play or something here. They're up 5-2.
You're in one of these rare Astros games where they've scored a lot of runs.
Yeah, they got 2 guys on. You leave him in, even if he gives up a 3-run homer, he's not getting the loss. I was hoping Espada would let him go one more guy there. Just again, like it does. I think symbolically for Lance, it's going to happen at some point, and for him to get his first win where there's a W next to his name, and we're not just sitting here talking about, hey, good job for those 4 innings, keeping him in the game. I mean, at the end of the day, 4 1/3 innings with 2 earned runs and 91 pitches. If we're just grading it on a regular curve, is not great. It's not. And Lance aspires to be better than this, and that's why I just wanted to see him get through 5 last night. That would have been cool.
The most frustrating graphic last night was the one that popped up in the first inning, where it showed the run difference in the first inning. And
they're second worst in baseball.
You see second worst in baseball, and then you realize, they're second behind the Rockies, which the Rockies don't even count as a baseball team this year. So for teams that aren't like the 2013 Astros, the Astros are the worst team in MLB in the first inning.
Now, the other thing I would say, 10 of those runs came in that one Lance start. You know what I mean? Like it's a little skewed. I think the number was minus 23 in the first inning this year. And then the Rockies are the only ones who are worse, and I think they're worse by like 10 runs. It's bad.
They would still be 4th worst in that scenario.
If you took those 10 runs out of it?
Yeah.
You're looking at the graphic?
Yeah, well, they're minus 23, and the Blue Jays are minus 14 on the graphic.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah. So it would pop the Blue Jays and the Orioles up above them, and then I don't know who else is below.
You're still minus. It's not good. Yeah, they're not. You're getting behind the 8 ball, and I think that's that's still, last night notwithstanding. It was great last night. Very balanced offense, and they had some power, and Jose Altuve hit 2 home runs, and that was beautiful. This is not a team that's built to swim upstream in games. You know what I mean? This is not a team that's built to come from behind to early 2-0 and 3-0 deficits. You know,
they did last night. They did last night. The batters 6 through 9 last night for the Astros went 7 for 15, scored 5 runs.
Look. The bottom of the order hasn't been the issue this year. You know?
Right. I know that's what the surprising thing about it is, especially with some of those guys that Caratini, we've got to talk about potentially putting in the circle of trust.
Yeah, he's got a 815 OPS right now.
If Jake Myers continues playing well through the next week, do you think that you might change your vote?
I might.
Are you waiting? What was the point last year when everything went south for him?
June, like literally the calendar flipped to June, and it was honestly, like I said yesterday, it was like there was a May 31st expiration date on him. All of a sudden in June,
I can remember,
all of a sudden June 1st, he's that milk that you're opening up, and you're like, oh yeah, this is definitely expired Jake Myers here. Yeah.
I remember really well with a couple players last year, and I remember now that Jake Myers was one of them. Todd Callis was making a big deal out of like, wow, boy, he had an incredible month of May. He's probably kind of upset to see that calendar turn.
Yes.
Don't put that out there, Todd.
He said,
I mean, just don't. And then it happened. He spoke it into existence.
Yep.
I like Todd. It's an arbitrary day on the calendar.
Yeah.
It doesn't. Don't tell me. Don't tell me that
to Jake at least, yeah, they did to Jake,
and then Todd kept saying it for like the next week. Well, June hasn't been as good as May,
right,
for poor Jake Myers.
Yeah, you had to mention that. Text message early here. By the way, appreciate the people up early. I know a lot of people are just phoning it in for Memorial Day on Friday today. Put some respect on Altuve's name. Stop all that nonsense speak about him being washed. Okay, let me just say this: neither Seth nor I have said he's washed. We haven't
talking to, bro.
Yeah, we haven't said that. We just didn't put him in the circle of trust. There's plenty of guys, more guys than ever on this team that aren't in the circle of trust, and we're not saying they're washed. They're just, for the moment, we just don't feel good when they get in the batter's box. Now, last night, if Altuve's got a shorter, road back to the circle of trust. Like, if we did one today, he might be in it after those 2 home runs.
No, this is what people need to understand about the circle of trust. If we were degenerates who covered the Yankees, we would, on the first week of the playoffs, not put Aaron Judge in the circle of trust. Yeah. It doesn't matter how great you are. It's not a permanent designation. No. You're not etched in stone for the ages. Right. It's how do we actually feel about you performing well? And as we all know, Aaron Judge is absolutely atrocious in the playoffs. Yep. So we wouldn't, if we were covering the Yankees, we would not have Aaron Judge in the circle of trust.
Yep. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Friday. We've got injury updates on the Astros. We'll get to those in the next segment. And what does this all mean? They're going to need more outings from Lance McCullers. Better ones and lines coming here because we got some injury updates that we got to get to. And sometimes the Pro Football Focus numbers tell the truth. Sometimes they lie. I think when it comes to C.J. Stroud, this told the truth, and we will have that for you as well coming up next. Let's get you guys into a new Lincoln right now, though.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Yeah, they got the replay of the game is on the TV in our studio, and Lance is right now getting his visit from Josh Miller, the pitching coach, and they just put that graphic up that you talked about, Seth. The first, he just gave up the first run of the game.
Yeah,
and they fired
the
up.
Astros are the second worst in the league in terms of first inning run differential.
Yeah,
they don't score typically in the first inning.
That's the big problem. Yeah, that's the big. They go 1, 2, 3 in the first inning a lot. Lance is responsible for the lion's share of that too. Of that graph, they're minus 23 on the season, and Lance was the starter in one of the games.
Inning.
Yeah, he was only responsible.
Those weren't all his earned runs.
No, there
were
were
they?
seven.
Yeah.
There were seven of the 10 were his. Yeah, 7 of the 10 were his. A bit of injury news for the Astros we didn't get into in the opening segment. We should get to here. Ronel Blanco is getting put on the 15-day IL with what they're calling right elbow inflammation. And he's
going to get a second opinion.
Seeking a second opinion.
I've seen Astros' ability to read the imagery before the imaging, and with Kyle Tucker, it took him like 8 weeks to find a broken bone. I'm going to go get a second opinion.
It takes a while for the swelling to go down on these things, okay? Yeah. So I'm sure everything's fine. If you're driving in and you heard that and you're worried, just stay in between the lines. It's going to be fine. I'm sure there's nothing to see here. I'm sure Ronel Blanco will be out there humping it up at 92 miles an hour in no time at all. By no time, I mean 2 years. So we'll see what happens. But he's seeking a second opinion. Tongue-in-cheek, obviously. This has not gone well for the last half dozen or so Astro pitchers who've just Mad-lib Ronel Blanco's name into the same Mad-lib blank that Luis Garcia and Christian Javier and Jose Urquidy and Hayden Wisniewski, Justin Verlander back in the COVID year. Just they've all this news item has been a regular. They've got this saved in drafts over at Dyken Park, and they just put it out there for the next pitcher. We'll talk about this at 7 o'clock. The amount of money Jim Crane has spent to pay guys to rehab elbow injuries is mind-boggling. We will get to it. I've got the number. We'll get to it at 7 o'clock today. I had to get out the calculator yesterday.
Do you have Justin Verlander in there as a Tommy John, or is something similar to a Tommy John?
Ultimately, it's in there as a Tommy John, but if we were doing it at the time of the injury, it would have been in there as a forearm. Remember, it was a forearm strain for the longest.
The Astros were hell-bent on proving Chandler Rome incorrect, even though Chandler Rome was 100% correct.
100%.
And Chandler Rome had reported that Verlander was going to have Tommy John. Like it was months before the team actually admitted it, wasn't it?
The COVID year, so it was only a 2-month season, but I think
that was when the real kind of grudge match between Chandler and the Astros began. That was where it seemed like the rubber met the road.
Yeah, and not a great time to make people angry, just on the generally in U.S. history, I think.
Yeah, people were angry to begin with.
COVID year, yeah. Spencer Arrighetti, per Chandler Rome, is out of his cast doing gripping exercises with his right hand, but has a ways. But
he's got a ways to go.
Got a ways to go, yeah.
And I wonder with that, you think, okay, it's just a broken bone, should be pretty straightforward. I get nervous whenever it's a broken bone in the hand or in the foot because there's so much complexity there, and sometimes the rehab isn't as smooth as you think it would be just because of a tiny little bone, especially with a pitcher.
Yeah, the thing that's frustrating about that one is that was just a freak accident. He's out in the outfield just playing toss with somebody, and he gets smoked by a line drive. I think it was against Seattle, actually, earlier this season. He gets hit by a ball in the outfield. All these other guys, it's some version of usage that's getting them. This is just Spencer Arrighetti out there doing what kids do in the street. He's just tossing a ball with somebody and, bam, gets hit with a ball on his pitching hand, of all places. Couldn't have hit him on the thigh. Couldn't have hit him on the toe. Hits him on his pitching hand. So.
And we see, Colton Gordon got called back up, so we might see Colton Gordon again.
You're going to see a lot of these guys get like going back and forth. Like it's a lot, honestly, a lot of what goes on right now with this pitching staff is just juggling shuttling them back and forth to Sugar Land. Like if you see Brandon Walter go to the minor leagues in the next couple days, don't feel like he's getting punished in any. Hey, pitch 5 shutout innings. What the hell? There's a lot of juggling going on right now with the Astros. All right, I saw this number on shifting gears to some Texans talk here. Saw these numbers yesterday on Twitter posted, and I apologize. I'll find the tweet that put this up here. But I was looking at this, and season's going to be here soon enough. And C.J. Stroud, the more that we see of talk coming into the season,
it was Texans Jacob on X.
Yep, Jacob on at Texans Jacob. C.J. Stroud is not coming into this season with the same level of adulation that he was coming into last season with. And I don't know if C.J. cares about that or not, about what people on the outside are saying. But it's interesting because you start to see, here's the top quarterbacks, here's the quarterbacks that we've got the most confidence in, best of this, best of that. And, C.J. did regress in some ways last year. I do think he was the victim of really, really poor offensive line play. I don't think that's a hot take. But the numbers here, C.J. Stroud's under pressure grades by weeks. And I looked at this, I'm like, man, this matches exactly how I felt for C.J. last year, Seth. Weeks 1 through 6, so that's up through the New England game, really good. His PFF grade was 72, which is very, very good. If you're in the 80s or 90s, it's excellent. 72 is very good. He was 5th PFF grade under pressure for the first 6 weeks. No coincidence, I don't think. Not a coincidence. Since the Texans. Then week 7 hits, and that was that Packers game where he threw for 86 yards or whatever it was, and then he gets chased all over the field by the Colts the next week, and then the Thursday night game against the Jets, and then the Detroit game. Week 7 through 13, so all the way up to the bye week, he was 52.4, which was 18th. So he's lower than middle of the pack, and that matches the eye test. That is when he really struggled. Then comes back from the bye week. Wasn't great, but was good. Obviously, that Baltimore game is in there, so that doesn't help things. But he was under pressure for those last 4 weeks of the season, 61.3 PFF grade, which is good enough for 9th, so it's top 10. I'm looking at that, I'm going, okay, sometimes these PFF grades lie. You look at it, you go, okay, that doesn't make any sense. And sometimes they make perfect sense. And that one I'm looking at, I'm going, that is exactly what I was feeling last year. Like the middle of the year, I'm like, man, CJ feels like he's damaged right now.
Well, and there was a lot of that goes into, Stephon Diggs getting injured. In that second game stretch, Stephon Diggs gets injured in the second of those, of the middle section of that season. And when it comes to outlets or options that CJ had when he was under pressure, it diminished greatly without Stephon Diggs in there. Mm-hmm. When I went back through and I went back and looked a couple months ago at every CJ Stroud to Stephon Diggs connection, and when you watch them back to back to back, I really didn't appreciate at the time how many tight window throws he was making to Stephon Diggs, and that there were a lot of times where, man, it was either get the ball to Stephon Diggs or get driven into the turf and take a sack, and it didn't end it was elation, and you missed out on that. Yeah. So Christian, the ceiling of Christian Kirk, I don't think is as high as for Stephon Diggs, but with Jalen Noel and Christian Kirk, hopefully over the course of the season, on some of those pressure downs, and hopefully CJ's seeing less pressure. Yeah, he's just gonna have a quicker outlet.
That's the big thing that you just touched on there. It can't happen as much. It just can't. He's really good under you. Cannot ask him to keep putting up a 72 PFF score. Or there were numbers I saw last week. CJ faced more 3rd and 7+ yard, to convert than any other quarterback in the league. His pressure rate on those downs was through the roof, and yet he was 13th in EPA on those. Like he's overachieving for what he's dealing with on those downs. They can't put him in those situations as frequently. It's going to happen. They're not perfect, but they can't. It cannot be where he's getting sacked 52 times and hit all the time.
Well, especially, it's a double whammy because it's obviously bad if you're ending up in 2nd and long and 3rd and long as much as they did last year. But then on top of that, you've just got more and more film out there of what you like to do on 2nd and long and 3rd and long, and it gets harder and harder to convert those things. There were so many things about that offense last year that just kind of folded in on top of itself by the end of the year because Bobby finally realized at one point, okay, this isn't going to be the picture-perfect image of exactly what I wanted this offense to be. We got to figure out a way to just get stuff done. Yeah. And but there was just because it wasn't just the offensive line. It was the tight ends. It was every position group was underperforming in some way, and that's why you've got a new offensive coordinator this year, as well as several new players.
OTAs next week, I think, May 28th, May 29th, whatever days of the week those are next week. I would probably hear from CJ at some point, I would think, during the OTAs. So I just saw
CJ's been, to wide acclaim, CJ has not been doing much this offseason, and I think that There were a lot of people, I think, that wanted to take up for CJ because they felt like he was somehow being attacked or something. When people discussed, hey, was he a little too much out there last year? Going to all the big time high publicity parties,
Michael Rubin parties, dressed in white,
doing the podcast and everything. And I try not to be a grumpy old man about that stuff, but I am enough of a grumpy old man that when he's not doing it, I think yes, this is good.
Yeah,
this is good. Yes.
Yeah, I think so too.
Focus.
I don't think, but I think I predict empirically this is going to be better for him. I don't know if he's better this year than he was last year. Chances are the lion's share of the reason will be he's got better surroundings on game day. He's got the offensive line is playing better. They're a better coached unit. The it's a deeper receiving core than they had once they lost Tank and Stephon Diggs. But I wouldn't minimize the difference between how he's handled this offseason versus last offseason. I think it matters.
Yeah.
I think it
this
absolutely
is where
matters.
I like that CJ hangs out with Tom Brady a little bit, or at least has texts and calls with him.
Yeah.
I worry when you get around too much of the Tom, aside from all the stuff he does on the NFL side of things, kind of in that inspirational, motivational speaker mode a little bit. And sometimes you gotta be careful on how much of that you consume.
Yeah.
Because at one point, if you listen to enough of it, you almost propagandize yourself into thinking you're going to be some kind of superhuman.
Yes.
And you can be all things to all people. Whereas for the actual athlete that's in the grind, they need to be as few things to as few people as possible.
Yeah.
And I think CJ realized that last year.
I think so, too.
I can't be all things to all people. I got to just dial in and focus on the stuff that I actually love doing and that make me a good quarterback.
Yes. Well put. Text message. You can text the show, 713-572-4610. Jose Altuve, people, if you missed it, we played Altuve's 2 home runs to bump into the show. Hey, guys, Jose Altuve responded to being left out of the circle of trust. He did. Yes, in a big way.
As
two home runs.
planned.
Yes.
That's our typical strategy.
Right.
With guys who have it. They have it factor, Sean. Guys like Alex Bregman. I think we batted 1,000. I think we failed once, but at least twice we ejected him from the circle of trust, and he turned it right around.
Yeah. I don't know if he turned it right around, and now I would say those snubs from the circle of trust probably are what's fueling him even to this day as a member of the Boston Red Sox. If you're 935 OPS and 11 home runs, probably has a lot to do with me and you.
Yeah, and we did crap all over his salsa the same way his salsa makes you crap all over.
Yeah. Is that still – can you still buy his salsa?
He's moved on to clam chowder or something.
Oh, he definitely will, yeah.
Breggy Bomb clam chowder.
He definitely will. Hey,
it's the runniest, soupiest chowder you can get.
Dude, that's a food I don't want to be messed up by somebody. Anything with any version of seafood in it, I don't need someone to mess that up or have a Temu version of it at all. So, text in. If you've been to H-E-B or wherever it was sold, can you still buy Breggy Bomb salsa? Not that I would. I was not a big fan of it, but I'm just curious if it's still on the shelves here. I mean, you could still eat at James Harden's restaurant. That's still open, 13. And I've never been.
Well, I think it's a really good restaurant.
It's a good restaurant, yeah.
First and foremost, be a good restaurant.
That helps. That helps a lot. Astros pitchers and Tommy John surgery, name a better duo. It is a tradition like no other with this team right now, unfortunately. I hope I don't see one wide receiver screen this season. Oh, no. I hope I do. I hope I see them well executed. They've got some guys that if you get blocking, have some wiggle and just because they couldn't run the play with Bobby Slowick, don't put that evil on Nick Caley.
Right, you don't hope to see one thing that, say, a team like the Lions or somebody, go ahead and watch their screens.
Yeah.
Or the 49ers in one of their really good offensive years. Go ahead and ask if you want them to run screens or not.
Correct.
Yeah, we'll take the screens. I just want well-executed plays.
Thank you.
If things are working at well downfield, you're going to want to see more wide receiver screens because there will be some good opportunities there. Because you've opened it up.
Yeah. The offensive line can run block better than last year. That'll help CJ from getting sacked. Yeah, I will.
Those second longs and third and longs are partly because they would just sacrifice first and second down to the gods with a run that went nowhere and on first or second down.
Rick Wall, yeah.
Then you got the same offensive lineman who couldn't run block to get any yardage, then and pass protecting for extra time.
Yeah.
That's where everything, the snowball effect of some of the incompetence on the offense last year, it was you could watch it in any given set of downs.
Yes.
Oh, okay, well, look, it's 2nd and 4. That's a good spot to be in. Oh, wait, no, it's 2nd and 9.
Sorry.
Laremy Tunsil just had his 19th false start of the day.
Yeah. Well, let's try to get it to 3rd and manageable. Nope. Lose 3 yards. You're in 3rd and 12. So, yeah, that's this talk in the text is getting me very excited for training camp to see what this newfangled offense looks like with Nick Caley. I am very curious. I'm very excited. I'm very curious who the first 5 offensive linemen they trot out are going to be at the beginning of camp, so we can have hot takes on who the ones are. That'll be fun, man. We're like 2 months away. That's it. Our long wait will be over. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Friday. Let's get to headlines. Astros win last night. We'll hear from Joe Espada on that win. OKC looks like they are on their way to a dominating performance here in the Western Conference Finals, so we will get to that as well. Top of the hour, how much has Jim Crane spent paying prominent starting pitchers to rehab elbow injuries in the last few numbers? Mind-boggling. I calculated it yesterday. I needed one of those debt tickers like in Times Square. So we'll get to that as well. A lot to get to here on a Friday. Stay there, Payne and Pendergast. But first, get out to Academy Sports and Outdoors this weekend. Big weekend, big Memorial Day weekend coming.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines, presented by Men's Tea Clinic.
That's here with 2 outs.
Oh, yeah.
Did he do it again? You better believe it. Jose Altuve. A 2-home run game. Making up for lost time, and the Astros lead 8-2.
Yeah, Jose Altuve last night left scorned in the circle of trust, shunned from the circle of trust on Payne and Pendergast yesterday. Jose Altuve responds with a 2-home run game last night. Solo home run there. Kevin Eschenfelder on the call on Space City Home Network, and the Astros go on to win 9-2 last night. A lot to dig into with this game. Altuve's performance, top of the list. Here is Joe Espada following the game, Astros manager on Jose Altuve.
You know, I like when he stays inside the ball, like the sac fly to right field. 2 strikes, let me just try to stay in the middle of the field. When he stays on the middle of the field, now, you know, not many ground balls to the left side, both home runs in the air. He drove those balls. You know, that's Altuve. The ball he hit to Crawford, you know, in the last couple of days, been hard ground balls to third. I'm staying inside of the ball. Now I'm using the middle of the field. He's unstoppable when he does that. Those are the things that I'm looking from Altuve.
And he's like, Jose Altuve is never going to be batting 7th in this lineup. Like, he's going to be batting, probably not leadoff anymore because Pena's doing so well there. He was 2 for a while. They moved him down to 3. Like, he's Jose Altuve. He's going to be in the middle of this order. We need nights like last night where he's on things.
It's the first time that he's been the 3-hitter these last couple days since 2020, I believe.
Yeah.
So it's a rare occurrence. And it seems like with Altuve, a lot of the times when he's struggling, he'll lean into like trying to pull that much more, especially at home. So just trying to hit it up the middle of the field, it worked out obviously for him. Also, he's ejected from the circle of trust yesterday, which is it's a good slump buster.
Yes.
The getting ejected from the circle of trust has worked out very well in the past.
The metaphorical, the slump buster we all know and love.
Or just even if you go back to Bull Durham, they didn't have to turn the sprinklers on to try to create an artificial rain out.
Yeah, that's what
I was thinking.
That's exactly what I meant. Yeah. Lance McCullers last night, good enough. It's getting better. 4 1/3, 2 earned runs. I think the best to me. Well, let's hear from Joe Espada on Lance. I got 2 or 3 things that I really liked what we saw from Lance, but let's hear from Joe Espada first.
Punch-outs, 8 punch-outs. When he's ahead in the count, he's got so many weapons just to keep hitters on their heels, and you get a ton of whiffs. And that's what he did kind of towards the end of the game. He just got control of the game by controlling the at-bats. But his stuff continues to get better. We're just working on cutting down some walks and getting the ball in the box. But when he's ahead in the count, he's got really, really good stuff.
Yeah, so Joe Espada mentioned the 8 strikeouts right out of the chute. That was good to see. 8 strikeouts in 4 1/3. So he was getting guys to strike out. Seth, I like that he. I didn't like that he gave up 2 runs in the first couple innings, obviously, but I like that he kind of gathered himself and he didn't have to get taken out of the game. He needed a mound visit in the first inning, but 91 pitches isn't what you'd like to see, but I thought it got better as it went along. He battled. I really wanted to see him get out of that 5th inning there so he'd get a win. That's just me.
Yeah.
But he, couldn't get out of that. Those are things like in June and July. If it's still 4 1/3 with 2 earned runs in July and August here, then that might be an issue. But for now, I'm looking at Lance the same way I'm looking at these spot starters they keep bringing up here, which is just don't let the game get out of hand early here.
Well, and he's shown a steady progression for a guy that hasn't played in how many hundreds of calendar days.
900-something days.
Yeah, like he's shown a steady progression.
Yeah.
Because I know the numbers were better in the first outing, but it was a dicey first outing. The second outing was atrocious. Now in the third and the fourth one, he's starting to get together. And look, yesterday, in a lot of ways, it looked like classic Lance. Even when Lance is dealing, he'll scare you a little bit in the first inning, and then he'll reel it in. There was a point in the first or second inning where he was aggressively shaking off every sign or every call on his pitch count, and I was getting nervous. It's like, oh boy, oh man, he's going to freak out. He's pissed off.
Yeah.
But he reined it in. So far so good.
I think the other thing too to point out, I think that was George Kirby, the starter for the Mariners. I think that was his first start of the year last night.
It was. Yeah.
He's dominated the Astros. For them to chase him in the fourth inning and get 5 earned runs off of him and tag him with the loss, he was kind of all over the place too. I mean, we're watching the game, the replay of the game.
Pena.
He hit Pena. He hit him with the first pitch of the game.
No, he hated him.
Oh,
he hit him twice.
He hit him twice. Yeah, like very first pitch, he hits Pena right in the shoulder, and he was all over the place too. Like he only walked one guy, but I'm watching now on the TV and here. I mean, he had a pitch that like he. It was great last night.
Yeah, no, and Lance, to be clear, for anybody that didn't see the first inning, the first 4, he walked the first batter in 4 pitches.
4 pitches.
So from the get-go, you're on the edge of your seat in this game. This was, for a team that at least, the Astros might never score a run again in the first inning. We don't know. We don't know when the next one's going to come.
Yeah.
But at the very least, when Lance is pitching, you got to be there for the first inning because it's always dramatic. It's always
madhouse. Yeah. All right, so Astros win last night. Star Wars weekend this weekend out at the Yard. So there you go. NBA playoffs last night. OKC beats up on Minnesota once again. The Thunder out to a 2-0 lead in the Western Conference Finals. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander celebrating his MVP award by having another spectacular night where he got to the line a whole bunch. Everybody's talking about that. 118-103, the final score in that game. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander with 38 points on the night, 12 of 21 from the field. He's unstoppable if you let him get into the teeth of a defense and get in that mid-range. So they take a 2-0 lead in the Western Conference Finals. I'm excited for Pacers-Knicks tonight, Seth, in game 2 of the Eastern Conference Finals.
Yeah.
After how Game 1 went with the big comeback for the Pacers.
I've put my hatred for the state of Indiana on the shelf for the moment. I keep reminding myself that I doubt any of those players are from Indiana on the Pacers. So I can a tough, gritty showing versus one of the most deplorable fan bases in all of sports.
Reggie brought that up yesterday. I thought that was interesting. Like, he brought that up on In the Loop. We hate the Colts, obviously. We hate the Colts. You hate the Colts. Yeah. I hate the Colts. We all hate the Colts. Do we hate the Pacers? Like, is it an Indiana thing or is it a Colts thing when it comes to Indianapolis? Like,
no, it's largely for me an Indianan thing.
Yeah, okay.
I think I've been pretty clear about this through the years.
Well,
I don't like people from Indiana, other than the ones who are a little bit exceptional.
I'm curious
like Vanessa Richardson.
Right. Yeah, Vanessa. We've got some friends from Indiana that are in and around radio and TV that are very, very good. I'm curious how the listeners are feeling. Like, do you watch? Do you feel any sort of way when you watch these? Do you hate the Pacers because of the Colts, or do you hate Indiana? I know how you feel about Indiana. Yeah.
I don't like watching Pacers games because I know the people in the crowd are the same Indianans that go to Colts games.
Yeah.
It's just always annoyed me up there. there was always just something. There was always some woman, getting escorted out for smoking a cigarette in public, and she's got her 2 toddlers in tow as she's screaming at security guards. They're just some foul-mouthed hussy that's like just yelling stuff that doesn't make any sense at all.
And they're all in Peyton Manning jerseys. Still to this day, they're all in Peyton Manning jerseys. Yeah.
Just pasty and vitamin D deprived, all over the place.
That's it. Vitamin D deprived. I love that. Text message. Colts, just the Colts. Pacers don't matter. Okay. I mean, Seth feels a different kind of way about the Indiana thing than you guys do, I think. There's a text. Putting your Indiana hatred aside for the greater good. I think Knicks fans are just the scourge of the earth. They're the worst. Indiana fans at least don't throw bags of garbage at people. You know what I mean?
Right.
I know what you're going to say. They're too busy fishing out of it to find their dinner.
Ben, do we have the historical fact about Indianapolis?
Oh, yeah.
He estimated that just the residents of Indianapolis ate about 2,000 pounds of cow manure every year.
Yeah, that was just of their own volition. They had to come in and tell them, do a public health campaign to knock it off.
That's not that much when you think about it. I mean, you divide it. What's Indiana got? Like 500,000 people, probably.
Well, this was back in the day, though. This was back in the day before they just started regulating food.
Yeah.
They were just they basically were like, hey, look, we can save a lot of municipal funds if we run the runoff from the dairy farms right into the water supply.
Yep.
And then we'll save money by not treating it either. Yeah. No, but it started a trend of weird behavior that led to extreme inbreeding with first cousin marriages and whatnot, and that's why Indianans are the way they are, because they ate so much poop cow manure back in the day.
These are your headlines for the day. This was headlines. That's how headline deprived we are. Yeah. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Friday. I calculated the numbers. I do wonder what questions are Jim Crane asking of his training staff when it comes to these elbow things, because he has spent a ton of money paying of guys to rehab elbow injuries. I've got the numbers here. Calculated them yesterday. We'll tell you what it is. It's a mind-boggling number. We'll do that coming up next.
Underdog is one of the best places to
KILT-FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Friday. A little later on this segment, we've got a nice long segment here. Some news yesterday in the Chronicle about the Texans' potential new headquarters and a desire by the county to keep it here in Harris County, if indeed there is going to be a new team headquarters for the Texans. Not a new stadium, but a team headquarters and practice facility. We'll get to that in just a little bit. The Astros win last night, so that's good. 9-2. Bats came alive. Jose Altuve, 2 home runs. That's good to see. Hopefully this is the beginning of a streak like his career. That's the good news. The lead is down to 2.5 in the AL West, so if the Astros can keep winning, they could awake on Monday, Seth, in first place in the AL West. That's big, yeah.
And they're, tonight Gusto's pitching versus Mariners pitcher. I'm blanking on. He's not having a great year, but hasn't pitched a whole bunch either.
Yeah, I'll look it up.
But it's so far you're nearing the end of this ridiculously long stretch of 17 straight games. This one series versus the Mariners feels like it matters way more than it should this early in the season.
Yeah.
But the positive developments as of late have offset a little bit of just the absolute World War II battlefield that is the pitching staff right now.
Yep.
It is, Sean. You walk into the training room and there's pitchers scattered about all over the place.
They got
guys screaming out in agony and pain.
Arms in slings, like those old school slings that you tie around there. Random Band-Aids on their face. That was always weird on the Roadrunner cartoon, where there'd be an explosion and the smoke would clear, and Wile E. Coyote would actually be on a crutch in a sling and have Band-Aids on his face.
Yeah.
Immediately. It was wild. Yeah, that was crazy. That's what the pitching room is like. Emerson Hancock is the Seattle pitcher for tonight. 6.21 ERA this year, to your point about not having
He hasn't pitched that much, so that might be a little fluky.
1-2, 6.21 ERA. The injury news for the Astros has not been great, as Seth just alluded to there. The news on Spencer Arrighetti, per Chandler Rome yesterday, he's out of his cast. He's out of his cast. He's doing gripping exercises with his right hand, but has a ways to go. So it's going to be a bit until he gets back. And even once he's fully healthy, we're going to do this whole thing where he's throwing off a flat ground and then he's throwing off a mound and he's up to he's throwing 90 feet or 60 feet or whatever. We're going to do this thing. The thing we've done with Lance McCullers like a half a dozen times the last 5 years. And eventually he'll go to Sugar Land and do some rehab starts. The more crucial one right now is Ronel Blanco, who was put on the 15-day IL yesterday with, quote, right elbow inflammation. He's seeking a second opinion. They called Colton Gordon back up to the big league club. That was probably going to happen anyways at some point, as wrecked as this pitching staff is right now. But Blanco, Seth, is just the next name in the blank of a guy who looks to be on a path for some version of elbow surgery. This is what's happened with all these other guys.
There's one trend with the Astros. It's that they try to respect the player, it seems. After the first diagnosis, they're not going to release any information. If a guy goes and gets a second opinion, then maybe we'll get a more definitive answer in the next couple days after the second opinion comes in.
Yeah, I got no problem with that process. My issue is that it just keeps happening, and I wonder what Jim Crane feels about this, because we don't know what to point the finger at least on the outside we don't. Maybe they've got a better grasp on what exactly is causing all this. I mean, the fact of the matter is with a lot of these younger pitchers, Luis Garcia, Christian Javier, Jose Urquidy, guys like that, workload they had not seen before in their careers. Some of them pitched in the World Baseball Classic, too, and that probably didn't help, I would imagine. I don't want to, you guys know how I feel about the World Baseball Classic. I don't think you can ignore that in 2023 is when two of these guys, went out and they pitched outside of the Astros bubble here. But if I'm Jim Crane, I'm looking at the amount of money that I'm burning paying guys to rehab elbow injuries. And when it gets to be 5 or 6 guys, and if we go all the way back to, you can go all the way back to Lance McCullers getting Tommy John in 2018. But if you want to just go back to Verlander, because McCullers popped up again a few times with non-Tommy John stuff and elbows, go back to Verlander in 2020. I went and did the numbers yesterday, Seth, and by my calculations, this is up through 2024. So this is not a penny of 2025 counts towards this. So whatever he's paying Luis Garcia right now, whatever he's going to end up paying Hayden Wisniewski, if Ronel Blanco goes out for the year, whatever he ends up paying him, I haven't even started counting up 2025. This is just going back to Verlander in 2020. I'm including Lance McCullers, even though it wasn't Tommy John. It was 2 extended stints rehabbing arm injuries, the one where he missed over half of 2022, and then the subsequent one where he missed all of 2023 and all of 2024. The total number for Verlander for the 2 years he missed, 2 years minus 1 start, Lance McCullers, parts of, or full 3 start of 2023 and all of 2024, Jose Urquidy, part of 2023 and all of 2024. And then Christian Javier, part of 2024. By my calculations, and I prorated the partial seasons, Jim Crane has paid $105 million since 2020 for guys to rehab elbow and or Tommy John surgery injuries. That is a staggering number.
Raking it in on the Astros alone.
Dude.
He bought a Mediterranean island.
He's crushing it, Tommy John.
He's living the high life on his island down in the Mediterranean.
Yes.
He's drinking pina coladas all day long.
Offshore accounts.
Just off the Astros alone.
Yes.
So the average Major League Baseball team has fewer than 1 Tommy John per year. So the Astros have had
they ain't average.
The Astros have had the last 3 years they've averaged about 2 a year, have they not?
Yeah, they're about.
So it's either really bad luck or I don't know. There's something going on. Now, so you're going to get at least a few, and it might just be statistical. It just might be a fluke. It might just be that, that's the way it goes. Sometimes there's going to be teams out there that have 0. There's going to be teams that have more. I have wondered if at least part of it could be that a guy like Blanco, you call him a young pitcher, but he was just a late bloomer.
Yeah.
So the year that you stretch him out is when he's 30, age 30, that's when he pitches 160 innings or however many for the first time in his career in the majors. And maybe with at least a few of those guys, it's the fact that they do have older guys in their system that are getting that first real guys.
I think the thing that hurts from a baseball standpoint, Seth, The money hurts, obviously. And look, people are going to go, well, it's not my money. It's Jim Crane's money. Yeah, but this is all empty dollars that count towards the competitive balance tax that Jim Crane manages his team towards. They manage around that number. So these are empty dollars that are getting thrown onto a pile that still includes Jose Abreu's salary and still includes, not anymore, he's not on the team, but they paid Rafael Montero a ton of money the last couple of years to be bad at baseball. You throw this on top of bad decisions that have been made with this team, and it's in some ways, I guess it's a credit that they're still able to win divisions when they've got this big a crimp in what they've been trying to do. I think the thing that hurts from a baseball standpoint, if you look at the names, Verlander, McCullers, Luis Garcia in 2023, Jose Urquidy, Christian Javier, these are all guys that are coming off of big years when they've had the elbow issues. So you were counting on these guys heavy, not just counting on them to take a spot in the rotation. Like Hayden Wisniewski, you were just counting on him to be your 5. Okay. Justin Verlander was the Cy Young Award winner the year before he goes out with Tommy John. Pitches one game in the COVID year, he's done. He was the Cy Young winner the year before. Lance McCullers in 2021 finished 7th in the Cy Young voting, and then he can't start the year in 2022. He comes back in 2022, pitches well, and then he's gone for 2 years. Luis Garcia won 15 games in the year the Astros made the World Series in 22. He's gone. The year they won the World Series, he's gone. Christian Javier had been really good for a couple of years. You lose him in 2024. That's the part to me that really hurts is, man, these are guys that you're going into the season going, we're counting on 15 wins from this guy. We're counting on Verlander to be the hammer at the top of our rotation.
Well, I said at the beginning of this season, you can't certainly go into this season expecting the injuries to be as bad with the pitchers as they were last year. I mean, last year it was just it was a bloodbath out there. And then here I am. I'm still wallowing in the bloodbath. I've got spare body parts bouncing around the water. It's disgusting.
This is just as bad. I said yesterday it's worse. I don't know. They've lost 2. They may be losing 2 guys for the year now. Last year they lost Javier. This might be worse than last year.
And yet, through the strength of the bullpen, knock on wood, the intrigue amongst just Lance McCullers. Lance McCullers at the age of 30 is a weirdly intriguing prospect to me. That I feel a whole lot better about him than Forrest Whitley right now. Okay, if I'm going to talk about people who once had promising futures and or careers in the major leagues, Lance McCullers so far I feel way better about.
Yeah, well, people laughed. I mean, during spring training as Lance was progressing and all the signs were good, and he's throwing those rehab starts to start the season. And this is before Hayden Wisniewski got hurt, and obviously before Ronel Blanco got hurt. But you know what I would say here? Lance is going to be a key guy before this thing is all said and done if he keeps progressing towards health. And everybody would say, that's fun. Here we are. Now you have no choice. Lance McCullers has to be – he doesn't have to be 7th in the Cy Young voting, Lance McCullers. He doesn't have to be the hammer at the top of the rotation. But over the course of the season, he is eventually going to have to be better than what he's been this first month that he's been back. There's no question about that.
Well, and the big thing is if Blanco is indeed gone.
If he's gone, I'm assuming he's gone.
If Blanco is back and he can be all right, he ends up at least limiting his innings so far this year, if you can look at it in that warped and twisted way. But Arrighetti being back, if Arrighetti comes back and pitches at the high end of what he's capable of, then at least you got 4 guys. And then Lance is a huge bonus. Because no matter how well Lance pitches, every single game, people are going to be nervous about the next injury what's going to happen, or is this going to last?
It's always the Grim Reaper is always standing there around the corner with his big sharp weapon that he carries around, Sith or whatever it is. I just wonder, my overall point with the dollars is I just wonder what the conversations with Jim Crane and the staff are internally there. If I'm Jim Crane and I'm looking at my business, you look at line items on your P&L, and I'm looking that I've spent $105 million paying for guys to rehab Tommy John surgery or elbow injuries. I'm walking into somebody and saying, hey, man, I'm literally putting the paper down with a highlight across those numbers going, what is going on here? And especially when I'm sure, he's looking at the numbers. He looks at the numbers all the time. I'm sure he's looking at numbers like that, the teams around Major League Baseball. And as you pointed out, the Astros are well above the average over the last few years of Tommy John guys.
Yeah.
Text message.
I always wish the Grim Reaper had a different weapon than the Sith. And and then the cartoons and the movies, they always the Grim Reaper just touches you with the Sith and then you die.
Yeah.
Which I feel is actually pretty generous on his behalf.
What would you like to see him carrying around? Anything?
I would, bullet to the head for me is the ideal way to go. If I'm gonna go, and I would, just make it as quick as possible.
It's not as sporting though, like maybe a bow and arrow or something like that.
Well, Sith isn't built for lopping off heads, man.
Yeah.
It's like little shafts of wheat. I don't know how efficient the guy is with it. As long as it's a magical Sith that when he touches me, I die.
You're done. Yeah, you just don't want to suffer.
Yeah,
I got you. You just don't want to suffer. I see that. Nowadays, with modern technology, you might be able to shoot lightning out of his hands like Emperor Palpatine.
I don't want that. I don't want electricity. Yeah. I don't want to be electrocuted.
I'm just warning you. I'm just telling you.
Have you ever touched an electric fence, Sean?
No, I have not actually.
It's one of the least pleasant things you can ever do in your life.
Sounds like you've done it.
Yeah, oh yeah. Well, I was the youngest sibling or youngest boy, so I was the one that was in charge of testing to see if it was hot or not.
And another layer of the onion is peeled back.
My brother and my stepbrother would maybe just touch it with the back of your hand.
Oh my God, that's brutal. Text message. A lot of people weighing in here on the Astros pitchers. Don't Astros pitchers usually increase their spin rate versus prior stops? Maybe increases Tommy John injuries. That again, I think these are all questions that need to be asked, and that's what I'm wondering. What are the questions being asked behind the scenes? And will there be an opportunity to ask these questions from anybody outside of the building over there? That is a fair question. We talk all the time about the Astros car wash that they put these pitchers through, and they magically come out the other side with more spin rate and better pitch selection and all these other things. Is there anything with what they do to make pitchers better that's causing this?
I've always wondered with the Astros back when their minor league system was loaded, there would be these guys who were just crushing it in Double-A or more traditionally guys that were killing it in Triple-A because they were guys, they weren't the hot prospects necessarily, but they were killing it in Triple-A. And then they brought up to the Astros and they just turned to dust. And it felt like, man, the coaching might be so good at the lower levels that they're extracting the absolute maximum out of these guys. And I wonder with the pitching side of it, it might be a little bit different, but still, they're extracting the absolute most out of all these various pitchers that were ignored as teenagers in Latin America or what have you. And I don't know. Maybe they're just pitching so far above their actual normal skill level that it taxes the body somehow.
Do you think the pitch clock has anything to do with this? We have a few texters wondering that.
League-wide, but you can't. That doesn't explain why if it's affecting one team more than others, right?
Yeah.
So maybe it does. That's hard. In the hazardous thing about speculating about causes of injuries and luck. That's the way probability works. It's not evenly distributed across the board, and sometimes you just get bad luck.
Someone says, as smart as Sean is, and with all the useless knowledge he stores, he's never heard of the river dance. That's from a few weeks ago. I have now.
A long time ago. What's that? Where's that coming from? Out of left field?
But they're going somewhere. Let me finish the text.
Oh, okay.
And also doesn't know that the Grim Reaper carries a sickle. Is it a sickle or a Sith that he carries around, the Grim Reaper?
I don't know. There's a difference between a Sith and a sickle.
I didn't know either. Yeah, I just know whatever he carries around, I don't want to get hacked up by it. That's all. I just know the Grim Reaper is really, really scary.
A sickle and a Sith are not the same.
What does the Grim Reaper carry around?
The Sith has a long, slightly curved blade, or the sickle has more of a curve to it.
Okay. What is the?
I think he carries a Sith.
He does. He carries a Sith.
Shorter.
He carries. AI is telling me.
The Sith is longer. Yeah.
I put in what is the Grim Reaper's weapon? Oh, smarty pants on the text page. The Grim Reaper is traditionally depicted carrying a Sith. Take that!
Sith. Well, actually, Mr. Well, actually,
as smart as Sean is, he carries his useless knowledge, or at least my useless knowledge is accurate.
A sickle has a short handle. Okay, that's what the serial killer carries in a movie when they just got that. A sickle has that short handle with a curved blade on it.
Yeah,
that's not what the Grim Reaper carries.
Yeah. Sorry, 8445 on the text page.
River dancing all over your sickle. We can do it with our what is it? Superior reach.
Superior, yes.
Sith.
Yeah, oh yeah. No, the Sith has major reach. The Sith is a farming tool used to harvest crops, as you pointed out. And in the Grim Reaper's context, it symbolizes the reaping of souls. Yeah. Ooh, so it's a symbolic thing more than a practical thing.
You use a sickle to do the same. It's just with it doesn't have the long
Sickle's what's on the Soviet Union flag, right? That's the
I don't know.
The sickle. I believe it is. I feel like that's something you would know.
I have no faith in my. I didn't actually know what the difference between a sickle and a scythe was.
Now you do.
So,
we both learned something today.
Let me grab my Soviet flag out of my dresser drawer.
You're draped in it every show. You've got it on. Just take it off and look at it. You're draped in it on every show that we do. This
it's Soviet, the hammer and the sickle.
There you go. See, Texter, you learned something today. Smart as Sean is.
I cannot wait until...
That's a loyal listener.
I cannot wait.
I shouldn't say that. He knew the Riverdance reference. I shouldn't say that. Sorry, Texter. I'm texting you personally right now.
Someday, that guy's not going to let it go, though. It's not until he's on his deathbed and he sees the Grim Reaper himself. He's going to go like, oh, Sean was right. Many years from now, I'm not asking you to go die.
No. Not this guy, at least, yeah. Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, so Jim Crane has spent a lot of money on arm injuries. How about this story, speaking of money... So the Texans, it looks like, are trending towards getting a new headquarters, and they would move all their business operations. They would be there all in one place, potentially away from NRG Stadium. It could be at NRG Park on the same campus there. It may not be. At the golf tournament a few weeks ago, the Texans Foundation golf tournament, this was a big hot topic. Mike Toman, the new president of the team, not really new anymore. He's been there since February. And the McNairs both talked about the possibility of a new headquarters with a practice facility. They went as far as to talk about an entertainment district around it, possibly with a lot of retail and restaurants and things like that. And it could be somewhere not just in Harris County, but in the greater Houston area. Actual leadership in Harris County spoke on this last week. Precinct 4 Commissioner Leslie Briones, hopefully I'm pronouncing that right, Leslie, told the Chronicle last week that she and county leadership are engaged in conversations with the Texans, and she hopes any headquarters the team decides to build would remain in Harris County. Several quotes in here that we'll get to, Seth, but I think the big thing that people need to know here is this is a facility the Texans would pay for themselves. This isn't something... that its presence in Harris County doesn't mean there's going to be a vote where the county is paying for the facility. Now, there may be tax breaks and things like that for the Texans on building this, but this is something the Texans would be, this practice facility and headquarters would be something, according to this article, that they would be paying for.
I would, trying to look at this from the McNair's perspective, if I lived in River Oaks and had been accustomed for the last 20 years of just jaunting down Kirby to get to work in the morning, yeah. I would want to that alone. If I'm going to be an owner here and just let's put my selfish interests at play. Yeah. I like not having to commute 40 minutes to work.
Well, and I mean, there's probably a lot of people that work for the team right now who chose where to live based on where NRG Stadium is.
Oh, that's a good point,
It's not just them.
Too.
You know,
yeah. You're signing up for all of a sudden an extra hour and a half of driving per day, and you got to sell your house if not. Yeah, that's a really good point.
Or your life gets a whole lot more miserable. A lot of these people have kids. They're not going to move because their job just moved out to Katy or up to the Woodlands or something. Yeah, changing schools is
the
tough,
headquarters, man. Wherever the headquarters are, don't really matter if it's just the headquarters, but if they decide to build some kind of complex like the Star up in that the Cowboys have, then it gets interesting.
Yeah,
because then I don't think it's going to be like a human zoo the way they make it in Dallas.
Yeah.
I would expect that they're going to keep the player operations side pretty separate from the public at large.
Oh, you mean all the voyeurism that people get to watch the Cowboys do things.
Work out in the Cowboys' actual gym and all this other stuff to where players feel like they're on display all the time. But it might be some cool partnerships between the Texans and some of the retail stuff.
Well, it's depending on whatever part of town it gets put in is going to have an economic impact if it's got all that retail and everything else. If people are going, if it's a destination for people for whatever reason, because the independent of the zoo-like aspect of the Cowboys facility, that's more of a Cowboys culture thing. I mean, it has an arena there that they have. It is a major campus, and that's, I think, every article we read, that's kind of what the vision is for this sort of thing. Briona says this: I love sports, and I believe it brings our community together, and obviously it's a huge economic impact. I'm really energized by the new president, Mike Thoman, so I'm optimistic, and I really do hope that they choose our site, meaning Harris County, but we'll see. A new headquarters could bring with it an entertainment district with several retail options similar to the Cowboys and what they built in Frisco. They're talking in this article about keeping it on the same campus as where they are right now, at NRG Park, somehow doing it there. That is a part of town, no disrespect, that is a part of town that could use some economic impact from some retail stuff coming in there, I would say.
So it could end up looking any number of different ways. I think the other part from a Texans fan perspective is, for me at least, I feel like if the Texans seem to be focused mostly on the headquarters at this point, that there might be a good chance that it ends up just being a renovation of NRG Stadium. And especially if they're thinking about keeping the headquarters at NRG
nearby
Park, obviously.
Yeah.
I don't think they would tear down and build up a brand new stadium right there in the same spot.
I am just skeptical that NRG Stadium is going to provide. One, I'm skeptical of being able to find a time on the calendar to do a renovation that turns that stadium into the world-class stadium that Mike Thoman and the McNairs talk about. That gets, Mike Thoman has been part of some major stadium construction projects that are gold stadium. I believe the stadium in Vegas, some soccer stadiums around the world, things like that. I don't know that the calendar exists to be able to do it when you consider that, the rodeo being used for the rodeo in the spring, all the other things you use that stadium for, and then obviously from August through January, the Texans are using that stadium. But then the construct of the stadium itself, too, I just don't know how adaptable it is to what would be considered a world-class experience for fans.
Yeah.
I literally don't know. I'm just skeptical.
I've been spoiled with a lifetime of incredible technological advancements every single decade. So I choose to believe that nothing is impossible, Sean.
Yeah.
And that they can figure it out. Or you go back old school and do what they did back in the day. If there was a World Fair or something like that, or Disney World, for instance, build a monorail. Then you convince everybody that, like, ooh, this is the future.
They did that
so
on
we
The
got
Simpsons.
a monorail around NRG Stadium now.
Yeah.
How's that sound, Mike Thoman? Does that do it for you?
Yeah.
It's like, it's a monorail. I can go take a monorail to get from my car to my seat.
You and I could just do our show on the monorail one day, just riding around the whole time. Where are you guys going on remote? The monorail. We're just going to ride around on the monorail.
It's
Yeah.
Yeah.
Better be.
I still feel like I'm in the future when I ride the monorail at Disney World.
I do too.
I love it.
I do too. It's got that look. It's got that vibe for sure. I still think this thing is going to a new stadium.
You think it's going to be a new stadium?
Well, I think that's going to show up on the radar here at some point. Yes, yeah. I do. I'm extremely skeptical. You're more optimistic than I am. My McStadium can be built into something similar to what is considered world class in 2025. And even if it can, I'm skeptical that we can find a way of doing it where you're not going to displace the rodeo and or the Texans and everything else that goes on there.
And that's where the interesting part comes in, because even if the Texans want to stay in Harris County, in a city that's so geographically big as Houston, there are 11 potential counties that might throw a really competitive tax break offer or what have you to the Texans.
Yes.
And it just might be too good to turn down.
Yeah.
That's where if they don't renovate, I feel like the chances are better that it's not in Harris County, because I don't think Harris County is in the same position to really sell a really aggressive offer or a really aggressive package. This is the way some of the fast-growing counties can.
I'm like low-key, like really excited for this for a new headquarters with all kinds of stuff around it. I mean, because we're at training camp every day. It'd be something new, somewhere new to go to do it, and it'd be. I'm guessing that will be, if you're building something. I am way more optimistic that they can build a world-class headquarters, practice facility, and entertainment district, because you're doing it from scratch. You're not trying to. You're not trying to take the skeleton of a building that's, if we're being honest, somewhat antiquated now. It's 25 years old, and trying to turn it into something. It's like you're doing plastic surgery on an octogenarian.
And yet there are a lot of teams that do have their original stadium or stadiums from 20 years ago, where I don't feel this pressing need that they have a cutting edge stadium. I'm not there yet, I guess.
I don't know. I think along those lines, let's use Arrowhead Stadium as an example. And that might not be a good example. They're working on a new stadium in Kansas City right now. But that's forever been a stadium. Like, it's a great home field advantage. Place is packed. Hasn't affected ticket sales. Yeah, because they win a lot. You know, like this. Mm-hmm. That needs to get factored in. Not this headquarters is going to be what it is. If the Texans are paying for it, that'll get built, and it'll be amazing, and they'll build shops around it, and it'll be something new and shiny, and they'll be out of NRG Stadium, and it'll probably be better for everybody that works for the Texans to not have to go to the stadium every day for work. The stadium, they got to start winning if that's going to become a conversation. You know, if they're going to start dipping into people's pockets in Harris County or anywhere, if another county comes a call and saying we'll build you a stadium, they've got to. And I know they've won 8 division championships in the last 15 years, and I know they're a good team now. They're not a Super Bowl team. They've got to they got to get to AFC title games. They got to get to Super Bowls if people are going to be amenable to that.
I wonder when you work out a plan like this and you're in the preliminary stages. You probably have to factor in, all right, listen, right now we've got a 3-year horizon. If we win a Super Bowl this year, we got to amp this up. We got to try to push it.
You got to be opportunistic. I have no problem with that.
So you almost have a plan that you wait till the right moment, and then, okay, I'll go now.
Yeah. No, the fact of the matter.
Hit their pocketbooks now.
This is, the fact of the matter is this. The most important person, or getting any Harris County voter to vote for something that's dipping into their pockets to renovate NRG or to build a new stadium, the most important person is C.J. Stroud. Like, that's the most important person to the emotional part, not to the fiscal part of it. Like, the numbers are the numbers, and eventually it'll get built or whatever. But the emotional part of asking people to help pay for it is going to come down to winning at a high level. And the most important person, I'll make it 2 people, D'Amico Ryans and C.J. Stroud. How's that? Those are the 2 most important people to getting whatever the vision is for this world-class stadium. Those are the 2 most important people to getting it done. Those 2 guys.
What do you want in your world-class stadium? I keep saying I want one of these pavilion-type setups like they have in L.A., but I just don't know if you can't overcome the humidity with that. There's no amount of air movement and everything that's going to keep it feeling comfortable, even though you've got a pavilion.
Easier entry into the stadium.
Yeah,
that's
a big nice and simple. Those big, wide corridors that people just flow right into the stadium.
Yeah, man, the whole thing of there being one gate and then a second gate to get to a bottleneck for an escalator or have to walk up a jillion ramps. Yeah.
You want the seats packed in the first quarter. It's not for lack of want to. I mean, because we're out there every day, every game for the pregame, and people are – we finish our show, about 15 minutes before kickoff?
Thereabouts,
And people the escalator lines are really, really long at that point.
That would be the big thing, and I think that, you're right. I'm just thinking of the impatience of the normal human being, but you're absolutely right.
For the game day experience, that's a big part of it.
It's a big part of it.
Pain in the butt getting in.
But the home field advantage that you just mentioned, I think is a really good, that a team harps on that all the time, and I have no problem with that. Get in your seats early. There's a lot of people, and the fact of the matter is, I'm trying to get in my seat early. I'm trying to, that'll be my biggest thing.
But the curmudgeon in me is still like, okay, I've been to when I went to that game up in Buffalo a few years ago, that is one of the oldest stadiums in the NFL, and those people streamed the hell in 15 minutes through multiple entrances and everything, and they're getting a new stadium, of course. Too.
They are. Do you think we're going to have to go to Buffalo for a Super Bowl someday? Don't they give Super Bowls to every city that gets a new stadium?
When was the last cold weather one?
Minneapolis. Minneapolis.
No, it was the Giants one. I mean, without a roof.
Oh, I thought you meant like I was thinking.
Buffalo one doesn't have a roof.
Right. No, Giants. Yeah, MetLife. That would be 2014. Yeah.
That was the Seahawks.
Seahawks destruction of the Denver Broncos at MetLife Stadium. Yep. Yeah, that was the last one. I'm thinking purely cold weather that we have to endure walking into the convention center and whatnot.
I don't mind that as long as you can just be nice and cozy inside.
I hate it. I came back with a wicked sinus infection from Minnesota. That sucked. I hated that.
There's no way they'll do it. They can't do a Super Bowl in Buffalo. Because the chance of extreme weather in Buffalo that time of year.
Kind of fun, though, wouldn't it?
I don't know, man. Not if you if you're going to – no. I don't want if C.J. Stroud has to go against Jalen Hurts in the middle of a blizzard. I don't. As long as I have a passing quarterback, I don't want that bad weather.
I'm thinking purely just. I wasn't even putting the Texans in the conversation. I'm just thinking. I'm honestly looking at it as a TV show.
Yeah.
more than I don't have to Super Bowl. As long as I'm sitting on my couch, a snow Super Bowl would be super compelling. We've never had it before.
For me, the championship games, I honestly prefer that they be indoors on artificial turf because then at least it takes some of the randomness out of it.
Yeah.
I feel like, okay, I want the better team to win. And with the problem with the outdoor games is the Super Bowl, the NFL acts like they've got this incredibly impressive and technologically advanced method for growing the grass that will only be used in the Super Bowl. Yeah. And they'll put out documentaries about how much time and care they put into it, and then the surface sucks.
Yes.
And guys are slipping all over. It's beautiful for television, but guys are slipping around all over the place.
Yep.
No, give it to me indoors on turf.
I like it. A lot of Grim Reaper text. The Grim Reaper's weapon is designed to cut your lifeline from the physical, so it separates your lifeline spirit from the physical body. That's why it's a blade. Ooh, that is that is deep, man. That is deep right there. Payne and Pendergast with you.
Why couldn't it be some other form of blade or something? I know he's harvesting.
Yeah.
The Sith is more because he's harvesting.
He's reaping souls is what AI told us. Yeah.
I feel like he could still do that same thing with any other weapon, you know.
True. Yeah, step your game up.
Or is he like swiping at my soul with the scythe and not my body?
It's a good
He's
question.
Just like swiping away the soul.
Cutting your lifeline.
I've got so many questions for him. I'm going to start carrying around either a piece of paper with questions for the Grim Reaper, or I don't know if he'll let me use my smartphone. I keep it in my...
Can you weren't getting the Grim Reaper on the show?
He's a tough get, but
you've been trying, I know. Yeah. You've
been trying real hard by the looks of you. You're just living a rough life there, man.
That's it.
Just burning the candle at both ends.
Someone says Lance McCullers reminds me of one of those spinning plates on a stick. You're just waiting for it to fall off. Like, that's how it is watching him. Like, the elbow's going to go any minute now. I feel like I have not had that gut feeling about Lance these first 3 or 4 starts that he's had. Only because he's so wild right now. I'm not worried about the elbow.
He distracts you.
Yeah.
You don't worry about the injuries because you're just thinking about the actual baseball.
He's all over the place. That's exactly right. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Friday. Hope you're having a great day. Hope you got a nice long weekend planned. We still have a ton to get to on the show. Speaking of Jose Altuve, a lot of you thinking we disrespected him yesterday by leaving him out of the circle of trust. He got a version of the ultimate respect yesterday by one prominent baseball writer. We will tell you what that is coming up next.
By the way, everybody, Ben looks fine. Okay, yeah, Ben doesn't look
fine,
like
Ben.
Tempting the Grim Reaper or anything.
Ben, you look
like
fine.
That.
Yeah.
Ben looks like but Ben gives the appearance of a guy who knows how to like relax and have a good time. Just not clubbing or anything, but
man.
I feel like Ben could sit in a garage with your dad and drink a case of beer while watching a baseball game.
Maybe. I don't know. I put a sip in his hand, and I don't know. He looks a little scary if I put a sip in his hand.
Hey, Kirk Holmes. You know, spend in your.
From the McCullers Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
That's here with 2 outs. Oh, yeah. Did he do it again? You better believe it. Jose Altuve. A 2-home run game. Making up for lost time, and the Astros lead 8-2.
That was good to see. To me, the two biggest stories from last night, Jose Altuve, 2 home runs to kind of reignite things, 2 stretches where he's just seeing the ball really well and kind of getting the fundamentals back, trying to drive the ball up the middle instead of jerk it over the train in left field every swing. And then Lance McCullers last night as well. Gave you 4 1/3 innings. Couldn't get out of the 5th inning. Put a couple guys on. They're up 5-2. Dubin comes in and gets in a little bit of trouble, but able to get out of that jam. And then the bullpen comes in. The back end of the bullpen comes in, and you don't have to touch Abreu or Hader last night. In a series like this, Seth, that is big that you didn't have to use your 8th inning or 9th inning guy in a 9-2 win. That's they talk about complementary football all the time, the offense complementing the defense. The Astros being able to score all those runs to put some distance to turn it from a 5-2 game into a 9-2 game. Jose Altuve's 2 home runs were part of those later runs in the game. His solo home run made it 6-2, and his 2-run home run made it 8-2. And you may look at it and go, all right, well, they weren't really consequential home runs. Yeah, they were. You didn't have to go to your closer or your setup guy last night. This is a really important series, and you're going to be playing in a close game probably on Friday, Saturday, and or Sunday. And you're going to need Brian Abreu and Josh Hader to not have to use them. If it was still 5-2, those guys are coming into the game. It's not. It's 9-2. It's 8-2. So they're not coming into the game. So that was huge to be able to not have to dip into the elite part of your bullpen last night.
Yeah, sure. And Sean Dubin working himself out of that trouble is nice to see. And I mean, Dubin's one of the guys, one of the many Astros pitchers who have been injured this year. Able to come out of it, and you're just. Hopefully, I mean, I just don't want to fear the worst with Blanco. But it's elbow. If they hadn't said it, it's elbow discomfort with a second opinion. Come on,
he's
come
done.
on.
He's done.
You don't know that.
I know,
okay.
Yeah, but that's just how I feel. I just feel like I've seen this before. Of course, I'm not. Yeah, I haven't looked at the MRI or anything, but that's how I'm treating it.
Okay. So no, and you're 100% correct here. Yeah. The other part of the Astros turning it around, if they can do it versus the Mariners and continue to do some of what they've been doing as of late, I mean, if Altuve just leapt out of his slump last night, then that would be huge, obviously. Jordan could be back any day now. If he looks like what he's looked like for every single baseball season except for this one, if he can get back to looking like his old self, that's huge too. And it makes it a little bit easier given that there's all these viable options with the pitching right now, and because the bullpen is so good, that I can get kind of full thrust into all right, this team might have something.
My hope is that Jordan was playing through that hand injury, and that's a big reason why he's like a 680 OPS or whatever he is, 400 points below where he normally is OPS. I hope that's the case. Jason Stark of The Athletic, longtime baseball writer. I like Jason Stark's work, and he's a pretty prominent member of the group that votes for the Hall of Fame. He's a very prominent voice out there when it Hall of Fame and All Century and things like that. People pay attention when he writes. He did the for The Athletic. He did the all-quarter century team for Major League Baseball, the very best in baseball since 2000. 2 Astros, 1 former, 1 current, make the cut on the all-quarter century team by Jason Stark. Jose Altuve is your second baseman on Jason Stark's all-quarter century team.
Nice.
Says, full confession, I'm dinging Robinson Cano here for being a 2-time offender of PEDs. Good. Get him out of here.
Oh, the comments are going to be so
Get him out of here. Yeah.
Yes.
Get out. Yes. Thank you, Vandy. And since that's the case, this is Stark saying this, this feels like a choice between Jose Altuve and Chase Utley. Disagree? I knew that would happen. We've no hard and fast rules on this team for how to handle the PED mess, and I'll run into it again later in this column. When I do, let's just say my choices down the road are going to tick off the Robbie Cano Don't You Know fan club because he ends up putting Barry Bonds in as his left fielder for the quarter century team.
I love the inconsistency.
Yes,
on this.
And he admits it. But Stark says, enough on Cano. Why Altuve, despite his hazy association with the Astros trash can scheme and whatever the heck went on with Buzzergate? Because he's on
okay, bringing up Buzzergate is BS there. He has to acknowledge the trash cans, but which, as we all know, Altuve. But yeah, that's BS to bring up.
He needed. I'm okay with him bringing it up if he were to use an adjective in front of it that shows how ridiculous it is.
The bogus Buzzergate.
Whatever the heck went on with that silly Buzzergate thing, anything like that, I would have been okay. But you're right. The way he mentions it actually gives it like a modicum of credence, of credibility. Stark continues, he's on a Cooperstown path. Altuve's already passed Cano in Fangraph's calculation of WAR. I think his career offensive accomplishments outweigh Utley's by almost any measure. This is what's wild about this. Stark says, so that's 3 batting titles, 2 stolen base titles, 4 200-hit seasons. And I hope you notice that Altuve actually has the same career slugging percentage as Chase Utley. What's wild about this, those 3 batting titles and 2 stolen base titles and 4 200-hit seasons all took place like a decade ago. Like, Altuve transformed himself. He went from being, kind of singles, like a prolific singles hitter that was winning batting titles, to a guy whose batting average came down some, but his OPS went way up, and he turned into not like a feared power hitter like Mike Trout or Barry Bonds or other guys on this team, but a legitimate 25 to 30 home run guy. And with home runs in some of the biggest spots. So that when I read that, I'm like, man, that's the batting titles and the stolen base titles and the 200-hit seasons are all things that were happening before 2018. Like these are all. It's almost like there's been 2 Altuves offensively. It's been a wild evolution for him.
It was. I did go through Athletic. Tend to be. It's a little bit. They're not as extreme. Like people are a little bit more reserved and not as much name calling going on and everything. Yeah. There are multiple people in the comments who are 100% convinced that Buzzergate was real and that Altuve was 100% wearing a buzzer. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
There's Buzzergate comments down there.
Yeah. That's the vast majority of them. When Astros fans brought up that you didn't participate in the trash can, et cetera, whatever. And that's the Buzzergate is important because the Buzzergate brings it like people. There are a lot of people that were convinced the Astros were cheating for 3 straight years.
Yep.
Because the 2017 season details weren't divulged until 2020. A lot of people thought that was so they want to wipe out 3 seasons of Altuve's good work.
Yes.
And I would spot them the one season just based on Altuve had more runners on base, had more protection in the lineup if other guys were using it, whatever.
That's a good point.
But like the buzzer conspiracy theory has damaged him more so than any other thing, and it's the thing that's the absolute most false about any of the accusations. Yeah,
I get my only fear really in terms of legacy is, are the baseball writers that vote for the Hall of Fame dumb enough to believe that he was using a buzzer?
I don't think anybody in baseball does.
Then that's fine. Yeah. Let the stupid Yankee fans be the stupid Yankee fan. You can't cure stupid, and that's who they are and what they are. As long as the writers don't believe it and he gets into the Hall of Fame when he deserves to get in, that's fine. The other former technically, I guess it was an Astro in 1998 that made it. That's Randy Johnson. I say technically because this is for 2000 through today. So Randy Johnson made the starting rotation for the quarter century team for his work in Arizona and New York, and mostly his work in Arizona when he won the three or four Cy Young awards. Justin Verlander made it. The starting rotation for the quarter century team, Justin Verlander, Clayton Kershaw, Roy Halladay, Max Scherzer, and Randy Johnson. I guess the toughest choice for him, Stark says, Seth, was Randy Johnson. Verlander, Kershaw, Halladay, and Scherzer were easy ones for him. It came down to Randy Johnson and Zach Greinke for the last spot. So we were this close to having two recent former Astros on the boy. And you think about that, and they had Garrett Cole on that. That 2019 team didn't win the World Series.
Yeah.
That stings when you read stuff like this. Like, they had Greinke, Verlander, and Garrett Cole on the team.
Well, and Randy Johnson's a tough one because his career, like the dividing line is the year 2000.
Yeah.
So he wouldn't be an Astro that was on this list because this is the first quarter century. He was with the Astros in 98.
Yep.
So, that's the part. If you just take his career and start it in the year 1996 instead of 1988, then I think he'd be a slam dunk, obviously.
Yeah.
So just arbitrarily starting this at the beginning of the century.
Yeah. So Verlander, Kershaw, Halladay, Scherzer, and Randy Johnson. And Zach Greinke. He said Zach Greinke was a really tough choice to leave off of this. Mariano Rivera wrote very little about that because he's just so far ahead of everybody and everything. Mariano, for those wondering what the team looks like, the whole team, since we've just focused on the Astros on this, catcher Yadier Molina, designated hitter Big Papi, David Ortiz, the infield from first to third, Albert Pujols, first base. We mentioned Altuve. Derek Jeter is the shortstop. Adrian Beltre is the third baseman, and then left to right in the outfield. I feel like I'm a play-by-play guy giving out the lineup at the beginning of a game. Barry Bonds in left, Mike Trout in center, Aaron Judge in right. And for those of you, below the age of like 13, there was a time when Mike Trout was considered potentially the greatest player in baseball. I know if you've just started watching baseball in the last 5 years, you're like, that guy that's hurt all the time for the Angels? There was a time where in a 10-year period he could have won 7 MVP awards. Mike Trout's numbers are crazy. Crazy.
It is crazy, and kind of an illustration of just how injured he's been, though, too. Yeah. Because because he's still relatively young, you feel like, well, he couldn't have possibly accomplished all of that stuff already.
He came up when he was like 20.
He can't have been around that long.
Yeah. 2011, I think, was his first year. Like it's that first 10 years of Mike Trout, man, that was something. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Into the 8 o'clock hour we go. Nick Caserio was on Chris Sims' podcast. Good interview. How well does Nick Caserio know his own drafts? Do you want to play a guessing game along with the Texans GM? You'll get your chance to. Coming up next. The weekend is here, although I don't need a
HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Friday. Nick Caserio was on with Chris Sims on Chris Sims' podcast. It looks like he some cuts coming out of that over the last couple of days. It looked like a fun conversation, Seth, that the two of them had, Chris Sims and Nick Caserio.
They had a good old time.
Yeah.
They had there was. I always enjoy this when Caserio gets up and talks during the draft, where his memory of how picks and trades went down usually isn't as amongst fans, because he's handling calls and trades all the time because they're such active traders that he doesn't really remember the details of how things go down immediately afterwards, especially. So Chris Sims played a guessing game with him where Caserio in the last 3 years has only used 3 picks that were the team's original picks.
Yes.
Every other pick that they've made has come about through either a single or multiple trades, and that's how the Texans have ended up with it. So Sims just asked him, hey, in the last 3 years, do you remember which 3 picks were your own?
Before we play this, what was your confidence level that Nick would be able to get all 3 of these?
I would have said pretty low, because I thought I know we've cited some stat like similar to this, and I knew that one of them was a really tough one to remember.
Yeah.
So I actually didn't think of the most obvious one first. I thought of the hardest one, so I didn't think he would get it.
All right, here we go.
So it'd be 23, 24, and 25. All right, so Stroud, okay. I want to say maybe one of the second-round picks in 23.
No, right round, but 24. And 24, you had a second-round pick. Right.
Oh, okay. It would have been Kamari, right?
No, 42. I think it's Blake Fisher. Blake Fisher, round 2.
Was the original.
The original.
Kamari pick was the Minnesota pick, and then Blake Fisher was our original pick. So, yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, you can't even keep track of all the damn trades you did.
No,
I know.
I can't. Believe me, Chris, I can't. The last
and then it's one that I would never remember.
Probably like a late round pick or something.
It's round 7, right? It was Marcus Harris, exactly right, and he's no longer with your team. So, yeah.
All right, not bad. I'll give it a 1.5 out of 2.
I would have gotten the first 2. I saw this clip on the internet yesterday, Seth, and I was screaming, Blake Fisher. Stroud's an easy one. Like you got the second pick in the draft because you stunk. So you pick Stroud. Obviously, they trade up to get Will Anderson. Blake Fisher, I'm like, Blake Fisher. The Marcus Harris, I could have been here.
Well,
I could have been here for 4 days. He
throws so many late-round picks in just to even out deals and what have you that it's almost like that pick was just the penny that happened to be left in the washing machine.
Totally.
It's just random chance that one was untouched. It wasn't like it was some sacred pick that could never be moved.
Great analogy. When I heard it was a 7th-round pick, I'm like, that I would have never because you're right. He uses 7th-round picks. He never uses those picks. He just uses them as fodder to go get other picks. That he actually used one and used it used their own pick was wild to me. So good job, Nick. You got one, kind of got the second one. You needed some hints, and we'll absolve you for Marcus Harris.
It just reminds me, I used to have a coin collection as a kid. I got to call my mom. What the hell did Cynthia do with that? How much is that thing worth by now?
Dude, I had boxes and boxes of baseball cards, and I don't know where they are. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, and it's
there's at least some really good ones in there.
Dude, yes. I mean, there's a box of cash sitting somewhere, and my dad's 3 houses removed from the house I grew up in now, so who knows who got those in every move that's been made, and whatnot. I just know I don't have them. I could use
those people. They're bastards.
Yeah. No
this was. I thought this was interesting because Nick got pretty kind of agitated when asked in one of the post-draft press conferences about drafting for need versus drafting best player available. He gave us a thought-out answer. We had ChatGPT ask the question.
Yeah, it was a good job
instead of
by
us.
you.
That way you could get mad at big data, but not you and
That's
I.
That's right.
But this was Chris Sims yet again asked, hey, how do you navigate that drafting best player available versus drafting for need?
Yeah, you have to just figure out how do we get the best players in the building, regardless of position.
Okay.
Now, if you have potentially an opening or opportunity and you have two players that are maybe graded on an equal plane, then maybe you lean towards one area or the other. But you don't want to rule anybody out because, quote unquote, what you have in the building or what you have on paper, because as we all know, things change in a hurry. So there may not be a quote unquote need or an opportunity in its current form, but a few months down the road, maybe things have changed or shifted, and you're going to feel like, you know what? Not that you knew that was going to happen, but you've just put yourself in a decent position. And I think you have to understand the contracts, maybe how they're built. But ultimately, the competition is going to sort itself out amongst the players.
See, I like that answer. That's a good answer to that question.
And it is, I think something we talked about with him is that notion that need can be a tiebreaker.
Yes.
If you got two guys that are the exact same grade and you need this position, you don't need the other one, okay, that's pretty simple. The biggest thing I've realized is I've spent more time on this than I wanted to, just kind of going around looking at different GMs and whatnot. Mm-hmm. The reason GMs get sensitive about it is because drafting for need, there's a perception or there's a connotation there that you're just constantly overdrafting guys just because you need that. And Nick had said something about when he was with us, you got to be careful about just how much you value need, because if you do it, and what I read from it was if you do it continually, nobody's smart enough to be consistently smarter than the market or the 31 other NFL teams.
Yep.
If you stretch that often, it's going to come back to bite you. But I think it's also that it's why he trades so much. I think that if he's in a position where there's a really good player and he's the best player available, but it's not a position of need, then if there's a good deal out there, he's probably going to trade into a different band of players.
Yeah. Now, I just look at their draft this year, and I'm just going to go with the first 5 guys they took. The 4 guys they took on day 2, plus Woody Marks, who they traded a third from next year's draft to move in and get in the 4th round. There were a lot of ties getting broken on those first 5 picks. I feel like all 5 of those first picks, if you were to have listed the needs for the Texans before the draft, I would have said offensive line for sure. I would have said wide receiver for sure. I would have said another dynamic running back for sure. And I probably would have on defense said depth at corner. They had too many games last year that if Kamari Lassiter missed the game, you're trotting D'Angelo Ross out there. Their cornerback depth fell off a cliff. Now, they signed Ronald Darby, and he's a vet, and he's solid enough, but they draft Jalen Smith out of USC. Like, I would submit that all 5 of those guys they picked were need positions for the Texans.
Right, and I think, again, like it is every single year with Caserio, he moved around a lot to get to some of those spots.
Yes.
And that where these guys are available here. If we get to here, that makes sense on our trade value chart. And likewise with trading back from 25, I think as he said, there were at least a couple guys that they thought were appropriate there, but they got an offer that made sense, and they took the extra draft capital because the Giants quote unquote lost by trade value on that.
Yeah.
But they were perfectly willing to move back up into the first round.
Do you like his approach? Do you like his approach to the draft?
Yeah, I like it a lot because this is the prevailing thinking in a lot of circles is, hey, trade back. The more swings at the plate as possible is better. DeCosta, the GM of the Ravens, had a good interview about that. Yeah. That was very much a strategy with Bill Belichick for years. And that was where out and asked Caserio, how is this different from New England, and why is it different from New England?
That's how we approach it. I would say here in Houston, we probably have shown more, I would say, ability or just openness to going up and down or sitting, versus in New England, I would say a little bit more trade back. Right. There's no one size fits all. You have to do what is best for you, what you think makes the most sense.
Yeah, and I think that, Nick's very aware of the theory that, hey, as many picks as possible is a smart way to do it.
He mentioned DeCosta in the interview himself.
Right, he actually mentioned DeCosta earlier in the interview. And there's just I think the way he does it, it's way more aggressive the danger would be, okay, are you moving around this aggressively because you think you see opportunities that other people don't see? I don't think he looks at it that way. I think it's that he wants to be able to address need, but he doesn't want to do it at a stupid cost.
Yes.
So they try to remain true to their board as much as possible, but he's perfectly willing to move up and down to try to get to those spots to where they can help the team most.
Yep. It was a good conversation. Go out of your way to find it. Caserio and Chris Sims. It was a good interview. Payne and Pendergast with you here on a Friday. Diana Rossini got some what I'm assuming is owner Anon info, Seth, from the Tush Push Summit meeting a couple days ago. As you pointed out, they had a meeting that had everybody there to talk about it. Then they had a private meeting with just probably keep all the secrets in one room. Like that will be an airtight room, the one with the owners. Nope.
Yes.
Diana Rossini's just posting stuff. There's definitely owners that are texting her and whatnot. Good for her.
Yeah, these billionaires who are on medically unethical doses of testosterone replacement, whichever study drug they're using these days, everything else, those will be the guys that won't talk. The guys with just incredibly large egos, and understandably so.
Yes.
Yeah, they're the ones that you can trust them to keep a secret.
Exactly. The funniest piece is not funniest. I think most noteworthy and funny from Diana Rossini's piece about the Tush Push Summit meeting with the owners. One of the quotes from Jeffrey Lurie, who did a 1-hour speech, and I'm not exaggerating, did a 1-hour presentation on why the Tush Push should not be banned. He's the owner of the Eagles. Quote, "It's the safest play in the history of the game. Whoever votes to ban this play is taking liability for putting risk on our quarterbacks." End quote. That's the blood is on your hands kind of thing. Right?
There's so much drama
I know.
in the NFL this weekend. We get these guys making these grandiose. Meanwhile, the NFL is claiming that it's a safety hazard, but they leave Alan Mills, chief medical officer, at home, doesn't testify. That's the weirdest and dumbest thing about this entire campaign by the majority of the teams to get rid of the Tush Push are them routinely bringing up these how dangerous a play it is.
Dude, they make terrible lawyers. Goodell wanted this play out of the game, and this is basically kind of like a courtroom sort of thing almost, where you're trying to convince people, trying to convince a jury in a way. And you don't bring in the star witness. Like Alan Mills would have been the star witness in this thing.
As you see, my client suffers from multiple personality disorder. Do you have any witnesses that could testify to that? No, just trust me, bro. Just trust me. Have you seen him? Super weird dude.
Now maybe Alan Mills thinks that it is a safe play. Maybe he wasn't going to do the dance that Goodell wants him to do. Yeah, that's why he wasn't there. Yeah. One high-ranking...
I don't think that it was that he had a flat tire on the way to the conference.
No, you're probably right. One high-ranking league source said, quote, this has to be another owner, Lurie was like a guy trying to convince his girlfriend why she shouldn't leave him, end quote. So he's up there sounding desperate, it sounds like, at least according to this one high-ranking source.
According to that high-ranking source, I'm guessing is an owner or family of the owner, because family members were allowed in too. They had to pass a DNA test.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering about that. That definitely was somebody that voted for the ban.
Oh yeah.
I can't see Lurie getting up there and saying, "Oh please, baby, please just give me one more chance." I know I just say.
Would you? I'm being serious. If anybody went up there to try to convince me for an hour about this, that would have affected my vote in a negative way. I would have been like,
in a bad way. Yeah.
Wasting an hour of my time.
No way of concise presentation.
No chance.
There's no way that he got up there, and I don't think it was a 20-minute presentation followed by 40 minutes of questions.
Right.
If it were 20 minutes of presentation followed by 40 minutes of questions, I could excuse that. But I can't excuse a guy just getting up there and rambling
for an hour, pontificating. And it had to be that because there were reports of other owners being like, "We done yet here?" Jed York, like, "Have you gotten everything done yet here, Jeffrey? Are we good?"
The whole thing that. What I might really, if I tried to hit the guilt complex or put a guilt trip on them, I might have to really point out the disparity between this play being banned versus other plays, where with other plays it's either been a serious safety issue or there have been some tactics and strategies that were considered unsportsmanlike or what have you. Through the Seahawks and the Patriots back in the day were getting really handsy in the defensive backfield and getting away with it. So they just had to tweak it to be more like the game is supposed to look in the rule book.
Yeah.
This is just 100% a team taking advantage of the current rule book and doing a better job at playing really clean and legal football with it. And it grates against me that you could ban it in a year in which the team that's best at that play won the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
There was nothing dodgy about it.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that makes me some kind of a hypocrite or if I'm trying to straddle the fence. I just couldn't bring myself to do it this year. If the Eagles are eliminated in the wild card round next year or something, and I still don't like it, we're not consciously striking a blow to the best team in the league.
Yeah, I don't think there's any playbook or anything. I think your rationale makes perfect sense to me. There's no good or bad. I mean, there's bad criteria for sure for voting. Look, mine is I just think it looks stupid. Your reasons are way better than
boring.
mine.
No. I don't like the play.
Yeah.
It's just that sequence in the NFC Championship game where they lined up 6 times to do the tush push.
How long was it?
Through a combination of penalties and not making it ended up being 4.5 minutes of the most boring football you can watch.
Unacceptable. Yeah, you can't have that. You can't have that. Bro, this is a text. Did we sign Lance McCullers to like a 20-year deal or something? LOL. No, it was a 5-year deal, started in 2022, and it's next year is the last season of the deal. Look, he's gotten paid a lot of money to rehab these injuries.
He comes out next year and wins the Cy Young.
And gets another 5-year deal. No, and then leaves. Yeah.
I don't know. Lance, honestly, I think Lance, that's the tragic part of it for the way a lot of Houston fans feel about Lance, where it's just been nothing but bad luck for him with injuries.
Yeah.
He was one of the guys originally that seemed gung-ho most into Houston. Got a Houston tattoo. Like, he was all about being out in the community and everything.
Yeah.
Even before the Astros had really entered their golden era.
Yes.
That's what stinks about it. There's so many things about him that are exactly what you want out of your professional, if you're a fan of a professional baseball team.
No doubt.
He hasn't been able to stay on the field. I do think that there's at least potential. Let's say the next 1.5 years are awesome.
Mm-hmm.
That he totally understands the injury risk, and he might end up taking less to stay in Houston if the organization.
If anybody would it'd be him.
Yeah.
I don't know if he will, but if anybody would, the way he's talked about Houston, I would think it would be Lance.
But I would also get it if he just wanted to be like, man, I need a fresh start.
Man,
I gotta.
Well, he's death threats a week ago. It was.
I'm taking my coffee shops elsewhere.
Yeah, that's right, Maven. I'm taking Maven on the road. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, new Hall of Fame, Hall of Excellence, we'll call it, popping up in Vegas. Would you visit this hall? We'll tell you who's behind it coming up next. What would a Hall of Excellence in Houston look like? We'll talk about that coming up next.
Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood, and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast. All right, so Tom Brady and Jim Gray, Seth, you brought this to my attention. They're starting a Hall of Excellence in Las Vegas at the Fontainebleau Hotel.
They're starting... it's a museum, really.
It's a museum, yeah.
It's there's nothing quite brings in the cheddar these days like a museum. Museums and public libraries, that's where it's at. You want to make it big in this economy.
I told you maybe this is my museum, my newfound museum love showing. You know, Amy and I went to the Museum of Natural Science a week or two ago, and I had a great time there on a Saturday afternoon.
Sure, yeah. No, you can have a good time at a museum.
Yeah.
I'm curious about it, but the really good museums tend to be nonprofits.
Yeah, that's true.
I can't imagine that Tom Brady needs to put out all his trinkets, all the evidence of not just from around the world of sports,
just excellence
on display in a kiosk or a booth in the Fontainebleau Hotel.
Yep. So that's what's happening here. Tom Brady and Jim Gray, who are longtime friends. If you listen to Monday Night Football on Westwood One here on Sports Radio 610, for years there's been that halftime interview that Jim Gray does with Tom Brady on there. When Tom Brady goes on the road to do like his one-man Q&A in front of a big group of corporate people, it's Jim Gray who's sort of the moderator of the whole thing. They're kind of attached at the hip, and they're definitely attached at the hip on this project. It's going to become a reality next month as Brady, Gray, and Gray's wife, Fran, have teamed up with several helping hands to open the Hall of Excellence Museum coming up on June 20th at the Fontainebleau Las Vegas Hotel. The museum will highlight nearly 300 pieces of memorabilia coming from the closets of Brady and the Grays, including all 7 of Brady's Super Bowl rings are going to be on display there, as well as items from global sports stars and celebrities. There's some quotes in here from both guys. Here's a smattering, Seth, of what's going to be in here. Michael Jordan's first pair of Air Jordans from 1984 and his first NBA championship shoes from 1991. That's pretty good. There's a whole movie made
and honestly, all those Super Bowl rings.
Yeah.
Before we even go on any further, this is going to be a security nightmare.
Yes.
Not because you have to fear the high-end burglars, but the number of drunk people in Las Vegas that are on God knows what else, as they're testing their own reality the way that the Magnificent Gladstone would.
Yes.
There's gonna people trying to swipe this stuff. Yeah. Need some hardcore security.
No, there's no doubt. The 7 Super Bowl rings alone, all I'm envisioning is like 10 guys standing around this glass case where the glass is a foot thick, just to keep people you're talking about. The way this is phrased is interesting. A bat used by Jackie Robinson to break baseball's color barrier. That makes it sound like he took the color barrier is this like tangible noun, and he took a bat to it and just started breaking
and he just bashed it in.
Started bashing the color barrier in.
Was there ever? Yeah, I guess. And then that's vaguely worded. I already don't trust this museum. Like, all right, so he used that to break the color barrier, but that could have been at any point over the course of really several seasons.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I want to see the bat, the very first bat, or just tell me when it was used.
And maybe that's what it is, and as you said, it's poorly worded. Muhammad Ali's worn gloves from his bout versus George Chuvalo in 1966.
Oh, those are the ones that I've wanted.
Yeah,
a lot of people will be like, hey, Frazier, right? No.
I've been talking about Clay v. Chuvalo for years now, yes. Dream Team jersey and opening ceremony uniform. They don't specify whose Dream Team jersey it is. Mm-hmm. Clint Eastwood's Academy Award for Unforgiven from 1993. Okay, so they're branching out into
hodgepodge of stuff
this is some random stuff, man. And
golf balls and baseballs signed by U.S. presidents dating back to Woodrow Wilson.
Wow, yeah, I'm looking at Tony Award for the color purple in 2016. It
sounds like an estate sale more than like it's like there's just this smattering of really cool stuff, but it's all over the place. Do you have any garden hose that are in good shape? I'll take that too.
Dresses worn by Billie Jean King and Serena Williams during Wimbledon championships.
Okay.
1974 and 2009.
This is going to be I advise against this. This sounds
It's done.
dumb.
They're doing it.
I know, and I know you want to go see it and everything.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to. There's no way that this is viable unless they're using it to create, contact lists, people that are potential customers for something else. All right, the Fontainebleau isn't super exclusive or pricey hotel.
It's nice.
Right? It's nice, but it's not like it's not like the Plaza or something like that.
No, yeah, I'm not sure. The draft?
I checked yesterday. I could get rooms for like 200 and below, so
Okay.
it wasn't
There you
out
go.
of the universe.
Yeah, it's not. Well, I don't want to name some of the really bad ones on the strip.
Yeah.
It's not one of those, but it's probably an in between. Yeah.
I'm guessing the real lure, if you're going to try to make money at this, and the fact that you're putting it in a hotel on the strip, that's some pricey real estate.
Yes.
Your rent's very, very high there. I think it's that they want to get your email address and your social media more so than anything else.
It's just a really extravagant way to build a mailing list.
It is.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
That's. I would go to this, but you know me. Hall of Excellence will be a self-guided tour, all narrated. They picked the perfect guide. I'm guessing you have the app or you Bluetooth your AirPods in and you're listening.
This is how I know it's going to fail.
Morgan Freeman is the voice of this thing.
Do you know how much that must cost? Honestly, I need to see the business plan on this. I am fascinated by what the end goal is for this.
What you're looking at
what
right
are you
now.
hoping? Morgan Freeman. That's got to cost. I bet it's $1 million to get him to voice something.
To voice a tour of a museum? Hell yeah. It's probably $1 million to get him to do those 30-second commercials that he does sometimes.
It's just because his voice is so iconic.
It's so distinct. Yeah.
This is the same thing Brady did with his podcast company. They started a podcast company, which, cool. You know who else can do that with like $17? Anybody alive. Yeah. But they started this podcast company, and they had 12 full-time producers working for this podcast company. Yeah. Like, it is a medium that the most successful podcasters are still guys like Joe Rogan, where it's him, his producer buddy there, and his guest.
Yeah.
With like a plain backdrop.
That's it.
You don't need multiple full-time producers, and they folded within a year.
Hey, man.
He's going in too hard and too fast.
Brady
on these
spares
things.
no cost. I ain't complaining.
He's
when
going to
I
be
go
broke
out
within the decade, Sean.
Dude,
I know it.
I can't wait. I can't wait. This is why Brady's still working. Hey, gotta pay the bills, man. Hey, Morgan.
10 years from now, you're going to walk into the Hall of Excellence, and it's going to be Tom Brady standing there crooked-eyed with an apron on because he was also just fixing the plumbing in the back before you walked in. He wipes his hands off. What do you for,
employees?
Yeah.
Couldn't renew Morgan Freeman, so they got some squeaky kid doing the thing. Oh, here's the
Gilbert
dream team.
Gottfried.
That is a dream team jersey.
Billie Jean King. Uh-oh. I'm about to get canceled.
Mahomes. He gets Mahomes to do it. Hey, this is a dream team jersey right here. There's a jersey where Charles Barkley punched that Angola guy right in the face. Punch him right in the face. It was really cool. Yeah. Morgan Freeman alone is enough to get me to this museum. I'm curious, what would the listeners put in a Houston Hall of Excellence? What would the items
not the
be?
actual Houston Hall of Fame, but the Hall of Excellence.
No, it's a museum. The Houston Hall of Fame. It's not even a brick and mortar thing. It's just people getting honored. If there were a Houston Hall of Excellence, like a museum like this, what would the items be in there?
The first thing that popped into my brain was Jordan's orange seat. That's a kind of cool thing.
Yes.
From a Houston perspective.
Yes.
The orange seat from that upper deck home run that he hit out in right field forever ago. Yeah.
Every MRI done on Jordan's right hand. In a work of art, almost looking like the Hollywood Squares. Just 9 of them up there. Just 9 X-rays of his hand.
The ball that broke Kyle Tucker's leg.
We were there for that.
We were.
And
I told you.
Yeah.
I said he'll play tomorrow.
He tried to play that night. He tried to get back in the batter's box. They wouldn't let him. He just
That's
had to
what
drag
made me
him
feel
back.
like, he might have something.
Yeah.
That was a weird situation.
Yeah. I don't like, as I'm thinking of this, like Hall of Excellence. Well, maybe it's the better than everybody else scandal, but I want, you know what I want? I want almost like a life-size diorama of the room that had the monitor in it that A.J. Hinch took a bat to.
As he's taking a bat to the monitor.
like a wax museum thing of A.J. Hinch with a gigantic bat and a half-mutilated monitor on the desk right there. Like angry A.J. Hinch. And maybe even not in a wax museum. Maybe make it a robot where he's like, smashing the monitor and not telling the guy stopped doing it. That was his semi-aggressive.
You know what you're asking for more so is that you want a wax museum of great moments in sports history.
I like wax museums.
I would have I would have a wax. I would have J.R. Richard holding the 5 baseballs or however many baseballs he would hold in his hand. Yeah,
that was an iconic picture, man. Yeah, send them in 713-572-4610. This is our Hall of Excellence done via wax museum.
Our estate sale / garage sale / whatever the hell this Hall of Excellence is.
When you and I start this up, we are going to get so many email addresses out of this thing.
I know. We're going to be...
Our mailing list is going to be so good.
We're going to be able to market our private label products to a specific group of people so well.
God. Damn it. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be so good. All right. Speaking of the Astros... The Athletic lays out which teams are really, quote, trying in baseball based on payroll and performance. Some of you who text complaining about Jim Crane's spending, we're going to learn you a little something in this next segment here, all right? We're going to do that and keep texting. Please text in entries to the Payne and Pendergast Houston Hall via Wax Museum. All of that coming up next. Stay there. But first, I would tell you what I put in a Houston Hall.
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
We do get texts from people from time to time about Jim Crane's spending. And when they trade Kyle Tucker, the Astros, and when they let Alex Bregman walk, I think there's people under the misconception that the Astros are cheap. They're not going to spend. You need to spend. They spend. It's just in the last couple of years, they've made some poor decisions, and quite frankly, the market for Alex Bregman got to be $40 million a year with the Red Sox specifically there. And Kyle Tucker wants a 10-year deal, and Jim Crane doesn't swim in that pool, and whatever. The Athletic has a very interesting article, Seth, that Major League Baseball teams into basically 4 groups using a graph. And I know this is an audio format, and we can't show the graph to people, but just to simplify this, the vertical axis is how much winning you've done in the last 4 seasons. The horizontal axis is how much you've been spending on average the last 4 seasons. Thus, to help with the visual here, you can imagine the Dodgers are the green dot that is way out in the upper right quadrant of this thing. They spend a ton, they win a ton. And there is the graph is kind of grouped into 4 clusters of teams that you can sort of categorize. And the ones that are in the right quadrant, the upper right quadrant, the ones that spend, relatively speaking, a lot of money and win, relatively speaking, a lot of baseball games, there's only 7 teams in that little cluster right there. And the Astros are one of them. The Astros have been doing a lot of winning the last 4 years. And this doesn't include the 5 years before that when they were going to the World Series and won a World Series. Dodgers, Mets, Yankees, you could have predicted those. Phillies, Braves, Padres, Astros are the 7 teams.
Right. So those are, and it's interesting that there's this big clump of teams that, hey, lo and behold, the teams that have spent the most money have also been the most competitive. No huge surprise there, given the way that baseball works.
Yeah.
But those first 3 teams, the Dodgers, the Mets, and the Yankees, their revenue is so much more than every other market and every other team, or just about every other team, that it's like you're not fighting in that same weight class. I think the thing that really sticks out are in more normal-sized markets or have normal TV deals. Houston's right there in the thick of how much those teams are spending.
Yeah.
I mean, I think Crane has made himself uncomfortable in a good way with, like, he's stretched and pushed the boundaries to try to put a competitive team out there compared to just where his revenue is and other teams that same size.
I look at this. So there's the powerhouses in the upper right quadrant. There's a group off to the left that have been winning at a decent level but spend in the bottom half of the league. Teams like Milwaukee, Seattle, Baltimore, Tampa Bay, Cleveland, all teams that have made the playoffs recently, but they spend way less than even the Astros do. The Astros spend the least out of all those powerhouse teams. The thing as an Astros fan that I guess I'm most concerned about when I look at this visually, there's this clump of teams that spend a decent amount, a lot of them, but they don't do a whole lot of winning. Like half of them are barely above 500, half of them are barely below 500. Just to contextualize, teams like Toronto and Boston and the Cubs and the Giants and the Cardinals, the Rangers, like they all spend kind of near what the Astros do. They just haven't won as much as the Astros have over these last 4 seasons. My concern is, okay, how close are we getting here to being at the high spending end of what they call the middle class here, the reluctant middle class? Like, because the Astros are spending about the same over the last 4 years as Boston and Toronto and the Rangers, slightly more than teams like the Cubs and the Giants. They've just been winning more. But how dangerously close are we to spending that amount but slipping back into 500 group right now?
I don't know. I think that I don't think there's another reset year in the Astros' future. And I do think that if you didn't have all this dead money laying around on all of these various players who are no longer on the team or no longer healthy, Crane's got it in him for the big push when he sees fit. So I think if they do get into that middle area, I think it's relatively short-lived until they feel like they can make some aggressive moves.
It's a good point on the money because they're going to get money freed up next year. There's going to be no Jose Abreu on the payroll next year. Presumably, hopefully Lance McCullers is back to actually pitching a workload that's worth the $17 million they're going to be paying him. And the one saving grace, Seth, real quick about the injuries this year so far, Wisniewski and Blanco. One is going to Tommy John. The other one appears to be headed in that direction possibly. They're still very cheap players. You're not paying either of them $15 or $20 million a year to rehab a Tommy John surgery. You know,
the fun thing about this one graph is that there's 4 main groups: the powerhouses, the middle, the basement, and the overachievers.
Yeah.
And then off on their own little island, like they're Hawaii or something.
So
the
good.
Angels.
They're like Hawaii.
The Angels who spend a pretty respectable chunk of money and have nothing
Hawaii.
to show for it.
They are Hawaii.
That's their category, the Angels.
They're just the Angels. They're the outlier. They spent now. They don't over the last 4 years have not spent. They've spent less than the Astros, according to this chart, over the last 4 years.
Yeah.
But they're still over $200 million in payroll, and their winning percentage is somewhere. It's about .425 somewhere. You know, just graph. They're their own thing, man, and a lot of that.
They spend a lot of money and not do anything with it.
Mike, they had Mike Trout and Shohei Ohtani on the roster at the same time. They couldn't help the injuries with Trout. That's not their fault. But think about when they signed Ohtani. What the thought was. Can you imagine if you had the Mike Trout from his first 10 years on the same team as Shohei Ohtani of the last 3 or 4 years on the same team, like full season, you know, like full. Yeah. Holy smokes!
They've won a hypothetical 3-peat World Series.
It would be
what that team did.
It would be worth going to the ballpark. Like right now, it's not worth buying a ticket to go see the Angels. You know, but that is the funniest part of this graph for sure. But we bring this up just to say, hey man, like. Jim Crane spends, you know, like he's in that upper echelon of spending.
Does he have Hall of Excellence money? Would he be able to afford admission into Tom Brady and Jim Gray's new Hall of Excellence at the Hotel Fontainebleau?
Does he get into? He may not get in there, but he for sure would be in the Payne and Pendergast Wax Museum Hall of Excellence, and it'd be a Wax Museum robot of Crane, just like sweeping money off his fingers like that and giving a big middle finger to everybody.
Making it rain.
Making it rain. Yep. If you missed the previous segment, Seth and I were talking, Tom Brady and Jim Gray are starting a Hall of Excellence museum in Vegas. So we asked you guys what would be in the Hall of Excellence for a Houston Hall of Excellence. Paul Wall's first grill. That's true. We got to cross over because Brady and Gray, if we're going to compete with them, Seth, we got to cross over into pop culture, too. It can't just be sports.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, that's cute. Then you got to bring in, you know, you got a wax styrofoam cup at some point. You got
Apollo 13 stuff. You know?
Yeah. You know, big old space shuttle in your Hall of Excellence. Can you fit that in the Hotel Fontainebleau? Sorry, Vegas, you're not big enough.
Where will ours be? Are we putting it in the Post Oak Hotel over there?
We're going to put it in the Texans' new headquarters.
Oh wherever they may roam. It's a great idea.
I want a life-size replica of Judge Hoffheinz's apartment in the Astrodome.
Yes.
I want to know what that swinging 70s bachelor pad. Well, it wasn't a bachelor pad, but it was a swinging pad nonetheless.
The decor, what happened on that shag carpet? Oh,
I bet it was the
that carpet
cheesiest decor. I bet bright orange shag carpet.
Carpet was nasty. I bet, man. Oh yeah. Only not anything with Judge Hoffheinz because every shag carpet in the 70s was nasty. Everybody's was. A wax museum structure of Andre Johnson swinging on Cortland Finnegan.
Yeah, that would be good, too.
That would be a great one. Let's see here. Andre Johnson beating some ass. Oh, Janet Jackson's wardrobe malfunction at the
Nipplegate,
Houston Super Bowl. That happened here. Yeah, that happened here. Someone says, Sean, have you gone to the Gangster Museum in Vegas? I'm huge into that underworld stuff and want to go to that. That's from Axe. I have. It's awesome.
Oh, okay. You know what? I'm glad he brought that up because I was saying, like, hey, what are you going to make money with the museum? And then lo and behold, that Gangster Museum's been in Vegas.
It's really
good. Now,
is
that at a really expensive spot, the way the Hotel Fontainebleau is?
No, it's its own structure near downtown. It's not town. And they've got, I think it's actually built around an old courtroom. So it was the courtroom where they actually had some of the hearings back in the day about all the mob activity. Yeah. If you go to Vegas and you're into that, if you're into the gangster stuff, go to the Mob Museum. It's excellent. It's really, really good. David Robinson's jock from when Hakeem took it from him after Robinson got the MVP trophy back in the 1995 Western Conference Finals.
Yes.
He didn't literally take his jock. He just, made David Robinson put a metaphorical jock on the floor with all his ball fakes. Any Earl Campbell ripped up game jersey,
That would be a cool wax figure.
Yeah.
Him running away from his tearaway jersey.
Yeah.
Yes.
Someone said they need Lou Holtz to do the audio for the Hall of Excellence in Vegas. Hey, listen, let me tell you something right now. When Charles Barkley was wearing this jersey, I fell for that Angola guy right now. Charles Barkley's about a love, a trust, and a commitment, but you don't piss him off if you're a skinny Angolan. You're going to get it upside your head.
I was thinking about the tearaway jersey as far as rule changes go. When it feels this year, it would have felt like they were specifically punishing the Philadelphia Eagles,
yes,
more so than anything else. The tearaway jersey, and that being, I think that was league wide. It felt like Earl Campbell just had more highlight moments of it because he was so capable of outrunning the strength of his fabric. Yes. And so there were more highlights with him, but I doubt they banned that in 1979.
Yeah.
Which would have been right after Campbell came in and just took the league by storm.
Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, in 1978. So yes, it was probably those Earl Campbell highlights. Like, all right, we can't use these anymore. Earl Campbell's running into the end zone with just shoulder pads on.
They banned it in '79. He had 1,697 yards in 1979. So it wasn't. He did better in his second year without the tearaway jersey.
There you go.
And then in 1980, he had his career high 1,934
Such
yards.
Such a beast. Someone wants Charlie Casserly to be the voice of the Houston
that would
Museum.
be good. Yes.
Here you go. See, here's Andre Johnson. See, he's punching the hell out of Cortland Finnegan. See, yep. Aroldis Chapman's face in the Houston Hall of Excellence. Yes, the home run, Game 6 home run, Aroldis Chapman face.
That little smile.
Yeah, like, oh, he just got me. He just got me, that little fella. All right, just keep sending them in. We'll read them throughout the 9 o'clock hour. It's a Friday. It's a getaway weekend, a Friday holiday weekend here on Payne and Pendergast, Sports Radio 610. All right, 9 o'clock Fridays, Take-a-Mania. The list of challengers this week, not as long as normal, but we got some good ones in here. The champ, Andrew Perloff, does he get knocked off his perch in Take-a-Mania, our weekly segment of the bad takes of the week? We'll do that coming up next.
Will you have enough money when you're retired?
KILT-FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Someone said that an item in the Houston Hall of Excellence Museum that Seth and I are starting up, Mario Ellie's finger from the Kiss of Death, just cut it off and put it in the museum. I don't
just the finger?
Just the finger. Well, he's actually a two-finger kiss to Joe Joe Klein was the Phoenix Suns player who was on the business end of that. So you'd have to cut off two fingers, I think.
We can't afford both fingers.
Yeah.
Just one finger would suffice.
Yeah.
And you leave Mario Ellie with the less important. I guess the middle finger is less important than the index.
I don't know, man. Depends on how angry you get sometimes. Sometimes you need that middle finger, just to
true,
let people know how you feel.
Well, yeah.
It's not really your middle
actual
finger anymore.
Finger,
Yeah,
right.
Your ring finger. Yeah, no, it's we're not going to do no dismemberment, no chopping off, no amputations going on here, all right? Oh, this is a good one, and we're going to get to Take-a-Mania here in 2 seconds. Altuve's sock and shoe from that ejection. Remember the ejection in that game?
Oh, when he took his clothes off?
Took his shoes and socks
disrobed?
off. He took it. I just Googled this during the break. Because I remember him doing it. I'm like, what were the circumstances? Did he get beamed on the foot? He fouled a ball off his foot, and it rolled into fair play, and he got thrown out, and it should have been a foul ball. When you foul it off your foot, it's automatically a foul ball, and they called it a live ball, and you can't review that play. So Altuve takes his shoe and sock off to show, whatever welt was on his foot from fouling it off his foot, and the umpire took that. He took it the wrong way, quite honestly. I think Altuve is just trying to help out, and he gets thrown out of the game. I don't think he was showing anybody up. Come on. I'll say Altuve doesn't do that.
We have a canister of. I could go find my canister of Spider Tack. Remember, which I never actually used for anything.
Yeah, where is it?
It's floating around here somewhere. I don't know, but it's a hazard.
Yeah.
I don't want one of my nephews getting into it.
I don't know where it is, but Brandy's got a spin rate of over 2,000 all of a sudden now. Yeah, it's crazy. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you here. Let's do Take-a-Mania. 9 o'clock segment every Friday, the worst takes of the week. And we do this WWE style. There's a defending champ. I think this is our first multi-week defending champ since Angelo Cataldi held the title for about 2 months. Andrew Perloff of the Infinity Sports Network, he and Maggie Gray do the show, the national show that comes on before ours on this station. Former Danette, former part of the Dan Patrick Show. He's co-host of the morning show on Infinity Sports Network. And this will be his third week with the belt right now, Seth. If he gets, we'll see. He's going into damn near a month. This was Andrew Perloff the day after Game 1 of the second round of the Western Conference playoffs in the NBA, in which Steph Curry pulled a hamstring against the Minnesota Timberwolves and limped off the court during Game 1. This was Andrew Perloff's take on Steph Curry's possible usage throughout the rest of this series.
You guys don't think that Curry has any chance to come back from this? I mean, we've all had little hamstring pulls. They're
the
tough.
amount that he runs and how he has to move throughout a game, I don't.
What are you talking about? He goes from the top of the three-point line on one side to the top of the three-point line on the other.
Constantly moving.
That cannot be further.
Moving on offense is easy. Moving on, I mean, they'll hide him on defense. All he has to do is hit a bunch of threes.
Ask Reggie Miller and Klay Thompson, guys who do that stuff, and Ray Allen, the kind of conditioning they do. It's grueling. It's like that is very hard. It's terribly hard on the defenders to cover those guys because they're in better shape than them.
As a former big man in high school, I'll tell you right now, the guards don't do crap. They're running 40 yards.
Give me a break.
And Steph, running on offense doesn't count. It doesn't, anybody can run around and get a shot.
He was like the most well-conditioned guy in the NBA because of all the stuff he did off the ball. Like, this could not be more wrong.
Well, regardless, though, I mean, I think he can be effective at. He's a hamstring injury. If it's John Morant and he has an injury, as we saw, that's bad. But Steph can be effective a little bit, right? You still have to watch out for Steph. I don't care if he has one functional leg.
Okay, I mean that gets.
Gets
worse.
I don't know if anybody's ever going to beat him because of the density of bad takes within that minute of audio.
Yeah.
Every single thing that comes out of his mouth is a horror. Could be the worst take of the week on its own.
Yes, that's
and he just
7
does
bad
it
takes.
time after time after time. The only thing I could excuse him for is that I'm pretty sure he was joking about his high school career
part I agree
and all
with
of
you on.
that.
Yeah.
But it's even hard to give him credit for the joke because the other takes were so bad within that take.
Yes, yeah. The one that gets me, and it's kind of a throwaway in the whole thing, all he's got to do is hit a bunch of threes.
Right, yeah, exactly, which is why we're telling you, have you watched the way he gets all those threes? Like, all he has to do is hit a bunch of threes. Do you think teams are out there really just on normal days be like, well, why guard him? He's just gonna hit a three. No,
you and I tried to give him a chance at least at one point during this thing. We're like, all right, what if Steph just camps out in the corner, and you at least have to acknowledge
you gotta devote somebody to him.
Yeah,
at least,
you have to at least acknowledge he's sitting there in the corner. But like, and then I think you and I are both like, nope, that's stupid. That would never happen in an NBA game.
The old when people are trying like hell to act like the strategy of James Harden standing at half court was all about creating 4-on-4 opportunities.
Right.
And no, that dirty era of our history where people were at it ball. If your best basketball player doesn't actually want to play basketball in Houston anymore.
That's right. All right, we've got 3 audio contestants. The champ will never be a written tweet because this is an audio segment, but I felt like I wanted to bring this to the forefront. And I felt like this was the right segment to do it. So I just, real quick, this is something I'm going to ask people to not do. You can take up for Jalen Green of the Rockets all you want. That's fine. And I'm kind of middle of the road on Jalen Green. Really loved his improvement this year. Really hated his postseason. Don't do what this at Assad NBA did, this person on X, where he's comparing Michael Jordan's age 22 season to Jalen Green's age 22 season. And tweeting it out, it's a graphic where Jalen Green does have some stats that were better than Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan's got a bunch that were better than Jalen Green. The implication being this, age 22 season, imagine if the Bulls had traded him, being Jordan, rather than finding him a co-star. We have our Jordan. We just need to trade for a Scotty to pair with him. Stop it. Slow down. Stop.
Yeah. The problem with that comparison, if you just look at it casually, is that it fails to really point out or emphasize that Michael Jordan played 18 games that year.
Yeah, he had a broken foot. Yeah.
Played 25 minutes per game,
Yeah.
so it wasn't anywhere close to what he had done in his rookie year or in his third year.
Yeah.
So yeah, no, I'm not buying that Jalen Green is the next Michael Jordan.
Yeah, no, I'm not either. Any particular person on Twitter is, but this is truly one. Not to go boomer on you, like this is truly one where, like, if you're making this comparison, what I would tell you is find a time machine, go back to the mid-'80s, and understand how iconic Jordan's 23 points a game were and his 46% field goal percentage and everything he was doing on defense and whatnot.
Yeah, well, no, but the fact of the matter is that those numbers right there are substantially lower than every other season that he had when he was a young player. He was an injury-riddled 18 games that season. He only played 25 minutes per game, where he was up around 39, 40 for most of his career. So it's not even close. It's not a fair comparison.
It's not.
Whatsoever.
It's you're rigging it kind of with that. And plus plus Jalen Green's, he's not Michael Jordan. Sorry, he's not Michael Jordan, okay? Get him a Scotty. What are we doing? Stop. All right, so that doesn't...
The other one, though, the really glaring difference there in the era is the three-point percentage. Okay, Jalen Green's got a better three-point percentage than Michael Jordan because they didn't really shoot threes.
They hardly shot him. Yeah. Jordan was fine by the time the 90s rolled around. All right, so here are the audio ones, and these are all ones we've played this week on the show. So here we go. This was a short one here. Ryan Clark amidst the Caitlin Clark, Angel Reese... that whole thing this week. Ryan Clark took it to a whole other level. We're not going to dig into the part where Ryan Clark is going after RG3 and all that. That's their thing. This was a bad take amidst that whole dust-up.
I think A'ja Wilson is the face of the league. A'ja Wilson is the best player in the league. Caitlin Clark in the WNBA.
Okay, you're just trying to get cute. That's a bad take. Caitlin Clark's the face of the league. What are you talking? That game got 3 million viewers this past weekend, the Caitlin Clark Angel Reese game, because of Caitlin Clark.
I give him a pass on this one. He doesn't knock off Perloff because at least I saw what he was trying to do there.
Yeah.
He could have used different verbiage in terms of, okay, Wilson is the more impactful or what have you. Or you could call her the MVP on the court, whatever it might be. But it's the face of the league when it comes to like actually getting eyeballs to the WNBA. Caitlin Clark has driven it like very few other athletes can.
Through the roof. Yeah, absolutely. All right, so Perloff kicks out of that one. Yeah. I anticipated that. All right, so number 2. This is Boogie Cousins, former All-Star, former Rocket at one time, with just a horrific trade proposal, talking about the Dallas Mavericks, and they have Cooper Flagg. Now, the voices you're going to hear leading into Boogie Cousins are those of Michelle Beadle and Chandler Parsons, and they're kind of talking about Dallas having this first pick. And the lead-in, they're talking about Giannis and trading Cooper Flagg for Giannis, which is a whole separate conversation than where Boogie Cousins chooses to go with this.
Does Nico keep that pick? Does he keep that pick or what? What you think?
Okay, you can package that. PJ, some other guys, Gafford to Milwaukee.
Cooper's the unknown technically.
Now we got Giannis back in play.
So you...
Done.
I mean...
Here's Boogie.
This is a Price is Right moment.
Kevin Durant wouldn't be a bad move there either with that number 1 pick. So...
But would you flag for Kevin Durant? No, because on Giannis, I get because he's young.
Nico's already on record saying it's a 3-year window as far as winning the championship.
True,
so Cooper Flagg doesn't fit that window. Kevin Durant does. So I absolutely think he'll trade that number 1 pick. I think that's an option for him.
Okay, so he thinks he's absolutely trading the number 1 pick at the end there, but
it's absolutely an option.
It's absolute, and it is an option. He thinks it's happening that they're going to trade the pick. The proposal to trade him for Kevin Durant, straight up, is silly.
It's a silly, but this is also, you could tell he's kind of just workshopping this on a podcast. It's really hard to get this. It's really hard to win Take-a-Mania on a podcast.
Yeah.
Because a lot of the worst takes on podcasts are people genuinely just kind of spitballing and throwing something out there. Yeah. It's not like he got ready for a 90-second TV segment and came in and just delivered it like hellfire that this is the trade that's going to happen.
Yeah.
So no, he does not.
Doesn't knock off Perlov. I'm with you on that one.
Unbelievable.
Bad trade proposal, but that does not top the opinion that you basically don't need hamstrings on offense in the NBA.
That all Steph Curry does is stand around and shoot up wide open threes. Yes.
Yeah.
And you don't need a hamstring for that.
Last one. This is Monica McNutt of ESPN, who, talking about the Caitlin Clark, Angel Reese dust-up, had a take at the very end of what you're going to hear. Imagine if it had been the other way around, what the talk would have been.
Anytime something happens with the as a victim and one is automatically put as someone who needs to be saved, when in reality both are excellent competitors. They both said this was a basketball play. Now, Greedy, let's be honest, if this was the other way around, oh Lord, you can only imagine how the conversation would have gone.
We don't have to imagine. Angel Reese has waylaid Caitlin Clark several times in WNBA. Like, she's popped her hard. We can go find the footage and then see what the reaction was.
And honestly, yes, I'm not going to say that all the discourse around everything wouldn't be irrational and heated and what have you, but I think just as it's been in this case, people who actually watch basketball would say, well, it was a hard foul, but it's nothing like some of the stuff that Angel Reese has been pulled.
Correct.
Like, if Angel Reese were the one committing the hard foul, they would have said, like, all right, well, and yes, it would have blown up and it would have been irrational and everything. But this is the wrong situation to play the old, well, what if the roles were reversed here in this
I understand that there's going to be crazies on either side of this thing. I totally get that. My whole thing in bringing it up is she acts like that's never happened before. Like, the reverse has never happened. I'm like, no. There's sizzle reels of it happening several times since the two got into the league together. You know, that's and yet I feel where this is going. Not good enough to knock off
Doesn't
Perlov.
supplant Perlov.
Yeah, I told you this was.
Unbelievable.
Not the strongest group of bad takes for this week. Like, not a lot of great challengers. And Perlov is a worthy champion right now.
Yeah, he'll be. It's going to take something special, especially because we're in kind of a slow time in sports.
Yeah,
I'm really banking on the NBA to bring something.
Let's go. All right, getting a lot of texts in for what people want in our Houston Hall of Excellence / Wax Museum. Janet Jackson's boob getting another vote here on the text page. Oh, the Buddy Ryan and Kevin Gilbride fight.
Oh, the
Wax Museum reenactment of that.
The rabbit punch that Buddy Ryan did. Wait, was it? Yeah, Buddy Ryan punched Gilbride. Yes.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Sunday Night
Football. Gilbride looked like, it just, you didn't even respect me by punching me with an actual forceful punch.
I felt bad for Gilbride because that's one of those things that follows you around forever after that. Like more, because Kevin Gilbride, the average football fan didn't really know who, the average football fan probably didn't know. I'm not talking about Houston Oilers fans. I'm talking just about the average person watching that Sunday Night Football game on ESPN. Probably, didn't know who Kevin Gilbride was. For the rest of their lives, Kevin Gilbride is the guy that got sucker punched by Buddy Ryan on a sideline. A big picture of the Be Someone sign with that author signature. I would say the Be Someone sign could be like sort of the gateway entrance into it, maybe. Paint the Be Someone.
That's a good one, yeah.
Like that could be the entrance into it.
Little wax Be Someone bridge.
You're getting props for bringing up Judge Hoffines. The more I read about him, I don't know how he doesn't have a movie about his life. That's from Brandon Heights.
It really is. It's one of those, I don't know. It feels to me because it happened back in the 70s when things were really wild and crazy in Houston. I feel like whatever we already know about Judge Hoffines, let's just leave it there. Yeah. Nobody needs to go in and do a deep dive into anything, okay? No. We don't need to know every little detail. Guy had a good time.
Innovator.
Built the Astrodome.
Innovator, yes. Innovator, just a guy.
I'm on a very surface level. I only want to know the barest surface level good things about notable names of the past.
Innovator, game changer. Judge Hoffines, yes. Okay. How about a ZZ Top commemorative display? I'm going to take it a step further. I want ZZ Top announcing the pick of Seth Payne in the expansion draft.
Iconic moment.
Meet the guys from ZZ Top.
Yeah. That was ZZ Top introduced me, and I was inaccurately quoted in the paper as saying that because I said that ZZ Top introducing me was one of the coolest things that's ever happened to me because I didn't expect it. I walked up on stage and there was ZZ Top. Yeah.
Awesome. I forgot about that.
And that turned into Seth Payne said that being drafted in the expansion draft was the greatest thing that's ever happened to him.
And that's when you knew the media in Houston was a gotcha media.
Power. I was like Rocky. I was outside of my kid being born.
Did you?
This is the greatest day in the history of my life.
History of my life. Yo, Coughlin, I did it.
I did it. You guys thought I couldn't get drafted in the expansion draft. But here I am.
Oh, my God.
Never let him tell you what you can and can't do, kids.
Did people,
ninth pick.
The internet was a thing at that point, but there was no social media back then.
Yeah.
Dated back people in Jacksonville. Did you get texts or calls from people?
I didn't get anybody. No, because I think it was in the Houston Chronicle. I don't know who wrote it up or whatever.
So people weren't actively surfing around finding.
I don't know. I didn't read the comments or anything. Yeah.
It's so good. It is so good. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you.
That's a tough one though because you don't want to come out and clarify. Hi, Houston. Yeah, real happy to be here. But just to clarify.
Yeah.
That was not the greatest moment in my life, okay? Not by a long shot.
Let me be clear.
I'm sure you're all great people, but that was not the greatest moment of my life.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. College football playoff. Shifting gears for a second. Did something yesterday, kind of out of nowhere, that makes, I think, a ton of sense. Something that the NFL actually failed to do earlier this week. We will talk about that coming up next. Hey, guess who's driving a brand new Lincoln thanks to West Point Lincoln? Brandon Scott. B. Scott texted me earlier this week.
Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Marvin Zindler's slimy ice machine, an item in the Houston Hall of Excellence Wax Museum. With Marvin Zindler standing next to it, this is what I would do, like a wax museum robot, yelling, "Marvin Zindler, Eyewitness News."
I sat next to Marvin Zindler's granddaughter on a flight once, and she was surprisingly just completely normal. She was...
We say that lovingly, okay? Marvin Zindler's an icon. We say that lovingly.
No, he was, but he had kind of a flair to him.
Did he
that
ever?
was different, yeah.
Did he ever?
I was skeptical of her at first when she was claiming she was Marvin Zindler's granddaughter, but then I thought that would be a weird thing for a random stranger to claim.
It would be a strange one, yeah.
She was definitely his granddaughter, but she was very pleasant.
That's funny. We'll read some more of these. The treadmill Moises Alou tore his ACL in the Houston Hall. So this is Houston Hall of Excellence is really just more of a label than it is actual literal here, because we're starting to get some
more
things
a
that
Hall of
ain't so
notoriety.
excellent. Yeah, getting some things that ain't so excellent getting sent in, but noteworthy things I would be interested in seeing in a museum for sure.
Some of the guys from I'd like to see the disco gear from the guys in the 70s too.
Oh, yeah.
I think there's a lot of retro 70s stuff from all those teams. When you get around with some of the older guys and they're telling us stories about the 70s, it was just, Houston sounds like it was incredible in the 70s. Because it was growing like crazy, and it still had even like more of a real, down-home Texas vibe to it, and you had anything that people were partying with or that hadn't been made illegal but yet, and it was just, it sounded kind of crazy.
I need a wax museum, just army of Rudy Tomjanovich, Calvin Murphy, Dan Pastorini, Jose Cruz, Larry Durker, Cesar Cedeno, all just not in their uniforms, all in polyester, buttoned down to the middle of their stomach, chains, disco gear, platform
remember the
shoes.
Old story? Yeah, this moved into the 80s, but the story about the Houston team. Dang it, I'm blanking on the Houston USFL team.
The Gamblers. The Gamblers.
Thank you, the Gamblers.
Yeah, the Gamblers.
That they had a big surge in the locker room.
Yes.
Because the steroid use was so rampant on all those USFL teams back then.
Yeah.
If somebody could dig that out of their rec room and bring it in.
That would be great. That would be phenomenal. Dude, that USFL 30 for 30 is, if you like the documentaries, the 30 for 30s, that one's a top 10er for me. The USFL one, what a wild league. What a wild league that was. So the college football playoff folks yesterday, kind of out of nowhere, get a press release, change with the college football playoff. And this is the wild thing about this. Swift change with college football now is the norm. It took decades to get the powers that be to agree to put two teams on a field for a championship game with each other. They voted on the winner of the national championship all the way up until the mid-'90s. The college football playoff, the 12-team playoff last year, I feel like the only big complaint, Seth, about the 12-team college football playoff, you and I were both fans of it, but the one big complaint was the rule that they had giving the top 4 conference winners a bye to the second round. The 5 through 12 teams all played on-campus first-round games, seeded 5 through 2, the way you'd normally seed teams 5 through 12, and then they fed from that round into a quarterfinal round against these 4 conference champions who got a bye. Here's the problem that occurred last year. Only really 2 of the conference champions were worthy of a bye. Oregon won the Big Ten. That's worthy of a bye. Georgia won the SEC. That's worthy of a bye. Boise State won the Mountain West. They were a really good team with Ashton Genty on the team. They were not worthy of being the 10th best team in this thing, let alone the 3rd. Arizona State similarly won the Big 12. And I will give Arizona State credit that they did give Texas all they could handle in that quarterfinal game. That was one of the best games of the year. But it was such that it was a massive reward to be seeded either 6th or 7th in this thing, because you were gonna fifth or sixth in this thing because you were going to feed right into a game where you were going to be heavily favored in the next round.
Yeah. It just screwed the seating all up.
Yeah.
So they said they got rid of that.
Got rid of that. So you're going to get 5 conference winners that get in automatically. 5, the top 5. So presumably the Power 4 plus the Mountain West or some other conference. They're going to get in automatically. There's going to be 7 at-large teams that are picked by a committee, and then they'll be ranked 1 through 12, and you're going to seed based on that. This is very similar to the rule that the rule change the NFL walked away from this week with their playoff, where the 4 division winners have always gotten the top 4 seeds, and then the wild card teams are seeded below them. It had been proposed initially that they change it to where the 4 division winners get into the playoff, but you seed by record. This is a version of that, except you're seeding by the opinion of the selection committee, basically.
This is, and it's also just one more step on the way to 16 teams at some point.
I think so, too, yeah.
I would guess. I mean, when they first expanded the playoffs, it was, oh, no, it'll be 2030 before we talk about expanding it again. And I wonder if at least part of it, too, is that with NIL, there's almost from people saying, well, you can't have these kids play all these games.
There's less,
I think
for sure.
Now they're treating them more like professional athletes
There's
that
less.
they are. It also, the weirdest thing about the bowl system forever was that people were clinging so desperately to this notion that you had to have these poorly attended, lackluster bowls as something that still mattered for God knows what reason.
Yep.
When in every other sport in America and around the world, finishes with a tournament.
Yeah.
And it doesn't have to be this complicated.
Yeah, and they were able to compromise. I mean, the bowls are part of this thing. The big bowls are. So there's a middle ground everybody found.
Well, right, no, it made the more. I didn't understand why the bowls wouldn't be all for it, because it makes the bowl game a lot more meaningful.
Yeah, those big ones. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So we'll see. I'm with you. I think it's going to 16. I don't know how I feel about that yet. I do like this move. Look, selfishly, I like this move because Notre Dame can now get a bye. They're not in a conference, so they weren't eligible to be one of the top 4 conference winners. So if they're undefeated, they'll be one of the top 4 seeds. Although that was
cry me a river, Lurie. Poor Notre Dame. Always
been held down for years. I don't want to hear it from you. I've been held down for years. It's finally some justice served in this thing. Hey, shifting gears here real quick. Alex Earl is going to be on Dancing with the Stars, huh? Alex Earl, girlfriend of Texans wide receiver Braxton Berrios. So we've got our new celebrity out of training camp.
We've got one of the weirder, huge profile, and I know a lot of people listening don't know who Alex Earl is, because I didn't know who she was until
I didn't either.
Until one
of the DJs on Mix 96.5 going crazy about signing Braxton Berrios. Yeah.
She's huge. She's a huge social media influencer. She's got like 8 million Instagram followers and 3 million TikTok or vice versa, whatever it is. She's gigantic.
She's ginormous.
In some circles.
Yeah.
Just not my circle.
Yeah.
But she's not on the same level of a Kardashian, but I feel for the modern, like the time in which we live, she might be as big as a Kardashian, given that social media following matters so much. But she's one of the most notable wives and girlfriends of a Houston athlete outside of Verlander and
Jonathan Owens and Simone Biles.
Yeah, Jonathan Owens and Simone Biles might be the other big one.
Yeah, Simone is a global star for sure, as is Kate Upton. 7.5 million followers on TikTok, 4.3 million on Instagram. Man, I'm really going to need to work on both of those platforms to catch her.
You should do a team up with her on a joint project,
or go after
a collab.
A collab. Yeah, the kids call it a collab. I should either go for a collab, or if she won't collab, then I need to point out how selfish she is for not collabing with me. I need to punch up. Maybe
tell
she'll
her she
come
doesn't
down
care about Houston.
Right. Maybe she'll come down to my level and pull me up. That would be great.
I don't know if this is the thing. From a Texan standpoint, I don't need her to be paired up with like the best looking, best dancing, a completely heterosexual male on Dancing with the Stars.
Right.
I don't want Braxton Berrios to be thinking about his girlfriend off, dancing with a better dancer than she's ever danced with her entire life for long, sweaty 8-hour practice sessions while I'm out playing football.
Especially if he's going to be returning punts. That is a position of extreme concentration. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know him looking up at the ball, looking down at the people coming to him, and then all of a sudden in his head pops this image of his girlfriend, Alex Earl, in this twisted pretzel dance routine, you know?
Yeah. Or looking up in the stands and seeing Sergio flirting with her, you know, laughing about some joke he just told.
Yeah.
Right before the punt. No, we don't need this.
Speaking of Simone Biles, this list, Matt Young is the one who has this article in the Chronicle about this. She's only Alex Earl is just the second one to be named here. The first one was wildlife conservationist Robert Irwin, who is the son of the late Steve Irwin. He's the crocodile guy, right? Steve Irwin was? He got stung.
You're the crocodile hunter.
Crocodile hunter, yeah. This is his son. So just the two of them have been announced so far. Earl will join others with Houston ties who've competed on the show, including Clyde Drexler. I need to research this weekend and see how all these people finished. Clyde Drexler, Simone Biles, who we just mentioned, Mary Lou Retton. Okay, so the gymnast community, very good in the Dancing with the Stars. Jacoby Jones.
Yes.
Although he was a Baltimore Raven when he went there. We had rejected Jacoby Jones. And then
Can't use him. No place for him.
Yeah.
Get him out of here.
He had a ball bounce off his face, a punt. That was over.
Yeah.
Dwight Howard. God, Dwight Howard, 6'11" on Dancing with the Stars. So not as a Texan, I don't think. I'm guessing that was as a New England Patriot back then.
I don't remember that.
Yeah.
I wonder, Jacoby Jones, I think, didn't he do well? I think his personality really shone through. He might have been, I don't know how well he did in the actual competition, but it seemed like he's a very embraceable, he was a very embraceable in personality.
I'll look it up during the break. All right, final segment.
He placed third.
Jacoby
Him
did?
and Karina Smirnoff. Yeah.
That's a Dancing with the Stars name right there. Chris, a lot of Russian names. All right, final segment coming up. Couple things. We'll take a look. Okay, looking ahead, Astros this weekend. Lay it out. How do we think this is going to happen? We're off to a really, really good start with the Mariners. And in watching these Western Conference Finals, it has me thinking about something with the Rockets that I'm very excited for if the Rockets can make the improvement they need to this year. We'll talk about that as well. We'll find out what the guys got going on In the Loop today, what the question of the day is. We'll do all of that coming up next. But let's get your sleep fixed right now. That's right, 9:30.
From the McCullers Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Good point by a texter. Y'all, me and Seth, this is a texter talking. Y'all need to discuss hardcore whether or not Christian Walker is in the circle of trust. You guys discussing Altuve yesterday woke him up last night. That's true. I would give us, if I had, Altuve hits 2 home runs last night, just hours after Seth and I left him out of the very first Payne and Pendergast Circle of Trust of the 2025 season. I would say you and I get probably 85% credit for those 2 home runs last night.
That's fair, I guess. Yeah, I could go down to 85%.
85%. I mean, there's other elements in there. I don't care to deserve all the attention, but we were probably 85% responsible, I would say.
We kind of joke about, because we've done this a couple times with Alex Bregman, where we finally booted him out of the circle of trust, and then he immediately turned it around. I mean, some of that is, with Altuve, Bregman, guys like that, we're so reluctant to push them out that just by random chance, because they are great baseball pplayers, it's going to come around sometime for them. And so, all jokes aside about the circle of trust being the cause of him coming out of his slump, there was no part of me that thought Altuve was going to continue having the same numbers over the course of the second 2/3 of the season. Now, I don't know if he's definitively out of his slump right now, but at some point it's going to turn around for him, and maybe it was last night.
Yeah, let's hope so. Because it was jarring seeing his average at like 236 and 235 over the last few days. It's been a rough May for him.
Christian Walker, I don't know if Baseball Reference updated their stats yet because he's still at a 199 batting average.
He's down to 198 now. I'm looking at the box score for last night's game. He went 1 for 5 last night. Maybe 0 for 5. I forget what it was. He's down to 198, I think.
So at the very least,
down a point.
Sorry, everybody. We're not going to put Christian Walker in until he's above 200.
Above the Mendoza line. That's right. Yeah. Got to be above the Mendoza line. So there's that. So the Astros this weekend have the Mariners for 3 more games. These are the pitching matchups. Ryan Gusto versus Emerson Hancock, who neither have put a huge imprint on their teams. Gusto's 3-2. Trying to bounce back.
I feel good about this matchup.
I actually do
Hancock's
too.
a guy. It's his 3rd year in the league. He hasn't pitched a whole bunch. He's like a 4+ ERA guy.
Yes.
For his career. Right now he's 6-something, but he has only pitched like 29 innings.
Framber Valdez is pitching on Saturday against Wu, whose numbers are Brian Wu, who's 5-1 with a 2.65 ERA. Yeah, that's ace type numbers right now for Seattle. So that one, if we're getting the Framber that we've been getting more of lately, Seth, that one should be a really good pitching matchup on Saturday. That might be ones. I think that game starts at maybe 6 o'clock. And that's when you can make dinner plans at like 8:30 and feel like, oh, no, wait, sorry, it's a 3:10 start. So you can make early dinner plans if you want.
On Saturday.
Yeah, on Saturday. Sorry, on Saturday, Framber and Wu. And then it's TBD on Sunday. Neither team has announced who's starting on Sunday. If I had 3 wishes for this weekend, it would be that we get the version of Framber that we've been seeing more of lately, the one that's giving you quality starts, really good starts 2 starts ago, 8 innings, and then he gave you 7 innings last time out. I would say that version of Framber. I would say whoever is pitching on Sunday, because it's going to be one of these Colton Gordon, Brandon Walter characters probably, that they give you just enough to keep you in the game. I don't want to get greedy. Like, give us what you've been giving us in these starts. 4 or 5 innings that doesn't let the game get out of reach or out of control. And then my third one, Yordan. I want a Yordan return this week.
Oh, it'd be nice if Yordan came back on
That's
Sunday.
my wish. That's all I want.
Look, the Mariners are ahead of you in the standings right now, but they're not a team that their pitching is not as good as the Astros. The Astros, when healthy, were incredible. The bullpen's still healthy, and you didn't have to. Even though you used 4 relievers last night, you didn't have to use your big guns. So these next 3 games are about as. I've got as much wrapped up emotionally in these next 3 games as I possibly could this early in the season.
Yes.
Just because
it's a big series, man.
You're going up against – this is very much like last year when, okay, man, you can really start looking like a different baseball team.
Yeah.
And doing it versus a good opponent.
Yep.
This could mean a lot.
These games count as 2 games right now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, you lose that game last night. You're down 4.5 games in the standings. Now you're 2.5 and – again, it's early, but you don't want to be in the situation you were in last year. You're not going to come back from a 10-game deficit 2 years in a row the way that they stormed back last year. I just don't think this team has enough firepower to do it. To storm back the way they did last year. So we've got that. We should congratulate Amen Thompson, first team all defense in the NBA. That was good to see. Good to see him getting a little recognition. If we can get Victor Wembanyama abducted by aliens, I think Amen Thompson could be a Defensive Player of the Year at some point in the future. The only reason Wemby didn't win that is because he had the blood clots, but that was cool to see. Amen Thompson, watching these playoffs, Seth, watching OKC and Minnesota, and I can't wait for the Pacers and the Knicks tonight on the heels of what happened 2 nights ago with that choke job by the Knicks. He was playing. He was named MVP earlier this week. He's playing like an MVP in this series. He scored something like 38 points last night, 12 of 21 from the field, got to the free throw line 15 times like he has been. You can debate whether or not the way he plays, his style is for you or not. There's a lot of flopping going on. He's a really good player. If the Rockets can improve next year the way that the Oklahoma City Thunder improved this year, maybe I'm not talking winning 68 games for the Rockets. They were the 2 seed already. But if they can improve to the degree that they're making deep runs in the playoffs, I am here for a 7-game series of Amen Thompson checking Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
Yeah, that would be a good
Super
time.
Fun.
Yeah.
Super fun.
But I'd predict that we won't be happy with the officials. That is going the way that it has been going.
That is a solid prediction.
Yeah, it's going to be annoying. The officials will end up being a huge discussion.
Yep. But watching those two go against each other, I mean, it's already fun in the regular season. But man, in a 7-game series, that chess match, that'll be fun.
So he ends up being the MVP.
Yes.
And did he buy anything nice?
He bought his teammates. Yeah, he got his teammates gift baskets. How about this? Now, he should be getting them gift baskets. When you're named MVP or first team All-NBA, there's rules with the salary cap where all of a sudden you're guaranteed a certain percentage of the cap. He's in line to sign an extension, a supermax, for $76 million a year. We're getting close to we're getting close to the $1 million per game. Our first $1 million per game player, $76 million. Okay, so he should be buying gift baskets like this. He got his teammates each a gift basket with a Rolex watch, new iPhones, so that would be the iPhone 16, I believe, the latest Beats by Dre headphones, and then I'm probably going to be showing my age here, Canada Goose jackets, custom embroidered.
Oh, yeah. Those are nice. You would recognize one if you saw them. Whenever we go anywhere up north, it's they're those super warm-looking coats with a goose on. They've got like a goose logo of some sort on them.
Oh, okay.
I wore my brother-in-law's once, and I felt like the cock of the walk. I did.
Oh, yeah. These are nice. They're kind of the ones I'm looking at are kind of puffy. They're puffy jackets. Okay.
They're super warm.
Are they?
Incredibly warm.
Okay. Well, I wouldn't get those if I was living in Houston for my teammates. You can
it
wouldn't be worth it.
It wouldn't be worth it for Houston.
Yeah. When Alperen Şengün wins an MVP, I would suggest against the Canada Goose jackets. But good job by Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Other than your flopping nature, I really, really like you. So there's that. And I'm excited to watch that this weekend. We have a texter saying, Seth, this goes back to Take-a-Mania at 9:00. Yeah. Our Bad Take of the Week segment where Andrew Perloff of Infinity Sports Network has now held the title for 3 straight weeks with his take about Steph Curry's hamstring. Texter says you're going to have to put that Perloff take in the Hall of Fame to keep the segment going because it may never lose.
We're thinking about putting a cap on how long you can hold the current title, and because we're going to have our end of the year tournament, and because honestly, I feel like if I hadn't gotten bored of it, it might still be the champion today.
Yeah.
So him calling Andy Reid an all-time fraud of American sports.
Yeah.
So I think 4 weeks might be the limit.
We need term limits. We need term limits on the champion of Take-a-Mania. Yeah. 4 weeks. So I think we're on 3 with Perloff right now.
Okay. Yeah. So we'll give him 1 more week and see if somebody can come up big this week.
Come on. We need you idiots out there to really start talking on social media over the next few days. Give us some material.
You and I are turning a little bit into like freezing cold takes, where people like freezing cold takes became such a big account that I feel like he has to spend 4 hours a day sifting through all of the suggestions he gets from people.
He wrote a book.
We're obviously not on that level, and yet we get a lot of suggestions from people.
Yeah,
So keep forwarding it to us.
Yes.
When you see something.
Yes, yeah. These are freezing cold takes is usually when they look back with retrospect. This we need current ones that are relevant right now. So, yes, that's a good suggestion, Seth.
Crowdsource this.
Crowdsource it. It saves us
Between
a lot of
AI
work.
and crowdsourcing, I'm planning on only working 90 minutes a day sometime in the near future.
Same here. All right, Payne and Pendergast. Guess who's here? In the Loop is here. John Lopez, Reggie Atatula. Gentlemen, how are we feeling?
Hello, friends.
Feeling good? Hello, friends. Don't say that to Ron Hughley. He's not a big Jim Nantz guy.
Yes,
you know that.
That is.
I didn't pick up on that.
What's going on?
Astros. Actually, the question of the day has something to do with broadcasters.
Well, let's go.
I know it's not show's answer.
Okay.
And that is. Obviously, Around the Horn's final episode is today.
It's today, man. 21-year run, over.
And I didn't give you a heads up on this one, so I want to get that immediate reaction. You did?
Yeah.
What broadcaster or sports show inspired your love for sports the most?
Yeah, I don't even need a heads up for that one. Like my love for sports would be all the announcers I grew up listening to, play-by-play. The play-by-play guy for the Hartford Whalers, Chuck Caton.
Mm-hmm.
Hockey is a hard sport to do on the radio.
Yeah.
Hard sport to do. He was amazing. He's like the voice of my childhood. As far as my love for sports talk radio, an old guy by the name of Arnold Dean in Hartford, Connecticut. It was the first sports talk show I ever listened to. It was an hour long on WTIC, our sister station up in Hartford, Connecticut. It's an Odyssey station. And I was a kid at like 11 years old, and I tuned in one. I was on at like 6:30 at night after dinner. And I'm like, hold on. Because I was used to listening to music on the radio.
Yeah.
I'm like, wait, there's a format? I'm sure I didn't use that word at 11 years old. But I'm like, wow, I can listen to people talk about sports, and I can call in and talk to them. And I learned quickly that you can't call in if you sound like you're 11 years old.
I have a very similar story, but finish yours.
Yeah, so Arnold Dean, and then obviously, I mean, people who know my path into getting into radio eventually, like Jim Rome was huge as both as a listener and as an influence in my career. So those are mine.
It's fueled our love for how specifically? For what?
Sports. For sports.
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 Yeah. I guess I would have to put, the one I can remember the most is just Al Michaels. Because he was when I started trying to stay up to watch Monday Night Football. It was Al Michaels. Like, he was 86 through like 2000, like the 2005 or so.
Yeah.
So yeah, Al Michaels.
Al Michaels is a good one. Keith Jackson.
Oh, big time.
Keith Jackson for college football, 100%.
Yeah.
So that's a good one too. I was a big baseball. Like, baseball is my favorite sport as a kid. It's football now, but it was baseball back then. So the game of the week on NBC, we didn't have cable back in the 80s. We didn't get cable till like my senior year in high school.
Yeah.
Joe Garagiola and Tony Kubek on the game of the week on
Big time.
NBC. Those were they made me love baseball.
And it's funny how you localize it, because one of the ones that clearly like not only influenced my love of sports, but basketball is a guy that nobody knows. Terry Stembridge.
I have no idea who
He
that
was the
is.
play-by-play guy of the Dallas Chaparrals.
Was that an ABA team?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
And then when the Chaparrals moved to San Antonio and became the Spurs, he moved too and was a play-by-play guy of the Spurs.
Oh.
And, that's the only way I could, we didn't go to a lot of games.
Yeah, you listened to
other
it.
than this, so we listened to him. And speaking of talk shows, their post-game show was call-in.
Oh, yeah.
Like, just call-in. And I was 10, 11, 12 years old. Oh, all the time.
That's always like a real boomer bust possibility, because it's either that the kid is
And
just
he
going to
treated me
stumble
like
over himself
gold.
and not doing
Yeah.
anything, or he's like great for his age.
Yeah. Did you have good takes?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe.
Enough to not get kicked off the air.
But I know Terry Stembridge was like, he got to actually go, oh, John. He goes, John. He would call me Johnny. Johnny.
Yeah.
How old were you when you were calling it?
He moved in 73, so 10, 11.
Yeah, that's about when I was calling
Yeah.
Arnold Dean, and they would say, you need to be 18, and I would be like, I am 18. And they would let me
And I
know.
often wonder if I often wonder if my love for basketball would have even been close to the same if not for Terry Stembridge.
It's the voice that's the narrator for all those memories is a big deal. I'm curious, Reggie's, just because you're younger than we are. I'm curious who yours are.
And that's what I was thinking of, because you guys have like broadcasters, but I feel like kind of we get more into like analysis and stuff as we get closer to now.
Yeah.
And I guess this was still kind of reporter, but you get into that like access into players, inside stuff with Ahmad Rashad.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good.
That
yeah,
is my that was the one for me.
Okay,
like, and it was. Can you imagine the moment for a kid who was just like, yo, I love basketball, and Ahmad Rashad takes me into these places where I get to understand these players, to find out that that dude was cold at football. I had no idea. I was like, wait,
Dude, he could play.
What?
Yeah, Ahmad Rashad, Bobby Moore.
Yeah, Bobby Moore.
Ahmad Rashad.
Oregon.
He was a good football player, man, for the Minnesota Vikings for sure. Along those lines, this week in baseball.
Oh, big time.
Mel Allen. This week in baseball. You know what one of mine was too?
How about
that? This week in baseball, because there was no internet. The only games I watched were the in-market games with the Red Sox and the Yankees, and then we get the game of the week. And the only way I would know about guys like Andre Dawson playing in Montreal was on This Week in Baseball.
We would do it on the playground in elementary school. How about
that? Well, I'll tell you another one real quick. God, I feel I could do this all day long.
Yeah.
Alstad,
oh, wow.
Was the voice of Notre Dame basketball. And so that was a big one for me, too. And Todd sounds so much like his dad.
He does.
Like, it's crazy how much he sounds
The other
like
one,
his dad.
sorry, I know we're kind of digging in here, but you'll appreciate this because I've never really been a Notre Dame fan.
Yeah.
But every Sunday morning.
Oh, yeah, Lindsey Nelson.
Every Sunday morning. It was the only college football I could get on a Sunday.
Yeah.
Lindsey, and
highlights.
it's a touchdown.
Right. It wasn't even a live game. It was highlights, right?
Yeah. But he would talk about it, too. So that's kind of the talk show element.
Yeah.
And it's a touchdown. That's another one that I always said on the playground.
How about that? All right. So we will cede control of the show. I could stay here and talk old announcers all day long.
Hey, well, 10:40.
You got hot takes to get into here. Seth, have a great weekend, my friend. We're in on Monday, by the way. We're in on Monday, Seth. And
Yes,
it's a long
we'll
weekend.
be here.
We will
on
be
Memorial.
here.
Everybody have a great Memorial Day weekend.
Yes, have a great Memorial Day weekend, Seth. Antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies, and as we mourn the loss of the penny, which will stop being produced next year in America.
Yeah.
So
gonna hoard them all.
I know everybody's gonna miss them.
If you want a
miss
penny,
all your pennies.
You have to come through me. I'm gonna be hoarding every penny I get, just like usual.
Enjoy them while you got them.
Yep.
That's what I say.
Smoke them while you got them.
Put it on a railroad track while you got them.
That's it. Yeah, those silly machines. All right, we are done. We're out of time. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM HD2, Houston, an Odyssey sports station. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. Oh, by the way, Crosstalk is brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing.
It's true.
I'm telling you this, Reg. I'm telling you, Reggie, that. John, I'm going to tell you.
Thank you.
Crosstalk, brought to you by you, just it's Friday and it's a holiday weekend. Hey, Figgy, Crosstalk is brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing.
Appreciate it. Right back at you, man.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate that.
That's our new salute.
Yeah.
That's our new salutation.
That's the new antibodies.
D&M Auto Leasing. Hell yeah.
D&M Auto Leasing to you as well.
All right, we're done. They're in the loop and they start now.
Happy Friday to you. Thank you, my fellow D&M Auto Leasing Crosstalk.
D&M, baby.
Yeah.
D&M at you.
Do you think we got it? Did you think we did it? Did we do it?
Did we do what?
Don't worry about it. All right, let's get going on a Friday in the loop on Sports Radio 610. You know the parties involved. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig. You on the text line, 713-572-4610, and also on the Mo Karam Injury Lawyer live stream.
We keep it 100.
Both on the YouTube page, Sports Radio 610, and on Twitch, 610 Houston. Before we do anything, can I do like an informal poll?
Of course.
Are allergies whooping y'all's keisters?
Is that what it is?
I think that's what's been
Every
getting me
year,
on
man. Every year.
All this coughing I've been doing. Like I went ahead and I took the good old Allegra D.
Claritin? Oh.
I took the I don't know why that's the one that I have. That's the one that I have. I went ahead and took that, and I felt better last night. And I was like, is that what has been kicking my keister?
It probably is.
And the thing that gets me about that, and the reason why it took me so long to get there is. It wasn't until like 3 years ago the allergies started hitting me.
Oh, me
like,
too.
I thought I was like some level of immune person. I thought I was some level of God, right? Just
built different.
Built different indeed. I was like, oh, shout out to all y'all dealing with allergies. However, I cannot relate. And then I guess God or whatever deity you choose to believe in looked at me and was like, oh, word?
Yeah.
Here you go, brother.
Yeah.
And that's what's been getting me. So let me know if you are also dealing with this, so I can.
I was into my 50s. Like I
really
thought I used to pound my chest. Not me, baby. Not me. Built different. And then I got into my 50s, and then I was like, oh my gosh, my head's about to explode. It changes. It changes over time.
Yeah, I guess so. Maybe so. Yeah. Let me know if that's at all happening with y'all. One of the things that is happening, that's a terrible segue. I'm sorry, that's a throwaway. But I just didn't want to talk about the fact that
Jose Altuve is not allergic.
Yeah. Not allergic. I mean, George Kirby not allergic, giving up runs, baby. A 9-2 victory for your Astros last night, and it felt like there was a lot of good things happening. Not even it felt like, there's objectively a lot of really good things happening. And I'd like to again appreciate George Kirby in his season debut coming off the IL for not having like great control of his stuff, because that definitely helped what was happening here. But like, what signs were most encouraging for you with this club getting yet another victory, starting off this 4-game set well, and moving themselves closer to where you want to be in clawing a game back from the AL lead that the Seattle Mariners have?
Yeah, and that's how I look at this game as you kind of absorb it and digest it, so to speak, because we don't know. I mean, they could spit the bit today, and all of a sudden we're like, oh no, So I was just looking for signs. What are the signs that, good signs? Obviously, last night they're mostly all good signs that you think maybe are a good sign for things to come, and not just an aberration. As they've done, up and down, up and down, up and down. Jose Altuve, 2 home runs, looking the part. Obviously, after the game, Joe Espada was talking about his approach at the plate and inside the baseball and how he's driving it. I'm still I kind of want to see a little more, I want to see Jose Altuve get into that longer groove, so to speak. The one to me that was interesting is Lance McCullers Jr.
Yeah, he gets into the 5th, 4 1/3 in this particular outing.
And the reason is, it really, we were up and down. It was kind of a mixed bag with Lance McCullers Jr., but he's been on a little bit of a run here. His last outing, Gave up 2 runs, 0 earned runs. Then last night, that might be something, and boy, do they need it. Boy, do they ever need it at this point with, obviously their starting pitching depth really taking a hit. So I think McCullers might be onto something here.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, like that is going to be the one that is incredibly necessary. And I think shout out to Adam Spillane out there on the Twitter machine, always worth the follow. And in
baseball spoke.
That's right.
Baseball spoke.
In doing that, he pointed out a good thing about Lance McCullers that I took notice of, and I went in and kind of dug deeper on, which is there is a level of Lance figuring some things out that we should also account for, just besides just, hey, is he throwing his stuff well? What is the stuff that works for him now, right? We obviously talk about the idea of not pitching since 2022. And I was looking at like his tendencies of his arsenal. What are the pitches that he's throwing just in general, and what did he throw in that game? And there's a stark difference in what he is throwing. I think there's a level of trying to figure out which pitch, not just working off of the pitches that he had been throwing prior. And it feels like he's starting to find a level of answer there. I mean, you're seeing, I know that the knuckle curve is one that he's still coming back to as I try and find the tab that I had this all in. There we go. But yeah, you're seeing the changeup obviously is one of the ones that is a big difference, because back in 2022, he uses changeup, I won't say like sparingly, but significantly less. Like, obviously he has like 5-6 pitches at his disposal.
Yeah.
And the ones that he used most prevalently back in 2022 was his slider, his sinker, and his knuckle curve. And now you see that switch up to where the changeup and sinker are the ones that are his primary pitches. In that same space, the slider and the knuckle curve has fallen off in a significant way, only using that about 11% of the time, whereas previously that knuckle curve was a 25% of the time pitch.
How much is he using the slider?
He's using the slider 27% of the time, using the changeup 27% of the time.
That's still low.
Well, I mean, like
for him, for what it was, back in the day.
I mean, actually, the slider, that's a little bit of an uptick. He used to throw it 25% of the time, but he had more of a consistent four pitch mix, whereas he's now a little bit closer to a 3-pitch mix with a little bit of knuckle curve in there as well. But I think ultimately the point really just being, outside of the individual pitches, is finding which pitches work for him, and then also like getting those back to the levels that he had. I mean, he got whiffs on a lot of those. He put guys away on a lot of those pitchers in the same way. I think that it's fair to assume that early on he was not going to come back and have the exact same snap.
We talked about it.
Right? But even just figuring out what the arsenal is before, I think that gave me a little bit of understanding. Okay, I can give him a little bit of leeway early on, and you're seeing progress in that way. I think that was definitely encouraging. As you mentioned, he's third right now on the guys that you need to depend on in your rotation.
Yeah, and no matter whether you call it slider, knuckle curve, or whatever, he's a breaking ball pitcher. I mean, that's what he is. And to be able to throw it for strikes is what's encouraging to me. Just eyeball test. Be able to get swings on it, be able to hit the strike zone with the breaking ball pitches. That to me was that's a good sign. That's a very good sign, because I think that's something that once you get that control and you find your little slot, so to speak, that can continue. One name that I'm starting to sort of like nod my head and go, okay, is Victor Caratini. I think Caratini has shown some things here, over the last 7 games, last week, batting .400 with a 1.023 OPS.
Is that good?
That's very good.
You said batting .400?
.400 for the last 7 games. He's starting to. That's more than just one game sign.
And giving him a chance to hit every day. I wonder also how much of that is just. And we were talking about this a little bit off air. I think it's a conversation that to be had in more depth. And the limitations that Joe Espada has just off of the roster construction. Right now in your lineup, who are your lefties?
Yep.
And the answer is, trick question, you really don't have one except for the switch hitter in Victor Caratini. So I wonder how much of that is also a benefit for him in getting a chance to play every day. Pretty much.
Yeah, he has to get in there, and he's producing. So that to me is a good sign that let's keep an eye on that, because that would be a very big development. We know their defensive catching, in terms of catching runners, attempting stolen bases and such. But if you can swing the bat like that and get on the field in other ways, then you're onto something. The other ones that were interesting to me last night, and again, maybe you need more time, but they've been decent overall, is the relievers, not named Abreu and Hader. You were able to throw up some zeros, and that was Dubin getting the win, and Okert and King and Caleb Ort. That was a good sign, because you're going to need those guys, again, because the starting pitching is going to need it.
Yeah, and I think That one, it was less of a revelation to me.
Put a pin in it,
by
so to
any,
speak?
No, not
Oh,
even that.
okay.
I think that was less of a revelation to me because they have been doing that. All those guys sub-2 ERAs. All those guys. Oh, actually, sorry, Caleb or a little bit above 2.25 ERA. But I mean, even then, we gonna thumb our nose at 2.25, right? Like I think these guys have all kind of delivered. The problem has been, for the most part, lack of run support. That's the thing that I would typically look at. These guys have been doing that, and they had plenty of run support in this one, so not really a shock for me for those guys. So I don't know how much I look at that as a revelation, but I do appreciate that they gave you that. We have not talked as much about like the offense as a whole, and Ocho comes in with this. Happy about the first 2 runs being scored on productive outs rather than just like hits, right? Manufactured run opportunities are going to be absolutely necessary for this team that does not seem like they're going to be, world beaters at the plate or just offensively in general.
And maybe that's a sign that is significant. We were questioning, them not being able to move guys, not being able to pivot well. And have you noticed this? Have you noticed Cam Smith the last 10 games?
Dude, I have gotten to the place with him where I am super excited when a ball goes out to right field. Him defensively, and maybe it's just the thing that I know about myself with athletes. If you want to find a way to my heart as an athlete, be fast, right? Like Ricky Henderson, one of my favorite baseball players, even as not like being able to watch him. Now, a lot of that is just the personality of Ricky Henderson looms large, but also you see him run. Like if you talk about Ellie De La Cruz, it makes me happy. I mean, you can go run down the list of dudes that are really fast, and there's a good chance that I have a level of affinity for them. And Cam Smith is displaying some of that, but also it is with a level of touch that feels like he's built a confidence in playing out there. I mean, the catch that he makes in foul territory where he comes up and moving forward into foul territory, avoiding the wall there. Like, there's a level of comfort. There's a level of kind of creativity with it. There's a joy that he plays with. All of that is really exciting. And it's nice to see that from a dude who, is still working his way when it comes to the plate. Even that has gotten better. But that was the concern, is you moved him just to get him up on the roster out to right field, a position that he hadn't played, and he is latching onto it in a way that is incredible.
The defense is obvious. The offense, another little thing that I dug into, because I'm like, boy, he sure has been a little more productive offensively. Well, last 10 games, 395 with a 777 OPS.
Absolutely.
So is he finding? That's a sign, right? Maybe again, they could spit the bit today, and we're like, oh no, or whatever. But there are signs, and Cam Smith, all of a sudden, seems to be maybe finding that he's settling in. Here we are. We're getting into late May. We're in late May, and maybe he's settling into things at the plate.
Yeah. I think if we're talking about the signs that we found encouraging in the 9-2 victory with the Mariners, this isn't even one that was inherent to this game. It was kind of inherent to the broadcast. Shout out to Space City Home Network bringing this up, because Jake Myers has been one of those guys that has been really fun to see. But there was a little bit of a wrench thrown in the excitement, right? A little rain on the parade by, pointing back to what did his May look like last year? Is this one of these things where it's just going to be a month that shines and then also goes away?
Yeah.
And because he had a fantastic May last year, and we know that last year, the production over the entirety of the season was not what it was in May. And it seems like you could easily make the argument that this could be some level of redux. I don't know how you pronounce that. I've only read it. But the thing that is encouraging, his chase rate is way down this year compared to the last 3 seasons, and I mentioned it because Space City Home Network pointed to that, and I think that I'm using that as a level of encouragement that this could be at least some level of close to what Jake Myers is, particularly because, right, I don't think that the chase rate going down is an anomaly, because that has been a point of focus, point of emphasis for Joe Espada and this team going in. And you've seen guys that have, been a little bit more disciplined in certain places, right? Jeremy Pena is one of those guys where it's not like he has completely, stopped swinging at those sliders away, but he's been a lot more diligent when he swings at those, and you've seen production there. Jake Myers not swinging outside of zone, swing it to a much better chance at getting on bases, and then utilizing your actual real, God-given strengths, which is let's get on these bases, let's run, let's get under tags, let's get additional bags, and that helps the offense as well. So, those are some of the ones. That one really made me happy when I saw that about Jake Myers. I was like, okay, and I think I texted you about it. Yeah, man, this feels like it's a little bit more real, and I think that's something that hopefully carries on outside of the next, 7 days? Yeah. When May turns over.
And that's exactly what I was going to say. This is what they've been talking about since spring training. I feel like even yesterday, and maybe this is, a sign, maybe it's not. I felt like up and down the lineup, there was a little better plate discipline. I was Altuve. I was talking about how he just seemed to be flailing at some pitches.
Yeah, and did we do the thing where we buried the lead? Altuve going yard double time?
Twice.
What is it? It is what, the 12th time in his career that he's had multiple home runs?
Yeah.
Let me double check with Chandler Rome, the man who is very often on top of this when it comes to that particular stat, because I do recall seeing that, but I wanted to make sure to hit that. You have him going yard a couple times. You have Jeremy Pena, who is now a usual suspect, getting his 500th career hit and putting George Kirby out for the night with a a two-run triple that he got in this game. Like, yeah, man. I think those guys also, that just them finding, Jeremy Pena continuing, but then Altuve doing that, having that kind of night. We knew that there was going to be a breakout. And this feels like it could be that if he can carry that along.
We got a good time to do it.
That'll be very, very helpful. And I say breakout, like obviously he started the season pretty damn well, but like a return to who's Jose Altuve, especially for those of us in this room who were out here wondering if this was a sign of slowing.
Yeah, and we'll see. It's a good time to do it. I want to see more from him, and it's a good time to do it, as I mentioned, with the Mariners.
Yeah, so big win for the Astros, if for no other reason than, to get out of this 17-game stretch with a fairly good record. At least the one that I called before was a 10-7. I think that you needed 3 of these ones, and you get the first one, especially knocking down George Kirby, who was a very, very good pitcher for them. Back in action tonight. We'll talk more about that as we go along on the program here. But you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's talk a little bit about the Texans. Who is the most underappreciated Texan in your estimation? NFL Network has a guess. I'm interested in hearing what you find people think. We'll discuss all of that next.
All right, let's go.
access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Because it's Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez.
It is what it is means nothing.
And Reggie Atatula.
And that, my friends, is a scoregami.
Always live, always local.
713, what's the damn number? 572-4610.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah! Are you feeling the Friday vibes? It is indeed a Friday here in the loop on
Three-day
Sports
weekend,
Radio
baby.
610. That's also a great
Shout
point.
out to no traffic. A lot of people making it a 4-day week.
What's up, T-Mill?
Yeah.
Wow. You just going to call him out like that?
Hey, man. Hey, salute to him, man. Happy anniversary to him, too.
That's true.
He's got that
shout
bread,
out to the
man.
Shout out to the man. All right. You got now you in his pockets and everything?
Got that
That's
Lopez
crazy.
bread.
That is why. Just
Real
in the
recognize
man's
real, huh,
pockets.
Lopez?
That's in the man's pockets. That's,
Real
that's
recognize
insane.
real.
Yeah, man. Who is the most underrated Texan? Let me just go ahead and ask the question before I mess around and get out of time. But yes, NFL.com put together a list of the most underrated players for every team, and that got me thinking, like, who on this Texas team do you think is the most underappreciated? 713-572-4610. Because I mean, obviously, there's a lot of usual suspects that we give a lot of love to, but I'm very interested. Like, who are we looking at here? And very early into this. On the text line, also on the YouTube page. I got an unorthodox answer here, and I just want to start here.
Okay.
Because, I mean, we can start rattling off names and discussing merits.
Well, just real quick, everybody's playing for second place. Not that this is a competition.
You think so?
I've got the answer.
Okay.
I would expect nothing less. Okay. Nothing less than Lopez to come out with that level of.
There's no shame in second place.
That level of, I don't know, aplomb. I've used the word too much.
Confidence?
Yeah, confidence.
Cockiness?
Yes, that's a lot closer to what I was looking for. On a subjective question.
No, man. Not that it's competition, but y'all are playing for second.
What do you think about this from Kicks Rocks here on the YouTube page? Off the wall a little bit. Frank Ross, most underappreciated Texan.
I like it.
I didn't even go like my brain did not go to front off. But if you're going to go to the coaching staff, is Frank Ross the one you go to?
You feel like he's underappreciated?
I think he's very much appreciated.
I feel like
I
feel like we appreciate him a lot, and he's always in the headphones. He's always next to the head coach. He's right there
again.
So I don't know how many decisions he made like outside of special. He's always right.
Coaching, I'm thinking coaching now. Again, obviously everybody knows I'm biased, but I think Gerard's pretty underrated, man. CJ loves that cat, and he stayed around with the new regime.
And it feels like, he might be rewarded for staying and getting a little bit more say along with CJ in the way that this offense goes. So, we might have to see about him being added into this. I think Frank Ross is an interesting answer because not only, like, do you want to make sure you do special teams good, right? I think you also, like, the energy that he brings. Right? It seems very cliche to say this, but special teams is not anything anybody signs up for. No, like nobody tries to make, or I guess that's not the way to say it. Nobody dreams to make it the NFL to go down and be a gunner.
I'd
right?
really like to be a gunner someday.
Yeah, maybe you talk about being like a returner.
Yeah.
Right, but or if you are a kicker and that's your way in.
I really
like
want
all
to be
these
on
other
field
positions,
goal block.
right? All these guys are on the roster in theory for these other positions, and then you get handed, and it doesn't quite work this way. Like kind of the cast-offs from these other positions that you have to bring together and make them into a cohesive unit, have them all pull in the same direction, and hopefully be good at it. And he does that pretty consistently. Yeah. So I do give him a lot of credit for that. James, that's right. All right, but let's get to some of these other because I do want to circle back around to the coaching, but I think the players are really where this is at. Who comes to mind for you?
You mean who's in first place?
All right, who is in first place, Lopez?
Henry To'oTo'o. It's not close.
It's a great answer.
It's not close. They needed him. Like they didn't just want to plug him in there. They needed him, and that dude was a monster. If we're all relatively speaking, I mean he was an absolute monster to the point that we're having discussions right now about. I mean, Christian Harris might be healthy and not getting on the field. We don't know. We'll find out.
That actually kind of happened.
Yeah, that's what it was at the end of the year. Yeah, and now we're kind of wondering, is he going to be is he going to beat out Toa?
Yeah, I mean,
but do that make it feel like he was appreciated though? Because they could have easily put him back to where he was supposed to be. I feel like they did appreciate him towards the end. Like, yo,
I'm talking about us.
Yeah,
or just in general.
Yeah.
We can end up in this place where we do the underappreciated, where we really, get nitty gritty on that particular term, and then we miss the forest for the trees. So I don't want to do that necessarily, but I do want to appreciate Henry because you're right. Like, he actively made what was a weakness for him. I don't know if I want to fully go to a strength, but a place where I
don't know, man. When he's second in tackles or something like that.
And I think that it's the necessity of like just being in that place.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, he was very good. He very much he got a lot of shine last year. You are correct. The step that he was able to make was very big, and I don't know how many outside, I guess, people outside of the Houston Texans sphere would look at Henry To'oTo'o and go, that guy is pretty critical to what you're doing. But last year he was.
Yeah.
He very much was.
And the reason I have him, he led the team in tackles. 105 tackles.
How many guesses do you think it would take if you put a roster in a defensive roster in front of a non-Houston Texans fan and told them, give me the leading tackler on this team?
5%? Less?
Like how many guesses, rather, do you think it would take? Yeah, I was like, you answered my guesses with the percentage, and I was very confused as to what you meant. Yeah, I think that like it would take a while.
Look at these numbers, and keep in mind the backdrop of what Reggie just said, and also the fact that had he not played to this level, and I get linebackers by default get more opportunities.
Yes,
he still led the team in tackles, sack and a half, 7 tackles for loss, 3 passes defensed, an interception. I mean, if he hadn't done that, what would this defense have been?
It would have been a real problem. Like the spine of the defense is that conversation, and that linebacker core matters in a big way, particularly for D'Amico Ryder.
And it was we thought it was a kind of a weak linebacker core with him at the time.
Yeah,
and I mean, you give the credit that's due to Neville Hewitt and Jake Hansen filling in where you needed to, but more Neville Hewitt and Jake Hansen, I don't know that I very much would have wanted to opt for that in any circumstance.
Who else is the most underappreciated among Texans? To'oTo'o. I thought that was massive.
Is there an argument that can be made here for Kamari Lassiter?
Yes.
Right? You have an all-pro player on the opposite side of you, and I mean, he obviously got his burn as an all-pro player. Kamari Lassiter didn't get enough of those shouts for being the guy that's on the opposite side of a great cornerback, and we know what that typically comes with. Is that typically means you are getting the larger load of the work. As a dude who we could talk about the 4.6, we could talk about that. I mean, as a rookie as well.
Yeah.
And when he was tested, it went pretty well. He had to move around a little bit, and he handled that particularly well. And it feels like he was not heralded as much. Now, that's very much leaning into the, I guess, underappreciated versus where I believe he should be valued. Because he was definitely, I mean, he was good. I think a lot of people acknowledge that he was good, but it feels like maybe on a larger scale, it was not appreciated to a higher level. That might be stretching this. Would you like to hear the answer that NFL.com gave to this question? And this came from, like I mentioned, NFL.com, Tom Blair of NFL.com, if you have any qualms with this. The answer is on the defense, so that's where we've been going. And notice we haven't mentioned any offensive players. I wonder how we feel about that. Defensive end, you feeling me?
Yeah.
Derek Barnett.
I'm good with that.
Played 38% of the... Sorry.
No, I'm saying I think so. I agree with that.
Played 38% of the snaps, 2024, lowest in any season which he suited up. But he had 5 sacks, which was tied for 72nd most in the NFL, right? But you little amount of work. You talk about the obviously big plays that he had, right? He had the turnover, taking that to the house. Those type of moments, while also
awesome.
being a dude, and we've talked about this before, but I don't know if we talked about it in depth. The idea that's a dude that absolutely would go and have a large, if not just like starting share at an edge rushing position at many other teams in the league, and yet he is here and he's a depth piece and he just does his job at a high level in a small amount of, or relatively small amount of snaps. Like that is a dude that does not get a lot of love. We'll talk about Will Anderson Jr. and Daniil Hunter for good reason. That guy just steps into the role, and he does it at a high level. And I don't think, I mean, I can't really speak specifically to it, but I don't feel like there's much complaining happening there.
No, not at all. And I'm good with that one. In fact, that might be, my second choice based on everything that you just talked about. I'm trying to think of an offensive player that was underappreciated. As much, of a beating as the offense took.
I will probably, I don't even know if this is maybe this is a little underappreciated, but first person I thought about was Joe Mixon.
That was the only answer that I was coming to, and that is just.
But he was getting accolades like crazy.
Yeah, no, he was, but just him being out there fighting for all them yards, man, I felt like that was very underappreciated.
Maybe I'm overthinking this.
It's possible.
It's probable. What about Dare? What would they have been without Dare coming in on passing situations and helping out and blocking? And then, the occasional rush, the occasional catch, special teams, all that stuff.
I hear you.
Am I overthinking running back?
No, you're right. Like I think Dare exists in this place where he is like Swiss Army knife. He does a little bit of something of everything, getting involved special teams wise, being a viable pass catcher.
I like the kind of dismissive. I hear you, but
I got you, bitch.
What you want me to say? You want me to say bad things about my Nigerian brethren here? Is that what you're trying to do here?
No, it's bad things about my take, about my opinion. You're like, I hear you.
No, because I appreciate that. I just don't know that and I guess this is the idea of we're trying to find something on the offensive side that I don't know.
But offense is it's reach,
right? Yeah. I think yes. Yeah. I was thinking Mixon as well, just on the idea of he was generating all that by his lonesome.
Yeah.
And yes, Christian. I think we're talking. Derek Barnett did have two touchdowns there, didn't he? Mechie, Patterson. Patterson's an interesting one. Like there's because. As much as that offensive line was woeful all year long, the time when you were at least able to find a semblance of cohesion, a semblance of logic within what was really bad blocking schemes from Bobby Sloan.
I'm good with that one.
He was at the center position. I think that's a good shout there, putting Jared Patterson up there. Somebody said having to play next to Kenyon Green and Shaq Mason is still looking decent. Hey, yo, I mean, you're not wrong.
I hear you.
You're not wrong. I wouldn't have said it that way. No, I think that is the good. Are we willing to put Jared Patterson as our offensive answer there? I think that's a good one. That's a very good one.
That's tough though, man.
I think that speaks to it speaks to how tough the offense was, and it was very clear either the players that were not helping or the players that were helping a lot and basically doing everything, and needs to close significantly this year with the offense. And so you hope that CJ Stroud, obviously having a lot of input, but Nick Caley and this entire offensive staff will be able to really make that go, so that we could talk about some of the guys who are productive and maybe to a point where they can even have an opportunity to be underappreciated. But shout out to Derek Barnett, man, because that's really important, especially with D'Amico, the way that he likes to run guys in and out. He matters a good deal and continues to matter into why this defense has been, and I honestly believe will continue to be, an absolute nightmare for teams in the National Football League. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. It is a Friday. In fact, it is a Friday also that represents the final episode of Around the Horn on ESPN, if that means anything to you. 21 years on the air. And so inspired by that, that's our question. Our question of the day is this: what broadcaster or sports show inspired your love of sports the most, or helped grow your love of sports? 713-572-4610. Give us your answers, and we will talk about that next. But right now, what I need to talk to you
swishfunding.com to apply. That's swishfunding.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Question of the day here on a Friday. Oh, man, I love watermelon, man. I appreciate that. What broadcaster or sports show helped cultivate your love of sports? 713-572-4610. Because I don't know if it's going to be the primary one, but the show that inspired this absolutely is a part of that. Around the Horn having their final show of their run as they're finishing up on ESPN. 21 years at least for Tony Reali. I think maybe a little
23 years.
23 years total.
Because he came in 04.
Yeah, he came in 04 after Max Kellerman took the helm. But I mean, all sorts of one of the things I loved about it is just, all sorts of sports journalists, as we've kind of moved a little bit away from kind of people that have started in print media. But it was a way to have kind of these discussions, but also kind of organize these thoughts. And it brought you some kind of, local perspectives to a national.
Yes,
and
sir.
I think we're suffering for that even now.
Yeah.
Having a good idea of, hey, what is a local perspective? Somebody who's on the ground, who understands these teams uniquely, but on a national level. That was one of the things that was nice about it, amongst many, many other things, introducing you to all sorts of people. But anyways, that is the inspiration.
Yeah.
What's your answer there?
What inspired you to become the sports fan you are, or the person you are in the business? In our case, I want y'all and I want our listeners to think about this, because as we're putting this question together, I actually wonder if I would be, maybe I would still somehow be where I am because I've always loved sports, but I would have the particular loves that I have, with college football. You guys know how I feel about that, and basketball in general. If it weren't for the two voices that really sort of narrated, that growth when I was 10, 11, 12, 18, 19, 20, in those early years, I really wonder. And some of the names for your generation and younger generations, they won't even recognize the names that kind of made that love a love. Like I mentioned earlier, there's a guy named Terry Stembridge that nobody knows. You ever heard of Terry Stembridge?
I have not. I would be lying if I told you I did.
Man.
Yeah.
But Figgy has said, he's often said, Terry Stembridge, man.
Yeah,
that's
my man
his guy.
T.
You call him T?
That's right.
I would go to bed.
Terry.
Boy, this is dating. I would go to bed with a transistor radio on my pillow.
Transistor radio is crazy.
Yes, listening to Terry Stembridge post-game comments.
I think our engineer Andy got one of those right now.
That sounds about right.
Of ABA basketball. But think about it. Basketball, it's in my blood now. And college football, there was Keith Jackson calling the game on Saturday, and then Sunday morning, and people do know this guy because he became a legend, there was Lindsey Nelson with the recap of Notre Dame football. And I'm not, and never had football fix. So Lindsey Nelson, Terry Stembridge. In terms of talk shows, Howard Cosell. I mean, Wide World of Sports, sitting on those chairs with Muhammad Ali and Joe Frazier and all these great sports fans, and just talking it up and promoting, fights and all that. But that's my generation. Lindsey Nelson, Terry Stembridge, Howard Cosell. I'm curious on yours. I mean, they formed everything that I am.
I think it's interesting that you're bringing up generations, because I do wonder if generationally that changes kind of the categories of the people that might be in this answer. Because you start talking about play-by-plays, and I feel like one of the things that is just in a particular generation, especially people that maybe grew up 60s, 70s, 80s, like baseball in particular, maybe some basketball, and I think football is pretty solid on TV, at least relatively at that point. But those guys, their broadcasters, especially locally, mean something to them. Like, those are the people that brought you the game most directly, especially if you were not of the means to be able to go to these games relatively consistently. And it's kind of funny how in every metropolitan area that has one of these teams, whoever it is, the voice of blank is your dude. Yeah. Like, he is the best dude to ever do it, except in very small circumstances where they hate the guy. But it's usually like, this is the legend, right? On the text line, Jeff, Mark Vandermeer, voice of the Texans. When I was living in Hawaii, I'd catch up on Texans radio, right? I think that guy means something to you. And not to say that, not to undercut their value, because everybody has their particular relationship with it, but those guys matter. I think you get to certain areas and it becomes TV. One of those that pops up every damn time because SportsCenter in that era meant something. Or Dan
Golden
Patrick
era.
is a huge one as well that will come up. in those spaces. And then I wonder what that is for some of these, like, you know, Gen Z that are out right now. Like, what even types is it? The people that are on these TV shows? Is it Stephen A. Smith?
Could be Todd Callis.
No, is it right?
Yeah.
Where is it for those folks?
Yeah. What about you, Figgy?
Yeah, so mine, I got a couple local ones from home. So Tom Hamilton, who calls the Indians/Guardians games, like every time I hear baseball in Cleveland, I hear his voice. Jim Donovan, rest in peace. He was the play-by-play guy for the Browns, the radio play-by-play guy for the Browns. He was also doing, I want to say news stuff, WKYC in Cleveland.
Yeah.
So I will always see him when it's time for the sports updates. So I will always see him, but just I guess making me feel more comfortable and wanting to get into this field as far as like that, or just in sports in general, was Michael Smith and Michael Holley.
Oh yeah,
like they used to always be on Around the Horn too. I thought they was really good. Who else? Stuart Scott, obviously, because I felt like, damn, if he could do it and make it sound cool, I could probably do that too, even though it wasn't that crazy. But this one, y'all might look at me crazy, but old Stephen A. Smith was really good, man.
Oh yeah,
like
fantastic.
I know it's not really popular. No, Stephen A. back in the day was solid, man. He was really good.
Dude, first time I met Stephen A., he wasn't even on TV or radio. He was the beat writer for the Philadelphia 76ers.
Yeah.
Like, who knew? You know, I'm just sitting there on the press row with Stephen A. just shooting the bleep, and next thing I know, he's making $100 million or whatever it is that he's doing. What about you? Are y'all old enough to remember Inside the NFL?
Inside the NFL comes in on the text line here. Inside the NFL was not one for me. Funny enough, like football.
Yeah. Lynn Dawson, Nick Bonacani.
Yeah. Football was not. Football was one that you watch, or that I watched rather, but it wasn't one that I got into, like the outside kind of talk about it until later. Like I think I was a weird kid where I was very much into studies, and so like the sports, I enjoyed playing sports, but actually going and getting
enveloping yourself.
Yeah, enveloping yourself in that was not necessarily the way I did that. The places where I did was basketball, especially all inside stuff. That's the one that jumped out to me. So Ahmad Rashad, Summer Sanders, that era was the one that really appealed to me. And I was talking to you guys about it now. I was obviously Sean and Seth earlier as well. I didn't even realize that both of them were incredible athletes in their own right as much until later, where you go, okay, like Summer Sanders, 4 Olympic medals. Right. Ahmad Rashad, a incredible wide receiver out of Oregon, right? All those guys. But just giving me access to the dudes that I was really interested in getting more of the stories on basketball in a time where I did not have the other place to get in that. I imagine that's where someone, 713, mentions the Wild World Sports.
Oh, yeah, that was it. Right. That was pinnacle. Yeah.
Some other ones where we start talking about like your local loves or what have you. Andre Ware from the 3-4-6. Milo Hamilton comes in. Chick Hearn for someone who grew up in L.A. Gene Peterson as well comes in here. And I mean, especially for those of us like basketball fans. For me, Calvin Murphy. Like I still remember there was a time that I was with my mom at Sam's Club. My mom and I was like, is that Calvin Murphy? And she's like, you should go say hi. And I'm like, no, I will not bother that man on his day. Like that was the level of respect as a young Reggie had, where I was like, and maybe it's warped. I was like, I respect him so much. I'm like, nah, I want to give him this time because I appreciate what he does.
You can admit it. You were just scared.
I mean, maybe no, but I don't even think, like, sincerely, I don't think it was a fear. I think it was like, nah, I don't want to bother that dude. Which I probably now looking back is like, you should have gone and said what's up to Calvin Murphy. Some other ones, Jim Rome, somebody said is what got them into sports radio as a kid. Looking forward to it during the summers. Somebody said Gene Peterson and Bill Worrell.
Yeah.
Some other ones, Dan Patrick, as we mentioned, Stuart Scott. When we talk about Vernon and Gary on CBS for the SEC afternoon game.
Oh yeah.
Someone brought up Joe Buck. As well. And so, yeah, man, it's kind of incredible thinking about the people that get you to have more of a love for this, and even more modern. Like I talked about, and one of the reasons why I brought it up with the Sports Emmys, NFL Live does such like incredible work to help like make smart football analysis more accessible.
Yeah.
And I respect that a lot. So like those types of things, like there's the people that give you the stories. Like obviously you start thinking about like some of the dudes that are stories of the game, help you analyze the game, and then make you feel good about covering the game.
Real quick, Who are your favorite around the horn?
Panelists. I mean, it's going to be Bob Ryan.
He was great.
Just an incredible basketball repository, or just sports repository in general. Basketball, I think he might have known more than anything. That's why, actually, one of the answers that I didn't mention, Hubie Brown, is one of those guys, because I was just like, oh, I will never know as much as Hubie Brown knows about hoop.
Yeah.
Michael Smith was mine.
Woody
Page.
God, he's so good.
He definitely did it.
By the way, Around the Horn premiered November 4th, 2002.
Goodness
So
gracious.
23 years, 4,953 shows, 61 panelists.
Man,
those are stats.
There you go. And final one happening today on ESPN. Salute to a institution in its own right.
Absolutely.
I guess, in sports. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL. Is this guy a lock for comeback player of the year? And also, we were talking about the Colts now that Jim Irsay has passed. There's actually a really interesting story about him preparing his daughters to take over. We'll talk about all of that next.
Payne and Pendergast.
D'Amico Ryan.
WLTFM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Man, a lot of names that are very, very apt coming in after our question of the day. The sports media people and shows that impacted and helped cultivate your talk about that.
Big time.
Real Sports with Bryant Gumbel. Talk about Bob Costas. John Madden is one. I don't even know how I didn't mention that because, I mean, obviously what he's done for the analysis game, particularly of football, but all the way around was huge. And then locally, I did not mention John McClain, which is crazy because that's an absolute legend. And I think those are the main ones that I kind of
Rich Lord.
Rich Lord, you were talking about. Someone mentioned Kirk Herbstreit in the college, and I guess Lee Corso also would go in there when you talk about the institution that is College Game Day. So yeah, man, a lot of those things. I always appreciate the ones that have paved the path, not just for like the institutions, but also for the individuals, like for our particular that have helped mold our love for this thing that we all come together for, right? Like this is the reason why we all come together.
We're here.
This love of sports, man. It really is. All right, let's now go around the NFL where. Aiden Hutchinson, he's been cleared to return to football. Remember, he had pretty gruesome injury last year, and he was working to try and make his way back. He is the leader in the clubhouse to be comeback player of the year in 2025. Saying after he was fully cleared yesterday, he said that yesterday. Is there any chance that anyone else can take down Aiden Hutchinson as comeback player of the year, as a dude who, we talk about as defensive player of the year type guy, who coming off of an injury, and especially as that award has been kind of narrowed and streamlined to that kind of space. Yeah, no more Flaccos necessarily. It feels like he's the guy, right?
I can't think of anyone that would be or whatever, and would compete with Hutchinson, presuming he has a full season or relatively full season. It's got to be him, right? Who are some other candidates?
Well, technically, he does not have the best odds for FanDuel. He's a plus 300. The best odds, plus 270, Dak Prescott, because remember, he gets injured last season. And so that is there as a quarter. That's what I'm saying. I am amazed that the odds actually go to the quarterback, but I guess it's because he's a quarterback, right?
Yeah.
He's still going to be in a place to have a really good season, and quarterbacks, when it comes to awards, have an unfair level of multiplier on their weight. Some other ones that are in here, another quarterback, Trevor Lawrence, which, okay, he is at plus 430. How do you feel about this one? Plus 370 for Christian McCaffrey.
I think he would be in the hunt. Yeah. Let me ask you one that I just saw, and it's a great point. Would J.J. McCarthy count?
Ooh, comeback is weird because
he got hurt.
He did get hurt. The tough part about it is also, I think, with all of these awards, I think we all know that the undercurrent of it is, oh wow, we didn't expect this, right? And I don't know
he's never done it.
Yeah, we haven't set any level of expectation for him at this point. So I don't know. Maybe you could throw him in there, and maybe if you want, you go for like a very dark horse, try and throw like $10 on what I imagine are going to be relatively pretty long odds to see if he comes into a situation. To be fair, great receiving core. Kevin O'Connell is a very good offensive coordinator. Or I guess play. There's a circumstance there where he got Sam Darnold to play well above, I think, what we had anticipated from him, even though there's been little signs that maybe he had more talent in there than we had really exposed. Like, that's not a bad shout to try and get a guy that maybe wins you a good amount of money off of that.
Put a flyer on J.J. McCarthy, although you can also hear the counterpoints. Well, that's a good team anyway, that's a great coach anyway. And Sam Darnold had a good year with him. So I think J.J. McCarthy would fit. He was in the NFL and got hurt. But like you said, you just didn't know what the baseline was.
Yeah, some other longer odds, plus 3,000 if you're really feeling Anthony Richardson, plus 3,800 Daniel Jones. Interesting there. And then, how about this? And this name has come in a couple times on the text line, so maybe y'all get your tickets there as well. New England Patriots wide receiver, Stephon Diggs.
Yes.
Where they got Deshaun Watson at?
Oh, my God.
I don't see him on the board, big dog.
Oh, my God.
I don't see him on the board, big fella.
Yeah.
I just got to tell you that.
Yeah.
Do not
Maybe
see him.
for 2026.
Don't see him
We
on
get
the
him for
board
2026.
Here. Just
Hey,
gonna
put
be-
Tank Dell for 2026.
Yeah, that's true.
You think so?
Maybe.
That's a crowded wide receiver room
Yeah.
for a wide. Like I feel like in a wide receiver, you're gonna have a situation where your wide receiver room isn't all that big, and we can funnel you a lot of targets. Even when Tank Dell returns, if Tank Dell returns, I mean, you brought in Higgins, who I imagine is going to have a certain level of
that's stayed in the case if he has.
And then Nico Collins still exists here to take all the oxygen in the room.
But if Tank Dell
Right.
let's say Tank.
All of a sudden, doesn't matter.
Yeah.
That just
I was even gonna say maybe close to 800-900.
Yeah.
And maybe about 5-6 touchdowns.
What about Max Crosby?
I'm sorry, dog. I mean, he's. This is tough though because Max Crosby has always kind of been within the context of the Raiders are not actually all that good, and I'm looking at this Raiders team, and it's a tough division. Don't get me wrong, because know Denver's gotten good. Obviously, we know what the Kansas City Chiefs are, and I mean I'm not betting against Jim Harbaugh, even though I don't know how high the ceiling is on that. It's just they're not going to make it easy on you, any of those teams.
Yeah.
But this Raiders team does look like it's better, and so does a Max Crosby who comes in and plays as good as we know.
19 sacks.
On top of having a team that has a little bit more relevance, does that shift this? I don't know. That's a fair question to ask. I'm glad you guys mentioned kind of the yards that you might look at. I think I was looking at something earlier that was looking at the wide receiver or the rookies, right? What their numbers might be, kind of projecting. And how do you feel about this for Jaden Higgins as a potential projection on what he gets? 730 yards, 4 touchdowns.
I think that would be
you're running away, you're running and hiding with that because that is or do you feel like this is an underserving of what he could do?
You get out of him, like that 700 plus yards. You take that. In
that's
heartbeat.
a win. Yeah, that's a win.
Heartbeat.
Yeah,
because who was that person last year?
Yeah.
And I gotta find this one more time. So apologies. But I'm pretty sure Roma Dunze. Roma Dunze had a pretty similar production, 730 something,
and then
I
people
believe
were very high, and very appreciative, and over the top.
I was just saying on this squad last year, like you would take.
There was nobody
that's
really.
a good point. I hadn't even thought of that.
Yeah, there was nobody really that.
We throwing the parade if he get over 700.
Yeah,
with Nico getting over 1,000.
So no, you're right. You take that in a heartbeat.
Yeah, let me see if I get these receiving for this team. And if you're looking at yardage, you had 1,000 from Nico Collins, obviously in 12 games, and then you had 667 yards from Tank Dell.
There you go.
In 14.
Yeah, you get 700.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nah, you good money if you get 700 from him.
That's right.
Especially with all the guys that you have, assuming health. But I mean, also you'd be assuming that the offense is just so much better than it was last year. From the 2-1, did y'all say Aiden Hutchinson yet? Absolutely. He's the reason why we started this. I think he is the in the loop favorite to win that, even though Dak Prescott is technically the odds-on favorite per the odds that were provided by FanDuel. Some other things around the NFL. I mentioned this. We were talking yesterday about Jim Irsay. Jim Irsay obviously passed away at the age of 65. The fairly long-time owner of the Indianapolis Colts. And you mentioned a good point, right, when you were talking about the idea of the second generation money coming in on some teams sometimes can be a little dicey. You're thankful in Houston that that leveled out in a way that it feels like there's a connection to the city and there's a level of stability with the organization.
Yeah.
But especially when there's a group of children that come in that try and figure out what it is. Well, Jim Irsay apparently had already kind of maybe thought about this because I believe the last 14 years he's had his daughters involved with the organization. So we know that Carly Irsay Gordon is going to be the daughter that has the
voting privilege.
The voting privilege. She's going to be the most front and center when it comes to now owning the Colts. But of his 3 daughters, Carly Irsay Gordon, Casey Foyt, and Kaylin Jackson, all of them have had some level of involvement where Irsay Gordon was heavily involved in day-to-day operations. She has been involved in day-to-day operations of the team. She's already worked with marketing, football, all those types of things. She's on ownership committee. So this is not going to be a far cry from her stepping into that role. So maybe don't plot on the idea that they're just going to fall apart because they don't know how to operate this. Youngest daughter, has become the face of the philanthropic portion of the organization. And Foyt, who is in the middle, has a degree in sports management. She's been working in special events as well, including the first regular season game in London. So, like, when it comes to whatever, I mean, hey, are the daughters going to be able to step into this place, particularly being women, right? Or is it just generally stepping in with three people? They've kind of already had situated roles for themselves.
Yeah.
And the hierarchy was there, and they kind of know the game. So at least when it comes to the Colts, I don't know that you can expect them to fall over.
That actually sound kind of fire a little bit.
Yeah, it
because,
does.
because just imagine your owners is 2 or 3 of them, and one of them is good on the sports management side. One is good with, this other side. We have an owner that kind of is just top dog and just kind of, let everybody else do everything.
Yeah, and I agree with you, but I also feel, and this was my point yesterday. Anytime it happened here. Anytime there's a shift in ownership, even from father to son or father to daughter in this case, you put your own stamp on things, and then that's what I'm curious about. How involved? Because the big thing with Jim Irsay was he was a football guy. He maybe not always fully appreciated, but he worked as a general manager for a while.
And I mean, before that, he felt like he did even more within the organization. So and
so
maybe
what's the mark going to be? What's the stamp going to be? And how are they going to do things differently? That's my point.
Yeah. So I mean, there is different people handle things differently. So we'll be interested to see if the Colts kind of change some of their organizational practices, or if it just kind of continues humming on in the way that it has. Being second best in the division. All right, continuing around the NFL, somebody said particularly being women. Reggie, come on. No, I think that there's a level of, I don't know, questions that people would have. I don't say that they're right, but hey, are women going to step into this industry that's kind of dominated by men? Yeah. There's been plenty of women that have owned teams that have been very good at it, including here where, obviously Miss Janice kind of handled some things as well. But, I think typically, especially in, men handing things down, used to handing it down to their sons necessarily.
Right,
so.
I think we never seen any, especially women that are kind of younger too. That was kind of like ongoing, because you got the owner in I want to say in Detroit.
Yeah.
Like that. Like that's
Chicago, Hallis.
Yeah. So you had those type of situations, but not somebody that was like young and active.
Yeah, and sort of brought up in the business and trained. Trained, as you pointed out.
Yeah, for sure. And so I guess in a way, salute to Jim Irsay also for being prepared in that way. Other things around the NFL, Ashton Jeanty will wear his number 2 that he wore at Boise State with the Las Vegas Raiders when he plays this year. That name was previously, that number rather, was previously occupied by Carlson and by Daniel Carson. And apparently, Ashton Jeanty.
Let me guess.
Okay, what are we guessing on?
How much?
I think a good flat 100,000.
Oh, how much he paid in order to get this number. By the way, in case you care, December 2nd is a big family number, so all his family wore 2s. Apparently, he said he paid a hefty price. We do not know exactly what it is.
We'll find out.
He wouldn't say exactly. He added to the total cost that was paid with the Mercedes GLE.
Ooh.
So that's 60. That's 60,000 right there.
Right, 160 then.
Oh, you're like 100 flat plus 60,000.
I couldn't remember if it was him or not, but somebody said, "Hey, I could have bought him a house with how much I paid." I couldn't remember if it was Jeanty though.
Yeah.
So with that being the case, then do you think it's good money for Ashton Jeanty to put that money in to get the number 2?
You know what? This is one of those things. If it means that much to you, then yes. If it makes you feel good, you think you look good, you're more confident, then yes. Because we've had situations here. Dalton Schultz, remember? He was like, "Yeah, I wanted number 9. I made an offer, but it wasn't that. It wasn't that big a deal." So for Jeanty, it was. Then yes.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I would like to know what was so special about December 2nd.
Yeah, no kidding.
That's a good question.
I'm kind of curious to know.
Yeah, I don't think he said specifically about it, but he said, it's the day greatness was born, because obviously it's the day he was born, so maybe it's just straight that. But apparently it's a family number, so I don't know if there was other people in his family that also December 2nd or just 2s in other facets. But I mean, at the very least, if it's your birthday, you can take it. That could be enough.
Oh yeah, somebody reminded us. We didn't mention Amy Adams Strunk.
Yeah, because I didn't want you to do
that. Woman.
Yeah, that was.
She's a great owner, right?
Great is the word you're using here, huh? Great is the word. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Best of luck to you. All right.
That was Figgy.
You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you hanging out with us on this Friday. Coming up next, the NBA playoffs has continued, and we're in the conference finals. Another interesting kind of conference finals game that happened yesterday. Does the NBA playoffs right now serve as a proof of concept for the Rockets trusting the process? Let's talk about that next.
A quarter of the way through. Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Friday to you, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Has this NBA playoff served as proof of concept for the Rockets trusting the process? 713-572-4610. As now everybody's just playing name a female team owner, which cool. I mean, I'm good with it. I am 100% good with that. Shout out to all them folks. Obviously, Gail Benson now with her husband Tom Benson passing for sure. Somebody also reminded us, like, yeah, man, that fighting happens, man. When I guess the person who's at the top passes, and you just got a family.
Money, man.
Hey, we seen a whole series Succession about that,
and you say money. We've seen it happen with people that don't have money. Have you not in your family seen somebody pass and then people fight over that house?
Oh, Susie took the TV.
Oh, I've told the story here. My brother.
It gets real nasty in these streets, man. It gets real nasty. Once we start talking about assets.
Know the details.
Now imagine if that asset is a multi-billion-dollar football team.
What did Cheryl do with grandma's furniture?
Dude, there's $5-6 billion out there.
Yeah,
people gonna fight.
I told my sister once mom and dad pass away, we are doing all that fighting over this and that.
That's why y'all gotta have those conversations. You gotta get like Jim. Like, all right, so you gonna handle this. You gonna handle over here. You gonna handle over here. Y'all gonna play nice.
Yeah. Who gonna take this? This going over to her. I'm gonna take. We gonna have that conversation before. I ain't got time to be bickering over some junk.
That's right. Y'all play nice. A person who was playing very nice. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander last night. I mean, he gets named MVP, and then he goes out and drops 38 of them things.
I was glad to see that.
SGA is one of those dudes that, again, not a lot of people love because of the play style, because he's got great body control, but he uses it in a dark arts kind of way. And so, but, I mean, you have that, right? And he is one of those guys that developed out of a place that I don't know that people viewed him as instantly he's going to be a superstar. I mean, he
didn't look at himself that way.
There's conversations.
He said it in the post-game, yeah.
I think I was looking at a Sam Presti kind of quote. Obviously, Sam Presti is the executive that runs the Oklahoma City Thunder. I saw a quote from maybe 2017, 2018, something like that, when they moved on from Russell Westbrook, and he just looked in the gym, and it was just Shai in there getting shots up, and he was like, man, this kid probably is going to be something. And here he is, something, right? But he started with the Clippers, and they were willing to trade him in order to get Paul George, and lo and behold, I imagine they wish that they had that one back. You look at Tyrese Halliburton. In fact, I think Ron started the show on The Drive yesterday kind of asking the question, is he the next Steph Curry in that? Not that he'll be Steph Curry in play style, but that a superstar that comes out of nowhere. And then you look at Jalen Brunson. Second round out of Villanova, even though like he had that, the experience in Villanova winning championships, people looked at him like, all right, what is he going to be? Maybe a backup point guard, maybe a nice starting point guard, and apparently he's carrying a team to the Eastern Conference Finals. And all of this is to say, the superstars that are looking at this, outside of Anthony Edwards out of Georgia, where very early on it felt like that's the dude, all these dudes are kind of guys that have come out of nowhere. Does that serve as some level of validation to the Rockets if they indeed stick with the idea that we're just going to let this thing grow and see if we get a superstar that grows out of nowhere?
Man, I love this question. I really do, because to hear Rafael Stone talk about it, the answer is yes. I don't know if that's what the rest of us feel. And the difference to me, look, I know they've been in the league longer. They've been able to develop these skills. But you always could sense that they had that in him. I know Halliburton, most overrated and all that, but he had that in him, in terms of just what you could see from him. And obviously, SGA as well. I think the question here is, does Jalen Green have it in him? And I don't know how many people.
Oh, you assume that it's just Jalen Green as the answer here?
Well, I think that's the presumed answer, right?
I think there's people – actually, no, at this point. I think that there's people that might still point to the idea that Jalen Green can become better, and maybe that's the organization still looking at as well. I think the answers if I'm ranking them for guys that you go, maybe this guy can become that. Amen Thompson, because Amen Thompson has the defensive profile. He has the athleticism. The only thing that you're really looking for is, can that handle come along better to the place where also can he add a
finishing?
Right, and if those things, and when I say handle, because he's already, like, he came in where people were wondering, can he be a point guard? So, like, the handle at that level, right? The handle of, I have high usage rate because I'm going to be the distributor, I'm going to be the initiator, and then also the shot. That's the first one, I think. And then Alperen Şengün is a place where he's reaching a certain place, but does he then have another level? Does he have, because, I mean, you could ask the question, like Tyrese Halliburton was in that place at one point where people referred to him as good, as a star kind of player. But this is a different level that we're seeing from him in the clutch. Jalen Brunson even reached a certain level as, oh man, he's a really good guard in this league. And then he took it up to another level when he got to New York and was like, oh, okay, this is different than we had anticipated. And I think the answer in a non-committal way is maybe a validation, because yes, you can look at those guys and see the ways in which they have stepped up and become even better. The thing that I have here, though, is look at those particular situations and see how they came to be. When you look, let's start with the Pacers, right? Because I think that's been a very fun team to talk about. Tyrese Halliburton has become this. Where was Tyrese Halliburton drafted?
Where was that?
18th or something?
Where was he?
Somewhere.
Not where, but like literally to what team?
Oh, Sacramento.
The Sacramento Kings.
Yeah.
What did they do to acquire him? Who did they send in the acquisition of him?
Sabonis.
Domantas Sabonis was supposed to be their star. That was supposed to be the guy that they were driving up to. And they looked up and they were like, this guy is good, and he will reach level. He has been very good, Domantas Sabonis. Domantas Sabonis has been an all-star.
Yeah, he's been solid.
They traded him away for Tyrese Halliburton, and you could see there's no one looking back at that trade. Doesn't talk here with some of these young guys. All right, I'll take you. Let's go to New York. They went and acquired Jalen Brunson. Now, of course, that's not going to be exactly the same, but I think that you get what I'm saying. Like they saw a guy who, yes, we believe that there's a level of jump in him, but they went and they had to acquire him. And so I think that when I look at those, I go, yes, you might still have an opportunity to have a jump in it. But then the question then becomes, do you have the right guy for that jump? Because there's times where you have a guy that you're invested in that you go, maybe this guy can jump, but maybe you look up and you go, but that guy over there probably has a better shot at doing this with what we have.
And who would that be on this squad is the question. Who has that ability where you can look at him and say, I could see that jump. You mentioned, Amen Thompson. There's some real questions about, what he can be offensively.
That's the one for me, because I do like the idea of him potentially becoming an even better distributor, right?
Can he be that?
Like,
GMs look at him and say, oh, yeah, that's going to be an offensive player.
He's so good, man. He's such a good basketball player. I think the shot is the thing that scares me. And I've mentioned this stat before. This dude shot 25% from three, which is not like, okay, it just needs to get better. That's putrid in the modern NBA. Like, that is bad. And that's not even on volume, right? Because that's a tough thing also. Even if you get your shooting percentages up, you need to be able to do it at a high volume for what we're talking about here. We need you to be able to put up 5, maybe 6 3-pointers a game and do it at that high volume. And that's a far place to jump. And you also, maybe you go, all right, well, he has it in him. He just needs to refine it. The question that I typically the place that I typically look to there is free throw shooting, because that is isolating the variable of just your shooting mechanics. And even that, he's in the 60s when it comes to percentage of free throw shooting. It's just under 70 to be fair to him.
That's my point. But can he ever
the thing that
become an offensive player?
That's the thing that worries me from the 713. A question that I've kind of had, and I don't know how fair it is to him, but is Şengün less baby Jokic and more baby Sabonis?
That was the next point I was going to make. Let's go to Şengün now. And I was really impressed. I don't care what anybody says. I was impressed with his postseason.
100%.
Some people question about some of the shots he missed.
Can I ask you what impressed you most about his performance?
I think his willingness. I think his willingness to be that guy and take over as much as he could. And he did. He absolutely did. And that's a gene. That's something that you're coached to do certain things, but it's also a gene to be able to do that. Certainly there are things that you'd like to have seen more of. But when you look at Şengün, is that the ceiling? He's still very young.
I don't know. I don't think it's the ceiling, actually. I was going to say I don't know if it's I don't think it's the ceiling. And I better not be, because one of the things that would make it really problematic if it's the ceiling is his inefficiency around the rim, at least this season, right? He has enough of the footwork. He has enough of an understanding of his body and how he works to be able to get himself to that place. And I just got to imagine that he finishes at a higher degree. But I do think that I do wonder what is that next level, because the size is solid, but I don't think that he is dominant and imposing per se. And I do see a potential uptick in his path of that feeling of a baby Jokic. And so I do still, this is why I go maybe and not no on the idea of the way that these other teams have found their jump and found their way to build around those guys and found themselves in the conference finals. I do see a jump that's still in there for him. Him being at the center of it, especially being a center, how good do you have to be as a center to have that kind of game but still be a high level? Because we're looking at like a Joel Embiid, who is a very incredible center that has not made it past the second round of the playoffs. Now, of course, injuries factor in there, but also even when he is healthy, he has those issues. But then Jokic, who is literally the best player in the world,
didn't get there.
Is that what it? Well, just this year, and I think. But is that what it requires to have a center at that level in this modern NBA to do that? Like, that's the question I have with Şengün, because I can see the jump, but can he get to? Does it have to be that level of center play?
Well, that's kind of my point. I mean, it does have to be that level, and so the other question that I think has to be asked is are you willing to take that risk? Like, hey, I believe Amen can do this. Hey, I believe Şengün can take the next step. Hey, I believe what we saw in Jalen Green is going to be exactly opposite of what he ends up becoming. I don't know if you can take that risk, take that chance.
Yeah. So I don't know. That's the thing that I've been kind of pondering on, watching all of these kind of young, talented players, these young stars that the NBA is kind of handing this thing over to. Anthony Edwards, who even him, he is one of those guys that, because of his style of play and the reminiscence to MJ in some degrees, we're giving him a lot of love. He's still got some development for him as well, like as a playmaker, but he is incredible. Man, he had this one to look like he was trapped in the corner, gets out, like drives the Caruso trying to draw a charge, finishes with the offhand. Just incredible stuff there. Tyrese Halliburton, Jalen Brunson, and you see those guys jumping, and I'm just like, do you have that guy? Even if you know that those guys can still make that kind of leap.
You said maybe. I'm going to say no. Figgy?
I'm gonna say no. I feel like, and when we talk about those other teams, I feel like they had a lot of young players around them that was kind of picking up the slack a little bit too. So it wasn't like, I felt like with OKC, we wasn't forcing SGA to be the guy. It was just, he kind of grew into the guy, right? Like, he kind of grew into an MVP thing. I feel like right now we are trying to force a person to be the guy.
Yeah.
And I don't know if I don't know if he is the guy or not, or he needs some time.
Somebody said Şengün needs to broaden his game, going through him playing 90-style ball, playing for twos. Again, the Jokic thing is the thing that you look at as the platonic ideal of what he ultimately can be. And I'll come back to this, is just, does it have to be at that level in order for it to work? Or can you be 80% Jokic and does it work, right? Can you be 90% Jokic for it to work? What is the level there? And then that's when you cross-reference it, is how far can Şengün
Yeah, I think you got to have a good supporting cast for that to work too.
Right, and that's a good one. Is like, also, how do you fit things around him? Is he, because he's also a little bit, he's close to, but a little bit different than Jokic in that Jokic is absolutely a kind of. Is he a 4? And then if he's a 4,
somebody asked that on the text board.
Yes, absolutely. And I do want to give them their credit. That was the 281. Then how do you fit around that? Because if he's a 4, that means you have to have a 5. And in this modern NBA, teams will be able to space. Is Şengün now guarding on the perimeter? Is that, do you have is it a 5 that is versatile enough to maybe try and play on the perimeter? Like, what happens there? So that's another question that the Rockets are going to have to ask. And maybe it's just as simple as, we don't want to make that decision yet. But I think these are the questions that have to. These are the questions that are there for them, especially
if you look around and see everybody else moving forward.
That's also another part of this, right? You have all these other teams that are also going to seemingly be there in contention. Are you able to contend at that level?
That's the scary part right there. Like, it's one thing saying, hey, let's give it time and all that stuff, but if you look around, look who's in the conference finals. Like, people are moving past you at this point.
And look who's coming up.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping on a Friday.
The Sports Radio 610 Crawfish. Where low prices live. The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into What's Poppin' here on a Friday in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Looking forward to seeing the Astros back in action tonight versus the Seattle Mariners after just an incredible 9-2 victory. Jose Altuve going yard a couple of times. Lance McCullers throwing up eight of them strikeouts. And I think MLB.com referenced it as a Throwback Thursday, which, yeah, give me that. I love that. Give me a Flashback Friday, too. Why not? On the mound for you today, Ryan Gusto takes the mound opposing... Who was it again? Because I already forgot.
Emerson Hancock.
That's right. That's right. And you know why I made you say that, right?
Emerson Hancock.
I just wanted you to get that. 1-2, 6.21 ERA. So hopefully that also gives the Astros an opportunity make a little something. Real interesting thing on the weekend is you have Framber Valdez on Saturday facing off against Brian Wu. Brian Wu, a good pitcher. However,
Isak Paredes, give that man a raise.
Okay, all right. Obviously, I love watching Isak play, but you seem to be having him as a mercenary because Brian Wu yesterday, sitting in the third base dugout, appeared to have gotten hit by a foul ball.
He was limping badly. Look at that.
Yeah, man. So, I mean, ultimately, and this is per Daniel Kramer, who covers the Mariners for MLB.com, apparently the injury doesn't scare them or doesn't appear as severe as they initially thought. However, I mean,
you saw what I saw.
Especially pro athletes at a certain level are almost like luxury cars, like sports cars, what have you, in that, yes, they are high maintenance and they go real fast and they perform at a higher level, but the smallest things take them out of commission or knock them off their kilter. And so could that be something that gives you an advantage in a pretty good pitcher's matchup?
A great one.
Between Framber and Wu.
Yeah,
on
that's his push-off leg. He got hit in the right, wherever, on the right leg, off of that foul ball from Isak. I think
it was shin.
Was it the shin?
Something to that, yeah.
That's his push-off leg. He's 5-1 with a 2.65 ERA, and you'll appreciate this, 0.87 WHIP.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah,
good for him. Not putting base runners on.
Yeah, he's good against Framber on Saturday afternoon. I tell you what, that's.
Oh, y'all gonna see Lopez and family at the ballpark?
Well, that's my wife's favorite player, Framber. And
she liked that long hair, huh?
I've tried to talk.
She
her
liked that
out
long
of it.
hair, huh?
Yeah. She said,
why are you trying to talk her out of it?
Yeah. Because he's so inconsistent sometimes.
You're trying to save her from herself?
She said he has like a kid's face, a kid's face. He does kind of have a childlike, and she's a school teacher, so there you go.
Okay. I see you, Jan.
Yeah. After that walk tomorrow, I might have to. That'd be a nice place to sit and rest.
Now, is this the same type of walk that you take after Thanksgiving?
No, this is carry the load. 5.7 miles for in honor of those who have fallen.
Love to see it.
First responders.
You do love to see it.
Yeah. If you're in the neighborhood, Fire Station 8, 7:30 a.m.
Okay.
You're gonna make that walk.
You said Fire Station 8, 7:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
On Saturday.
Carry the load.
You got to sign up for it?
You can sign up online. Just search Carry the Load Houston.
You gonna do it?
I was like, you know what the tough part about that? Well, of everything he said, I want you to guess what the part is.
7:30 a.m.
There you go. There you go. That's the one. That's the one. I might be up at 7:30 a.m. being somewhere at 7:30 a.m.
I can walk 10 miles, but that's 7:30.
At 11. Anyway, at 11 I can do
That's
it.
That's what I'm saying. Although it might be hot.
Yeah.
It might be hot.
3:10 game. You're tired from the walk. Have a couple cold beers and a hot dog.
In the AC.
And AC.
Mm-hmm.
That's in the mix.
Speaking of the Astros, they did sign Greg Jones to a minor league deal. Greg Jones, a little infielder, outfielder is what I see from MLB trade rumors. But former first-round pick to reserves back in 2019. He's just a guy who, I guess, when he was AAA, the bat was okay. He's just only had, I think, like 8 at-bats last year and wasn't really all that good. Or actually, 8 major league at-bats in total. And a 1.43 ERA, of course, is a super small sample size. I don't know what you can do with that, but it seems like just, put him on. He's in Florida right now. He will relatively quickly make his way to Sugar Land. Just another guy, it seems like, that you have there. But yeah, that's
every little bit helps.
Adding another guy. But yeah. Oh, and also, I guess the bigger news that I should have mentioned, I believe it is Colton Gordon that will make his way back as Ronel Blanco. Going to the IL. I don't think that I saw anything.
We haven't even really mentioned that. We speculated yesterday, but IL getting a second opinion, right?
He is getting a second opinion, so we don't know for certain if it is like something with the UCL that will ultimately necessitate Tommy John.
Well, I don't know.
However, going on the IL stint probably doesn't.
Do you see him coming back at all this year to try to give it another go?
Which basically you're asking, is it a Tommy John? Because if it's a Tommy John, the answer is no. And if it's not, then you're like.
No, we seen some instance where somebody tried to give it a go again.
Yes.
And then it don't work out, and then they get shut down.
I
try to use rest.
I won't go that far just yet, but it's not trending great. I mean, how many times have you ever gotten a first opinion and the doctor said, I think you're good, and then you got a second opinion? No, the first opinion was not good.
But the second opinion could be just rest a little bit, and then give it a rest for like 4 weeks or something. that tried it.
Yeah. And by the way, Sunday is another good pitching matchup. Luis Castillo against who's it going to be?
I'm not certain.
Right now it's TBD.
I'm guessing Colton Gordon, but I don't want to say that with any level of certainty because I don't know.
Yeah.
So I just making that abundantly clear. I don't know, but he is making his way back up. They seem to like these young cats that they have at the AAA level. And they have delivered to some degree, like in what can be expected of them. We talk about Colton Gordon, and then you talk about and goodness gracious, the gentleman that just started for the Astros earlier this week, whose name I've already forgotten because my brain does not work the way that I want it to at times. But they've delivered in ways that I think is fair and understandable when you need them. I mean, AJ Blueball, is he the worst one that's come up? And even then, it's not like he.
Well, he did eventually.
But I mean, it's not like he looked terrible or what have you. But yes, so excited to see what that looks like this weekend. Also, could be a really. I mean, this is a big series against the Mariners.
Absolutely,
you win 3 out of the 4, and what? You are one game back at that moment.
Then they enter, either one game or 1.5 in that neighborhood, which is obviously very plausible.
Yeah, so that's you keep pushing towards that Astros and finish off what has been kind of a wild, and it'd be 1.5. That's right. What would be a crazy 17-game and 17-day stretch. Some other things that are popping. We've kind of talked a little bit about this, us being college football heads, that the White House had put together was trying to put together a presidential college sports commission with Knicks booster possibly being involved there as well with Senator Tommy Tuberville. Is he still a senator, or was he once a senator?
I don't know. Yeah.
I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if he left the job. He seemed to do that a lot in college football. I would probably say the same about his political career, but neither here nor there. But it seems like they have pressed pause on that, which, according to Ross Dellinger of Yahoo Sports, he's citing unnamed congressional sources that they're pressing pause on it. The move is possibly rooted in a potential impact of the commission on Senate negotiations with the legislation that's currently being looked at to address college sports, which makes sense. This was the big question I had when I was like, the timing of this is kind of wild because the NCAA settlement is still kind of going on. You have negotiations there, and it'd be weird to kind of bring this whole commission to look into this space that is ultimately finding tweaks at this moment. So that is being pressed pause on. That might not go there, or maybe it's pause. Maybe it's they're actually getting rid of this because you have this answer, but that is not going to be a continued thing that's happening there. Somebody said still a senator, sadly. Not editorial. I didn't put that, sadly. That was from the 713. You can deal with that. And we were talking about the Gold Cup, right? The Gold Cup final will be held at NRG Stadium here. What is that, July 6th?
Well, that's the final, but there's going to be a couple of other games.
There'll be some other matches that happen in Shell Energy Stadium as well. And so U.S. men's national team, especially as they've been a little lackluster.
Their best player.
They've been a little lackluster, and so they've been trying to find their groove, and this Gold Cup will be really huge to, do something as well. But they will be without AC Milan's Christian Pulisic. He has been one of, if not their best players over the last good stretch of international soccer play, and he will not take part in the Gold Cup this time. The reason for his unavailability is that he needs a recovery period. Playing with his club in Europe, apparently he had a grueling schedule. So if the U.S. is going to do it, it will be without Christian Pulisic up top, which it sucks, I got to say, right? Like, as you mentioned, very, very good. He's had an incredible season this year as well, AC Milan. Like, he has scored with the level of purpose that you want to see from Pulisic being one of those guys. But you've got some other guys in tow that should, like, this is one of the most talented generations of this U.S. squad. Maybe they don't have the same grit, and especially it doesn't feel like they have right now the same cohesion that other U.S. men's national teams have had.
I'm glad you mentioned that.
But they have enough talent that they should not drop off from that level. It's about what are they able to play a system that is cohesive and with purpose that shows up there.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up. Remember, not long ago we had Brian Ching in, along with the Gold Cup itself, and we were talking about this squad. And I wouldn't. How would you characterize it? I wouldn't say he gave the USA coach Pochettino a ringing endorsement.
Well, I mean, you can't. Like, just the results aren't there, so I don't know how you would give him a ringing endorsement. But yeah, man, there's a little bit of a heat on the seat for Pochettino, especially going into this next World Cup cycle, or actually being in the World Cup cycle, headed towards the World Cup. And the Gold Cup is going to matter a good amount. I could easily see them not performing well, and Pochettino saying, being like
That's where I'm going. That's where I'm going with it. I think obviously, there's no question that he's played a lot of games at a very high level. I think more on-field time than he's ever had in his career. So he clearly could use a rest. I don't recall a top-tier American player ever begging out of the Gold Cup. Ever. So maybe he's just not bought in, too. Maybe that's part of the factor.
That's an interesting thought I hadn't considered. Yeah, man. I do wonder just, does that also, are you willing to extrapolate that into like the general culture of the squad now where those guys used to, and to be fair, those guys weren't playing at the level where they had an opportunity to get run ragged on their club's sides. But are we in a place where maybe there isn't that same willingness to die for the shirt, as they would say in soccer, that it feels like they have now?
I would say that. It's speculation. It's my opinion. But you get a chance to play on your national team, Gold Cup, and then World Cup, you do it.
Yeah, so even if U.S. does what they're supposed to do and end up in that final, you will not see Christian Pulisic at NRG Stadium. Just a little heads up if you're getting ahead on your tickets, which probably I shouldn't say, because you do want to go to the Gold Cup at NRG Stadium July 6th. I do want you to do that. All right, coming up next, let's get back to the Houston Texans, because we are a week away from OTAs happening they're at NRG Stadium as well. So who needs to come back a little different as a dude, whether it's physically or just their performance on the field? 713-572-4610. Let's discuss it next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Texas play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Friday to you. Hope that you're wherever you are, however you're listening. One, we hope that you know that we appreciate you being a part or making us a part of your day and being a part of our show, especially in the various ways that you can do it by texting in to the text line 713-572.
I'm gonna put that in the intro.
4610. Come on, dog.
Nah, I'm just playing.
Come on, dog. Honestly, I'm kind of mad at myself because I was doing the thing where I was kind of tripping over myself, but I hadn't fallen over yet, and I was like, you know what? This is not. Have you ever fallen upstairs? That's what it felt like. I was verbally falling upstairs. But yeah, 713-572-4610 is the text line. There's also the YouTube page and the Twitch chat. Sports Radio 610 on YouTube, 610 Houston on Twitch. But when it comes to the Texans, we are not far away from getting some more activity, some OTAs from them, and getting more of an insight and more of a sight on what this Texas team is starting to work themselves to, and really more importantly, just what these guys kind of look like, what their offseason has been, where they've gotten themselves to, and the preliminary looks on what this team looks like. And so with that being the case, who needs to come back a different dude? 713-572-4610.
Yeah, this is, hey, 1 week from today, we're going to be talking about OTAs and who looks good and who's come back looking, like a champ, or a different, physique. Now, I think we should couch this entire conversation.
Disclaimer.
Our disclaimer here. Remember who looked great last year at OTAs?
Kenyon Green,
baby.
Yep.
Whatever happened to him?
So it's not necessarily a harbinger.
Damn shame what they did to that dog.
It might not be a harbinger of good things, but a lot of times it is.
Now that just made me think of like a chalk outline in left guard. just a chalk outline. No person.
So I have almost three tiers here. Like who needs to come back? You think it's imperative? Looking good physically, looking good on the field.
All right, so one of them, I mean, you could take your pick on dudes on the offensive line, but the one that I think of really is kind of Juice Scruggs.
He's on my list.
In part because either he's playing center, and then I don't know how much it matters to me, but also what happens if you're going to, if he ends up being one of the guys that you're putting in there at guard?
Right.
And I don't know what his physique. I don't know if his physique naturally lends itself to playing guard. But if he ends up being there, I know I want him to be as peak physically formed as he can, especially being a little undersized to be guard.
Yeah.
So yeah, man, that's one of the ones I thought of just from that perspective. If that helps him be a modicum better in that space, that was one of the ones that I immediately jumped to.
So I have the three tiers. I have players that I think it's imperative they come back looking or playing and looking. Better players I want to see.
See in general.
Yeah.
Okay.
And players we got to see to believe. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I want to rock with you here because I threw out that from the 3-4-6. Maybe this is the low hanging fruit. CJ needs to come back looking and thinking better. How do you feel about that?
You said CJ?
Yeah, this is CJ. Not no Gardner Johnson. This is CJ Stroud.
That's what I was thinking, to be honest.
I wouldn't mind it.
Because,
in what way, though? That's the question I'm asking.
He's been quiet all off season. Completely 180 from that previous
radio
silence. Yeah, so I kind of expect them to come back a little fresh, maybe a little more cut, a little more in shape.
I wouldn't mind it. He's not on my list, but I wouldn't mind it. So the five guys I have on my list in the category of it's imperative that they come back looking better physically or both.
Imperative.
Must. You mentioned Juice Scruggs. He's on the list.
Okay. So why imperative there? Because I think you have a lot of options there.
For the same reason. I mean, this guy's a draft pick that they had high hopes for, that they've said could be a better center.
Second round pick?
Was it
Juice?
I think it
Juice was a second round pick.
Yeah, second round pick. So that's important. I think you're right. I think Juice Scruggs. Let's see what he looks like coming back.
That's for me. That's more for him rather than
also for us
team
as fans.
It. Sure, yeah, that's true.
Christian Harris,
ding, ding, ding. That one's huge. And it's really heavy on the physical. And I guess in a way, it's just, are you healthy and playing football?
Yeah.
I don't think that anybody is still or I guess I should ask that as a question: is anybody still waiting on the proof of concept with him as a player? can he be a good linebacker? I don't think anybody's waiting on that, right? I think people have enough data, even if you're not 100% certain, to at least go more likely than not there. But the range that he shows, the speed that he has, right? I think people feel good about that. It's just, is he going to be available, especially after last year? He came back and then he seemed to fade away, and that was after we had how many weeks of just not, radio silence on what he was and when he would be ready. So there were so many questions around that just, can you get out here and play football in a way that's going to be usable is going to matter, because all that ability that he has, what's the best ability?
Availability.
Yes, sir.
All right, another one I have on my list, Dameon Pierce. It's time, brother. It's time, and he's more show something than physically.
Yeah, I was about to say, are you looking for something from him physically?
No, not necessarily a transformation, but we have to hear them talking about Dameon Pierce the way they've talked about others at training camp. Remember, Derek Stingley came in and they're like, wow, at OTAs he was running with the first team. At OTAs, Derek Stingley was. So I think Dameon Pierce, it might be all right, clock has been ticking.
Is it different dude or is it old dude? You know what I mean? Like the question being, like, you come back like a different dude. Is it different dude or is just
different?
We
maybe
need
it's
to see
systematic.
Okay.
Maybe it's he just looks more comfortable, even though it's running on air largely, or no pads or whatever. But I'd like to. He's on my list of imperative. The other two, you might agree with one and disagree with the other. So I'll mention the one that
sounds about me.
You might
right.
disagree with first. I'd like to see a new Xavier Hutchinson. I'd like to. He's been a little bit thin, a little bit.
So this is
transformation, as well as the other.
What is he listed at?
I don't know, but just from what I've always been a big fan. I remember when he was drafted, I was like, this guy's an after catch guy. I think he could really help this team, et cetera. And then it just hasn't happened. I
think I've seen him listed at 6'3", 210.
Yeah, let's get to 220. Let's get to 220, a little more muscle, a little more ability to get those proverbial 50-50 balls, And it's better for his strength, which is, yards after catch.
Yeah, right. No, I could see that, absolutely. I think that would help also add into that, what's the watchword? Competition.
Yeah.
In there. Yeah, no, I like that. I had not considered that enough. But, yeah, I point to Xavier and I go, I don't know exactly what it is that I need more of, but I need something more from him. And it might just be like having that physicality to then pair with, that trust that they have in him. But, yeah, man, he did not create separation last year. And I wonder, if you're not going to create separation, can you then be a guy who can use physicality to then catch the ball through, a tighter defender? Or
and then the other one, I know I've probably been lower on the prospects of this guy than most. So
I'm guessing this is John Mechie then.
No, it's Blake Fisher.
Oh,
Blake Fisher.
Oh, I should have known. You don't even care about John Mechie. You done sold John Mechie's house for him. You were like, don't worry, dog. Don't worry about a realtor. I done already lined up some buyers, brother.
We got it. We got you. But Blake Fisher, I just haven't seen it, man.
And what you looking for with him?
I think everything.
Okay.
I think physical transformation. Yeah. Being able to they have their sort of depth chart in their minds, and then you earn it otherwise. And I just mentioned Derek Stingley. I'd like to see Blake Fisher. I mean, they brought in dudes to replace Blake Fisher. Flat out.
I mean, they have an opportunity to. They do have an opportunity to. And so, yeah, man.
He will probably be the perfect one for the body transformation, too, because this is year 2.
Mm-hmm.
So he should be coming in as like, oh, look at him. He's been lifting weights.
100%, right? And being able to utilize that power, because, I mean, running is something that you want to be able to do better. Run blocking could stand to be better. And just like, how is he with his feet? Is he pass setting nicer to be able to handle that edge pretty well? Yeah, man, those are the things that I think that's fair. And I know Sean Pendergast, if he's listening right now, is clapping to the sound of his radio, because that's one of the guys that he's putting up, and I know Sean as well, or Seth as well, as potentials for like the body transformation when it comes to getting to camp.
Then again, Nick Caserio had the opportunity to say as much.
Let me tell you about, like, that model is cool, but can I tell you about this model right here? It's the LD Henderson.
All right, players I can't wait to see. No matter what they look, I just want to see what they look like. I'm curious. I think there's opportunity there, and they might be, they might be a happy surprise. EJ Speed.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been a fan. Maybe C.J. Stroud hasn't always been a fan, but I've been a fan. I think he could fill a real role here.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't even know how much different he needs to be considering.
I just can't wait to see him. I want to see what he looks like with this squad.
That's fair, 100% fair. Just like to add that depth. And I think linebacker room is where I don't scoff nearly as much at the notion of competition because I do like the talent in there.
Yeah.
And if you tell me one of the four of Azeez Al-Shaair, or sorry, rather two of the four of Azeez Al-Shaair, Henry Toto, Christian Harris, and EJ Speed are the guys that these are the two starters. I'm like, all right, cool.
Yeah.
Like I know that you're getting two dudes that are really good on the field because I know that at least two of them I feel great about. And then all of a sudden, here you go. If one of those guys gets beat out, that means that he played better rather than one of these guys played poorly.
A couple of other guys that I can't wait to see are already on this squad, but I'm just curious. I'm hopeful that they take another step. Cade Stover and Kalen Bullock.
Cade Stover is a huge one for me. I think that, and this is probably wild to say. Thank you.
Yeah.
I think that Kalen Bullock, if he was the same player as last year, I would not be terribly upset. I would be a little disappointed, right? Because just in general, we expect year-over-year progress anyways. But I think that you got a good amount out of Kalen Bullock, which is just be a ball hawk. Now, of course, there was a lot of there was not a lot. I don't want to say that, but there was more than I would really want of some like deep opportunities that you want your free safety to be able to handle up on or be able to make plays on.
Imagine if he takes another step.
That's the thing.
Ooh, baby.
I feel like I'm in a place where, especially with the productivity of this defense, if I don't get that, I ain't gonna be too mad.
No,
right?
I'm with you on that. But boy, if he does, I can't wait. I can't wait to see what it looks like.
But yeah,
same thing with Cade Stover.
The Cade Stover one is huge, especially because that is, and we've detailed it a few times. That is a position comes up, and especially if he could play in such a way where we can start talking about contract be damned.
Yeah,
that'd be huge because a guy that can help inline blocking is something that you just don't have, and he's the closest to it.
Yeah.
And then if he can then add in, even if he's more, Pat Freiermuth or one of those guys that you just kind of get the ball to without necessarily sending him deep on routes, that'd be helpful. But if you end up having a true dual threat, productive tight end, that'd be really helpful because we know Dalton Schultz, even as I've had a level of defense for him in some of these instances. We know that he's not that two-way guy. Like you put him in and asking him to block is not really what his strengths are.
Yeah.
So if you could find that in Cade Stover, that'd be greatly helpful, especially for a dude in Nick Caley who of the offenses or the passing games at least that it seems like are likely to get are huge influences on this offense. Both of them, it'd be very, very nice, and I guess in any offense in football, it'd be very, very nice to have a tight end that's capable of doing those things.
And then the two players that I just got to see to believe, not that I'm doubting them, but I got to see it to believe it, Ladarius Henderson and Justin Watson. I mean, both of those guys weren't even on the radar.
What do you got to see from Justin Watson?
Well, I mean, D'Amico says he's the,
hard worker, grinder, real lunch pail guy, in fact. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But
first one in, last one out.
I wonder what you're describing.
Just a great football player. I don't know what you're, heady guy.
Guy.
Good football IQ.
Is he a coach's kid?
I mean, he might be. If he's not, he's the type of kid that you want. That's the kind of guy that he is.
But I mean, I'm like, on both of those, D'Amico raving about him and Nick about Ladarius Henderson. I was like, really?
Yeah, I think the benefit that he serves, he's a fairly known commodity in what he can bring, and so that's level of steady. And I think that probably speaks more to the idea of what you want to see from Hutchinson and maybe Mechie, even though I know that you're shipping him out of here. Is if they find some level, can you? Because Justin Watson is fairly solid and standard in what he is. That's kind of the free agent.
But what if he's like he's in the mix big time?
Yeah, I mean, he gets open. He gets open. Like, I have no problem with that. Like a dude that gets open and knows what he's supposed to do. And so if you get the upside of these young guys that you've been waiting on, that's all gravy. But if not, Justin Watson, I feel good with him being in the room.
I feel like he might be that person if the rookies don't pan out as fast as you thought it was going.
Yes,
they was going to pan out. Then that might be somebody like a third option,
like what Robert Woods was.
Exactly. Yeah.
Couple of texters said Woody Marks. I'm with you. I didn't put him on my list, but I'm with you. I'm curious to see what he could do.
Yeah, how much can he handle early? Like this is a type of guy where I think even the Woody Marks lover himself, John Harris, would point to the idea that all right, cool first year, but maybe you'll see more of it in second year. How much? I mean, if you can get ring out a lot of his ability early on, where you see, he's actually more ready than we had previously anticipated. That's good, because anything you have as more of a safety behind Joe Mixon, a dude that admittedly always has been workhorse type guy, you can't leave that to chance, though. You can't leave. I mean, you miss the difference, even with Cam Akers having to pick up some slack, right, and find a level of production that you hadn't anticipated. How much more if you have more guys that you anticipate and that you feel comfortable with, including the likes of maybe Woody Marks, a draft pick that you spend a little bit of a capital on getting as well. So,
yeah, Texter also says, I was 13 when Andre Johnson was drafted. Did he show that as a rookie? Oh, yeah.
What was like your first memory of Andre?
He was one of those wow players. And not just his physical presence, which we knew, but the speed, and that was a pretty good defense, that he was drafted into. Remember, that was the strength of the early teams. I was like, oh, okay. He's going to be pretty good. I think he's going to be pretty good. Yeah.
Hall of Famer, huh?
Yeah.
Hall of Famer. All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next is about the time for our lunchtime confessions, which are presented by the Men's Clinic, and we will do those next.
Yes, we will. OT Center right now.
Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
This is the segment of the show where Lopez starts talking about the latest TikTok trend.
Oh, Lord.
Since when?
Well, I talked about it yesterday. What was that thing? There was some sort of TikTok.
What, aura farming?
Aura farming. Yeah, we talked about the kids setting the laptops on fire.
Yeah.
And all that
That's
stuff.
right. That's right.
That was it. My bad.
Look, man, I'm all about Twitter, all about Instagram, all about Facebook. TikTok ain't my thing. So when I see these trends, I'm like, that's what people are doing? Did you see the latest one that Mike Sainristil got in on?
I saw this.
You did?
Yeah.
So apparently, well, my confession is this. If someone did this to me, I would call 911 for a wellness check. All right? I really would. The TikTok trend is, it's actually pretty clever. Calling your friends.
Oh, yeah, I've seen this.
Just to tell them good night.
And I think this trend started because there was one dude in his group of friends, I believe, in college. I might just be kind of inserting that in myself, but I believe in each other.
Just want to tell you good
It was
night.
kind of a prank. It wasn't just like, I'm about to go to sleep. It'd be like middle of the night, like 2 a.m. Give him a call. It's like, what's up, man? It's like, just wanted to call and tell you good night. Like, you know what I mean? Like, messing with your boys, but then it became a thing that was kind of sincere.
Yeah.
You know, like, hey, good night, brother. All right, cool.
Well,
and so people are doing it now?
Yeah. So imagine an NFL player doing it to his teammates.
Yo, bro. Yo. This is ZB. ZB. Actually, not never mind. Yeah. I'm gonna just see you tomorrow, bro. I was just kind of say goodnight. Bro, what the You straight, dog?
He did it to like 4 players.
You good? What you mean? He used his car to say goodnight. Like, bro, good night, bro. You're my dog, bro. I'm just checking in real quick. I just talked to you 5 minutes ago.
That's a good point. That's a good point. That's a good point. Like,
I think the part of that too is just being super manly.
Yeah,
it sounds weird
like
for a guy.
Players.
Hey, bro,
man.
I just want to tell you good night.
I think we're actually in a place where them dudes are in, like, you know, people saw my man, that's my dog. I love him, his family. I feel like we're in, hell, we just saw CJ like burst into tears seeing his guy get injured. Like, I think that we're in a place where we're not quite there.
But see, we talking about calling another man
to say good night.
Like, imagine if I just call you 10 o'clock at night. Hey, Reg, what's up, man? I just wanted to tell you good night. You're going to be like, what in the world?
I would be confused, but I'd be like, all right, bro.
I'd call
Good
911. I'd like, okay, good night. And hey, somebody needs to check on him.
That you played, he was like, bro, we was just on the phone with me. Yeah. I think that was bigger, but that might just be me. I might be, projecting in that moment. It is kind of nonsense, though. Like, just calling me to say goodnight, huh?
Yeah.
That's a text, brother.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is a text. All right, so you're just like, nobody.
No one in my circle of friends or family. If anybody did it, I would say, all right, they're held at gunpoint. Or
so are you about to start doing this to your children?
Yeah. No, I am not. I am not going to do that.
The prankster himself, John Lopez, not willing to call BG.
Yeah.
All right. 713, hey, Reggie, good night, sweet dreams, don't let the bed bugs bite. If y'all do that, I will actually appreciate that. Thank you for thinking about me. That is cute.
What about just call your wife right now and say, hey, I just want to tell you I love you.
Oh, my God.
Oh, that wouldn't work, though. That's good.
Her head would explode.
No, that will freak out a little bit.
Yeah.
Like, what you mean?
Because she knows John. That's good. That's a good point. Somebody said friendship over. For saying good night? For telling you good night, huh?
There's a lot of cocky guys out here, man. Don't be telling another grown man good night.
He said, no, my night going to be bad. I'm going to sleep poorly. I'm going to wake up with my neck hurting.
The way he said it sounded so sincere, man. I just want you to say good night.
Yeah, man.
Dog, what are you talking about?
Sweet dream. He said, you straight? Like, is everything good over there? Is everything fine? Do you need help?
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
So within the Bill Belichick, Jordan Hudson story, the part about like do you remember the Bill Belichick kind of walk of shame, like the ring video?
Oh, God. Did you see Pablo?
That was where I was going to, because like what's funny is like the ring camera video part of it was never something that came out November 2023 or actually middle 2023 was when the video was from, I believe. No, because it was OTAs for the Patriots around the time. But so if you're unfamiliar with it was like 2023. A Ring door cam video shows Bill Belichick walking out shirtless out of a
Shoulder
house, walking down some steps and walking to a car. And it's just like, what is happening? He looks disheveled. He has bed hair. It's wild. And I don't think I've ever really cared about this part of the story. However, Pablo Torre, who has been kind of reporting on this particular relationship and how it relates, obviously, to this dude who is the highest paid employee in the state of North Carolina, like the public employees. And it's been much discussed. I don't think I care about it. However, the confession is, I was tapped in with the reporting that he ultimately did, because he laid out that the ring cam video was from an Airbnb in the greater Boston area, Winthrop, Massachusetts, if you're familiar. And the question that had been asked, and the reason why he brought it up as some level of newsworthy thing to talk about, was some of Bill Belichick's family had been worried, I guess reportedly, the idea of if this video that seemingly came from a visit to Jordan Hudson got out, could it possibly be that Jordan did that, and is like, what are her intentions with this? Could this continue to happen? Like, that's basically the idea that he was getting to. Well, the reporting that he put out today either pointed to the idea that it's an Airbnb, so it's not her ring camera, but so she didn't release the video, and that also the owners of the Airbnb didn't release the video, but somehow, like, when they were like not knowing, like, who is this? Is this Bill Belichick?
They sent it to a friend or something.
And then it got out there.
Yeah.
But then there was speculation from Bill's family about the idea that this relationship with Jordan might be why NBA or NFL teams did not hire him.
Oh,
because supposedly Jordan had been seen at a Patriots game in 2021, and there's video evidence of such in some seats that I believe are set aside for Bill Belichick. Bill
How
Belichick.
old was she in 2021?
That's a good question that I don't have an answer for.
Go down that road.
I actually had not thought about that.
Oh, man.
Hey.
Oh, man.
Had not thought about that.
I mean,
somebody from the 713 said his chest was out, his breasticles were out.
Yeah. How old was she in 2020?
I don't know. You can do the Googles. I'm not doing that one.
I'll stand away from that one.
But yes, the idea that do you have any belief in the thought that NFL teams were like, yo, this Bill Belichick that is, do the work and do your job and all these things, and no distractions, whatever the relationship with Jordan Hudson, they were like, yeah, I don't want to take that on.
I mean, I'm guessing that's your confession.
My confession is I don't think I could buy that, but I'm a lot more interested in this idea than I previously thought I would ever be.
I could buy it. I might need to see a little more evidence, although there has been a little bit more evidence. Apparently, there was reports of, he used to ask her to wear red pants at the spur. There's also
my boy was smitten. What? I just want to be able to see you from the field, baby girl.
Wear red pants. I want to be able to see. And then another report. I think you had it on the dock at some point about North Carolina was saying that I might have seen it somewhere else, that she wanted more say in day-to-day operations.
Oh yes,
yeah.
She, well, that was actually more of the Hard Knocks thing.
That's what it was.
Hard Knocks fell apart supposedly because she wanted more power in the way that it would go. The Hard Knocks in North Carolina as made by NFL media.
So you piece this all together, plausible.
That's so wild.
Plausible.
The thing that I keep coming back to is Bill Belichick had lost a step as a coach, and maybe more importantly, as a talent evaluator. So I would go there. That would be enough for me to not hire Bill Belichick, even though, yes, he is probably the greatest coach in the history of American football. With that being said, though, that would be wild. They're and also the lady that's hanging around you, she seemed to have too much power. We don't want that.
She's Jack Eastershee.
Oh, that's good. I'm sorry, that's actually good. Did you actually come up with that? Did you see that on social media?
Right here, right now.
I don't believe it,
dude. I don't lie.
I don't believe it.
We find somebody on Twitter that said it.
Somebody said I'm checking right now.
Somebody with no profile.
Twitter.
All right.
Somebody with two followers said it.
Mr. The Closer over here? Nah, you found that.
It just hit me.
Just search it.
She's Jack Eastershee. Search it. You're searching it, aren't you?
Yes, I don't believe you. Well, me not finding it doesn't mean that you didn't say it, because we know notoriously the Twitter function. Search.
I have thoughts.
These are my confessions.
I got to confess, man. So I've been living in Houston for almost 10 years, and I'm pretty familiar with like the different seasons, like hurricane season and stuff like that.
Crawfish season.
I was not familiar with termite season.
Oh boy!
And I experienced this.
Welcome to being a homeowner.
Oh man, what a rude awakening, man. So it was Wednesday after we was having steak night, and on my way home, I get a call from my wife. I'm like, hey, I'm like 15 minutes away because I'm sure she was calling looking for me. All I heard was, you need to get home now.
Oh, wow.
So I'm like, my brain is racing. I'm like, what's going on? What happened?
Yeah.
I'm getting ready to floor it. I'm like, what's going on? There are bugs in the house. I'm like, bugs? What kind of bugs? Just bugs. They're everywhere.
Everywhere. Oh, no.
So my imagination was thinking, oh, my God.
Yeah,
like,
something out of a movie.
We got to burn this house down. So I get there, and this little buzz, I never even seen these bugs before, but she had all the lights on, which I heard is a no-no.
Yeah.
Because they attract to lights.
Oh, wow.
So we over here spraying, smacking, and all type of stuff. And she was just like, she wouldn't sit down. She actually had to go to her cousin's house. She stayed at her cousin's house.
Man, she wouldn't even sleep at home?
Nope. She left me and Jack.
She said they out there.
ourselves.
I do love that she was.
Yeah, so when she was leaving, I'm like, all right, Jackson, Mom is leaving us.
Jackson, you're on your own.
Yeah, it's just me and you, buddy.
I do like that she got you on the phone and said, get home immediately, like you was going to do something.
Yeah, what was I? That's the other thing. What am I going to do?
Are you an exterminator as a hobby or something? What's happening here?
No, I'm not. But I did call it exterminator that night because they got a lot of 24-hour ones.
Yeah.
So one came out the next day.
Problem solved?
Yeah, we good so far. I ain't seen nothing else. It was a bunch of dead termites around.
So he confirmed that it is termites?
Yeah, it was termites.
Oh,
I actually did a Google search and it popped out. I'm like, they said termites.
Well, you better take care of it.
But apparently also too, I want to get to this part. It was a big breakout that night. So we end up calling Orkin as well.
Yeah.
And he said he got like 100 emails.
Really?
That night from 12 to 1 that night.
So the termites were like, we move at dawn.
It was like revolution.
They were and this is the quote he used, which really bothered me too.
Yeah.
He said they were swarming.
Oh, wow. So D'Amico would approve.
Yes.
They had a special work ethic and relentless mindset in tearing your house down.
They did. Yep. So he said they were swarm. They kept using that word swarm. And I'm like, man, I don't know if I can look at the word swarm the same now, man. Man. So I did get the house together. They sprayed around the base and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So it should be good.
Now you
But
got me worried. I'm going to have to start looking around.
Dude, it was a bad season so far.
See, look at me. I'm sitting over here very happy that I can't afford to buy a house. Look at you suckers dealing with termites.
Hey, don't talk too much, man.
Yeah.
You never know with these apartments, too,
Hey, man, they get this apartment out here. I don't got to pay for nothing. I just go find somewhere else to be.
Get the maintenance, man.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's what I pay y'all for. Come fix this up. All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Those are the Lunchtime Confessions brought to you by the Men's Clinic. All right, coming up next. Let's circle back around to this. Yeah, Astros dominant 9-2 victory yesterday, a throwback Thursday of sorts. Was that a dominant win over Seattle, just a simply one good game, or possibly something more? 713-572-4610. We talk about it next.
The Sports Radio 610 Coffee Circuit hits stop number 8 this afternoon. Join the drive with Stoerner and
future where low prices live.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Fig hanging out with you on a fantastic fun Friday. Hope you are having all of those things with your Friday. And if not, don't worry, it'll turn around here in a little bit. I'm sure it will. All right, what was definitely felt like it could be a turnaround was a 9-2 Astros victory yesterday, including Lance McCullers. You remember him?
I remember Lance.
You remember when he threw 8 strikeouts?
Remember when he was throwing those curveballs?
Yeah, he got himself 8 strikeouts yesterday. Jose Altuve, you remember when he would get a couple of home runs on a day?
Oh, yeah.
Did a little bit of that yesterday as well. Huge game for a number of guys, including those two guys. And so I thought to myself, could this be something that is a jump start for this offense? Could this be something that portends better? And then I stopped and I was like, hey, man, there's 162 of these things.
Yeah.
Is this just a good game? Because they've had a few good games this season, and not as many as I would really want, because I can think of some specifically. Was like when they were in Minnesota, they had the big, comeback in the ninth that ultimately winning in 10th. There's a few of them that you could point to specifically. So was this just one of those, like a good game, or was this something more? Is this something that means that they're back? Between 713-572-4610.
All right, so first of all, I want to apologize to our listeners.
Oh,
because we really don't just go with whatever's happening that day when it comes to the Astros.
I don't know. I ride the roller coaster a little bit.
That's just the way it's been.
A little bit of a sicko, I'm going to be honest.
That's just the way it's been. It's like some days you're like, all right, and then some days you're like, oh, Lord. Because that's what they are as a team. So maybe that's the answer, to your question.
Mm-hmm.
Was it something... that portends to something well. Was it a good game, or was it something more? I cannot in good conscience say it was something more. We were talking earlier. I think there were some really good signs.
Yeah, I think there's a little, and that's probably where I am. It's going to be a good game, especially because there's some things that you could point to are anomalous in this game. George Kirby, who is a very good pitcher, is coming off of the IL, and he looked shaky.
Yeah.
Let's be honest. He looked shaky in this. I was looking at his pitch chart, and the pitches that he did throw out of the zone, they span very far and wide, and it was very evident that he was not necessarily placing the ball in exactly the way that he wanted to. That's going to mean, at least offensively, as long as you're not, being just really, really poor, you should have a better opportunity. But they were hitting the ball long, the Astros were, and I think there was a few things that maybe you can look at as some level of something more in the smaller scale, as opposed to the idea that, hey, this is it, we're back.
Yeah.
But I wanted to parse those out if you don't mind.
Yeah, and go ahead. I mean, that's what I was talking about. I want to say, there were some good signs, and it's getting ready to happen, right? It's getting ready to really turn the corner. I feel anyone can say that. Now, there are some elements, like we were talking. I think Caratini's putting on a little run here that might mean something. We also talk about some of these guys that are really starting to show some life, and maybe there's a lot to it. The bullpen has always been pretty good, and who knows on Cam Smith, the last 10 games he's been on fire. Caratini, his last 7 games, he's been on fire. So maybe you can hang on to that. But to the other point, was it just a good game? Well, it clearly, George Kirby is one of those things where you're like, all right, well, he hadn't pitched, and this was his first outing. You might have just caught him at a good time. Another thing, the Mariners had won 6 out of 7 coming into this game, and they've been on the road. So maybe just sort of life on the road in Major League Baseball caught up to him.
Yeah.
So
as you're returning home as well from a little bit of a road trip yourself. You mentioned Caratini, and he has been a lot better, especially being a switch hitter and being able to give you a little bit of work from the left side that you just don't have nearly enough of on this roster. Are you at all considering the idea of trying, and obviously right now because of Jordan being out, your DH spot is giving you an opportunity and some flexibility to have him in more often. Are you considering trying to get him into the lineup more, trying to work him into the lineup intentionally a little bit more?
Not only am I considering it, I think they're considering it, and they're doing it. He's played a lot more. I mentioned the last 7 games. I mean, it's been a 400 batting average with a 1.23 OPS. That'll keep you in the lineup.
Wow, a wild way of describing this. From the 832, it's like believing your cheating girlfriend will never cheat again after the 10th time.
Oh, wow.
She asked for a hall pass.
Is the Astros the cheating girlfriend? Like, is the Astros offense the cheating girlfriend? The cheating being just deciding to not do offense all that good?
I mean, that's what I'm saying. That's why I kind of, mockingly apologize. There have been days where we come in here and I'm like, all right, this is one of those days. But in the back of my mind, I know that they could spit the bit today.
No, for sure. And I think that's why I won't go too far on this. I do think, and as I was mentioning, small signs, small things that continue to push forward. And Kicks Rocks hits one of them. One dude in particular that it hits for me, but I think a lot of these guys, you're seeing better, like improvement on pitch selection and patience.
Now that, yes.
For the entirety of this team, really, especially as a lot of these guys seem to break out of what had been a sort of a malaise to start the season. And so I think days like this feel like a level of a manifestation of what has been, in large part, a move towards being better and not swinging at junk and forcing yourself to get good looks. And then the problem was a decent amount of time you weren't being able to capitalize on it, whether it was just hard hit balls that found leather or, deep shots that you maybe just didn't quite get that end up, warning track power or just in the outfield. And specifically, I almost called him Jake Marisnick because that's what he's playing. Like Jake Myers he's continued to have good outings because his chase rate is so much lower than the previous 3 years.
Yeah.
And that seems to be something that, along with the general patience of all these guys, Hunt hit, sending Kirby to the showers or what have you, those seem to be things that are, have been predated through the earlier portions of the season that happened last night and you saw production on, and that very well can continue through the season and maybe mean that the production that they've gotten, at least in those instances, can continue as well.
Yeah, and then there's Jose Altuve, which we're like, all right, and it's all over the place. 2 home runs seems to be, at least, yesterday, seemed to see the ball be a little more selective. Obviously, Espada was talking after the game about just how his approach, his bat through the zone was better, kind of behind the ball, as he put it, et cetera. So he had 2 home runs. In his previous 9 games, he's had 4 hits. So what's real there? We need to see tonight, and the rest of the series is going to be very important for Altuve if he did figure something out. If he can continue this, because he's flat out been in some severe struggles here for about 10, 15 games.
Yeah, I think Kicks Rocks on the Twitch chat or on the YouTube chat said, big long season guy, right? So it's one game. Pump the brakes on the win, but I want to be pumped. And I think maybe more than anything, that's probably the encouraging thing for me. Give me that feel, man. Give me an injection. Give me a hit, right? Like if the Astros is going to be this drug for me in this instance, give me the thing. Give me the high that'll hold me to the next high at the very least. Like this has been kind of Jekyll and Hyde to some degrees, as you were talking about earlier. There's got to be some ups. I always forget which one is Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde. So Dr. Jekyll's a good one then.
Dr. Jekyll is the good one.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Literary expert John Lopez. Yeah, give me some good in here, right? Give me enough of the good in here, because they've been okay. They've been solid in a lot of ways. Give me these explosive ones in order to tide me over. Because again, they're not in a bad place 2.5 games out from these Seattle Mariners and 3 more games to go to where you can take the lead if you damn well please, right? If you go ahead and sweep them.
Yeah.
I don't even think that's a fair expectation, but hell, go ahead and do it and shut me up. I'll take that on my Memorial Day weekend.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, like give me the fun, and that's one of the things is just this team is capable of giving me the fun. I would like it to be more frequent, and of course, it's baseball, so I guess in theory, any of these teams are capable of putting up a nice 9-10 runs or what have you. But just I need it, especially the ways that there's some downs in here. Ronel Blanco just put on the IL.
Yeah.
Lance McCullers obviously gave you a good outing, but you need him because now he's one of 3 guys that you really trust outside of kind of these young bucks that are stepping up. In fact, Colton Gordon, one of those guys, was just activated in favor of sending Ronel Blanco to the IL. You got Ryan Gusto going today for you. So, like, those guys, I feel, hey, man, give us what you can, but give me some offense as well to help those guys out, knowing that you can do that from time to time.
Yeah, and I think part of the reason that we're so unsure on what exactly this team is because this is not exactly the way you drew it up. The bell cows on the squad are Jake Myers, Victor Caratini, Jeremy Pena. It's not exactly how you anticipated it happening. So once you get the other guys involved, and obviously, as we mentioned, Altuve with a great game yesterday, then you can maybe start to believe more, even if you do have a kind of a down, turn in.
Guys, also, give me the highs that I know Give me Lance McCullers throwing 8 strikeouts, and give me Jose Altuve doing this. Give me Jose Altuve looking like a bona fide G, right? Jose Altuve has been good this year. I think he's coming off a little bit more of a down portion of it. He started out being one of the few, if not the only guys that was, kind of swinging the bat well. But the Athletic just put out their all MLB all quarter century team, best baseball since 2000.
Okay.
They put together their lineup, and second base is Jose Altuve.
I would hope so.
And Jose Altuve over a Robinson Cano. Jose Altuve over a Chase Utley. Like, these are not slouches by any means. There's been a lot of great baseball played over the quarter century. And at that second base position, Jose Altuve is the answer. And, I mean, we were asking, are you starting to see a decline? And I know that our guy PC was like, it's asinine. I mean,
it's
an asinine conversation.
That is what he said, if you didn't hear it there. And so, like, Give me reasons to feel like, okay, my bad, I was being asinine. Give me that best second baseman of the last 25 years type Altuve, and that's what we got last night in a way that made me real happy.
Yeah, but again, don't you feel like I do that? Okay, for 9 or 10 games before that, it was obvious, that he was not himself. So you can't just have one and then revert. I mean, and I'm not, even though Jose Altuve, the greatest Astro in history. For them to be able to convince us and fans, because a lot of fans on the text board are like, yeah, I'm not buying it.
That's probably the reasonable place to be, right? When you're looking, you put together a stretch. And what's nice is you get through the Mariners and you do have a nice opportunity to put up a stretch. It's a 10-game homestand.
And 19 out of 25 games against losing squad.
Right.
Losing records.
Yeah, you do have an opportunity to put together a stretch. Hopefully, we could come back and look back to this segment and go, actually, yes, this was a turning point. But, of course, at this moment in this time, not a reasonable thing to say. By the way, on that all-quarter century team, do you want to do some quick guessing on who made this? And, of course, remember, it's all MLB.
I'm going to be so bad at this.
I don't think you will. I mean, first base. Who you think?
Who's first base?
First base is, he's no friend of anybody around here.
Who?
St. Louis.
Oh, Pujols?
There you go.
See, that's why I'm going to be bad, because I'm going to kind of either be like older or just recent players or whatever.
All right. Shortstop is a Yankee.
Jeter
gets it. Third base is a Dodger and Ranger.
Who's that?
Adrian Beltre.
Oh,
okay.
You don't sound like you're good with that.
I'm trying to think who else would be options, because that's a little bit of a not that he's not great, but it's a little bit of a surprise.
Outfield is as follows: left to right. Left field, Barry Bonds at left field.
See, that's the thing. I would never would have said Barry Bonds, even though he is.
You don't think of him as a left fielder, or is that
no? Just it's it's from 2000. That's a long time, and I wouldn't have thought of that.
Yeah. Yes, and the thing about it, and I was reading through this, is I absolutely agree with it. Barry Bonds Barry Bonds was a Hall of Famer before, I think, the date that we could likely put as him probably using the juicy juice.
Yeah.
And that was as an outfielder, right? He was a monster. Mike Trout in center. Aaron Gia DH. Yadier Molina catching. Verlander as a pitcher. Kershaw, Roy Halladay, Max Scherzer, Randy Johnson, and, of course, Mo Rivera.
See, I wouldn't have said Randy Johnson, even though he's very deserving.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, is Saquon Barkley right about this Eagles team that just won a championship being one of the greatest of all time? 713-572-4610. What are some of the other great teams of all time to you? We'll do that next.
Payne and Pendergast.
D'Amico Ryan.
here, an Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Hope your Friday's been going well. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, and Figgy Fig hanging out with you. Is Saquon Barkley right? Is Saquon Barkley right? The Super Bowl champion is talking his talk, which I guess, you get to do, right? I subscribe to the theory that you do what you want when you're popping. Mm-hmm. And if there ain't, I don't know anybody that's popping more football-wise than Saquon Barkley after the year that he had. Like, think of it going back to Hard Knocks. Mm-hmm. On the idea of, are they going to sign? Are the Giants going to sign him back? He ends up with the Eagles. He has the crazy season that he has. He has the playoff run that he has. Think about it. He could have had one more thing because he could have tried to push for a record at the end of the regular season that they ultimately sat him down for. I guess proved right in some ways, and they went and won the Super Bowl in commanding fashion as well. And so, he had a good time, and he is talking pretty big. This is actually Saquon talking about last year's Eagles and how he views them in a historical context.
I firmly believe this year. I think we're a top 5 team of all time. And I tell my boys this all the time. Like, if you really look at the season outside of the first 4 games, like, it was belt to ass. How dominant you guys were on defense and how dominant we were on offense and special teams. People don't realize how great of a team that actually was.
We were working together. Yeah. Obviously, you have training camp, but, like, it's kind of different when it's just in game. Like, how your coach really is. Like, how's he calling the game? Like, get used to that and kind of getting used to the guys you play with. But after the bye week,
I think we just all bought in.
We just bought in.
Yeah, I think we all just bought in, and like you hear like the outside noise and expectation. Like, we didn't care how it looked. Only thing we cared about was winning football games. And when you have the talent, skill that we have in our team mixed with the coaches, we all play together like how we played. Like, teams really stood no chance.
All right, so a couple things here. First of all, and this is not to dredge up bad memories, but I guess it is. Could have been and was offered to be a Texan.
That is true.
Why you got to bring?
So you did dredge up bad memories.
That's the first.
You didn't have to bring up old stuff.
I was like,
really didn't have to.
I was like, well, dang.
No one made you do that.
That had nothing to do with this conversation.
Close, really.
Yeah.
Love Joe Mixon, but just something that crossed my mind.
That's a nasty work too, because it's not like Joe Mixon was bad.
No. But here's the bigger point too. He just said that last year's Eagles were a top 5 team of all time.
All time.
Now, that's, I think, silly when you consider. No, well, hold on. I'm going to qualify it.
No, I'm listening. I was just
and give him his due.
Okay.
Because when you look at the 1972 Dolphins, undefeated, 17-0, the 78 Steelers. Well, there's 3 right there that were clearly better than last year's Eagles. So where I'm gonna draw a line, and I think he has a strong case if you draw the line here.
Super Bowl champions?
The year 2000.
Okay.
Because the 70s and 80s, it was the glory days for the NFL, but the rules were so different. The style of play was so different. Guys were getting clotheslined and quarterbacks were getting, beaten to the ground, and not protected nearly as much. So there's modern day NFL, and then there's more modern day NFL. And I'm going to say the more modern day NFL is the last 25 years from the year 2000.
Can I ask you what might be a stupid question in your mind?
And that is?
Are we certain that the Eagles were the best team last year? Because I think we do this thing where we go, the Super Bowl champion is thus the best team, and that would be all cool if we weren't working off a single elimination tournament. Like, it's if you're just going from a statistical place, it is one of the smallest samples that you can get with a circumstance that, injuries play in. Like, it is a war of attrition type sport. It is a sport where the playoffs, as we're deciding who is the champion, is a different playing field of sorts than your regular season because you're playing in this cold or in this different perspective or different environment. Than like we do this thing where we go, oh, that's the best team, and not entirely. Usually, obviously, it's one of the better teams that gets there just because you have to be good to get to this place to some degree.
Yeah,
but the idea that they're absolutely the best team, do you subscribe to that?
Yes.
Don't you got to talk about if you win it all or win something?
I think that's a factor.
Because otherwise, we break it down.
I'm glad you said that because, first of all, to your point, Reggie, I don't think there's a question the Eagles were head and shoulders the best team last year, and I think they have a case. And let me lay it out since the year 2000. First of all, with last year, they just ran through fools. They put 55 on the Commanders. in the conference championship. I mean, 55.
Is that good?
You know, and they ran through the Rams, which was obviously a hot team at the time. Packers, they beat by double digits, and then they threw 40 on the Chiefs in the Super Bowl.
They did that.
Yeah,
I do recall
in the
that.
first half.
Yeah, 30 in the first half. And so when you talk about last year, I don't think there's any question. And keep in mind, after they started 2-2, and they alluded to it in that audio right there, they went 14-3. You know, so I'm actually going to have his back a little bit if you say by the year 2000, and here's why. I kind of went through.
Wait, hold on. I would like to submit the Baltimore Ravens for this.
For in the year 2000?
For being a better team this year. Even though, like, I know that they lost in the postseason. Like, this is that. Look.
So you saying just in general, though, without winning anything?
Well,
like
just on the idea of, like, being the best team last year, right? I mean, I know you probably, will put up, some other teams. I know they lost to Buffalo in the second round also, the Baltimore Ravens. I look at that and I go, yes, they lost there. That was one of those games where you look up and you go, Baltimore was not playing like they had the entirety over the Fools. We're running through Fools as well, on top of, and I know this is going to get an eye roll, so I'm going to go ahead and do this. Like, if you want to look at DVOA, which is like an adjusted metric to try and help you look over these various different eras, different styles of football, like, Baltimore was far and away better, especially just because of how good and how potent their offense was comparatively. While their defense definitely doesn't compare to the Eagles. Like, if we're just talking about defense this year, like, the Eagles' defense was quite a monster this year. But I think that the point ultimately being, you might quibble about this. I don't even know that if we're going top 5 all time, we have some real contenders this year. Because, again, I mentioned Baltimore. How do you feel about the Buffalo Bills as well? Maybe you don't feel the same about Kansas City just because of the ways in which
they beat them.
The style of play was kind of somewhat, even though they got those wins, Kansas City this year. But, I mean, the Detroit Lions this year. How do you feel about them comparatively to the Eagles? Because I don't know that I'm like, the Eagles were far and away better than all of these other teams before we even start talking about a historical contest.
The Eagles were far and away better than these other teams.
Okay.
Did the Eagles beat the I feel like did the Eagles play the Ravens?
I can't remember off the top of my head, but here's my bigger point. You can't just gloss over they lost in the second round of the playoffs. That's the most important part of the season. You can't gloss over that.
I'm actually shocked you didn't bring up the Lions.
And the Lions,
because they had to dive
and the Lions. But what I'm saying, they have this 14-3 run after starting 2-2, and then they're just annihilating people in the most important. I'm just going to flat out say, no way.
Okay.
No way. In my view, anyway.
Okay. No, I just wanted to make sure that we get through that place, and I get it. Yes, they did. They did beat the Eagles, or the Eagles rather did beat the Ravens 24-19 in Week 13.
Yeah.
So you can go there.
There were some really good teams. The Ravens clearly not to take away from what was an incredible season, but like I said, you can't gloss over they lost in the second round, and you can't gloss over the Bills lost to the Chiefs in the championship. What the Eagles did was pick it up a notch and just destroy people.
I think I'm kind of looking at it from this point, too. Yeah. Very early on, I thought he was going to get fired. I thought
they were talking about it.
Nick Sirianni was going to get let go because he wasn't playing good at all. He was yelling at fans.
He was.
All this other stuff, and then they just went on a run.
Yeah.
I would have never guessed they would have got to the Super Bowl, let alone beat the Chiefs like they did.
Yeah, and the Commanders. Remember, the Commanders were like the hottest team, and nobody wants to see the Commanders. 55. Yeah. They put on their ass.
And we thought Jalen Hurts and A.J. Brown was beefing.
Yeah. So here's how I would lay it out, Reggie. Eliminate 72 Dolphins, 78 Steelers, and 85 Bears. Just a different time. So we start in 2000.
Just for your edification, again, I like using DVOA, especially as this they have this dated back to 78.
Yeah.
The 85 Bears would be third in DVOA for whatever that's worth.
Give me the other ones. I'm curious.
All right, number one would be the team that I hated on in that moment, but it's just such a great team. 07 Patriots. And they had Randy Moss, and I was just like, this is unfair. The 91 Washington football team.
I had them on my list.
Right?
Yeah.
The 10 Patriots come in fourth, and the 2023 Baltimore Ravens come in fifth. 87 Niners after that, and then Baltimore from last year after that, 68 Packers, 98 Packers rather, and then 23 Niners. And at that point, like, maybe you look at the more recent things with the ways in which that we've like made this more efficient, maybe skews some
and that
of
goes
the
to my
statistics.
Point. The game was different.
Right.
So I started in 2000, last 25 years. Now it's nice number there. And these are my 5. You can disagree, whatever, but these were my top 5 teams of all time. And I think when you see these teams and what they did, and maybe more significantly didn't do, I think that last year's Eagles might be in the discussion. And you guys know I'm not an Eagles fan, but when I heard them, I'm like, all right, so mine were 07 Patriots.
Yeah, that one. I mean, that team was a monster.
But lost the Super Bowl for what it's worth. 98 Vikings, lost in the NFC Championship. 04 Patriots, 1999 Rams, and 2000 Baltimore Ravens. So there's 5 teams there, 2 of which didn't finish the deal. I think you could argue the Eagles are in there.
Okay,
because of that.
I'm interested because it feels like I think first and foremost, it's clear that we have some different things that we're leaning on. Because I'm very much leaning more of what I kind of view that team as, and I always look at the regular season actually is. Because playoffs, I think that you need to do this in order to win, and winning is what ultimately matters in some of this stuff. But if we're just talking about how good a team is, I don't know that the playoffs end up being as much of a indicator that it's sometimes we view.
I absolutely do.
But then also, I think you're also giving a lot more credit for having a historic unit, because I feel like that 2000s Ravens team is an interesting one. That offense was not good.
Oh, they were horrible.
But
they went 5 games without scoring an offensive touchdown.
But they had a historic, literally one of, if not the best.
But that to me is my outlier in this group, because the other teams were very balanced. You could argue the 99 Rams were more offense, but they had a pretty good defense in 99, the Rams. No, I think if you're saying that about the Ravens, maybe that's the argument to maybe you should replace that team with the last year's Eagles, because of offense. And I think they were, I don't remember why I remember these things. I think they were 7th on offense and 2nd on defense last year, if I'm remembering that correctly. That's pretty badass.
No, it's great. It is great.
Yeah.
No, it is good.
Yeah.
The thing I will give him, though, is this was one of those teams that played at an incredible level.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I just don't recall feeling that this is a historic team that we're seeing.
I don't either. But when you look at it, that's why I kind of went like, all right, maybe he's right. And maybe he's on to something at minimum, because I just can't downplay. Not only do they have a great regular season, as you talk about, you think it's more of a better indicator of just how good they are because it's a big sample size. I get that they started 2-2, but they had can't downplay what they did in the postseason when everybody is playing that can play. It's the most important part. It is the most important part of the season, and they're just dominating guys.
Some other teams that come up on the text line to be considered. Greatest show on turf is the one that just keeps
99.
coming up, right?
That's the one I put in there,
And then 713 says, and of course you have put your cap at 2000, so that's going to hurt. But they said they're not a Cowboy fan, but the fact that you don't have the 92 or 93 Cowboys teams pops up there. If you were to open this up,
oh yeah,
you're not getting him in there anywhere near, huh?
No. The last year's Eagles?
Yeah.
No, because then you've got 85 Bears. I think the 94 Cowboys were probably the best team of those. You've got the 72 Dolphins. You can't mess with undefeated. 78 Steelers would be in there. So there's 4 off the top from that era. Do you probably throw in the 91 Redskins?
Yeah, no, absolutely. 91 for sure goes in there.
Yeah.
I'm kind of curious. Like, do you feel like these Eagles are better than one of the Chiefs' runs?
Than any one of the
not
Chiefs'
all the
championship
Chiefs
runs?
Not all of them, but yeah, because I mean, he did say top 5.
Yeah.
I'm wondering, was this run even better than one of the Chiefs' championships?
Well, was it the Tyreek year where they just ran through people themselves?
I think so.
Yeah.
Because I mean, when you think about it, they did have a great year, obviously, but I don't know if it was better than like that one.
You know that meme that's been making the rounds for years of that woman kind of like scowling and then going, oh, the eyebrows up. Yeah.
Kombucha girl.
Yeah, is that what it was?
Yeah.
That's how I was when I heard Saquon say that. I was like, come on. And then
I was actually thinking about the Alonzo Mourning.
Alonzo Mourning is a good one.
I was like, come on. And then I went, well, kind of. They might be.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I think the biggest thing that I lean on, because I don't think I agree with him on top 5 of all time, and even if you put it in from since 2000, I got my thoughts on it. Is I still subscribe to you do what you want when you're popping, and that is a team that 1 is popping, and 2, at the very least, like it feels like one of the best run. Because, again, they've just continued to be in this place where they're good. Yeah. I think the people still have their questions about their quarterback. I got my questions to some degree, although I have acquiesced on a decent amount of them about the coach. And here they are, right? Like a very bona fide, talented team. Shout out to Howie Roseman that is doing things at a high level. So I don't know that I don't think I agree with them on the top 5
I think that cheat code was Saquon going to them, man.
Well, he's part of the team.
I said that was just a cheat code, man. It was just like, damn, you gonna go to the Eagles, and not to mention how they be drafting on defense.
Yeah,
like they getting all these Georgia Bulldogs. It's like, damn, man.
Yeah, Howie Roseman, the real MVP of that Super Bowl, I guess. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you hanging out with us on a Friday. I'm always looking forward to this time in the show because it's when we hand things over to Figgy Fig for Figgy's mixtape. What you got for us, bro?
Yeah, so it's been a wild story about the 24-year-old who was enrolled in a high school in Ohio.
Oh, wow.
And it's a crazy twist to this. Kid Cudi take the stand against Diddy in the Diddy case. It was something interesting in there that I found kind of funny, even though this case ain't funny at all. And people are debating whether, do you introduce yourself whenever you call in a company?
Huh.
I kind of, I want to ask y'all that.
Okay, jam-packed Figgy's mixtape coming to you next.
A quarter of the way through baseball season.
exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Friday. Happy Friday to everyone out there. So I ran across this wild-ass story, man. So a 24-year-old who had enrolled in a high school in Ohio, and this became like a national headline.
To hoop? Because this has happened a decent amount
for
sports. For folks that are like, I'm trying to get my hoop dreams.
Yeah.
So I will pretend that I am younger, like 10 years younger.
I don't think this was the case. I don't think he was like trying to. Yeah, I don't think he was trying to like just play on a basketball scholarship or nothing like that. But here's a story from WTOL in Toledo, pretty much explaining this whole crazy situation. And I'm going to explain why this is a wild twist and kind of a local Houston tie to it.
24-year-old Anthony Emmanuel Labrador Sierra is behind bars.
Yeah, tonight we are learning new information about the Venezuelan man who is accused of attending Perrysburg High School as a student for more than a year.
First, the process of verifying Labrador Sierra's age and citizenship is underway while he sits in the Wood County Jail accused of forging documents to enroll in school.
Labrador Sierra says he is a 17-year-old homeless human trafficking victim from Venezuela, not the 24-year-old man police say he is. His human trafficking attorney is trying to get to the bottom of it in a case like none she's ever seen.
People in Perrysburg have questions. How is it that a Venezuelan man spent more than a year posing as a high school student?
I think that there needs to be investigation as to, where was the ball dropped?
You just wonder what his final motive was. You want to go into high school unless it's something that you shouldn't be doing.
Wow. So he's saying he's a 17-year-old child.
Yeah, that was trafficked.
Had no home.
Yeah, but this is the crazy part. So I'm going to play this last part of this clip again, and I want to see if you kind of recognize it a little bit. This is an older guy in the neighborhood.
His final motive was, if you're 24-year-olds, why do you want to be going to high school unless it's something that you shouldn't be doing?
Sounded a little bit like Rusty Hart.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to play this clip right here. I guess I could call this maybe a Flashback Friday type of clip.
Okay.
So I want to see if you can kind of recognize this, specifically you, John, because you've been around for a long time.
Okay.
So I want to see if you kind of recognize this a little bit. This is a throwback from 1980.
Oh, wow.
Over the years, certain teams have developed tough guy reputations. The Chicago Bears, the Pittsburgh Steelers during the 70s, the Raiders every year.
Add to that list, Steve, the newest bullies on the block, the Houston Oilers, a team that actively cultivates a bad boy image. Part 3 of our For Men Only series examines what it's like to play the Oilers and how the Oilers' approach sometimes works against them.
If you get real aggressive and you swarm and you gang tackle and you try to get as many people to the ball, then I think there's a group of people that really love to see the hustle and the hitting. And then there's a group that would rather see a forward pass, one-on-one, 40 love you big savage type of game.
Does that sound a little familiar to you? Specifically that last part?
Sounds a little bit like Jerry Glanville.
Ding, 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 ding.
Yeah.
That was
the other guy too?
His final motive was, if you're 24-year-olds, why do you want to be going to high school unless it's something that you shouldn't be doing?
They interviewed Jerry Glanville. Yeah, so apparently that's where he's from. He's from Perrysburg, which is a smaller town right outside
that blows me away.
I let Jerry Glanville's like, you want to interview me for the TV? Absolutely.
It's
I
funny.
have tapes.
I don't even know if they knew that was him.
They couldn't have.
They probably didn't.
Yeah, I don't think. But yeah, the screenshot of him pretty much doing the interview is floating around the internet. I'm like, I'll be damn.
Dang.
It's always funny when a news person gets like a famous person unbeknownst to them, right? Or like when you'll see they'll be outside of an arena like, oh, we got a big game tonight. Here's a fan. Let's talk to you. And it's just like an athlete who plays on the team. I know Jair Alexander had one of those. I think would Gerald Green have one of those? I don't remember if it was Gerald Green, but like I love that. It's a little
just looked it up. I'm looking at Jerry.
It's a little bit more fair for Jerry Glanville since it's like, it's not like a modern, and especially wasn't in the area either. But Jerry Glanville's just like, I got time.
He needs some new hair dye, first of all.
Yeah. Whoa, hey! Whoa!
Come on.
He ain't had to do that to that man. What did he do? All he was business.
Reporter came up to him asking about the situation in a little small town, and he's just giving his opinion on it.
With some big old Oakleys on, too. Jim G.
That's hilarious.
That is hilarious. Because I didn't even know he was from Ohio.
Yeah.
I didn't even know he was from. I'm like, what? Is that real? So I had to look up the whole story.
That's what I just did.
I'm like, wow, that's crazy.
All right, so Houston icon that would be the funniest giving a news interview about a non-sports thing.
Oh.
Berman.
Chris Berman? Mark Berman?
Mark Berman.
Yeah. Well, maybe, but.
John McClane?
Yes.
John McClane of the living?
Yeah.
Because my mind went Bum Phillips of the past, and I would just love to hear Bum Phillips' take on this story. Like I would just
Larry Durker.
Oh, well, okay.
Wearing a Hawaiian shirt.
I would like to see John McClane.
Yeah, McClane'd be a good one.
That's kind of crazy how a 24-year-old could be enrolled in the high school. It got to be something else going on with that.
Pathetic.
I think it's pathetic. Pathetic with a capital T.
From the 832, Adrian Peterson was on the news before, and they didn't know it was him here in Houston.
I do remember that one. Yep,
Really? Okay.
I do. Yeah.
Always hilarious.
Yeah.
Because I imagine for them, they're like, do I tell them? Do they need to?
Yeah.
Somebody said Nolan Ryan. Nolan Ryan, I just enjoy hearing his voice. His voice is soothing.
I think it's pathetic.
I realize y'all had so many of these impressions on you. Go ahead and break some more out for me. Somebody said Damian Pierce.
Yeah.
Damn.
Ooh, who are the current guys would I want to just hear talk about?
Oh, Will Anderson. He'd be going for 20 minutes.
Will Anderson, whatever it is, just impassioned about. Yeah, the school board. I just feel like.
Yeah. That was a hilarious story. I thought that was hilarious.
That blew me away.
I'm like, that reporter
That's
probably
Jerry Glanville.
That reporter had no idea this guy was the head coach for the Houston Oilers.
That reporter is 2 years out of college. They do not know what Jerry Glanville
I'm about to say wasn't even nowhere near born. But anywho, so the Diddy trial been going on for a little bit now, and I want to say it was yesterday. Yesterday, Kid Cudi actually took the stand. So a rapper, singer, whoever, artist by the name of Kid Cudi took the stand, and I'm gonna read what kind of happened or what was said in this, and I'm gonna get to the part that kind of made me chuckle a little bit. So he got on the stand that kind of I guess testify about the incident that happened with his Porsche,
right?
Which allegedly P. Diddy set on fire, had blown up, which is crazy in itself.
Full mob mentality. Like,
yeah.
And by the way, that is not something that just came out. Like that has been whispers and rumors
around a long time, but now it's more confirmed.
Yeah.
When Kid Cudi pretty much said, yeah, it happened. So he said Cassie warned him. Diddy found out about their relationship shortly before his security cameras had been tampered with. His dog was found locked in the bathroom and acting traumatized. Later, a Molotov
cocktail.
Is it Molotov cocktail? Have y'all had that? Is it pretty
I know what they are.
He said, have y'all had that?
It's one of those bombs, homemade bombs in a glass bottle. Stick a rag in there, set it on fire.
Oh, okay. I thought it was a drink.
I know, which is hilarious.
I thought he threw a drink in the car.
I really wish if I was not as good of a person, I just wanted you to like not know and then go to a bar and order one and see what they said.
He'll have a Molotov.
I would be arrested. I'd probably be arrested.
Yeah.
So that was thrown into his Porsche after a hole had been cut into the roof. So they showed the photos of the car all blown up and all that stuff. This is the funny part to me. So Cudi later confronted Diddy at Soho House, calling the encounter weird and describing Diddy as standing there like a Marvel supervillain.
I could see that.
Which I find to be funny.
Yeah, I
because
could see that.
The Marvel supervillains aren't like the scary. Like DC usually come with the real wild boys now, don't they?
Yeah, so I was just picturing. I'm like, Diddy standing there like he's a Marvel.
Well, you got him as a superhero there, Lo. That's the superhero pose.
What is the
I don't know.
stand like?
I don't know. So I'm trying to. I guess looking mad or looking.
Also, which one are we talking? Like Doc Ock, like Dr. Octopus, or Thanos? Where we going?
Thanos. Maybe he's standing there like Thanos. I don't know. But yeah. So I don't know if there's any other celebrities that's going to take the stand, but that one was kind of. I'm like okay.
Person that tried to bomb your car.
Oh God, no! They got a bomb.
You know, it's like if they sending them people to your house, like they had broken into his house.
Yeah.
They had bombed his car, and he's like, you know what? I got to go talk to him.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, I will also stop talking to the girl. I'm like, oh, you got a crazy ex like that?
Yeah.
I'm not talking to you either.
And of course, not trying to blame Mr. Scott Miscuddy, because clearly the person on trial is the problem here.
Yeah,
However, like some cojones there. That's the point of these was intimidation, and you know what?
Yeah,
worked. I am intimidated. Like that is it got it
calling
across.
the feds.
Message received.
Yeah.
All right, I'll get y'all out of here on this. So, people on the internet been debating whether you should introduce yourself whenever making a regular call.
Okay.
So, for instance, if you call in to order a pizza at Pizza Hut, how do you make the call?
I don't introduce myself first, but I end up giving my name.
Yeah, because a lot of people. So it's been a real debate about people saying, "Hey, you know, let's say we making a reservations for a restaurant, or something like that. Hey, it's John Lopez here. I was calling to make a reservation." Or
that feels more skeezy than anything. Like the idea that I'm getting.
Or hey, it's John Lopez. I was calling to see what time you guys close.
Okay, so I don't do it like that. In those cases, I wait to be asked, you know, so I can give my name or whatever. Now, here's the thing. If I'm making some sort of, quote, business call or whatever, like I got to call, I don't know, I need to talk to Rick Martin over there. I always say, hey, this is John Lopez. I was hoping to speak with, you know, so they know they can tell him.
But they already had, okay.
So they can tell you John Lopez is on the phone.
But if you're making the call to see what time a store closes.
No.
Nah, you know, just don't be a jerk. Like, don't be like a wild.
Why are people doing that?
That's weird.
Yes,
like,
people are doing that.
That feels very.
Let me guess. TikTok.
I mean,
TikTok what?
It's a TikTok thing.
It's social media people talking about it.
No, I guess it started from a lady who, you know, introduced herself. Hey, this is Sally. I was calling to see what time you guys close, and they thought that was kind of weird.
Yeah, I don't do that.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that either. Like, I think I could see this in person. Like, you walk up and even then, I don't even know if I'd go like full. I would at least acknowledge people, because I thought where you were gonna go is there's people that have been kind of, and this is some TikTok type stuff. People that have been like trying to shame the folks that just walk into a establishment and then begin ordering without acknowledging the humanity of the person. Hey, hello, how are you doing today? And then, okay, can I have a number 5? They're just like, want a number 5? And people are like, okay, but I wouldn't like. Saying your whole name gives the air of, do you know who I am? Which is very weird, especially because, no, people do not know who I am. Like, that's not, why would they, right? Yeah. So I think I'd feel weird going, hello, my name is,
I would too.
Or, hey, it's Reggie here. I was calling to see what time you guys close today.
Yeah, just make sure hello, you know, like a human being when you answer the phone, and then go and get into, because also you wasting their time. Especially nowadays, people don't want to be on the phone with your homeboy. Good night. You know what I mean? Like, that's the only reason you get on the phone nowadays. Ain't that right, John Lopez?
Yeah. Now, some people did say they did like when people do that, but other people say it was just a waste of time. Like, tell me what you want.
Yeah.
Like, if you call.
Do you?
Nah, I usually say, hey, how you doing?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's fair. All right. Yeah. There you go. Figgy's Mixtape every day right here on at 1:20 p.m. right here on Sports Radio.
About to say something else, buddy.
Buddy, I don't know what I was about to say. It is a Friday, friend. At the Figgy Fig on social media if you find something that you believe to be mixtape worthy. Coming up next, it's about the time where we check in with the fellas of The Drive. They actually are on another stop on the Crawfish Tour. In fact, this time it is Big City Wings out there at Copperfield, I believe. And so we'll see what's happening with them and get you ready for it next.
The Sports Radio
515 through 528.
Thank you, Figgy. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Ben, it's Good Friday. Appreciate you guys hanging out with us all day long. Getting ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive out there on their crawfish tour that continues on. This time, Big City Wings at Copperfield. Go see the fellas out there up there. Highway 6. Go see the folks.
Big City Wings is pretty good too, man.
Have you had crawfish there? Because
I did. It was actually pretty good. Obviously you go there for the wings,
exactly. Yeah.
But then they had craw. I'm like, I'll try a couple pounds. It was actually pretty good.
So you can get yourself squared away there. We'll catch up with the fellas, see what the environments are, what the vibes are. But before we get there, have y'all been seeing this? Like these various NFL people out here, obviously you get the schedule, you start predicting what the season looks like all the way through the playoffs and such. And there's a non-zero and honestly a not small amount of people that picking that in picking the AFC South are selecting the Indianapolis Colts to do it.
Yep.
Or at least just not the Texans. Like I don't know if I've seen that many people pick like the Jaguars or what have you. But there's I am kind of shocked by that, and that brought me to something I saw, which was like kind of who do you view as the most and least vulnerable division champs off of this year? Because I mean, there's we always every year see some worst to first situation, but I mean it doesn't have to be that specifically. But who is vulnerable to lose their spot as the division champion? And I mean, where do the Texans fall in that? Because I mean, I think you guys get from the way that I've set this up, it doesn't feel like they're won by any means. It doesn't seem like they're the most vulnerable by any stretch by the way that you look at the AFC South.
Yeah, we've said it when the schedule came out and previously. I expect the Texans and predicted the Texans to win all 6 division games, which kind of narrows it down. That means you're going to win the division. So I don't expect the Texans to be. I kind of get it. 10-7 back-to-back years, maybe there's some vulnerability. No, I don't see that one.
I just don't understand it because I feel like their quarterback situation is very shaky. Like, I would understand if you had the Jags right there because maybe new coach, offensive coach, Trevor Lawrence might be the step for him. But I don't look at the quarterback room in Indy and say, you know what, they can win the division.
Right. And with both of those, they both have very unique problems that you're having to work around when you talk about Anthony Richardson, which, I mean, he's just an accuracy issue to this point. And then Daniel Jones, like, he already has had his shine, and then you lost that shine, and the Giants probably kept him a year longer than most of NFL people would have, advised them to. Yeah. And then he moves on. Like, we saw him go in and like, that's the competition that you were looking for. Like, this is such a weird quarterback room that the Colts have there. And so to take that weird quarterback room, and I'm not trying to speak from a level of of ignorance. I know that the Texans have their own issues, the big ones that we've discussed at length, and ones that I don't think have been fully, or I have confidence are going to be fully resolved without having to see a little bit something. And that's specifically about the offensive line and how the system then affects the offensive line and C.J. Stroud's played and everything, right? But that feels a lot more reasonable than these quarterbacks are going to be guys that they're not. And with that being the case, like, so they would not be the most vulnerable division champions. But then when we look at it, who would be in the NFL? Which of these divisions do you think is most likely to switch hands?
And you're talking not just AFC, right?
No, across the league, man. Across the league. And we could talk about the AFC. Mine
comes from the AFC. And keep in mind, it happens every year. We see it every year. Worst to first. It's going to happen. Maybe not worst to first, but there will be, someone who seems to be in pretty good shape not win the division. And the one that jumps out to me, it's not to say that the team that I think is going to be supplanted here is going to be bad. Hell, they might win 10, 11, maybe 12 games, but maybe not win the division. And that's the Baltimore Ravens.
Okay, so which of those teams in the AFC North do you think the Bengals are coming back with the level of, are they going to have pass rushers?
Well, maybe they're going to have a rookie that isn't holding out. And they might have Trey Hendrickson if they give him some money. But my thing is, nobody really wanted to play the Bengals at the end of the year.
No, they started coming on once they found themselves and found a level of. I mean,
thing with them,
5 in a row to end the season.
The thing with them, though, they start off slow all the time, man.
That is true.
Where they towards the end of the year they start playing catch up, and that's when they be the scary team.
Yeah. Look, I'm not saying the Ravens are going to stink. Like I said, they're going to be really, really, really good. They're going to be real good.
Yeah, the thing about the Ravens for me is usually their regular seasons end up looking really, really good. They get to the postseason, they act like them. They don't act like themselves. Is what's been their issue the last couple of years. Think of, what was that, 2 years ago where they just kept putting the ball on the ground at the end of the year.
Yeah,
right. Like against the Chiefs that allowed the Chiefs to get over them. Right. Not to say that the Chiefs were not playing good football in that instance, but yeah, man. Like I hear you on that one division I look at that is already super competitive. In fact, they're probably the reason why we were looking at a potential rule change. That's in the NFC North, where you just have, I think you could probably make a decent argument that 3 of those teams could win the division, and I would not think it's all too crazy if you tried to sell me on the 4th. The 4th being the Chicago Bears, considering that the ways in which that they have had a fantastic offseason and being aggressive at addressing some of their issues. The Detroit Lions beat the Vikings out by 1 game, and I know J.J. McCarthy is coming in, and we don't know what he is, but Sam Darnold, like what was done with Sam Darnold was kind of incredible.
Yeah.
And then the Green Bay Packers, I don't think it's a far stretch for them to play better football. So I look at them, and I think that's an interesting one. Another one that's coming in a lot on the text line, the Bucs might not be safe in theirs. The only problem is that
that's every year.
Who do you trust to then go and usurp them right now?
Falcons?
The Falcons are the best shot.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
and they are also the Atlanta Falcons.
Yeah, you still don't know about their quarterback situation.
Yeah. Oh, well, they got Michael Penix. Like, it's going to be the Penix thing.
Well,
I mean,
but
are you not sold on Penix?
But you don't know.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know if he's going to be good enough to carry them to the playoffs.
I mean, I think it's the arrow's pointing up.
It's his arrow for sure.
Yeah, the arrow's pointing up with him, but I don't think we all could say, yeah, he's the guy.
Would you think about the Panthers in some ways? I mean, that's a 5-win team last year, but you're starting to see a much better version of Bryce Young.
I'm kind of the same way I feel about Michael Penix. I kind of feel like I don't know what Bryce Young is at this point.
All right, so it feels like those are probably the ones that I would put up up at the top. Any differentiations? Are you moving any way away from what we've talked about?
Far as the NFC South, or
just in general?
Just in general.
Any of these division
What
champions?
about one of the 5 greatest teams in the history of NFL football?
In the NFC East?
The Eagles.
Oh, okay. I can see if you get the Commanders in there.
Yeah.
And that is a division that is notorious for having the not having the same champion every year.
Yeah.
That's a good one. What comes in first on NFL.com is the Lions. Afterwards, you're right. Number 2 is the Ravens that they have there. The Eagles end up being third.
Okay.
I'm sure you're wondering. You're waiting for a name. Rams winning the NFC West is fourth, and then the Texans fifth. So, how do you feel about the idea of them being kind of middling there when it comes to the possibility of being
I think that's
usurped
about
as
right.
champion?
Like you expect them to win it, but there's always that one possibility. Trevor Lawrence and a new coach, and we know the story here in the divisions. I think that's about right.
The other teams that are here, the teams with the most security, according to the NFL.com, the Bills in winning the NFC East or AFC East rather. Because that would be, you'd have to find some level of belief in either the Dolphins or the Patriots.
Yeah. No,
right?
and the Chiefs is the other one, right?
Yeah, the Chiefs is the other one there. That they have some levels of security just because of the Chiefs, which is funny because you would think with this kind of question, you'd be looking for a division with a lot of good teams, and it feels like that.
Yeah.
That AFC West has a lot of good teams between the Broncos as they continue to get stronger. Get them some level, finding their level, and the Raiders, who they've made some moves that make me intrigued. Even if I don't want to get to a place where I call them ready to do some level of contending.
Yeah,
but that Chiefs team, they just find a way to get it done by hook or by crook in a way that's really uncomfortable.
Yep.
At this point, there you go. That's I found that to be interesting. The Texans, kind of in the middle, definitely not the most likely to get usurped as the winner, but seems like people do not have enough confidence to immediately put them as the champion again, which I personally, from a Texas perspective, I take that as disrespect.
Oh, wow.
I would take that because, somebody on the text line was talking about how the Colts defense is stout, and that's fair. However, you know what's a more stout defense? The Texans.
Yeah.
I'm absolutely in that place. So, yeah, there you go. Right now, we take it out to Copperfield as the Big City Wings out there that's hosting this leg of the 610 Crawfish Tour. And, of course, the main guys out there is the fellas of the drive. Fellas, was popping.
Hey, fellas, was good, man. It's a good time. This is the first time I've been to this location. Sam has had us at a lot of different locations. Shout out to Sam who runs Big City Wings. We've been to a lot of them. This first time been to this location, but it's going to be a good time. We don't come empty-handed. You got a chance to win a $25 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors each and every hour today, and the grand prize, of course, $500. Yesterday, I slipped up and said a $5,000 gift
that was
card.
about to come out of your
I don't know what that looks like, but
whatever you got to do for ratings, man.
Yeah, there you go. $500 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors, as well as beer for a year, Budweiser, Bud Light. So it should be a good time out here, man. I'm excited, ready to go, baby.
Yeah, brother, I'm excited to hear it. Well, we were talking a little bit earlier. Our question of the day hinged upon the Around the Horn having their final show today, and we kind of were enjoying reminiscing on the various sports broadcasters or shows that really helped inspire our love of sports. And I was interested for you fine fellas, are there any that come to mind? Because I know for me, I immediately jumped to Inside Stuff with Ahmad Rashad and Summer Sanders. We were talking about, I think you were talking about a local broadcaster.
Yeah, and Howard Cosell.
Yeah, and various things like that. So I was interested for you guys, are there any of those sports shows, sports broadcasters that, really help foster your love of sports?
I think the sports reporters was, because that was, to me, that was the first one where, Mike Lupica and before PTI. I think PTI changed the game, obviously, when it comes to television and a lot of our business. I didn't grow up, I'll be honest, I didn't grow up knowing about sports radio. I did not know anything about sports. I didn't know the genre existed until I was in college. And I was doing some work where I was working with a special needs guy that I drove around every day, and I turned to a station and I found Colin Cowherd, and I was like, they do this for a living? So I had never heard of Mike and Mike. I'd never heard of any of that until I was in my 20s. So, but sports reporters When them cats Shaft and a little bit of John Saunders, but Dick Shaft and that crew, that was the one right there.
Mm-hmm.
I ain't got any, boys.
No,
he was like, I was busy out here making it happen.
Yeah.
No. I'm not big chesting. Just I ain't got any, man.
I ain't got it, baby.
I ain't got it. I just I enjoyed watching the hell out of obviously the sports reporters and watching it all go down and learning about the game and covering the game. But yeah, there wasn't no specific folks. I
respect it.
All right, what was yours, Lopez? I'm actually interested in that.
So there was a guy named Terry Stembridge that nobody knows. He was the voice of the Dallas Chaparrals in the ABA. And when the Chaps moved to San Antonio and I was growing up, I was 10, 11 years old, and he started calling Spurs games, and the post-game show was all question and answer. And I'd call into that thing just about after every game to the point that he started saying, Johnny's calling. And, and he heard my little voice. And so he was one. Cosell and the Wide World of Sports, 100%. And then, of course, Keith Jackson, with my college football love.
You got any of those old call-ins, man, from Old Boy's show?
You should go see if you can find them.
WOAI Radio in San Antonio. They might have some back there.
Man, we got to find some of those.
Johnny on the near north side.
Used to be Jim Nance for me.
It used to be.
What happened?
Yeah.
Anyways, all right, Clint, before we go here, I know that you end up being kind of a guy
it was
that
a
cleans
question
up
that
on
made
anything.
total sense. It was a question that made total sense.
We know.
I wasn't out of line.
Clint, you got anything for?
I don't have any cleanup. I do have. I did find the. To be honest with you, when you first started the segment, I thought, "What the hell? Where did Reggie come up with this?"
That's right.
Damn.
The Eagles being the whole Saquon Barkley mentioning the Eagles in best ever kind of conversation. Mm-hmm. And then you start looking at what they were over 30 points in the playoffs and got better in every round of the playoffs. And you start looking at kind of how balanced they were. And, there's when you first threw it out there, I was like, man, get the hell out of here. Then,
I'm still there, by the way.
Y'all were talking, well, it was since 2000 was the way they couched. To be fair, it was since 2000, and it was top 3 or 5. I don't remember what it was. But anyway, the more you started talking through it, I was like,
Mm-hmm.
You talk about that Baltimore team with that unbelievable defense. I mean, that was a defensive-driven team. They were nowhere near as balanced as Philly. And anyway, I thought that was a great segment. And y'all made me think a little bit.
Our work is done here.
We made it.
I think we'll know more about that maybe to see what they do this year. Like if they have another great year, then I think maybe the feel of like this group was a great team. But I mean, you got to be the number 1 seed in your own conference to be determined.
Yeah, I think it was more one year, one team, and not more than a dynasty or what.
No, even
but just
in the
number
1 year,
defense, number 7 offense, and peaked and got better. And when it mattered the most, threw up half 100. And it was just the kind of points that they were able to throw up. I don't know. It was a hell of a seg, boys. Y'all had me.
Thank you, sir.
Excellent. Glad to have done that. Help that. Glad it's going to finish off really good with these fine fellas. Go get you some crawfish at the Big City Wings on Copperfield and see the guys, dap them up, get your name in for a chance to win. But for the time being, you're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. Have a wonderful Memorial Day weekend and go home because right now with The Drive. I don't know what I just did there. Sorry.
The Drive is live, baby. That's right. 2 minutes to spare to get that station ID. I didn't push him. He got in there, snuck it in there. I couldn't get it done. Appreciate you guys on this cross talk. But you should make your way on out here as we will be here until 6 o'clock. And I'm telling you, Steve and Shannon, I hope you've been listening. All right, don't mess it up. You've been to all 7. There has been a change. We are out here at Big City Wings. We always enjoy it when we get to come to Big City Wings. We're at the Copperfield location. Shout out to Academy Sports and Outdoors as well as Bud Light as they are helping us put this together. Again, as Clint said, come on out and get the crawfish. I'm intrigued here. They've got their legendary, that's what it says, Clint, their legendary flavor, and they've got not only the Big City style, they've got extra spicy style and firehouse style. So they got 3 different styles that you can go ahead and get, and you can get out here and get you some bugs and enjoy yourself and get you some cold beer to go with it. We'll be here till 6 o'clock. Also, by the way, half-price appetizers and $5 margaritas. in the price appetizers and a good time here. Always, and obviously not only the crawfish, but the wings are always very, very good here at Big City Wings. So come join us, hang out with us. I see you, Byron's in the building, holding it down as Tyler is in the Cayman Islands, and Tyler told us that he was going to send us a photo of him in those what we called panty-adjacent Speedos that he is wearing out there. That he said he's going to wear the American flag Speedo, which I think just take on the shape of panties.
I don't think he's doing it.
I don't believe him. I challenged him. I challenged him yesterday, and me and Luke didn't believe him. I'm like, dude, I don't believe that you have it in you to wear them drugs. Did you see him?
I saw the picture.
Did you see him? I just don't think I don't have it in him.
He gets mad because we don't respond, and it's a picture of an American Speedo laid on a bed.
No, I just don't believe. And he said he's worn it 2 or 3 times, and I'm like, Tyler, if you've worn them damn panties, somebody's got a photo of it. There is no chance.
Panties with a pouch?
Yeah, he's out there saying, I lay out, we're on the river, and I lay it out. There ain't no way nobody got a photo of him in them panties. So he said he's going to send one over today, so hopefully we get these.
It was just a Speedo, right? I mean, it wasn't a thong.
It's a Speedo. It's just a Speedo, but it's in the shape. The way I said it, it's in the shape of the same draws that I believe John McClain has on right now, and I think they're in the same shape.
Shoot, John got them on, boy, they lost. hey, here's the deal. Of all the Sports Radio 610 guys, and this is an American flag Speedo.
American flag. I just don't
of all the Sports Radio 610 guys, who would you want to see the most in it? Besides yourself, you can't take yourself.
I don't want to.
Like who would you get the most enjoyment out of? Like,
Patrick Creighton.
I don't know, man. I mean, Tyler's one because it goes with the. I mean, Tyler got some confidence now.
Do you think that was my thing? I didn't think he had that level of confidence.
No, I'm not saying I don't think he'll do it. No, I do not think he has that level of confidence.
He's done it 2 other times, and I just cannot believe there is no way nobody took a photo of this. There is no way that Megan didn't say, "Hold on, honey, come on, front, side, I got to get it all."
But I'm just gonna tell you. I mean, maybe Pendergast. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I'm sitting there. I'm thinking. I'm trying to picture Tyler. He ain't got a lick of ass, son. He got one of them. If he ain't got a belt on, his britches will fall straight to the ground. There ain't no doubt.
Well, that guy it has a string tie in the front of them bad boys, so
he can cinch them up.
He can get a wrist.
And he's pale and hairy.
Oh man!
And he's got a big old head, so he's top heavy. Yeah. I don't know that Tyler may not even if we weren't having this conversation.
Are you wearing a shirt over the top of it? He said no. I nair everything real good, shave it all around, and
he ain't.
I said, Tyler, I just don't think you got it in.
I'd pay to see it.
Apparently we're going to see it, right? And Luke Murrow, he hit us up. Luke said, I'm pissed. I expected when I opened this up, this is going to be a picture of you in them panties. And he ain't got them on.
And he better be outdoors, too. This better not be a bathroom pic.
Oh, yeah. No, I need to see you amongst the people. I need to see you going
I guess there's a first time for everything, because I'm going to be completely honest. If I receive that text, that will be the first grown man bathroom pic I've ever received, period, but damn sure in his panties.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, man. Yeah.
I don't know why this fascinates me so much, but I got to see Tyler in that thing. I got to. I mean, I want to at this point.
Oh, I'm waiting for it. I have been waiting for it, and we'll see if he brings
But where I was going to, like Tyler's got I didn't mean confidence to do it because I don't think he'll do it, but he's got the confidence where he'll try to do it right. Like it won't be like I think if Pendergast threw that thing on, it would be a bald head guy, joke kind of thing. Ha.
You think you're talking about Tyler trying to take it serious with
Tyler put that to fix his hair, sunglasses, hat backwards, whatever it may be.
He'll do his
thing. No, like you said, nair every inch of his body. Oh, maybe even put a sock in the pocket.
He told me he stuffs it. Is what he said. He said he stuffs it, and that's even further. And even further made me just not believe that you're doing it. I just don't believe you.
I'm going to tell you, man, you mess around with one of them Speedos on and getting one of them cold rivers up there in the hill country, you embarrass yourself. I guess you really don't give a damn no way. But
not if you got that far. Not if you got that far.
All right. didn't mean to drag.
Everybody who had themselves a night last night. By the way, the Astros, they needed that last night.
Yes,
and all fronts.
Hell, I needed it as a fan.
I know, and all fronts for them to put up 9 and make it comfortable. I heard Sean Pendergast say it earlier today on Payne and Pendergast. It was big that they didn't have to go and use their bullpen. They didn't have to use their big guns in the bullpen because they stretched the lead out. And this is a 4-game set, so – now they've got Abreu, they've got Hader, they've got the back-end guys that they can probably use multiple times here. They didn't pitch the other day as well. So all of that, 9 runs, putting that up in a comfortable game. And hopefully this is the jump start to an offensive of run here. Altuve was big time with 2 bombs yesterday. Pena with the triple. So that was big for them. As I literally we're watching a replay, and he's just taking one. And there's one of the home runs that Altuve hit as he pulled them out there, and they get themselves obviously the team they're chasing. They get themselves to now 2.5 back of the Mariners, 2 games over 500. Clint, so it was a big night overall, as you said. Fans needed it, especially from that offense.
Well, I damn sure needed it. But whether you're talking about the significance of the series, again, a 4-game series. And what it could mean down the stretch here in the division, or if you're just an Astros fan and even a casual Astros fan and you're following Altuve had been struggling mightily. Obviously, Christian Walker had been struggling. Hell, the lineup overall had been struggling for the most part, and for them to come out and the first game of a 4-game set against the Mariners put up a crooked number, that was big, no doubt. Then you start deep diving into it. Altuve hitting 2 bombs when he had struggled over. I heard J-Lo say it earlier. However long he's been struggling over the last 9 ball games or something like that. It's just been awful. So yeah, I mean it was a big night, and I think the headliner for me is obviously Lance McCullers. What was bigger for the Astros, Lance McCullers or Altuve, kind of coming out of this, appearing to come out of this funk. But Lance McCullers, once he got to roughly that 40 pitch mark, it was rough early now. I mean, my man threw 24 pitches in the first inning, and 11 of them were strikes. Again, walking batters, getting guys, getting in trouble, getting traffic on the base path, making a pitch count, get up there early on. But boy, once he hit, I literally looked up. He had an 0-1 count, and he had 39 pitches.
Yeah.
And he struck out 4 of the next 5. Yeah, it felt rough. Ended up with 8 strikeouts, and ended up like watching him, it looked like he was getting a little bit of his swag back, which to me is what these games for McCullers is what we're looking for, right? The box score is great, and he's got to have control. I mean, it's just unacceptable to get yourself in trouble so early in games, walking and hitting batters. But the reality of it is I like the demeanor of what I saw. Now, you're going to have a good demeanor when you're sending guys walking back to the dugout and you strike out 8, but like that, it more, it seemed like he got comfortable, got in a rhythm in that second inning and beyond. And it was good to see McCullers, having that level of success, and for me, giving me a little bit of hope as an Astros fan moving forward that he can continue to run. That's what
I was going to ask you and the people. 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, we see you out there. Kick Rocks was good. Magic, we see you. Brandon, we see you. Because we talked about this yesterday, Clint, is like we're at a place now with Lance, like, hey, boss. We just saw Ronel Blanco is at the very least going to the IL. He's trying to get a second opinion. So, Clint, that's a concerning thing of, is this a Hayden Wisniewski situation?
Sure.
And, yes, he's getting his feet in, but, Clint, we need to start to feel like Lance is going to be a dependable starter. This was start 4. Did you – I mean, look at it. He goes 4 1/3, 5 hits, 2 earned, 3 walks, 8 Ks, as you spoke about, in 91 pitches, 2 runs, Clint. And really, to be honest with you, he's kept the runs down in 3 of the 4 starts. He just had that awful one where he could only get 1 out and he gave up 7 runs. The other ones, there's a lot of traffic, a lot of pitches, but they've had a chance. But he's not gotten past 4 1/3 innings. Did you feel like he took a step into making you believe, and this is to everybody out there, making you believe he could be a dependable starter?
Well, 2 things here, Ron. I heard you yesterday. I was out, but I was listening to the show, and I think you made a great point, man. Like we've been hell on the luxury land. That is true for the most part until now. And now you look at it, it's like we're beyond that. Like this team needs you desperately at this point in time. So there was – I heard that yesterday. I thought that was a great point, man. We're out of that luxury phase and into the we got to have you phase. But to your question specifically is, yeah, man, I mean, what I saw yesterday again – from the second, middle of the second inning, really 39th pitch on, man, I thought this is something that we can get excited about. This is something that, barring injury, it looks like he's moving in the right direction. I mean, the ability to, I mean, he's throwing 5 or 6 different pitches, and yesterday it wasn't his strongest pitches that he was really relying on typically, at least percentage-wise over the last 3 starts. He kind of shifted gears and was throwing the curve more and throwing the slider more from a percentage standpoint. And so to see him kind of work through some things like that and keep us in the ball game and give us a chance to win and be able to look at Lance and say, all right, if Lance can clean things up from a location perspective, I guess it's more control with him because we're not talking about locating strikes. We're talking about throwing strikes.
Yeah.
But, like, if he can clean that up, then obviously the pitch count comes down a little bit, and then all of a sudden he's getting into the 5th and the 6th inning. Then you really got something with Lance McCullers. I'll tell you the other thing with Lance that impressed me yesterday. I heard the Patrick Creighton and Sean Bijani a couple nights ago talking about Lance and what they. What they've seen since he's returned, and they were Patrick, I believe, referred to. Well, he was 94, 96 before injury. Now yesterday run was a 94-mile-an-hour fastball. Yeah. Now, it was not a strike, and I think it got ripped right back up the middle. It got hit hard right back up the middle.
But the velocity was there. Yeah, I was noticing that too.
Yeah, the velocity was there. So that's another part for me as we watch, man. If he can, as he fights through these struggles and knocks off this rust, if he can get that velocity up where we need it, yeah, man. I mean, I think Lance is. Again, he don't have the option. He's no longer a luxury, but I think Lance is somebody that we can hopefully depend on sooner rather than later.
Yeah, you got to. For me, it's just it's the length. It is that's all. It's the length. He's got to.
Yeah.
Because basically what he's doing right now, and understanding this is just his 4th start, but what he's doing right now, he's basically a piggyback starter.
Yeah.
Right. And now what the thing is, it's not that Blanco and Arrighetti are in the rotation with you. You got Colton Gordon, you got Gusto potentially as those guys, and maybe even other guys that you figured would be at AAA. Like some of those games you feel like might be bullpen games potentially, and he's got to give you 5. That's got to be the next step.
Clean up the first 2 innings, and he'll get us there.
Yes, he's keep you in games. It's not a pitch count. Like it's not they're being cautious with the pitch. He's getting 91, yeah. In 4 1/3 innings. That's a lot of pitches. 87 in 3, like he's done. That's got to be the next step. But it was really able to swing and miss consistently.
Yep.
That was 8 strikeouts. That's always a big thing about the stuff. That is something really, really key, and maybe the biggest takeaway from that. All right, as we continue here live, come on out as we'll be here until 6 o'clock. And if you are in the building, you have not done so, you might want to put your name in our raffle box. You had a chance to win a $25 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors by the end of this hour. You ain't got to add nothing extra. Just write your name on it, and you'll have a chance to win. We're doing that once an hour. So all you got to do is come up to our raffle box and do that. Coming up as we are live here, Big City Wings Crawfish Stop number 8 here at Big City Wings Copperfield location. College football, did they get it right? Did they get it right? All right, we'll discuss that coming up next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
You know something I see all the time? Astros need to fire their hitting coach.
Big City Wings Copperfield, it's the Sports Radio 610 Crawfish Circuit. Supported by Academy Sports and Outdoors and Bud Light. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Welcome in and come on out and hang out with us as we'll be here till 6 o'clock. And you got a chance to win. If you're in the building, sign your name up. Go ahead, put your name in our raffle box. You got a chance to win a $25 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors. We'll do that. Our first drawing coming up at the end of the 2 o'clock hour. We'll do it in the 2, 3, 4, and 5 o'clock hours all throughout the day. And you got a chance to hit our grand prize. Just hit that QR code our guy Shay is holding up. You got a chance to win a $500 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors and beer for a year. All you got to do is just sign your name up there. And hopefully you're on your way out here. You can take advantage of that and get these bugs going as well as they've got multiple flavors. They got their legendary flavor, the Big City style, and then they have the extra spicy style and Firehouse style. Clint seems like he is ready to go for the Firehouse style right there. The real recipe hot. No,
I'm going to have to figure out how I'm going to do this. I had something I had to attend before.
Just take the shirt off, Clint.
And now I got a solid white shirt on, man.
A nice solid white shirt.
Brand new, man. So I got to figure this out. Oh, Academy Sports and Outdoors, prices that you'll love. You know what I'm talking about.
Shout out to Academy Sports and Outdoors. They got me today. And they're going to help me handle it real well. I made a real rookie mistake ordering online. You can do that with Academy Sports and Outdoors as well.
You sure can.
Got me some nice Croc flip flops. Going to hit the beach here in a little bit. Got me some nice Croc flip flops. And I'll be damned if I didn't hit that damn thing twice. I didn't know it.
Got you 2 pairs, huh?
That total didn't make sense from what I bargained on.
I'm gonna guess, since you are done growing, you could throw a pair up in the closet and just next time when you wear these out, boy, you could be ready.
No, I sat down for about 10 minutes and try to stop that
order
through. Try to stop that order. They said, no, that sucker's going through. You have to go. I called my local Academy Sports and Outdoors. Just want to make sure, hey, if I could bring this up to you and maybe get this thing right. Yeah, you can bring that second pair up here.
Oh yeah,
right. You're right. There you go. So they're gonna take care of me there. But no, man, it's a good time out here. Bud Light girls will be out here as well to be able to hook you things up. Again, guys, $5 margaritas here today. So if you're in the building, go ahead and take advantage of that. Half price appetizers as well. And they've got some great appetizers. The what is the white all the time? The white wings. Yeah, that jalapeno stuffed wing and their chicken avocado egg rolls are fantastic. Those are half price today. So you can do that. Have a good time. Get you some crawfish and hang out with us as well. All right, Clint. College football. Generally when we look at the NCAA, Clint, and especially in this NIL era and all of this transfer portal movement, it's usually not the point where you say, all right, good job, college football, but you think this time they deserve some credit.
Yeah, look, I think the College Ball Playoff Committee got this one right, man. I am very critical of the NCAA most of the time, but the College Ball Playoff Committee got this one right, man. Yesterday they formally announced that they're gonna adopt a straight seeding model. And I think a key part of this is they're going to start that this year, right? I think the biggest mistake that they could make would be to drag this thing out 2 or 3 or 4 years and say, well, we'll table it for now and shelve it for now. We'll talk about it in 2 years or 3 years, and once we have more data. I think it's blatantly obvious that the seeding is a place where the college ball playoff can improve the 12-team playoff bracket that they have. Format that they have right now. The previous format awarded conference champions with first-round byes. Now it's going to be the highest ranked teams, no matter a conference champion or not. For instance, last year, the top 4 seeds and the conference champs, they all lost after the bye.
Every last one. Yep. Every last one of them, which was crazy.
Yeah.
Georgia went down. Arizona State got the bye. They went down. Boise got the bye. They went down. And then the number one team in the country, Oregon. Now in this seeding system, they probably shouldn't have had to run into Ohio State, which ultimately became the best team. But that's another part. The number one team also, didn't get any favors.
Yeah, so I think, and by the way, if they would have applied this rule, if they'd have got it right the first time, and I'm not being critical, I'm just saying if the new format, the new seeding format that they're going to use in 2025, if that were a thing last year, what would have happened is Texas and Penn State would have had the bye versus having to play week 1 to advance, right? That would have been your top seeded teams. Now, here's the thing, Ron. I think there's two reasons why, and I've already alluded to one of them. But one, I think this is the right way to do it. The landscape of college football, it's totally different if you're not talking about the group of 5. But the landscape of college football, like the Big 12, and the ACC this past year, neither one of them were what the Big Ten and the SEC are. To be honest with you, neither one of those conferences were what future. They're typically, SMU is not going to be able to jump into the ACC and play in the damn conference title game.
Yeah, well,
now that SMU, my boy Red Lassiter, by the way, is tearing it up in recruiting. Now, he may be able to build something in Dallas that can compete moving forward, but the reality of it is a group of 5 teams shouldn't be able to jump into a Power 5 conference or a Power 4 conference now and play in a damn championship.
But it's just simply the teams that were out last year. Like Arizona State fairly won the Big 12 and I think earned their way to the playoff, but just their totality of the year wasn't up to what
Texas or Penn State was.
Yeah,
right?
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It just wasn't the same. So no, there could be a year where, because Clemson is still alive, still lives in the ACC, and we knew Clemson was right there in Alabama, so there can be a year where Clemson is Clemson, and they are a top 4 seed. It's just that didn't happen.
Yeah.
You
got Clemson, you got Miami, you got Florida State, all of those teams. Clemson and Florida State were down last year, and Miami just lost a fluke game. Who did they lose to? They lost to somebody that allowed SMU to take
they had
maybe
a couple
it was Clemson.
They
But anyway,
had a couple of them.
Whatever it was, that's how SMU got in. And look, I'm not knocking SMU. I think SMU is a great football team. But at the end of the day, you shouldn't no group of 5.
Syracuse got them is who got them.
That's right. So yeah. I mean, I think this is one. I think they got it right. Ultimately, that's all I care about. And number 2, I mentioned it earlier, the sense of urgency. I just love when organizations, whether it's sports organizations, or in this case, the College Football Playoff Committee, I love when they see something wrong and they go, hey, we're going to nip this in the bud. We're going to get better right now. We're not going to wait 2-3 years down the road. So I just tip my cap to them.
That's the big part of surprise to me.
Yeah, no question.
That they said, all right, we see this and we immediate, because sometimes they'll act like there's something stopping them. Well, there's nothing stopping them. They decided, all right, we see this and we can knock it out. Now, I wish they could look at NIL and the transfer portal and say, all right, this is something that's not great. Let's come in right now immediately and make some decisions and changes that this works better. I wish they would take this speed with that, but no.
Well, you mentioned the NIL and transfer portal and the what do you call it? Rezoning, not rezoning, but realignment. Yeah. I mean, that's the world we live in now. So you've got to make decisions with a sense of urgency, right? I mean, I know, like you said, the NIL is a little bit more difficult because you're playing with people's money in this instance, and you went from not paying anybody for forever, and now all of a sudden they're making too much. And so how do you find that middle ground? But the key again is you may swing and miss 3 or 4 times. Let's just make some decisions that seem to be moving in the right direction, or at least are in good faith decisions that are moving in the right direction. And I think the College Football Playoff Committee here did that.
Yeah, they did it in this case. Yeah, hopefully they that can be kind of the strategy they use as they continue to try to make some decisions. Because I don't think this is the last tweak that we're going to see to the college football playoff, whether that's adding teams or theirs to do.
Which, by the way, Boise State's not real happy about this, and I think they're being pretty vocal about it. But I don't know if it's to build their brand and maybe just capture the moment and say, hey, this is the Boise State rule. Let's go. Just put it out there for what it is. This is the Boise State rule. But they aren't real happy about it. The group of 5 teams shouldn't be real happy about it, but it's the reality of it. Let's just be thankful that you can get in the college football playoffs at this point instead of trying to dictate what.
And the only thing I think with Boise is they're thinking to themselves, so there is no chance that we could ever have a team that gets a bye, is what they're maybe saying.
Well, the pushback is if you'd beat Oregon last year, you would have been ranked higher.
Yeah. All right, coming up as we continue here. My lady over there, she took advantage of the $5 margaritas. There you go. I see you. You can as well. And in this next segment, we will hook somebody up. At the end of this next segment coming up, we'll hook somebody up with our first $25 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors. So stay tuned for that. Listen, we got to talk about the head coach here. Clint's mentioned D'Amico Ryans a few times. What's the next step for him getting to the level above where he is as a head coach? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all, take it out.
Live from Big City Wings, Copperfield, it's the Sports Radio 610 Crawfish Circuit. Supported by Academy Sports and Outdoors and Budweiser. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back as we've got some people starting to make their way in. It's a Friday, man. It's a great spot to start the Friday here. And again, as I said, we're here till 6 o'clock. That don't mean it has to come to an end for you, man. Once you make your way out here at every Big City Wings location, there's TVs all over the place, and that is Copfield location. As you can see them all over the building, anywhere you are sitting. There are multiple TVs, so you can come in here and watch this huge series that the Astros are having against the Mariners, and watch that right here to go on through your night. And by the way, you can do that with $5 margaritas, and you can do that with half-price appetizers and get you some bugs going today. So this is a perfect spot to kind of start your weekend off. And it's a long weekend, baby. The perfect spot to start your weekend off and get in here and get you some cold beer, cold drinks, bugs, and watch the Astros in a huge series tonight.
Yeah, the margaritas. Mr. Margaritas. Ooh. Come on. I might have to have me one of them before I get up out of here. But, yeah, see what these Astros Mariners tonight, man. It's a great place to watch a game, no doubt about it. If you can't get to this Big City Wings, definitely get to one of them. Yeah. There's I think last time I talked to him, I think he said there's 12 or 13, maybe even more now. Hell, it's been a minute, so maybe be more now. So there's definitely one right around the corner from wherever you're at. Man, I encourage you to stop. I just had the Tajin Wings, Ron.
Yeah.
Tajin Wings, man. I remember the first time I saw them here at Big City Wings, first time I'd ever seen Tajin Wings. I've been eating Tajin since I was knee-high, boy.
I remember the first time we came to it.
I don't know if they actually called Tajin back in the day. I don't know if that's what it was.
All right, 713-572-4610. Those of you on the text line, those of you on YouTube and Twitch, was Tajin, was it a different name?
What was
it called?
What I believe were littered by a sucker. Now, obviously, it's a Mexican candy. I just don't know exactly what the name of it was.
All right, check it in. Anybody help us out here? I know we got many people who've been around here a while can help us out.
I'm telling you, man, they were tremendous.
There you go. They were.
6, 7 years old. Stop and go down the street.
Oh, yeah. My man got a big beer right there now. Mm-hmm. There you go. Send
a picture of that to Tyler and show him how a real man drinks.
Again, we are still awaiting Tyler.
Lucas, yes, that's it. Yes,
he knew it. He's been sitting over there, wasn't he?
Now, was that Tajin or is that a close cousin? Close cousin.
That's it.
I was on that Lucas back in the day, boy.
The Lucas.
It came in a little. You got to a point. I don't know which was first, but we used to hit them suckers, and then it started coming in these in a little can, almost like you have Tony Chachere's in right now. Yeah, man, you get that stuff. It was great.
People texting in Lucas. That was it. Called Lucas.
That was it right there.
There you go. All right, Clint.
Damn, that's good old days, boy. Woo.
Just mold that over here while I set this up. Clint, we I think arguably to me the best thing to happen to the Houston Texans franchise is when DeMeco Ryans decided, and we're honest, he could have probably gone anywhere he wanted. The Denver Broncos wanted him, other teams wanted him. He was one of the hot candidates, but he said he wanted to come, as he called it, home. He wanted to come back here to Houston. He wanted to be the head coach, and ever since then, that organization went from rough to immediate respect to the organization, and then it wasn't just respecting the organization, it became wins on the field and playoffs and playoff wins and winning the division, and they have been a winning team every year they've been with them, and people look at this organization completely different. The best thing to happen. I know C.J. Stroud is huge, but DeMeco Ryans is what started all of this. And, Clint, we have seen him become, I think, one of the top coaches, right? I think we were talking about this the other day of Nick Sirianni, a guy who's been in the league for 4 years and has been to multiple Super Bowls, has won a Super Bowl, been in the playoffs every year he's been there. I think you said you would take DeMeco over him. I've talked to people about that. They would take DeMeco over him. What is the next step, though? What has to happen? Where is the next level for DeMeco? Because right now, DeMeco's clearly a winner. right? He is a guy that can turn a culture immediately. He is a winner. His players play for him. They respect him. That's all there. But right now, Clint, he's in the Todd Bowles, Rex Ryan, the defensive coach that wins, gets to the playoffs, right, has the wild card level win or wins the division, but right now having a hard time to punch through to get to the, Mike Tomlin, Pete Carroll. I'll leave Belichick as a defensive coach out of it. That's a different thing. But those guys who broke through and got to Super Bowl, you get to, and bam, it seems like they don't get to the level of winning. What has to happen for him to take that next step to get to the level he's trying to get?
Well, I think two things have to happen, and one of them already has. He found C.J. Stroud, right? That's one. I think number two, he's got to hit on the offense. And these are probably out of order, to be completely honest with you, but I only put C.J. first because he already hit on it. He's got to hit on an offensive play caller. He's got to figure out what he wants his offensive identity to be, and how to find that guy. Like right now, I don't think D'Amico Ryans. I don't think he knows exactly what he wants to look like offensively, based on who he's hired and what the staff looks like. I think it's still a shot in the dark. The best available. In this case, I think it's the best approach available, more so than the best offensive coordinator, play caller available.
I wonder, does he know how much control he wants? Like how much he wants to be like as you said, like what he wants his offense to look like. I wonder how much he has the control of wanting that, or is he still just here, man? I believe in you, Nick Caley, like he did with Bobby Slowick, and man, you execute what you do.
Well, it's. I think he knows he's been around Shanahan, obviously, with some great offenses, and that's why I think he went the route that he went initially with the San Francisco look, or didn't work. Now he's going a different approach, and so I just think if we're talking about D'Amico Ryans being, getting beyond being, hey, this is a really good head coach, that his strong suit and his identity being a defensive play caller, they are elite. Right? That is good enough to get you 8, 9, 10 wins. That's good enough to keep you in the playoffs. But I just believe that he's going to have to hit offensively. Like I said earlier, I know people get frustrated about it because they're defensive about it, but I'm just keeping it 100. Just real talk. Like D'Amico Ryans, I don't care who he hires as his offensive coordinator. Right? Ideally, you want to hire one, you want to hit on it, and you want that guy to never leave until he takes a head job, and then you want to have the next one groomed and ready to go. He's not there, obviously. But when it's all said and done, what D'Amico Ryans can't continue to do, as it pertains to his offense, is communication can't be a problem. I don't care what your scheme is, I don't care what your system is. D'Amico Ryans has to make sure that the communication from his quarterback to his O-line, that is cleaned up, right? D'Amico Ryans should have never, at the NFL level, D'Amico Ryans should have never let C.J. Stroud not having control of the line of scrimmage be a problem, and it clearly was a problem, right? Now, that's Bobby's fault, cool, whatever. D'Amico has to make sure that never happens again, right? When you talk about the communication with the offensive line and the quarterback, that channel, whatever, that cannot ever happen again. Right? Having a guy that's got a C on his chest that because you want to change the mentality of your offensive line room, D'Amico Ryans cannot let that happen again.
Yeah, I think we agree. I think the thought for me is he doesn't have to be overbearing and try to run the thing, but he does have to be more involved in what's happening on the offense.
I'll put it to you this way, Ron. And look, he inherited it, so you got to do the best you can with what you got, right? But if Laramie Tunsil was on D'Amico Ryans' defensive line, he wouldn't have lasted a half a season.
Yeah, I mean, we watched him sit folks down. We watched him sit Des King down. We watched him sit
right. And so that's
down. Yeah.
That same mentality has to be applied.
Something happened with Christian Harris, we set him down.
That same mentality has to be applied to the offensive side of the football, regardless of who the offensive play caller is. Right, you know what I mean? Like it's like that's D'Amico. That's not the next hire because that's going to be a problem every time whether the guy gets fired or he's hired off to somewhere else. It's going to be happening again. D'Amico's got to set that standard. He's got it set on the defensive side of the football. I think he's got it set as a team.
As a team, yeah.
It's when you boil it down to an offensive identity and offensive standard. I think they struggled.
It almost seems like he may have just been standoffish from it. Not at all involved, but just hey man, do your thing and it feels like to me now he, again, doesn't have to come over and try to run it, but he has to be more involved to specifically have the look that he wants to have. I think that's yep.
Are you going to be a disciplined team? Not your defense. Are you going to be a swarm mentality team? Not just your defense as a whole. And now he's clean. It seems like he's clean the slate, and he can hold everybody to that count. Yeah,
and got more involved. All right, coming up, the one thing about the stuff that is going around with C.J. Stroud that is bugging Clint Stoerner, the one thing that's really bugging him, we'll discuss that coming up next. But before we do that, guys. back as we are live here. Congratulations to our first winner, Mike, who took home a $25 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors. We're doing that each and every hour in the 3 o'clock hour. All you got to do, we're not trying to get your phone number, none of that. All you got to do is write your name, put it on the now, if you want to put your info, that's fine. But all you got to do is put your name, put it in the raffle box, and you'll have a chance to win a $25 gift card. Also, right there, you can enter and be our grand prize winner, $500 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors and beer for a year. Just put your info in there, and you'll get a chance to win once our crawfish circuit is over. And we are now on Stop 8, Clint, which brings us to Big City Wings, Copperfield location. Make your way on out here, 8400 North 6 is the address. So come on out here and enjoy yourself. And Highway 6, excuse me. Enjoy yourself, and it'll be a good time out here as always. TVs everywhere, cold drinks, beer.
Cold beer.
I see my man got a big one right there. And you can come and get these bugs, too. And apparently, man, they've got their, as they call it, their legendary flavor. 3 different flavors, Big City style, extra spicy style, and Firehouse style. You can get all of that. You can get all the fixings as well with it. So come on out and get these bugs as Clint is. Clint's going to try to figure something out. He's got a full white shirt on shirt you had on Jays, and you was able, white Jays, you were able to get through it. You had to get in the hunch position. You had to stand up and get in the hunch position.
Did I have on a white shirt?
You did. You had a white shirt and shoes.
I remember the shoes, but I got to figure something out.
You were able to get through that.
I tried to see if I'd pass me an Academy on the way over here. I was going to slide in there and get me a dark colored shirt,
man.
you know. But
get you one. That would have been easy. Man.
I mean, anytime you get a good excuse to get you a new shirt, man, whatever kind, got a good. It's good reason. I'm going to get me a new one so I don't ruin this one.
You can get one for about $7.
Yeah, I mean, you know, whatever.
Get you a dark one in there about $7. Get you.
But it didn't happen. So I didn't just stumble past an Academy. Now, look, I probably could have just put it in the old Google machine, or the navigation.
I'll be honest with you. I'm a little concerned about Shannon and Steve. I don't know if they're gonna make this one. We'll see. I hope they've been listening this week.
I mean,
it was crossed
we ain't
up.
too far from them. Hell, it was an hour 28 for me again.
I just hope they saw it. I hope they don't get to Sugar Land. Boy, they'll be hot.
Oh my! Did we?
I've been trying. You know what? I should hit them up. I think I got Steve's phone number. I'll hit up Steve to make sure them fools don't drive out to Sugar Land. I may be too late at this point.
Man, you better let them know, man.
Shannon, she'll walk in there cussing.
She'll let you know about it. She's gonna let you know about it, no doubt. You and whoever's producing the show at the time.
Yeah. All right. No, it's a good time to be had out here. All right, Clint, you said this. There's been a lot going on, even though we haven't heard from him a lot, which is, a bit of a difference from last year.
There they are.
Listen, they got it. Spoke them up. They said we had a lot of conversation about CJ. We heard from PFF, who had him as the 14th ranked quarterback. We've heard from different sources out here about where they see CJ Stroud and him coming off of his first 2 years. But there's something that is really bugging you. Overall, something that is really getting on your nerves about what's surrounding C.J. Stroud, at least the conversation.
Well, look, I mean, I'm as critical. I just feel like that's just me by nature, right? It's no particular reason. It's just me by nature, especially when it's in my wheelhouse and we're talking football and we're talking quarterback play. So I mean, I'm all about being critical, but I'm just a firm believer in doing your due diligence and having something, to support your opinions, positive or negative. And I keep hearing this, and the sophomore slump associated with C.J. Stroud. And look, I understand it's one of those. It's just easy to go to because his second year in the league, it wasn't as good as his first year in the league. But I don't know why. But the closer we get to the season, I start to hear that more often, and it just bugs the hell out of me because it's not true. I mean, if your definition of a sophomore slump is your second year wasn't as impressive statistically as your first year, or even stylistically as your first year, then cool. But that's not what when I hear that, I think took a step back. I hear
Well, you sophomore slump.
Yeah, I don't know why, but that just.
But does take a step back have to be disappointing? I feel like I just think he didn't have the year he had last year, and there some steps back.
It was a total different year. There's no doubt about it that it was a step back. But I don't look at that as a C.J. Stroud step back. I think had the system stayed the same and had they not shifted into this aggressive approach offensively and went out and got all these 5-headed monster weapons and had they been able to protect just a little bit, better than a team not named the Chicago Bears, and we'd be okay. So there's a lot more to the equation with C.J. Stroud. I love the stylistic conversation about how CJ needs to play and should play. But when I hear sophomore slump, I hear a guy that came out. It would be a guy that comes out and in year one carries a team the way that CJ did 2 years ago, or you look at Jaden Daniels last year with Commanders, and then all of a sudden in the next year, everything around him is pretty similar. But because of something he's not doing, the way he's seeing the field or the way he's throwing the football or the way he's turning the football over, boy, he really regressed back to this guy that, man, he's young in the league, man. This guy's young. He's not mature. He needs to develop. And I just don't – that's not C.J. Stroud to me. I think they made some – and I think they include C.J. Stroud a little bit last year. I think they tried to fix something that wasn't broke by being more aggressive and all that, but that was from the top all the way down. That's not CJ. So I guess when I hear it, it frustrates me because I don't believe that's the case with CJ Stroud.
Yeah, I don't get the feel that CJ Stroud has gotten to a place of where that first year was a fluke.
Right.
I don't think that. Maybe that's what you hear a little bit of when you hear a slump, that's the outlier. I don't think that is the case. But, if you look at it across, completion percentage down, yards down, touchdowns down, interceptions way up from 5 to 12, right? And there was some changes. Again, I think you can't mention the conversation without mentioning the conversation of the pressure that he was under, I'm talking from his offensive line perspective. That obviously went in. The sacks are way up, from his rookie year. So I don't think it's I don't think that I don't believe CJ can be what I thought he could be after year one. I don't think we're there to that point. But to me, there was a step back. But that doesn't, to me, necessarily mean man, it's a disappointment. You know what? No, it's a little bit of a disappointment that it didn't go to the next level, right? We're last year, Clint, we're in a situation where it was like, this dude may flirt with being, there were people legit having conversations like, maybe he's better than Josh Allen. Maybe he's better than, some of these guys that Justin Herbert, all these guys. Maybe he's legit already there, better than those guys. Hell, we had people picking him for the MVP and all of that. And that kind of didn't happen with, stuff around him. But as you have said also, and I've said, some of the stuff, it got away from him too. So I still believe that C.J. Stroud can be everything we thought he could be after year one. I do. That's why I think this year is a big year. And I'll be honest with you, I cannot wait. I am excited. I don't know if there's anything more intriguing almost for me right now with this season in Houston than to see C.J. Stroud. Clint, players, he hears this.
Oh, yeah.
Right, this is a deal of Jaden Daniels that passed him up. People up here talking about Brock Purdy's better than him. Baker's better than him. There is no chance in hell. We've watched C.J. C.J. has some swagger and belief. There is no chance in hell C.J. believes that what people are saying about it. The 14th best quarterback, I bet that pisses – well, we ain't heard from him, but I bet that pisses him smooth off. And this year, now he's got more control. We should potentially see Clint, C.J. Stroud – if he is that dude, which I think we all believe he can be, if he is that dude, we we should have a receipt. CJ Stroud like type season coming back if he's that guy, which I think a lot of us believe. That's why I cannot wait to see how he reacts and responds to everything that's being said about him. He's been forgotten.
Yeah, I think as it pertains to the sophomore slump part, I just I don't view last year as CJ slumped. I don't view last year as C.J. Stroud went from being the reason you were winning games to the reason you were losing games. Like I said, the box score is obviously different. He got sacked a million times. It was under pressure constantly. It's going to look different. I still look at that team, and the only reason you won 10 games is because C.J. Stroud was able to hold it down a good chunk of the time. Now, the defense was great, don't get me wrong, but C.J. Stroud was able to hold it down a good chunk of the time. So, I don't know. The thought of sophomore slump I typically reserve for somebody that doesn't play good football, that doesn't give his team a chance to win, that's not a bright, a shining light on that side of the football. And I think C.J. Stroud, did the best he could under those circumstances, especially the more we think we understand about Bobby Slowick, the old tyrant, and how he was handling things.
Yeah. No, man. This will be. Listen. I don't think, and I wonder how many people think man. I don't believe he can get to what first year. Maybe that was a fluke. Now I think that noise, Clint, will rise if this year doesn't match what we think he could be. I think that conversation will rise. I don't think people are there yet, but I do think people have kind of pushed him and brushed him to the side.
The most difficult thing that CJ's got to do, or is going to have to do, right? And I think a lot of players, especially a lot of quarterbacks, they get in trouble with this, is if he, for whatever reason, can't get it through his head that he needs to play the game the way that he played it his first year. Whether he's communicating or not, all that kind of stuff is important. But whether if he can't approach the game that way, and if this continues to be aggressive, throw the football down the field, stretch the field, and hey, this year the only difference is I'm going to protect myself. I'm going to be the one communicating. I've got more control. Then we're going to be in trouble. I think CJ's going to be in trouble. The question to me is mentality and stylistically, which quarterback do you get? We've seen two different quarterbacks.
Yep.
We've seen two different mentalities. We've seen two different offenses. Look, and it wasn't just him. Bobby Slowick was talking about it too. Bobby changed his approach offensively from year one to year two. And so I think that has more to do with it than, boy, I'm concerned whether CJ can or can't. I think it's about the approach.
Couple of texts coming in. I think year two struggles will be more of a benefit for him than another year of things going smooth for him. Like you said, pressure is a privilege. Also texting in, CJ, he had 2 first-string receivers go down, a below-average front line, and a tight end that stunk up the place. I don't think there are arguments to that. I think all 3 of his receivers found themselves to miss significant time.
He had those same issues year one.
But that's what I was going to say to me, Clint, is what people saw him as is a guy that would find a way to fix that.
Yep.
That's what people saw him to be, as I call it, a fixer. People saw him to be somebody that will be able to withstand. And Clint, they won 10 games, so maybe he did the best he could. But I think people thought he would be able to overcome that more and in a better place than he did. And at times, let's just call a spade a spade. At times, he didn't help the scenario. At times, I think he took chances, as you said. He tried to. He was into the pushing it down the field thing too. So,
well, I've said it a million times. You want problems with the Texans to be fixed. The number one thing that can do that, the number one thing that can answer all the questions about, can DeMeco Ryans find the right offensive coordinator? Can he get it figured out on offense? Is Nick Caley worth a damn as an offensive play caller? The one thing that can drastically change that in a positive way is C.J. Stroud's mentality. If we go to training camp and the first time we talk to the media, media. We're hearing aggressive, stretch the field, protect better, give me more time, all that kind of stuff, instead of, hey, man, I'm going to protect myself. Then just pay attention to it. Could be a problem.
All right, coming up as we continue here, lineup is out for a big game 2 against the Mariners. We'll pass that along to you, and we gotta start taking this guy even more serious. Where is this thing going to finish for him? We'll discuss what that means coming up next.
All right, y'all. Academy Sports and Outdoors. If you've lived around these parts for any amount of time, you know all.
access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Live from Big City Wings, Copperfield, it's the Sports Radio 610 Crawfish Circuit. Supported by Academy Sports and Outdoors and Budweiser. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here. Shout out to Shannon and Steve. They have made it eight straight here. 8 straight. They've made 8 stops. All 8 stops. They have made it. And, yes, that's right. You can hear him. Tyler can hear him in the Cayman Islands. By the way, still no photo of Tyler in his Speedo as I said yesterday.
I don't know why the thought of it immediately makes me laugh.
And if I know Tyler at 3:27 by the time now, he's probably feeling real good.
What time zone is the Cayman Islands?
I ain't got it for you. I ain't got it. Steve said, "Don't look this way, Hill. I ain't got it. I ain't got it." But hey, our bugs are out, so you can get you some bugs as well. Order them up as we'll see how they look, man. They got all kinds of their legendary flavors. They got 3 different flavors. You can get hot, regular, hot, and then super hot as well. Extra spicy,
big city style, extra spicy style, or firehouse style.
If you want to, and then wash it down with a cold drink as well. I see them. They got a bucket of beer, so they're out here having a good time. It's a Friday. Why not? TVs everywhere. Come hang out and have a good time. And you may be able to pick up and watch the Astros tonight as they got a big game against the Mariners. And Ryan Gusto is going to go. And Clint, here is the lineup tonight. By the way, you missed it. I did lineups yesterday.
That's about right. That's about right.
Again, for me, that was
that's
on
about
me.
Right. You do it when I'm out. You don't do it when you're supposed to.
Last Friday, that was on me.
And then when I'm out, you do it. That's cool.
Now, as a leader, that was on me last Friday. Lance pitched last Friday, and I forgot about it. Now, I will say no one else reminded me. But that's okay. But that's on me. I'm not putting that out there. I'm not saying you should have. You could have.
Yeah.
Tyler,
I'm tired of mentioning it, man.
Tyler, as a producer, certainly could have.
I think it should be a daily.
No, we can't.
Game day routine.
We can't do that now. We can't.
As much as this lineup changes, it would be a challenge.
You should have heard, man. I had to get one for Cam Smith. Had to get one for, Christian Walker got the. He got
the silent treatment.
He got the just saying his name. Yeah, we had a good time, but they got a dub. Here is the lineup today for the Astros. The Patty Droppers.
It's 3:29 in Cayman Islands.
Is it 3:29?
Same time.
Who told you that time?
The old white guy.
Andy, the old white guy that's got the weather and the time.
Weather and time zones, baby. The old white guy. Traffic too.
Under 2 minutes. Andy had. Now he should be ripe to be ready to go with that.
No doubt.
But the Astros lineup tonight, Pena leading off, big triple last night. Paredes, see if he can continue to stay hot. And Altuve, who had been struggling, 2 huge homers yesterday. He's in the 3 spot, and he's playing in the outfield, left field today. Diaz is catching tonight. He had 2 big hits yesterday. And Christian Walker is still in the lineup, batting 5th at first base. Caratini, who's starting to get hot, too. Another one. You said Caratini about to start making this thing a little hairy if he keeps hitting the way he does. And then when Jordan comes back, you got to find a way to put him somewhere. But Caratini, who had a good night, is at the DH. And Jake Myers, who continues to hit over 300, is batting 8th. Cam Smith in the lineup. And then Dubon is at second base. So that is the lineup tonight. And Clint, as we look at this big series tonight, and we look at this thing, Clint, I will continue to bring him up, and I feel like I should, because I have been the one that just absolutely crushed Jake Myers. I have been one that has been like, yo, man, what are they doing here? I don't see it. I don't see why. He has just gotten it. And listen, I'll be honest, I still stand by the thought of I think Chaz and Mauricio Dubon did things to earn that spot, but they clearly saw things in a different level. And, Clint, we are moving to Memorial Day, June. We're 2 months into this sucker. And, Clint, Jake Myers has arguably been the best hitter on this team. It's an argument. I think Jeremy Pena has been that, but his slash line is better than anybody else's on the team, you could argue. He's got the best average. Only Paredes has a better on-base percentage. And, he's 304, 366, and 426 slash line, man. Now, he could hit for more power. You'd like to have more extra base hits. But, damn it, Jake is 2 months into this sucker. We're 50 games even in this puppy, yet he's hitting over 300 and not slowing down, right? He, to be honest, deserves to hit over Christian Walker, maybe a few other guys. I just where do you think, because people kept texting us in, gave me the thought of this, this thing ain't gonna continue. Jake ain't gonna continue to do this. Jake ain't gonna. Where do you think? And you can text in 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. Jump in on this. Where do you think this thing finishes for Jake? I'm at a point now where I feel comfortable saying we ain't about to see Jake. Maybe I shouldn't say this, but I don't think we're about to go down there and see 212 Jake or the 209 Jake. I don't know if he's going to hit over 300. But where do you think this ends for Jake? Is this him really turning a corner right now?
Yeah, I think he's turned a corner.
I do too.
I think he's turned a corner. He did have a huge hot stretch last year, last longer, but in the month of May last year, he was absolutely tremendous as well. But this one just feels different for me. I had my Jake Myers moment last night. I saw what I needed to see last night from Jake Myers, and we've talked about it before. And maybe I'm wrong for it. Maybe a little too judgmental. I've always thought that Jake was I'll use the term insecure, lacked confidence, just wasn't just 100% belief in himself yet. Like he just everything he did, even the up close access, the little bit of access they gave us last year when him and Kyle Tucker and some of the guys were just kind of chirping at each other in the backfield. In the outfield, just kind of chirping around a little bit. It just never seemed like Buddy was comfortable in anything that he did. Yeah.
Like he was still getting adjusted to being in the majors.
I had my moment last night, Ron. When he took I can't remember if it was a tough pitch or if it was an 0-2 count. I can't remember what he did, but it was a tough situation he was in when he got one of the singles. I don't remember how many hits he had last night, but he got a single that was looked like he didn't get the sweet spot or anything, but he pushed it over the shortstop's head into shallow left center for a single. And he ran it out first base, got back to first base, and his celebration, his fist pump when he looked back at the dugout.
And a little confidence?
It was different.
A little swag.
It was
I'm
different.
here.
It was. I put myself in that dugout. And I looked up my dugout and just looked at Jake Myers. Look over here and give that. I'm in. He moved me. I'm off the bench and I'm like, hell yeah, Jake, let's go.
He moved you.
Every time to that point, I would have rolled my eyes at Jake Myers. I'm just being dead honest. I'm being dead honest with everybody out here. Everything I've seen Jake Myers do to this point was an eye roll for me. When I saw that look after that single, it was good at bat, not a great hit, but it was a hit, and it was one of them look at the dugout fist pump like, let's get it, boys. And I bought him.
Like right
then and there. I bought
he
him.
Looked like a guy who believed he could hit 300.
It looked like a guy that thought.
Go ahead, Jake.
That's sitting there instead of being thank you Jesus, I got a hit. it was a guy that was like, why in the hell did I put myself in that 0-2 spot? Why'd I swing at that tough pitch to hit right there? But damn it, I got to hit. Good things are happening. Let's ride, boys.
Like he knows what knows he's going. So
last night it was the moment for me, man. I'm dead. I'm as silly as it sounds. I'm dead ass serious.
Just watching his approach, and I know this is early. Watching his approach, like I'm to a point. I'd be surprised if this thing drops to 250. Like I think to me, Jake feels like he's going to hit around at the least 270. Like it may drop to that. I think he's playing between 270 and 300. There may be
I'll take a 250
a stretch. Hell yeah,
all day, twice on Sunday.
But I think right now, as you just talked about, Jake is going up there now not just, okay, let's contact wherever it goes. I'm just going to run as hard as I can. Like, I've watched Jake go the other way with pitches on purpose where you could see him.
Yeah.
So he has a plan and is looking at this thing differently. So shout out to Jake, man, for doing
I had
this
a moment. I had a Jake Myers moment.
You, man.
Now I can understand why my mother likes Jake so much.
Yeah.
I'm finally in the same place with her.
You remember when everybody's laughing at Rafael Devers? He just went deep again. They're up 16-3, by the way. He's hitting 300 and just going crazy right now, dude.
Looks like that old DH. Well, hell, it looks like a damn position player's pitching, Ron.
Well,
I mean, what are we doing?
It's 16-3. That's where we are.
Andy could throw that thing harder than that guy just threw it.
No, he couldn't. All right, coming up
now.
As we continue here live. By the way, we will hook somebody up in this hour. Our second Academy Sports and Outdoors $25 gift card. We'll hook somebody up with that. If you have not signed your name in our raffle box, you might want to do so you can have a chance to win a $25 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors. We're doing it once an hour, and I am enjoying watching this couple right here try to figure out who's going to go up there and sign this thing. My man has broke his neck to send her up to that raffle box multiple times. Go sign that thing right there. Get that neck. So maybe they might be our next winner. We'll do that coming up at the end of this hour. But I've got to. It happened again. Clint, you weren't here. I cannot wait to tell you, but it happened again to me yesterday. And like I'm think I might just have to quit. I think I might have to quit again. I know y'all mean well, but
you're not a quitter, man.
Of course. We'll talk about that coming up next. But before we get there, guys, as America's leading All right, welcome back again at the end of this segment. There you go, clap it up. There you go, having a good time. Welcome back at the end of this segment. We will have our second winner of and a catch to Academy Sports and Outdoors. We'll do that, and if you have not filled your name out, you might want to get there before we hook somebody up with our second one. And the bugs are out. You can get the bugs out here. The bugs are all right. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Steve and Shannon said they're pretty good. So they're Clint's got an itch. I can see it.
Oh, I mean, anytime I see him, I got an itch.
Yeah, he's got an itch. So
we're talking about crawfish, by the way.
Yes, not chlamydia.
There was a day when other things may have.
Oh God!
You brought that into the mix.
I did. Well, yeah, I brought
just
it
saying
in.
there was
I thought
a day.
you were going to shake it off. I didn't think you were going to say, there was a day when chlamydia.
No. I mean, there was just a day when it was more than crawfish that turned me on a bit. You know, there was a day.
It is. But come on out, have a good time, and hang out with us, and do your thing. So it'll be a good time out here. We'll be here till 6 o'clock. TV's everywhere. You want to watch the Astros. You want to watch the playoffs tonight, the Knicks and the Pacers. That's been an entertaining series. You can check that out right here at Big City Wings. Copperfield location. I see you out there, another regular walking in and looking to enjoy himself. All right, Clint, it happened again. Now, you weren't here yesterday. Byron, you weren't here yesterday either.
I was listening, though. But I did not. I think I saw this on your social media. Did I see it on your social media?
I had to put it on. So, obviously, we did our weigh in. Steven was completely off. Had me at 370. Was a rumor. Was closer. I think she had me at 330, maybe. Maybe it was 370, 330. Maybe it was 305, 320. Maybe whatever it was. But if you're listening every Monday, as we said, it started with me. I need to get some of this weight off, and I feel like needing to have that pressure and having that motivation of getting on the scale and having many of the haters out there who are cheering for my demise and wanted me to gain weight. And someone texted in, I think he's going to put on 20. What a great person that is. Or the supporters that we have. I feel like that motivation to face is a big time. And then Clint got on the scale and said, "Well, hell, I got to jump in this too." And so we're trying to drop a combined 20 plus pounds by Tuesday when we come back in. We'll weigh in every single Monday after that at 3:00 until we get this thing right.
I'm gonna be honest. If
you're feeling good, you think you're gonna hold up your end?
I know I'm gonna more than hold up my end. That's where I was gonna go with it. I got on the scale this morning. I feel really good about holding up my end and maybe even giving you a little slack. I don't want that to affect your weekend. Now, don't go out there bull jobbing this weekend.
I got a cornhole cornhole competition coming up tomorrow. Got a little Memorial Day action, so we got to
it's going to be a big challenge. But look, stuff like this ain't gonna ever come easy. Ain't nothing worth a damn ever come easy now.
I ain't gonna lie to you. I jumped on there the other day too, and I'm telling you, I'm holding mine.
Yeah, we may even get more than 20.
I just I change some things up. So I'm getting out, every day I'm getting out and either going to I'm walking to the gym, doing my workout there and then walking back, or I'm getting in. I got 3 miles in yesterday.
Okay.
And so yesterday, many people who listened to the show heard as I said, I'm maybe 5-10 minutes into my workout, and I'm just running across the street. I did a little walk run. Running across the street, young lady 3 cars back at a stop sign, rolled her window down and gave me an applause.
Encouragement.
Yeah, okay. Gave me an applause and said, "Great, you're doing great. You're doing great. Don't give up. You're doing great." And I'm thinking to myself, I wonder would this broad say this to if you were just running down there, or maybe she'd just keep on going. But she looked at me and said, "I know his big ass needs some support. I know he needs some support." And the clapping there was a little much, man. Just let me go ahead and do my thing, man. I just I don't like
out the window clap.
Roll your window down to start to clap to let everybody else know. Look at this big joker.
Probably
come on, help him out, baby. Help him out, folks. Like we in some damn marathon. I ain't got no numbers on the front of my shirt. You ain't handing out waters and fruit. Just go on and keep your ass in your car. I know it. It felt like, damn, I know this big joker needs him. He looked like he's about to quit. What you mean don't give up? Clint, I walked to the gym today. Black dude comes out. He was in there working out too. We walk out at the same time. He getting his Jeep Renegade. Yeah, I'm gonna put you out there. That white Jeep Renegade. And I'm walking back, jog across the street. My man comes through, roll his window down. "Hey, big man, you got it. You got this, big man." He said, "I know it's hot out here, but you're gonna feel good once you get done." And again, we're at a gym that's kind of a park connected, so it's about 10 people out there. Like Clint, dog, I'm serious, man. I'm done. I'm not working out outside anymore.
No, yes, you are.
No, I'm not. I'm gonna go in. I'm gonna do my Peloton. I'm gonna go in and just drive.
Just start flipping them off when they do it.
But
you
I'm
start
just
flipping
saying,
them off.
Again,
take your skinny ass on.
And again, just like that broad yesterday, I think that's me. Just like the lady yesterday, I believe they meant it.
Good intention.
But dude, man, you just treat me like the other walkers and joggers out there. Treat me like that. I'm pulling my headsets out, my earphones out, because I'm trying to hear you. You're trying to get me, and you rolling down your window. What the hell? And both of them had parting shots to me that pissed me off. What you mean, don't give up? Do I just look like I'm about to just take my shoes off and call an Uber to take me on home? Jesus, my man gonna say it's hot out here, but it's gonna feel good. What, you think I ain't never been out here at 90 degrees? You think I ain't never? You think I have no idea? I mean, I would just
give up
again.
Do I look like I was throwing the towel?
Yes. That's what I'm saying, man. I got to. Do I have a look of somebody? Damn, man, that guy's got to give up. If I'm not the one to roll my window down to say something to him, man, he might just shut it down.
Somebody's got to say something, man. He ain't gonna make it home. Hey, my only question is, do you know if they were listeners or not?
They were not listeners. No, they weren't.
Well, trust
me, that lady with them broad shoulders who could have had her ass out there walking with me, I'm just being honest. she wasn't no listener. And that fella, I'm pretty confident he wasn't a listener. I mean, I saw him in the gym. He was getting after it, but he wasn't no listener.
Yeah, I mean, look, it feels like there may have been a listener, and kind of the way you presented of like, man, I got to do something. They may feel like you needed a little. They may have heard.
But Clint, if you were a listener, I would think, hey, show, man, I listen to you every day. Like, hey, man, you got this. That's a different thing. No, man,
they weren't listeners.
You got me in front of 10 people, like singing. I felt like everybody's about to give me a standing ovation. Hey, man, look at this big dude. He got out there. He's doing it, guys. Come on. I thought people were gonna start running with me. I'm just saying, just leave me the hell alone. All right, I'm trying to listen. I'm just trying to listen to my podcast. And yes, damn it, it's hard. Yes, I'm sweating. I'm hot. Yes, I want to get it over with. But the last thing I need you to do is to open up your car window and let everybody in the vicinity know, hey, guys, that big fella right there, that dude right there, he needs some help. He might be dressed in all black, but it ain't just he's trying to hide it. Come on now, he needs some help.
Hey, she's going to have the whole be clapping for you.
Yeah. Text line coming through. Dude was just trying to encourage you. Stop being so sensitive. Again, as I said, I understand. I believe they were trying to be nice. I believe it was good intentions. But again, I don't know why you think somebody outside, if you would view that person is somebody, I don't know why you would think rolling my window down to tell that person, like you wouldn't do to anybody else, to tell that person to do that. Stop it. If Clint has that ever happened to you, Clint? Have you ever been running and jogging and somebody rolled their window down to you and told you? That's what I'm telling you, Clint. I am not going to go outside and do it again. I'm not going to work out outside. I'm not going to quit working out. I'm not going to go out and work out.
There's been multiple times where I felt like I needed that, though.
I'm just telling you, until I get into the you don't need me to roll my window down and give you encouragement and motivation. Wait, that'd be the next time I go outside and roll out there.
I just don't think it's going to happen. I think you'll be back out there tomorrow. I think you'll be back out there getting it.
I'm just like, what the hell? What the hell is going on? What you got coming up in the fourth?
Well, the Astros had a big day yesterday to start this Mariners 4-game set here. They win 9-2. There's a few things that happened that made me feel damn good. I'm sure they moved the entire Astros fan base. I gotta know, was it Lance McCullers or Jose Altuve that made you feel better yesterday as a fan? We'll talk about that next right here on Sports Radio 16.
And before we do that, guys, Clayton Holmes has
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party. I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily. Presented by McCullers Injury Lawyers.
Yeah, it is McCullers Injury Lawyers. Hard as hell to say. Easy to dial. 281-222-2222. Big City Wings, y'all. It's one of them Fridays, man. We're out in the streets once again. Up Highway 6, what'd you call it?
Copperfield location.
Copperfield location up off Highway 6. Come through, hang out with us. If you can't get to this Big City Wings, there's plenty of them around whatever city you're in, whatever area of Houston you're in. Stop by. I had the Tahine Wings. They were absolutely tremendous. And I just ordered me the old white wings.
Oh, yeah.
Off the appetizer menu. Yep.
Now we are trying to get to Tuesday, correct? I'm just saying.
Here. Oh yeah, no, I'll be all right. I'll be all right.
I mean, yeah,
as long as I'll be all right. As long as I keep my workouts in, get in the sauna, and I drink enough water, and we'll be all right. We'll get below 250.
Because I mean, you just said to me, make sure you don't just use your weight.
I mean, them little old wings I ate earlier with these white wings I got coming. I can handle that, man. It's them chips and that bread and all that stuff that get me up north running north. And so, but come by, hang out with us if you can't get by here. Again, get by your nearest Big City Wings location. Yesterday was a big day for the Astros, Ron, and look, I know all my it's a long season, folks. You don't like these conversations, but I think yesterday was absolutely huge for the Astros on several fronts, right? But I teased the question of Lance McCullers yesterday, 4 1/3 innings. I mean, nothing massive, obviously. You'd like to see him run deeper in the game. Gave up 5 hits, 2 earned runs, 3 walks. Big part here, 8 strikeouts, a lot of swing and miss. Gave up a home run through 91 pitches. His 91st pitch, by the way, was 94 miles an hour. He had
why did that do it for you?
Well, I mean, because I think velocity is not just. I know we zero in on Lance McCullers walked 2 batters here, and he hit 2 batters here, and believe it or not, he did that again. I know it's hard to believe, but he did that again as well last night. I mean, he didn't really take off yesterday until his 39th pitch, right? His 40th through his 91st pitch was some pretty damn good work for Lance McCullers. It was a rough start, so his pitch count got up there. That's why he didn't throw as many innings. But velocity is a question for him as he gets back in game shape and comes back from not pitching for 900 and some odd days. And you know, I've just heard a lot of people that cover the team really closely talking about Lance McCullers and you know, is he a 91, 92 guy, or is he a 94, 96 guy like he used to be? Well, his 91st pitch last night was a 94-mile-an-hour four-seam fastball. Now, it was a single well hit back up the middle, but the velocity was there that deep in the game. I think that's a plus. As I mentioned, there was a lot of swing and miss. From a percentage perspective, you know, he didn't have his best stuff. He was having to use a couple of different pitches, and he fought through it and had a hell of a run. I think in the middle of that game right there, given all that Lance McCullers has been through. That's number one, right? Which one of these, as an Astros fan, which one of these turns you on more? Lance McCullers and all the things that Lance McCullers is. As we mentioned earlier, Lance is no longer a luxury. We need Lance. Astros fans, we need Lance McCullers to be a quality starting pitcher here and get back to, maybe not his old self, but get back in this rotation. Did that turn you on more, or was it Jose Altuve? Jose Altuve just hadn't been himself as of late, but he hits 2 bombs last night. I did not see the first one. I saw the second one. It was an absolute no-brainer, no doubter, and it was typical Altuve swinging out of his shoes and getting every single bit of it. They blew that thing wide open. End up winning, I think, 9-2.
9-2, which was big because in this important series, they're not having to use. They didn't have to use Abreu and Hader, which means there's 2 more times you can probably use them in this important series against the team you're chasing.
713-572-4610. Which one turns you on more? Lance McCullers having a decent outing. I would say fair, Ron, to say that Lance McCullers took a step last night.
I think for me, that was what I was looking at was, is he going to take a step to turn the corner towards at least showing signs of, yeah, we can depend on him in the rotation, because I think that's the number one thing from it. I think he did. He still has to get some length in these games.
Well, he's got to clean up the early inning stuff and get. I mean, he literally he had 39 pitches midway through the second inning. It's like you can't like that's never going to work, right? I mean, that's you're not going to get through 5. You're not, much less get to 6. You're just not going to get there.
Because like Clint, if I told you, all right, tomorrow Framber's going to throw 91 pitches, how many innings do you think
he's giving you 7, 8 innings?
If I told you Hunter Brown's going to throw 91 pitches.
They're definitely going to give you 6. It's definitely going to be a quality start.
It's not 3 1/3.
Yeah,
or,
Yeah.
4.
Just as a fan, though, this was I can't speak for everybody, but as a fan, it was a hell of a night because Lance McCullers. Because if you were watching it from that, literally, I keep saying the pitch because I remember watching the game. It's when I turned right. If you were watching that game and you were watching Lance from the 39th pitch on, there was something different. There was something he started to get a lot of swing and miss. He struck out 4 the next 5, but it seemed to be a different level of confidence with Lance McCullers. Did that right there turn you on more, or was it Altuve who seemed to have? I don't want to call it a slump because it just wasn't Altuve.
I think Altuve been slumping. It had dropped early where he was throwing, and he's in like the 230s. He was I think it was a slump.
Okay, fair. But he hits 2 bombs yesterday. Which one was it? That the Altuve or the Lance McCullers stuff that turned you on? I know for me, I've not been worried about Altuve. I know we had a little all-star conversation about him the other day. That Tyler, I still think Tyler's thinking about in the Cayman Islands. But for me, I think it was Lance, man. I was never worried about Altuve and whether he would contribute at a high level. The Lance McCullers stuff is concerning. Can he get back to anywhere close to where he was ultimately 1,000 days ago or not?
It's crazy because I was about to jump out and say, yeah, it's Lance. He's more important when you think about the guys they've had injured. But damn it, Altuve swinging the bat's pretty important too because the offense is not. It's right now it's Jeremy Payne and Jake Myers. Say that out loud. Those are the 2 leading this offense, Jeremy Pena and Jake Myers, with Jordan injured and Christian Walker doing Abreu things and the rest of the group. So it's probably of importance pretty even that they need Altuve to be Altuve.
Well, on the Lance McCullers front, you talked about he needs to go deeper in games, right? Yesterday, his first 24 pitches, 11 of them were strikes, right? That's got to be cleaned up. And if he does, boom, he gets later into games. And even as he is right now, he's in pretty damn good shape. The other thing that stuck out really to me again is that 91st pitch being 94 miles an hour, man. That last night was a big step in the right direction for me. As a fan, my confidence level in Lance McCullers. Now, the other thing here, Ron, with the Astros is the significance of this series. The significance of this series with the Astros right now, they're chasing the Mariners, and we all know that the way you make up ground on a team that's ahead of you is you play them head-to-head and you beat them. Now, a sweep would be a hell of a thing. A 4-game sweep would be a hell of a thing here.
To jump you in the first place.
Come on, man. But to get started on the right foot, swinging the bats the right way, that's a big plus too, right? I mean, that's the team you're hunting right now, and to get game one's big.
Well, and I think that's what this team is going to need, Clint, moving forward, is the bats to pick it up because – let's look at Lance, who we said we felt like he may have turned a corner. His corner was turned, but it was still 4 1/3 innings. And then you got Lance, Gusto, and Colton Gordon, who looks like that's going to be your rotation to go along with Framber and Hunter Brown. You need to score more than 2 or 3 runs a game in their starts, you would think, right? Yeah. You're going to need your offense to come help you out some. So hopefully that is a sign of them finding a way to put up more runs than they have been lately.
The other thing I didn't quite realize was going on, and you may want to check me on this, but Mauricio Dubon's hitting 270 again.
Yeah. And he's starting to play a little bit more too. Right?
I mean, it's got to be, and I know. Look, with the role that he plays relative to DeZenzo's been swinging it well. Hell, Cam Smith has been. I mean, I think he's probably exceeded expectations to a guy that's made the opening day roster for the first time. I mean, but Dubon hitting 270 again is and he has been absolutely clutch in the last week too. Him hitting 270 again is big for the Astros moving forward. Because, I mean, hell, he could that would find himself playing everyday second base.
Yeah, he might. He might, especially if they're going to keep Altuve out there or every day somewhere. Yeah. Right? Like, because he can play, so many spots with his position flexibility.
Well, that's the thing, though, is he a guy? It's Brendan Rodgers, right? Would be the guy that you're competing with there to get everyday run.
Or unless those days where they like to put out.
He played there recently, so he's
Do you think Altuve goes in and says, "Hey, Skip, I think I want to go second base today"? All right, go ahead. Like he moves himself up and down the order. Like I wonder how much influence he has on where he plays every day. He's moving himself up and down in the lineup. Yeah. Like he moved Pena to the leadoff spot, moved Paredes to the.
What did they have? Was Dubon in left field? Is that what it was?
Yesterday.
When Altuve recently played second,
Dubon was
Dubon's in left field.
Yeah, he had 2 errors in left field in the same inning on that game.
I'm sitting here trying to get him more run, and he's making errors.
Yeah, he had 2 errors in the same inning, second inning.
Yeah, I wonder if that's an effort, like if the plan all along was to get X percentage of games at second, X percentage of games in left field, and that had a Jordan flair to it, and now that Jordan's now that he's injured, I wonder if that's an effort just to keep that percentage right.
Yeah, might be. Yeah, they probably had a game plan, Clint, of he's going to play X amount of games here, DH here, because we see him do that too.
That's Ron Hughley. I'm Clint Stoerner. You listen to Sports Radio 610. Houston sports leader. Ron, I thought I was going to miss the opportunity to make this call, but the Knicks went out there and tricked off that lead they had. I thought OKC. Remember last time we talked about it? I called I just think OKC is just too much for Minnesota, and I think it's across the board. I think
they're looking better now. It feels like a Styles make fights type of situation.
It seems like Minnesota's outclassed for sure. But I called it, and that day I almost said, you know what, Ron? And I knew it was a little bit of a stretch. I almost said, you know what? I feel the same way about the Knicks. I feel like the Knicks being so battle tested. I thought, man, they got. I feel like that series is going to be the same way. And I tell you one reason. In fact, I need to get with somebody. Karl Anthony Towns. He's played 2 games now where he's been a different animal. Now, I'm not a historian. I don't know. I wasn't watching him in his days at Rucker Park. But it seems like a switch flipped in that dude. And so anyway, my point being is I thought I was going to be. I thought I missed the opportunity to say, hey, man, I got OKC and the Knicks to handle business in this round. I'm going to be honest with you, man. Since they came back and lost that game, since Indiana came back and lost the game, I'm going to go ahead and make the call now.
Oh, you going with the Knicks?
Knicks and OKC.
Oh, yeah. I don't know, boy.
I think it's Knicks and OKC.
You got to look at it in a couple of ways because the Knicks kind of did this to the Celtics, right, where they got out to the lead and you watch the game, and if you watch the entirety of the game, you would think, oh, the Celtics were better. They were up 20 every single game, and then the Knicks walked them down. We'll see. I hope the Knicks win tonight because this series is as entertaining as serious.
Yeah.
But Clint, boy, they lost the game where Brunson got 43 and Cat got 35 and 12. They lost that game.
Yeah.
Right, and the pace thing is kind of interesting when you watch those two. How that game is up and down.
Right?
It's up and down. I want to know if this game is in the one teens or the 120s, which I think favors the Pacers, or the Knicks can slow it down and it's like in the low hundreds.
Well, the interesting thing is, and I'll be honest with you, I'm guilty. I turned that game off. I thought it was over. I thought it was over with there was a handful of seconds left.
17 points with 6 minutes or 14 with 2 minutes is usually feels over. How about 9 with 53 seconds left?
Well, that's where I was going.
Feels over.
That was the exact game you just described favors the Knicks until inside 2 minutes. And then they just went absolute berserk. Now, I don't know if that was great shooting or if that was great or poor defense.
I think a little bit of both.
But they went absolute berserk. Because I remember the Pacers had 98 points at one point, and the Knicks were 110 and up. And I was like, man, this.
Naismith hit 6 threes himself in the fourth.
Yeah. So, but I say all that to say I want to take the time after the Knicks coughed up a lead, choked the lead away. I want to take time now. I still think the Knicks get this.
I don't know.
Not this next game, the series.
Again, I hope they win the next game because I think this will be a fun, long series. That Minnesota one, I don't know. Maybe Minnesota plays different at home. Maybe they come up, but it is so weird. The struggle like hell against the Lakers for some reason. That matchup for them, they got no size. That matchup for them, they struggle like hell against the Lakers. But the Timberwolves destroy the Lakers. Like it's crazy. It's like the Ravens can't beat the Chiefs, and then the Ravens just crush the Texans. But then the Texans play better against the Chiefs than they play against maybe any of the other good teams. It's like the matchups. It's just like a weird matchup that.
Well, Minnesota, and I don't know enough about Minnesota long term, but what Minnesota, to me, it seems like Minnesota can't do is try to play their OKC ball.
They look so small to me. They look like they can't ever get rebounds, and they dominated, everybody else up until that point. So it's wild. But the playoffs have been fun. This one tonight, man, MSG has been like the energy there is just been amazing. All right, coming up. Some news on the injury front with the Astros, and they'll let us know who will be joining the team. We'll give you that info coming up next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
You know something I see all the time? Astros need to fire their hitting coach.
Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Live from Big City Wings Copperfield, it's the Academy Sports and Outdoors and Bud Light. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, we're starting to see some people fall in and pop in, and as we are out here live, there we go. There you go. I got my man right here. There you go. See you. We're out here live. Big City Wings, Copperfield location. Again, coming up, we have 2 more opportunities for you to win a $25 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors. All you got to do is sign your name, put it in our raffle box, and you can be a winner like our first 2 winners, Mike and Steve. Come on in, do that, and you can enter the grand prize to win a $500 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors and beer for a year. Budweiser, Bud Light. All you got to do is hit that QR code right there in front of Shay. Shay, raise your hand and let the people know where you are. Damn it, Shay, raise your hand. There he is. That's Shay. You can sign up right there, win $500 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors, beer for a year, using that QR code. It's been a good time out here. Clint is still fighting it. He's got a fresh white shirt that he purchased at Academy Sports and Outdoors, and it's the only thing that is holding him from not have had 6 pounds of crawfish by this point right now. And he is
rookie mistake.
Yeah, he's 2 buttons down already, so it feels like he may just go and just take the shirt off and eat it. Calm down out here. He might just take the shirt off and eat it, and that'll be the way that he doesn't spill that.
I knew when I got on I-10, I looked down, I was like, golly, what a rookie mistake this was. To not at least bring, I tell you, I had a little.
It was a good white shirt.
I had a little deal I had to attend beforehand, and I just thought I should have grabbed me another T-shirt on the way out, and I just completely forgot about it, man. Rookie mistake on both fronts, and here I am watching other people eat crawfish and worried about a damn shirt.
Yeah, good, yeah, man, tough, boy.
I tell you what, them white wings are good.
Did you knock those white wings off?
I left 2 on there.
Left 2 of them. No, why not, man? You can finish them off a little bit later.
Chicken, jalapeno, wrapped in bacon.
Yeah, not bad. Not bad. All right, come on down. Come on down. TV's everywhere. You can watch the Astros. Watch. As Clint was talking about Pacers and Knicks. I believe there's hockey on tonight as well.
There's NFL Network has, I think it's the NFL Life.
Is that John Randall?
With John Randall. And his brother Irv Randall bought my first vehicle from Irv Randall.
Really?
Yep. Looks just like him.
Does he?
Yep. Like literally
looks
like
him. Dallas or something?
Dallas, yeah. Tahoe. That had a great Tahoe, man, fully loaded. It was money.
Yeah, this is a great episode. Actually, they talk about where he grew up, where he lived. Like a
Texas guy.
Small. Small house. That I'm talking. I think got to use the restroom outside.
He's sitting in it during this interview, ain't he?
Yeah, he is. That's a box fan that looks like he's been there for about
box. You know when the box fan is in the window, boy, it's hard times.
Yeah, and they were doing it. That was big for them back then. So, but no, come on out. TV's everywhere. Good cold drinks. Crawfish, $5 margaritas. There you go, $5 margaritas here throughout the day, and half-price appetizers as well. Half-price appetizers, $5 margaritas to go along with things there, and the crawfish as well. So get on down here and take advantage of that. Once again, we're at Big City Wings Copperfield location. All right, little injury front news. We know yesterday we heard the news about Ronel Blanco going to the IL with the inflammation is what they said in his right elbow. He said he's going for a second opinion. So when I hear inflammation in right elbow, Houston Astros, injury history, and second opinion, it feels like maybe it's more than just inflammation in the right elbow. So we'll.
I hate that for him too, man. You talking about a young dude that has got a really promising start, man, and
well, he was starting to just pick it up, like he was.
Well, I just mean over the last couple years, Dana Brown's claim to fame of knowing he was a starter. Wasn't it Dana Brown that said that?
Of course it was.
But you know, just how promising he's been early in a career, man. You'd like to see a guy like that at least get to his first damn contract, you know, and get broke off, and then if something happens like this down the stretch. But either way it goes, hopefully that second opinion is positive for him and us Astros.
Well, it has been announced Colton Gordon, speaking of Ronel Blanco, it's been announced Colton Gordon will start. He's been called back up from Sugar Land. He will start for the Astros on Sunday. So he is going to take that spot in the rotation. Not a surprise. His last two starts can get shaky, but the dam has not, not broken. He gave them a chance to win and kept them in it against the Royals in his first start. And they came back and were able to win it because he only gave up 3 runs and didn't fall apart. And then actually against the Rays, he pitched really, really well. Started to get away from him at the end, but gave his team a chance to win, left the game with the lead. The bullpen blew that one. So he will start and be a part of this rotation. I don't think it's just a one-off here. I think he's going to be there for a while, especially when we hear that Spencer Arrighetti is just getting a cast off and just now gripping things with his right hand, and they've got to kind of do a spring training build up for him. So that's the latest there. And Hayden Wisniewski, who was determined he was going to have Tommy John. He had that today. Joe Esposito. Joe Espada said earlier today that he indeed had Tommy John surgery earlier today. So the Hayden Wisniewski injury is in full effect now. The rehab starts now from this point since he has the surgery, and we'll see how long it takes him to get back. So that's the latest thing there. As I see some people know Jordan is still the same. From what we hear, just hand hitting off the tee. People texting in, Clint, you're pulling a show move. Come on, Clint, you can't afford another shirt. Just go with it.
Well, it wasn't afford it. I mean, that's not.
I mean, I'll be honest. That would be a move I would take.
What? I mean, I'll be honest with you. Once again, my travel time, it was a little bit longer than I thought, and so I didn't save myself enough time to be real selective on what the hell exit I took to get here, and so it had more to do with time than it did, and my goofy ass not remembering than it did. Not buying. I know I goosenecked around this busy Highway 6 right here. I goosenecked around the whole way down looking
for something.
Something. I just need a T-shirt, something. But I didn't.
Sports. Well, they're all over the place.
There's one 6 miles from here, but clearly it must have been when I went left on Highway 6. It must have been right there on the right.
You based that out. By the way, Clint, did you obviously you saw? We wondered he got it before the game yesterday. You talked about OKC. SGA Shai Gilgeous-Alexander won the MVP, Clint, and well-deserved, as we talk, 32-plus a game, almost 33 a game, 6 assists, 5 rebounds for the best team in basketball that won 68 games. Clint, he makes it 7 straight years that the MVP in the NBA has come from a non-American, someone born outside of this country. It's 7 straight guys. SGA won it. Jokic has won it 3 times in that period. Embiid has won it, and then Giannis won it 2 other times. So the last 7 years, the last person who won it that was born in the U.S.?
I'm going to guess LeBron.
No, James Harden. James Harden with the Rockets. How long ago did that seem?
Should have known that.
How long ago? 2000 time a non.
Wow.
A non.
Where the hell was SGA born?
Canada. He's Canadian. Yeah. Last time was James. The last time an American won the MVP. And look, man, this thing might have a chance of really extending than longer than 7 years. Like when you look at it, I'm looking at it, I'm thinking, well, who may win it? Jason Tatum would have been somebody you thought could have a shot, but he's going to miss the next couple of, at least the next year, so you don't know what he's going to be like. You know, Anthony Edwards, we'll see. That might be the top guy. Brunson, I don't know if he's going to be somebody that gets there. Booker's still young. Tyrese Halliburton's coming on. Kate Cunningham, that's a guy that might have some, but I don't know how soon that is. You know, Cooper Flagg's coming in. Paulo Banchero. I know people may hear that name.
Well, if we got Cooper Flagg in the top 10 Americans, potentially.
I'm just saying. But I'm just thinking, Clint, you got Wemby, who you feel like's coming. I don't think Jokic is just done being in the conversation. This is SGA's first. He's young. Right there, there are guys like Luka. What is that? Like Luka's probably primed to potentially have a shot at that. They may run this thing to double-digit years.
Yeah.
Because I'm looking at it. Anthony Edwards is probably the best shot, and I don't know that I like him over guys like Jokic and SGA and maybe even Luka as well. So. Yeah. Like Luka's never won the thing, so it could be a long time where we see and win the MVP. James Harden with the Rockets, the last one to do it. All right, coming up, D'Amico Ryans. How do we get him to the next level? How does he get? What is it going to take for D'Amico Ryans to get from the level of great head coach to good head coach to where he is? 10 games, all of that, to, hey, this is a defensive coach that's not just a good defensive coach and can win 10 games. This is a guy who can win it all. We'll discuss that coming up.
610 Crawfish Circuit. Supported by Academy Sports and Outdoors and Budweiser. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here in Big City Wings, Copperfield. Thank you. There you go, Copperfield location. Bugs is going out. I see my man right there. He's got him some bugs right there. Go ahead, get in the head, sucking the juice out of the head. There you go. I see you. Get that out. Get it out. Get it out. I'm with you. Get it out. There it is. He's having himself a good time, and I've heard good things about the Bugs. Now, I have not heard them from Clint, but I've heard good things about the Bugs around here. So come on out here and get you some. And, by the way, half off appetizers throughout the day and $5 margaritas frozen and on the rocks, baby. So you can't pass that up. So come on out and enjoy yourself. By the way, at the end of this segment, if you're in the building and you have not done so, we will be hooking somebody up with our third $25 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors. We will have our next winner coming up at the end of this segment. We'll do it in this hour and one more time in the 5 o'clock hour. All you got to do is sign your name and put it there in our raffle box, and you will have a chance to be our next winner. All right, Clint, as I'm reading up here on the text line, I'm about to get people ain't going to encourage me at all. Now that's where they will take them. I'm not going to say anything.
No, they're going to pull a 180. They're going to be rolling their window down and be like, "Hey."
Oh, I know people have said that. My man said, "I saw you in HEB," but he said, "Ron, I saw you in HEB. I said hello to you. If I see you on the street, I promise you I'm rolling my window down to say something."
Hey, get your big ass out this heat, boy.
Come on, man. Get in here. You want to ride?
Everybody's going to be through your little word of encouragement. They're going to just hammer you.
You want to ride?
Yeah, get on
Hop in. Come on, man. Don't turn this down, man.
Throw that tailgate down, Bob. That is funny.
I feel like people are approaching me like my car broke down, and that's why I'm out there walking. Not like I'm walking on purpose. All right, man. All right, Clint, we talked about this in the tease about D'Amico Ryans. As I said, man, I think D'Amico Ryans has reached the stage of he has been successful. Now, I don't like what I saw in a text. Somebody sent in a text that said D'Amico Ryans is pretty much in the same space of what Bill O'Brien was. And that's where he is right now. I think there is some, like if you look at it and you start to say the records, Bill O'Brien, who was a repeated winner of the AFC South title and seemed to have a ceiling there, and they were teams that were good, but did you really think they were contenders to win it all? Probably not. I don't know. Walking into last year, I think the Texans were contenders, but right now I think you look at the Texans as a maybe wild card level division winner and not sure that you think they are a Super Bowl contender in that way. I'm just wondering right now, as I said, D'Amico, we got him, man. He's in there and when you look at other defensive coaches, he's in there like maybe even Sean McDermott. He's in there like Lovie Smith. He's in there where, they're good coaches. They're going to be good football teams. But what does it take for them to get to the next level? How, Clint, does D'Amico Ryans' expectations clearly have changed with him? What is it going to take for him to get to the level of guys like Todd Bowles to guys like Mike Tomlin, who've been to multiple Super Bowls, and really earlier Mike Tomlin, and Pete Carroll, who's been to multiple Super Bowls? What is it going to take for him as a defensive coach to go up to that next level?
Well, I think one thing I think, Ron, that is to kind of just lay it out a little bit along with you is I'm convinced that he and Nick Caserio have and will do things consistently to get you to 9 or 10 and to get you to the playoffs, right? Whether that's like Bill O'Brien or not, okay, whatever, however people want to couch it. The reality is in order to be a team that is going to scare 12 or 13 wins, a year for a 5 or 6 year span, there's obviously going to be lulls when you lose your quarterback or injuries hit or whatever. But when you're talking about guys that can, when the stars align, can go get you 12, 13 wins a year, how does he get there? And I think it's an easy answer to the question. I think he has to hit on the offensive coordinator. I think he absolutely has to hit on the offensive coordinator. You just flat out, when you get to games where, we talked about the Eagles earlier, and the Eagles and how they were a good offense, all year long, but then when it mattered the most, they rallied. He got better in the playoffs. Like you've got to have a weapon on the sideline. And clearly Bobby Slowick wasn't that, and he missed it. He missed with Bobby Slowick. Now it's Nick Caley in this group approach. And until he hits on the offensive coordinator, I think DeMeco Ryans is going to be a really good head coach that can get you 9 or 10 in this division. He's going to win the division, and is going to be an early exit out of the playoffs. When he finds that offensive coordinator, and then has the next offensive coordinator that he trusts, in the pipeline. And when he gets everything humming on the offensive side of the football where he trusts it, and he can just feel the funnel, so to speak, then I think he's got something. Until then, it's going to be hard for DeMeco to take that step.
713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch, jump in on this as well. What do you think is the next step for DeMeco? What do you sense and see he's got to do this to kind of break through the level that he's at right now? Right, what do you think has to change? For me, Clint, I agree with you. It feels like it's got to come from the offensive side of the ball, right? It feels like it has to do that. But I would go almost another step from picking the right guy that's going to run his offense to, I think he has got to be more involved in it.
Oh, I agree wholeheartedly.
Right, and I think it's especially with CJ. It sucks, but it's just different. Like it's like to just say, hey, Wade Phillips, man, just go ahead, just go ahead and take it, man. You got it. Like I think he'll maybe go over there and just look and say, hey, man, how are we doing? Maybe we be aggressive. Maybe do this. I think it's one way. But when you're dealing with the franchise player and the quarterback, and you're dealing with the offense, like the tone has to be not only set, but you have to be a little bit more involved in it so it's going exactly the way you want it to go and how you envision it. Like I think the offense still has to come from his vision. Maybe it's not, he's not the one doing the X's and O's and executing, but it has got to come from his vision. It can't be just like, you know what, man, I think the OC in Cincinnati is doing a good job. Let me just bring him in. No, it has to be somebody that's going to embody exactly what you want to do, and not just successful people. So I'm not saying he needs to be overbearing, and he needs to go in there and say, hey, man, I'm going to call these plays with you, or I need you to run over everything with me. But I think he has to be more involved.
Well, here's because you're right. I think he has to hit on the offensive coordinator for it to be a major success and a major run. But to your point, I do think that is more in the control and more what, as a fan, what I expect him to do this year is like the level of physicality, the participation, the accountability, the identity of this offense can't depend on who he hires. Like that's now, right? To me, you move Laramie Tunsil for a reason. I don't care what anybody out there says. You move Laramie Tunsil for a reason so that you can change the identity and the culture, the chemistry in your O-line room
that came from
for a damn reason. Whether that's participation, accountability, physicality, everybody working together, everybody buying in, whatever it may be, right? That's the kind of stuff to me that DeMeco has to do this year. Forget about Nick Caley. I don't know if he hit on the offensive coordinator or not. I don't know if the group approach is right or not. I don't know if Nick Caserio being more involved and clearly being the decision maker on a lot of these coaches. I don't know if that's the right way or not. But if DeMeco Ryans goes in there and there is a bar that's set, there's a standard that's set in a sense of accountability, physicality, participation, all of those things, And it's not, well, I'm going to see if Nick Caley can set this thing. He's got the energy. I'm going to see if C.J. Stroud can set this thing. It can't be that. It's got to be D'Amico Ryans. You're right. That is, we'll find out down the road. We'll find out by mid-year if Nick Caley's the guy that we all hoped he is, if he can take us to the promised land. But we should see right away in training camp the D'Amico Ryans. Hey, I learned from Bobby Slowick. I learned from Laramie Tunsil. I learned from last year's struggles. I'm going to make sure that this football team is held accountable.
All right, here's some of the comments from people on the text line. D'Amico has done a poor job on offense. He ignores problems. Feelings get in the way of his decisions. He's allowed friendships to get his quarterback killed. He doesn't hold Caserio accountable. If it doesn't work, it's on him and Caserio. Another one texting in, D'Amico needs an elite OC who is competent and also needs to have an O-line that protects Stroud. He needs to stop being a friend/dad and be a coach.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think some of those are maybe worded a little different than I would put it, but I do believe that the biggest hell, and let's be honest, probably one of the only mistakes that I think D'Amico Ryans has made since he's been here is hiring and trusting Bobby Slowick and backing to a fault publicly Laramie Tunsil. And look, I'm not saying he's an idiot for doing those things, so don't put words in my mouth. I'm just saying when you constantly stroke a guy in the media that is not what you want the identity of your team to be. When you put a C on his chest, then you give that guy power. You give whoever he is and what he's about power to overtake your O-line room, if not your entire offense. When your quarterback's up there making comments about, oh, Laramie Tunsil's a vet. He only works when he wants to. Like that's not cool. Those are the kind of things that I think D'Amico Ryans has got to get out of the system.
Yeah.
And that, by the way, that has nothing to do with who he hires.
Yeah. That's it. Yeah, that's the overall thing. And,
yes.
and again, as I said, I think he is getting more hands-on. I think the Tunsil thing is him.
It appears. Yeah, it's about overbearing, and I agree with you to a point of being overbearing. But like D'Amico Ryans has to be one to where now this maybe he has to pay a little closer attention because he's been so focused on defense. But if the physicality at practice or the communication at practice isn't what he needs it to be, D'Amico needs to put his foot down and say, hey, y'all let's line this back up and start this drill over offense. That ain't how we're going to do things right
I just mean, like, not to have Nick Caley feel like he can't do his job, call plays and stuff. You know, like, hey, man, what are you calling? Hey, no, let's do – I think that's too much. All right, 5 o'clock fire coming up next. We're going to hook somebody up with a $25 gift card. Coming up, we'll get you ready for the Astros and Mariners. The lineup is out. A couple of injury notes as well there. Playoffs, Pacers, Knicks will get you ready there, and some news out of one of the stars in the NFL. All of that as we continue live right here. Big City Wings Copperfield location as the drive is live.
All right, y'all, power outages, they can happen anytime around.
Fairfield location. This is stop 8 on our crawfish circuit. Yes, give Shannon and Steve. They've been to all 8. Give them a hand. There they go. They'll screw up. Watch. They'll drop one. I mean,
that's a level of commitment. D'Amico Ryan.
Steve will have to work late.
If you're wondering about commitment, that's the kind of commitment D'Amico Ryan needs in his O-line room right there.
That's the commitment to the drive right there. But it's a good time to be had out here. Again, you can win a $25 gift card as we been hooking folks up all day. We've got one more opportunity to win a $25 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors. That's coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. So fill your name out, put it in the raffle box right here in front of Shay if you have not done so. A great crowd out. Mud bugs are flowing. Go ahead and get them bugs. I just walked past my guys on the way to the bathroom and said the bugs is good. He said the bugs is good, and then he said, Ryan, you got to get that $5 margarita, and I'm telling you, you better. I would love to. I have drank the $5 frozen margarita with Steve. His last two, I have drank them mentally. I've drank them mentally with him. But sticking with my water, I picked up this water and it's acted like it was a frozen one right there. Steve don't put a little color in his like mine. I want a little strawberry in mine, or that pear I found out this weekend. But no, it's still a good time out here. Half-price appetizers and $5 margaritas to go along with the after 9 half-price appetizers after 9, and to go along with the $5 margaritas and the crawfish as well. So come on out and enjoy yourself. TV's everywhere to pick up the Astros as they will play Game 2 of this series. The lineup is out, Clint, and Ryan Gusto. Hopefully he can bounce back to where he was. Hopefully this isn't the thing, Clint, that he's got a couple of outings and now teams have a chance to look at what he is doing and maybe they found him out a little bit. Hopefully that is not the case and he can come back and have a better start. But this is the lineup. Emerson Hancock. There's somebody in real life by the name of Emerson Hancock.
That's a strong name, man.
713-572-4610. Text in, what do you think Emerson Hancock's father did for a living? What do you think his father does for a living? When you hear the name Emerson Hancock, text in what you think his father does for a living. All right, Pena will lead off, as he always does. Paredes batting second. Altuve, 2 homers last night. Hopefully he can stay hot. He's batting third with Yainer Diaz. He's catching tonight and batting cleanup. He had 2 hits last night. Batting average and production from the cleanup spot is improving. Behind him, Christian Walker. Hey, 2 straight games with a hit. Now he's 1 for 4. He's still hitting under 200, but 2 straight games with a hit. There you go. Christian Walker batting 5th. Victor Caratini is the DH. He's been swinging a good bat. Jake Myers in center, and then they finished things off with Cam Smith and Mauricio Dubon. Dubon had 2 hits last night, so same lineup as last night, Clint. And hopefully they can get some consistency and this group can go. Because to me right now, like I know they've switched it and switched some things around, and I don't know that Brandon Rodgers is doing things that you're like, hey man, I got to get him in.
Yeah.
I don't know that, and I know this is tough. I don't know that Chaz is doing things where you're like, boy, I got to get him in. Maybe Zach DeZenzo a little bit. He's been swinging the bat. Maybe mix him in, but maybe they kind of stick with some of these guys and let them get a rhythm.
Yeah, look, I don't think they're going to stick with anybody in that lower half of the lineup. I think they're going to continue to juggle it. But when you look at this game and the game's moving forward, now the 9-run output yesterday in Game 1 in this 4-game set versus the Mariners may have put Joe Espada in a spot where he's feeling like he can be even more patient with Christian Walker. But I'm just waiting. Look, you got Caratini swinging it well. He swung it well again last night. You mentioned Jake Myers. At some point in time, those guys are going to move up ahead of Christian Walker if he doesn't start swinging it better. So, it's every game. The next game is definitely Christian Walker watch. I mean, there has to be agency, will, in how they handle their first base and the way they've handled it in the past. And you got some guys below Christian Walker that are swinging it well. So either Christian's got to come on, or those guys are going to end up jumping him.
Yeah. Yeah, so we'll see what happens there, but hopefully they can get a another win coming up here.
When it comes to Brendan Rodgers at second base, too, like you mentioned, is that you just got too many options there. I mean, with Dubon's hitting 270, Altuve can obviously play there, so you can get some of the bats you mentioned, DeCenzo, Dubon, some of those guys in left field. So, there's too many options at second and left field, and too many guys that are swinging the bat well for Brendan Rodgers to be made priority at this point.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. And he struggled a bit. Some injury news, injury front coming up today, coming from Joe Espada as they get ready to take on the Mariners. Hayden Wisniewski, who obviously went down and was declared that he is going to have Tommy John surgery. That has occurred. Hey, Steve, man, I already got y'all drinks coming. Just set it down. That has. You think they're gonna get away with just trying to grab our check last week? You think you're gonna sit over there and you think that's it? Nah, baby, I got them coming. But Hayden Wisniewski had his Tommy John surgery today, Clint, according to Joe Espada. So he is down. Colton Gordon also. They've announced that he will be the starter coming up on Sunday, filling in the spot for Ronel Blanco. And I would imagine, Clint, he's probably going to stay up and be in that running how long Ronel Blanco is down. And just with that pitching news, Clint, that's why yesterday was so important, them to score 9 runs and this offense to get going. This offense is going to have to get them some help. And I know that really sucks when you don't have the biggest option you have available on your roster in Yordan Alvarez, but they have got to get this group going and help these young guys because I think Luke said it yesterday, 3 of your 5 starters feel like AAA starters right now, depending on how long it takes Lance to get going again. So they're going to need those guys at the plate to really come through and get better.
Yeah, look, I mean, you talk about the AAA starters. You got Gusto tonight, you got Valdez tomorrow, and then you got 2 blank spots in the.
It's Gordon.
Now Gordon, he's one of them. And then what's Ginger Nation? He's got to be the other one, right? He pitched well enough to get another start.
You think Walter did? They sent him back down.
Ginger Nation, that's all right. They can move him around. Yeah, absolutely, man. That's fair. Yeah, we need a fair skin Ginger up there throwing a rock. Oh yeah, man.
Why not?
Absolutely, and I mean, he threw it well enough to get another look. Absolutely, and we got a hold. Just ask ESPN. You got a hold to drop me.
They gonna put on just put him in there.
Yeah, man. You got a slot. It ain't like
Joe and Dana don't know yet.
You got 2 slots, and old Gordo can't fill both of them.
Oh yeah. No, he can't. Yeah, somebody's got to. All right, that's where we are. Astros take on the Mariners. Huge series. Hell, they keep on going, man. They can get to they can sweep this and be in first game. That is on the table. But really, if you can come out here and win 3 or 4, that would be huge.
Come on, man.
Huge, man. Imagine you win today and you got Framber going tomorrow. That's the space you feel really good. So Mariners Astros coming up, and we'll be watching that certainly this weekend.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, NBA playoffs. You can watch the Astros here at Big City Wings Copperfield location, but you can also check out, to me, Clint, what has been the most entertaining series. This is what sports is about. For me, walking into this, Clint, I mean, I was intrigued to watch it. I was going to watch it, but I didn't realize it until I start getting into this game that, like, this is I haven't been this excited watching a non-LeBron involved series in a long time. Like, this thing, I cannot wait for this tonight. This series has it all, man. You got Reggie Miller doing the call that I can just feel every New York Knicks fan is driving them crazy listening to it and listening to Reggie, who completely sounds like he is pulling for the Pacers on the broadcast. If I can hear it, I know Knicks fans believe it. And then you have just the crowd in there. And tonight, man, I bet you the whole game is going to feel like the end of the fourth quarter did. You could just feel nervousness from the fan base. You could just feel it coming off the TV screen. And I think we are seeing a star in Tyrese Halliburton, and it's come right before our eyes. He hits the choke sign, and his dad, by the way, was in a bar in New York doing the same thing.
Was he really?
Oh, you didn't catch that? Oh, yeah, John was back. John Halliburton was back in the bar doing it with his son. They had a video of it. But this is fun, man.
I'll be honest with you. I can't even enjoy Halliburton's success because every time he does something, I'm like, it's a crime. Like last night or 2 nights ago, it's a crying ass shame his daddy ain't in the building watching. I'm not saying that he should. I'm not saying that he's the fool that caused the situation. But damn, every time he does something good, I'm like, golly, man, his pops is I mean, you waited your whole life to watch your son at the pinnacle of his career and the pinnacle of his profession win a championship, and you can't go in there because you're an idiot and you ran up and talked trash on the court to one of the guys that one of the players. I mean,
Giannis of all people.
I know, but I mean, it literally breaks my heart, man. Dude's. Now, of course, he's in a bar doing it. So I guess
I think if he'd have done it to Gary Trent, he'd have still been able to go. He'd have still been able to go.
The fact that it was Giannis, and Giannis so eloquently explained what happened. Yeah, every time he does something good in a series, which obviously that was great. I'm just like, man, that poor dude's pops ain't in the building, man.
But I didn't know this was going to draw me to it, and then watching but you're getting, first off, the pace in the game it's a fun game to watch, and you're getting Cat stepping up. You're getting,
that's the one I'm on. That's the one I'm on.
You said he's turning a different corner. He's stepping up. I didn't know Karl Anthony Towns had jump shot in the corner and then hit the pacer who was taking the shot, hit the pacer in his stomach and tap him on the way down. Did you see Karl do? Karl hit the shot and he made it, turned around, tapped on the guy's stomach who yelled at him. It was just crazy, man. I want the Knicks to win so this thing is a long series. Yeah. That's what I want. They go down 2-0, they might get swept. But this is a fun series. All the stars are playing well. Brunson had 43. Cat had 35 and 12. Halliburton had 31. Then Naismith just went crazy in the fourth quarter. This is a fun series to take in. I can't wait for this thing tonight.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, finally, Clint. Detroit Lions standout Aiden Hutchinson. He had that gruesome injury in Dallas last year. I mean, it was nasty.
Yep.
And you knew, like, it was right then and there. Like, it was like, yep. Mm-hmm. Just like Jason Tatum, my man's out. That is for the year. And he was having an amazing year, Clint. He was borderline. You got to slide your chair, Clint. He was borderline in the defensive player of the year conversation. The way that he was playing, and you could see the Lions continue to try to find some sort of a defensive player to kind of match that. They made trades and everything, but he has been cleared to return to football activities and should be ready to go for the Lions this year. It is weird. Like I've seen a lot of people down on the Lions.
Your C and your DC. Not everybody's going to do what Philly did last year.
I saw the Bleacher Report where I told you they had the Jags winning the division. They had the Lions going from 15-2 to 9-8. Whew.
We'll find out. We'll find out a lot about Dan Campbell. I mean, it's a big part of being a head coach. It's not a play caller, right? Is to make sure that you've got again the pipeline of play callers for him on both sides of the ball.
And I think they did go from within.
They did.
Their hires,
they did, and so we'll see how that works. And I probably, given what Philadelphia just did, I think the reaction is going to be, whoa, why the hell can't Dan Campbell do it? Why can't this guy do it?
But there's some similarities because both Dan and Nick Sirianni are offensive coaches, but they don't call their plays.
Offensive minded that don't call plays.
They hand it up.
The only difference is when Sirianni, when he needed to hire his offensive and defensive coordinator, there was proven guys out there. You know what I mean? There was
you got Kellen Moore.
Yeah. You get Kellen Moore, and then who do you get on the defense side of
Vic Fangio.
You got proven guys out there. So this time he hires from within, and I don't think either one of them were proven guys. So we'll see what kind of developing they did of play callers.
Yeah, we'll see. He was looking like first team All-Pro, one of the best defensive players in the game before his injury occurred. Hopefully he can get back to that. All right, coming up as we continue here live on Stop 8 of our Crawfish Circuit. Go ahead and get them bugs out there, man, and get you some of them $5 margaritas they got here as well, and come pull up and hang out with us for a bit. Clint said, boy, there's something that is Clint wrote cuss words here on the rundown. I can't say those cuss words, but it's something that's really bugging the S out of him about C.J. Stroud. We'll let you hear what he's got to say about that coming up next.
All right.
best football conversation in town. 6 to 7 every night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Live from Big City Wings, Copperfield, it's the Sports Radio 610 Crawfish Circuit. Supported by Academy Sports and Outdoors and Bud Light. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Got some good news coming from the Astros. Got some good news. I told you about Hayden Wisniewski having Tommy John surgery and Colton Gordon getting a start on Sunday. Blanco will see a doctor next week for a second opinion. So that is the Arrighetti will see a doctor next week and could start playing catch. Just could he's going to come back after the All-Star break. I'm certain that we're in that. I mean, if they got to build him up like spring training, we're looking after, and we up here talking about he might play catch next week. He's just gripping things. We're looking at we're looking after the All-Star break. So Arrighetti will see a doctor next week and could start playing catch. Now here is the good news: Yordan Alvarez did baseball drills on the field today, and according to Brian McTaggart, more importantly, Yordan Alvarez hit off a pitching machine in the batting cage today. This is past hitting off a tee and soft toss. He actually hit off a pitching machine in the batting cage today. So Yordan Alvarez, who Dana Brown, take it how you want to take it, said yesterday, he doesn't think he is going to have a rehab start. I think he'll just come and be ready to go right when he's ready to go. So we'll see. He's hitting off a pitching machine. Now, again, maybe we don't know how fast that machine's coming in. I don't know. I'm thinking you just don't know. When they were saying he was hitting in batting cages, I didn't think that meant off the tee and soft toss.
If he's swinging a bat, I think that's a big step for me in my.
Yeah, as it reads, it is.
Yeah. Well, look, I mean, you just never know with the Astros. I mean, in terms of how bad something is, but if he's with a hand injury, I know there was a lot of fear of boy, this could be worse. This could be some of that Kyle Tucker type stuff where there's a broken hand. I can't remember who it was, Patrick Creighton, maybe it was Luke yesterday, but even referring back to last year, I think, or I'm sorry, not last year. Back, hell, we won the year we won the World Series when he missed much time with the hand.
Yeah.
Is it something that needs to be fixed? But if he's swinging a bat, then it seems like that you can put that to bed.
Good.
The other thing, Spencer Arrighetti getting out of a cast is a big step.
Yes. Yeah.
I'm waiting for the big announcement though. Are we still playing long toss in the outfield during the opponent's batting practice?
Yes, they're still doing it. I bet you they're still doing it right now.
Come on, man. I want Spencer Arrighetti to come out and say, "Hey guys, look, man, it's a terrible accident, freak accident." I'm glad it happened because now we're no longer in the outfield and left field playing a long time.
Man, I ain't gonna lie. I want to know the play-by-play of how that happened. It is just the freakiest.
In today's world, I guarantee there's a video.
It's the freakiest thing to have happened. It hit him right in his pitching hand.
Yeah, let me tell you.
Was it back turn? Was he like?
Yeah, no. I think he was. I think his left shoulder was pointed towards home plate, and he was in left field, and he was out there playing long toss. And I think he had just thrown it, and he was standing there like this with his hand down by his side, just cocked open enough to where that ball could come across his belly button and hit that right
just
hand.
the luck.
That's it.
It could have hit him in his balls. It could have hit him in his chest. Anywhere he'd still be pitching right now.
Anywhere but right shoulder.
And because of that.
But that cast is off, so we're getting closer. I just hope who I want to have a serious conversation with a baseball guy.
With somebody that's
because I remember when it first happened, I was hearing a lot about how everybody does it, everybody's playing long toss in the outfield.
Next time we talk to Tony Gwynn Jr., we'll have that conversation.
I can't. Yeah, and you know what? If Tony Gwynn, I'm afraid what I'm gonna say. If Tony Gwynn says, "Oh yeah, man, we've been doing that for years," I'm afraid what I'm gonna say to Tony.
Okay, well, practice that and warm yourself up.
I mean, how stupid do you have to be?
Well, they've been being stupid with it for years now. I think then, if that's the case, because I do think I don't think they stop.
Think about that situation, Ron. If you went to a game tonight let's say you had some baseball in your background, and you just had the opportunity to go play a little long toss in the outfield with the Astros, and the opponent's team was taking BP, and somebody said, "You go stand out there in left field, face me, and we're going to play long toss." What would you say?
We've always done it.
I think I'm going to set that one out, boys. How about you take your happy ass out there? I'll stand over here on the.
He's going to be thinking about it now every time we go out.
I mean, what? I mean, I can't believe how people are dead serious responding to me like, "Oh yeah, Clint, happens all the time." I want to be like, and you don't think that somebody's an idiot for doing it?
It happens all the time. From the text line, as I said, multiple people. You have to check the numbers sometimes. Multiple people have Emerson Hancock as and a blacksmith. Yeah. Someone said he owns his own his own company. It sounds like a rich guy.
Well, if he's pitching the bigs, there's an odd. The odds are he'd be considered rich.
What do you think? I wonder what Emerson's dad name is. I mean, if you're going Emerson,
if you're Emerson Hancock, we got to go by something. We got to shorten that thing down or something. Right, we got to have a nickname.
We got to find a middle name. We got a middle name on Emerson Hancock. I might have to go find Emerson's father's name. That's one you don't get all the time. All right, as we continue here, Big City Wings, Christian Hancock. That's what you got to go with, right? Emerson Christian Hancock.
It's got to be Christian Emerson. Which way is it?
It's Emerson Christian. From Thomasville, Georgia. Oh boy, if
you want to separate yourself a bit, Emerson will do it.
Yeah.
A lot of Christians in this world.
Don and Mona Hancock. That's
Mona.
Don and Mona Hancock sat there together and said Emerson. And Don and Mona Hancock got down there and said, "Oh, Big Emerson. Come on down, do your thing, baby."
I know Mona wouldn't stand a chance in my crew. I know that.
You think somebody's hunting down Mona?
No, I'm just talking about with that name, that full name. Oh, jeez.
Somebody on the text line, these Astros, none of their asses should be out there doing any long talk. Nobody should be doing any long toss. Nobody should be throwing. God, dog, man, you ain't lying, man. The injuries that these guys have had in that pitching staff, man. We can't
keep the whole pitching staff in bubble tape.
My God, man. Like, hey, Hunter, man, you don't even got to pitch. We don't need a.
He made me nervous standing on the rail when Jose Altuve hit that home run last night. Standing on the rail in the dugout.
Oh man, that's crazy there. All right. Again, guys, yes, we get done at 6 o'clock, but that don't mean that you got to stop partying here, man. TV's everywhere. Great spot to come out here and enjoy yourself. As we said, coming up at 9, half price appetizers, $5 margaritas in the building, and the mud bugs are out. You can go ahead and get them bugs and get you something to eat. The wings always, obviously, Big City Wings. The wings are always great. Clint had the tahine wings, formerly known as what was it, Lucas. Yeah, Lucas. Yeah. Potentially Lucas wings.
I think Lucas was a close cousin of tahine. Maybe where tahine originated.
Maybe where then they spun off.
I feel like they're too closely related to not
spin off.
I mean, there's got to be. So somebody had to do what I did when I was eating Lucas, and I was literally like, how can you create this in several different forms so you can mass distribute it? And I think that's where tahine came from.
Yeah, spinoff. Yeah. Frazier was Cheers, and then it spun off to Frazier's. All right, come on out, hang out with us. Coming up here, we're about to announce our final winner. Our final winner as soon as this segment right here ends on a $25 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors. Coming up, we'll get to that. What's bugging Clint about C.J. Stroud, and Tyler told us he was still gonna make some bets. I don't see that in here, man. My man Tyler, did he say that? He said
we ain't got pictures or bets. He said he put them in the rundown.
He said he would. I don't see him, and he had a nice night. He was 5 of 6 last night. Guess we ain't got them. Damn, man. Hell, now I'm going to check and see if he's all right.
I dare him to respond about beds after not responding about them panties he's wearing.
Coming up, as I said, man, we'll get what's bugging Clint about what's happening with C.J. Stroud. That's coming up next.
All right, fellas, and hey, all the ladies out there, too. You got fellas in your life that you love, that you care about. I need to get your attention one time, man. It's not if, it's when. Right, low testosterone becomes a problem, and testosterone replacement therapy is the answer. Low T Center, they are the OGs, they are the pioneers in the testosterone replacement therapy game. And so if you've noticed bad mood, low energy, low libido, maybe you've lost some muscle mass, some stubborn weight gain, things of that nature, there's a good chance that low testosterone is to blame. TRT, testosterone replacement therapy, is the way to go. And here's what I encourage you to do is, fellas, any grown man should know their testosterone number. If you're mid-30s, and here's the easy way to find out is go to lowtcenter.com, book your appointment online. It's 20 minutes with an on-site lab. Within 20 minutes, you have the results. You know exactly what's going on. But I encourage you to get checked out and nip this in the bud. There's no reason to wait until you have all these issues and your marriage is on the rocks, or it's impacting your ability to parent, or your ability to hold down a good job, have energy. There's no reason to wait till it gets that late. Go to lowtcenter.com right now to book your appointment online. Again, that's lowtcenter.com. Reinventing men's healthcare.
A quarter of the way through baseball season. Supported by Academy Sports and Outdoors and Budweiser. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yes, we are back here. It's been a great time here at Big City Wings Copperfield location. Clap your hands. Give yourselves a hand as we had a good job. If you're eating them bugs, you're all right, man. You don't have to clap. Eating them bugs, go ahead and attack them bad boy. And again, thank you for your service, sir. We appreciate y'all coming out and having a good time with us as we are. This is Stop 8, and please check with your go to Sports Radio 610. You can go to the 610. You can see exactly where we're going to go each week, and yes, it is subject to change, like it did this week. So make sure you're either listening to us or you see the change coming up. But it is it's always been a good time. We've having a good time each and every week, and you can come on out and enjoy with us. We will be out at the Crafty Crab next week. Out in Houston, the Crafty Crab next week.
Crafty Crab, huh?
Yeah. So
where is that joint at?
It's Fondren Road in Houston, Texas. Yeah.
Is there an R in there? It's Fondren, I think.
Did I say Fondren? Yeah, Fondren Road. Fondren Road. Sorry about that. I just glossed by that. But the Crafty Crab, 11105 Fondren Road, Houston, Texas. So come on out and hang out with us tomorrow. And then June 6th, we'll be at Christian's Tailgate Bar and Grill, Highway 6 in Houston. I've been to a couple of those Christian's Tailgate Bar and Grill, so it should be fun. But come hang out with us, and as we continue this circuit, you might be able to win some things, have some good bugs and some beers. Shout out to our promo staff, Shay, who always does a great job with us here. And our guy, Andy, our engineer, holding us down, keeping us on YouTube and Twitch and on the air. Andy's the man. Also, our guy, Byron, stepping in higher. Byron stepping up, holding it down at the station, keeping us on the air. And the great staff here at Big City Wings. They've done a great job, as always, and taking care of us today. Yes, Tyler is a liar. Tyler was talking all kinds of trash, and I
wish I would have heard it, man.
He was feeling himself. Oh, how could you think I wouldn't? He ain't sent a damn picture. Not one. And yes, Tyler, you could heard Shannon all the way in the Cayman Islands, right then and there. Damn it, I know he did. Yeah, damn shame, boy. Luke is disappointed. I mean, we're all hot because I was waiting to see, do you have the balls to do it? And clearly he didn't.
I was hoping like hell. I mean, I ain't gonna lie. I really wanted to see it. First of all. Secondly, I was just hoping that Tyler, just being the confident guy that he is, I thought he would have that hair done up, that hat on, that hat the right way.
Well, he wouldn't get his hair cut. Yeah.
He'd have every inch of hair nared off his body.
Nared off, yep.
Oh,
Nared
man.
that thing off.
I wanted to see. I ain't got a butt cheek one, boy. I wanted to see that thing in them panties.
Yeah. Nope.
I ain't gonna lie to you.
You think he put them on and said, "No, this ain't it"?
No, I don't think he put them on. I think
he's claimed that he has worn them 2 other times. In public.
Do you really think Megan would let him leave the room?
And Clint, I told him I don't
let you leave the room in those.
Courtney stopped talking to me when I lost a bet and had to just wear a mustache for 2 weeks. She's like, I'm not kissing you. I'm not. She stopped. I just had to wear a mustache. I got a good and thick too. And she wouldn't mess with me. She wouldn't even. So damn sure not. She wouldn't. You remember me? I told you we had that standoff going to Nebraska Furniture Mart because she didn't like the socks I was wearing. And we had a standoff for an hour in that living room. and nobody went to Nebraska Furniture Market.
So
there ain't no damn way.
The Stars and Stripes Speedo on the beach ain't what going to happen?
Her line for me that day with them socks was, I'm not going out here looking crazy with you. So there's damn sure no chance that she's walking out there damn Stars and Stripes. Yeah, I bet you people wouldn't stop by and give me a round of applause if I was wearing those, would they?
They wouldn't encourage you?
Keep doing it. You got this.
Hey, you ought to go jogging down that same street on Tuesday, I guess. Not on a holiday, on Tuesday and them Stars. No, do it on Monday. Hell, that's Stars Memorial Day, Stars and Stripes.
Son, what is wrong with you? I mean, I love confidence, but that's way too much confidence. Coming up behind us is our guys, Texans All Access. They'll be there 6 to 7. Mark Vandermeer, John Harris. And then following them, Area 45, the best late-night sports talk show in Houston, 7 to 11. Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton, Chris Santiago will be taking over after Texans All Access. And, Clint, being that Monday is Memorial Day, it's a holiday, and Area 45 is going to slide into the drive. They're going to take over from 2 to 6 on Monday. So shout out to the fellas.
Nice.
Yeah, go ahead. That'll be fun. That'll be fun for them to get things going. Before we get up out of here, Clint, you said it. There's one thing that is bothering you, that's annoying you with this C.J. Stroud situation.
Yeah, I just don't like the usage of the sophomore slump crap that they throw around with CJ. I don't think he earned that. The point is, I don't think CJ earned that. I think CJ got the most that he could out of a bad situation last year. I think CJ is the one of a handful of shining spots on the offense that allowed you to win 10 games and even have a shot in a playoff game versus the Chiefs kind of deal. I just don't like this. I don't know why, but I cringe when I hear that, because to me it seems like, all right, this guy played really well as a rookie, and then his sophomore year he really struggled, and he backslid, and I don't know. When I think of C.J. Stroud, I think they made some poor decisions, including him. I think he made some poor decisions in kind of how they approach football. They didn't protect him well at all. He didn't have much of a chance at all to be consistent, at least. And I don't know. I just don't view it as a sophomore slump because it's so personal, and it's not personal, but it's so specific.
I was going to say,
the quarterback.
It seems like the wording bothers you. Like as you said, you hear slump, you hear negative connotation, right? You don't think that he played to the level that he did in his rookie year, do you?
Well, I don't know. No,
I'm just trying to understand how you would describe it.
No, I don't. I think, but it's not like when I look at it, it's not a guy didn't perform well or wasn't able to do what he was asked to do. The adjustments they made, the decisions they made, were not good, right? I don't know. I just don't. When I hear sophomore slump, I think somebody backslid to a point where you kind of expected a guy that's that young to play, and I didn't. I mean, he still, given the struggles that they had, he still played in a way of like he was mature beyond his years. Now, stylistically, I think they made some piss-poor decisions. I think they made some mistakes. And if I hear the same things this training camp that we heard last training camp, I will be extremely frustrated as a fan. I think that's where they went wrong. The offensive line not being able to protect him. I think he did as much as he could with that bad situation, especially now knowing that the reports are that he had no control over, no ability to communicate, to help with communication or to protect himself. It was all on the offensive coordinator and the O-line. There's just a lot of things we got to discuss before I get to C.J. Stroud's sophomore slump. For me personally, I think you can look at the box score and stat, the stat sheet and say, well, his stats weren't as good. Yeah, it's a given. I understand that.
So you're one that says in his production and overall play was more about, which I think I would agree with, which was more about what surrounded him and the decisions that were made on how the offense was run, more than it was, yeah, that was a fluke year one. Or I don't know that I believe the same way that I did after year one. Not to say that it wasn't just him. It wasn't just that. because I think he did add to it, but you think more of it is everything that surrounded him.
Well, I think it was what surrounded him. I think it was the mistakes that were made. I think it was the adjustment offensively that they decided they needed to almost change their identity offensively. I think a lot of that was the case more so than just like we talked about Jaden Daniels earlier with Cliff Kingsbury. Like they are going to go into this season, and it is, hey man, we're going to do more of what we already did. In fact, we're going to be better because we added Deebo Samuel, we added Laramie Tunsil, added a couple draft picks. And we're going to try to protect the quarterback better and give him a little more time kind of thing. But we're not going to go out here and Cliff Kingsbury's not going to go out here and go, all right, this year, man, I got to be more aggressive. Or, hey, man, I got to be more conservative. Or, hey, we got to – no, they're going to go out there and do what they do, and they have an identity. And so if Jaden Daniels goes out there and he makes a bunch of mental mistakes and he throws a bunch of interceptions and he does his stats go – they don't win as many games, then I think that you can look at as like, hey, man, that was a sophomore slump. The quarterback under similar circumstances with the same approach, the same play caller, the guy just he didn't play as well. I don't know. I think that's the case with CJ.
Text line chiming in. You're being a homer. He was in a sophomore slump. He took over no games last year.
Yeah, I just disagree. I just I mean,
I don't know how you can call. I don't know how you can listen to this show.
Yeah,
and get to a place and go homer.
Yeah, I just cringe with it, man. It's not. I've been as critical as C.J. Stroud as anybody, and I think C.J. This is a huge year for C.J. to prove whether he can be the leader that an NFL team needs, like a franchise type leader, or is he just a good quarterback? Like I think this is a year where he's got to decide: is he going to stylistically play the way he played his first year, or is he just hell bent on being this more aggressive, drive the ball down the field type of quarterback? He's got to decide a lot of those things in year 3. So we all know what kind of quarterback he is or